Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you used this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. The air in the basement always felt thick, but it wasn't until recently that I realized how profoundly it weighed on my chest. The very first time I noticed it, I was at the foot of the creaking stairs looking into the gloom that stretched toward a small grim streak window in the far wall. My pulse hammered at my temples and a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me. I remember pausing there, one foot still on the bottom step, swallowed by a sense of unease so suffocating that the slightest breeze in that stale air would have made me bolt. I forced myself to go on, but the impression that something was watching me from behind the stacked boxes never really left. That was the night everything changed for me, and I've been unable to shake off this dread ever since I share this old two-story building with 3 other guys, all colleagues from work. We rent the upper floors for convenience, and the basement, damp, chilly, and half-forgotten, serves as storage. We keep tools and boxes of old books down there, mostly because we have nowhere else to put them. Nobody spends much time downstairs, and until my more recent brushes with whatever lurks in those shadows, I didn't mind heading down to organize the clutter. It gave me a moment to sort through the stuff we'd all neglected, and for a while it was almost therapeutic. The low hum of the light bulb, the faint smell of mildew paper, the sense of calm in a rarely visited space. These used to feel reassuring, but lately that comfort has morphed into a prickling sensation that crawls up my spine. The second I cross the threshold every night, I catch myself eyeing the door to the basement as I pass by it. On the way to my bedroom room, it used to be just a door-chipped paint and a rusty knob that squeaked every time I turned it. Now it looms in my peripheral vision like a malignant presence. I often notice the hair on my arm standing on end whenever I'm near it. The others claimed not to feel anything at first one day, though I mentioned hearing faint clicking noises downstairs, the sort you get when something or someone taps the wooden shelves or shifts the boxes. I expected teasing, but instead, one of them confided in a quiet tone that he thought he'd seen a shape move behind our dusty crates. He insisted it was just a trick of the light, but the uneasiness in his eyes told me he wasn't convinced by his own explanation. In the following days, my unease grew worse each time I set foot on the top stair. My breath caught in my throat, and a chill spread from my shoulders down to my fingertips. My heart would pound as if it wanted to escape my chest. And I'd wonder why I bothered going down at all, but I felt compelled to. It was as if some part of me needed to confront the tension I sensed in that cramped space. I tried to push aside the irrational fear, telling myself that it was just an old basement, damp, dark, and prone to strange echoes. One evening, I decided to spend a solid hour down there, determined to organize a few boxes of books we'd recently acquired from a friend's attic. That friend had been clearing out dusty volumes, and we volunteered to store them temporarily as soon as I opened the basement door. That stale odor rushed out, hitting my face with the distinct smell of mildew and something else, something sour and unpleasant. I ignored the urge to slam the door shut. The overhead light flickered to life, casting an anemic glow across rows of stacked crates and scattered tools. The space seemed narrower than before, as if the walls were slowly closing in my chest, tighten, and for a moment I thought about turning around and leaving, but pride or maybe curiosity won out. So I gripped the railing, took a deep breath, and descended. My first steps echoed on the old wooden stairs. The tension in the air felt almost tangible, like walking through fog. Each breath tasted stale. When I reached the bottom, I ran a hand along the rough concrete wall, feeling tiny cracks beneath my fingertips. My heart rised at the slightest creak or groan in the wood beams. Still, I forced myself to move deeper, heading toward the clusters of boxes piled near the far wall, where that small grimy window LED in a sliver of twilight. The deeper I went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. A weight pressed on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My palms grew clammy, and I wiped them on my pants, trying to ground myself in the mundane act of reorganizing. As I began shifting boxes, I became acutely aware of every rustle and scrape. The paperbacks and hardcover books inside seemed heavier than they should be, and when I moved one particular box, a dull thump resonated as if something within shifted on its own. My heart jolted. I placed the box down carefully, feeling my throat constrict. Nothing spilled out, but I still hesitated to open it. A faint scraping sound came from behind me. I whirled around, nearly dropping the flashlight I had in my other hand. There was no one there, only rows of shelves stocked with tools, jars of nails, and a few ragged tarps. The flickering light bulb overhead cast jittery shadows that danced across the walls. I told myself it must have been the sound of a settling floorboard. I tried to dismiss the goosebumps on my arms, the dryness in my mouth, and the tug at the back of my mind that insisted I wasn't alone. After some time, I realized I was only pretending to look through books. I wasn't actually reading titles or taking inventory. I was just stalling, glancing up at every imagined movement. When I finally decided to collect myself and leave, I felt a sudden burst of cold air brushed past my neck. It was so distinct that I gasped. Dropping one of the books, it landed on the concrete floor with a hollow slap, and I swear the sound echoed longer than it should have. My heart was in my throat. I clenched my fist, trying to suppress the panic. Even though every instinct screamed at me to hurry upstairs, I forced myself to stay a bit longer. I picked up the fallen book and noticed my hands were trembling so badly that I nearly fumbled it again. I left shortly after, my nerves too. Afraid to continue, once I was back in my room, the relief was almost overwhelming. I felt as though I had escaped from something intangible yet potent. I spent the rest of the night replaying the scene in my head, wondering what logical explanation I could cling to. Cold drafts, echoing footsteps, my own paranoia, but a knowing suspicion remained. Something else was going on down there, something that couldn't be brushed off by rational excuses over the next week. I tried talking to my roommates again. I spoke indirectly about the tension and the sounds, and the one who had previously thought he saw movement behind the boxes now admitted he refused to go down alone. Another roommate hinted that he'd felt nauseous once or twice. After descending just a few steps, a third said there was probably mold, and that could explain the air quality and dizziness. That last theory didn't quite account for the unsettling shapes at the edge of vision, though, or the sudden blasts of cold. Yet none of them wanted to push the subject any further. They seemed relieved to leave the basement alone. I felt isolated in my curiosity, like I was the only one who had the burden of figuring out what really lurked in those shadows. In the days that followed, the sense of foreboding grew more intense. Merely passing by the closed basement door was enough to make my pulse spike. I found myself eyeing the floor beneath my feet as if expecting to see black tendrils creeping up through the cracks. My dreams became restless. I would wake in a cold sweat, certain that I had heard footsteps coming from below. Sometimes I imagined faint whispers bleeding through the floorboards, the words incomprehensible yet loaded with a sinister edge. The more I tried to dismiss these nightmares, the more palpable they became, lingering in my thoughts, even in broad daylight. At one point, I decided enough was enough. My fear was growing into an obsession. I reasoned that if I confronted it head on, maybe I could regain my peace of mind. Late one night, while the house was silent, I armed myself with a strong flashlight, pulled on a heavy jacket, and made my way downstairs. The door hinge squeaked in the stillness. My heart thundered against my ribs, but I forced myself onward. Each step down felt like a step into a different realm, the darkness becoming thicker, the air turning stale and sour. When I reached the bottom, I paused, shining the flashlight around slowly. The beam revealed the same row of shelves, the same stacks of boxes, but tonight they looked twisted, as if the shapes had shifted in the darkness, forming unfamiliar silhouettes. My breath came in ragged gasps, and a fine layer of sweat coated my forehead. I took a few more steps toward the far end of the basement, where the narrow window fell in just enough light to create murky patches on the floor. The tension in the air was unbearable, as if the entire place was holding its breath. Waiting for me to make a wrong move, I approached one stack of boxes that had always seemed suspicious to me. The place where my colleague once said he thought he'd seen something move. As I moved closer, I noticed a strange scratching sound so faint I almost doubted it was real. It reminded me of nails scraping against cardboard, or the rustle of something alive trapped inside a box. I froze, shining the flashlight on the exact spot the noise seemed to come from. There was nothing but old crates and a few tarps folded in a corner, yet the sound persisted intermittently. My legs felt weak and my mouth went so dry that I could hardly swallow. As I stood there, torn between running upstairs and investigating further, the overhead light flickered violently, plunging the basement into near complete darkness for a heartbeat before sputtering back in. That split second, I caught sight of a vague outline lurking behind the largest box. My entire body tensed as if an electric current had passed through me. I whipped the flashlight around, but the shape was gone. The only thing visible was the damp concrete wall broken by the heavy shadows of stacked crates. The scraping intensified. It now sounded like something shifting the boxes from behind as if trying to make room or trying to push its way out. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears. My breathing was fast, shallow, every exhalation coming with a slight tremor. I took a step back, nearly stumbling over a tool left on the floor. The light flickered again. In that moment, I felt certain there was a presence looming right behind me. A wave of cold rolled across my neck and I spun around, flashlight raised, half expecting to see a face leering at me. There was nothing but stale air and disorganized clutter. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed from the shelves as though a hammer or wrench had been knocked to the floor. I aimed the beam of light toward the sound, feeling the tightness in my chest grow. The shelves were trembling, or so it seemed in the unstable illumination. My vision blurred slightly, and I had to blink several times to refocus. The feeling of being watched bore down on me from every corner. I wanted to call out to demand that whatever was down here reveal itself, but my voice refused to cooperate at that point. My flight response took over. My hands trembled as I shoved the flashlight into my jacket pocket. I turned on my heel and dashed toward the stairs. My shoulder brushed against a shelf, nearly sending a few tools clattering to the floor, but I didn't care. All that mattered was getting back to the relative safety of the corridor above. I felt something, an icy, intangible force, graze the back of my neck as I sprinted. A strangled gasp escaped my throat. I practically threw myself against the banister, bounding up the steps 2 at a time. The light bulb buzzed and flickered behind me, casting frantic shadows on the walls. The door at the top was still open, and in a blur of desperation, I hurled myself through it and slammed it shut for a moment. I just stood there in the hallway, gasping for air, feeling a sheen of cold sweat on my skin. My heart drummed so fiercely that I half expected it to burst from my chest. Every muscle in my body was taut, and my mind whirled with confusion and lingering terror. Yet strangely, once I was out of that basement, the silence of the house felt alien, almost serene. It was as if the atmosphere upstairs couldn't hold on to the same crawling dread that existed below. I locked the basement door. My hand shook so badly that it took 2 tries to align the key in the following days. I told my roommates that something was seriously wrong down there. I hinted that we should move out or call someone, an inspector, an exorcist. I wasn't even sure they listened quietly, acting the dread, but clearly hoping we could just avoid the basement altogether. In hushed tones, they mentioned that the door unnerved them too, that they sometimes heard faint tapping sounds from underneath, but no one wanted to dwell on it. We ended up leaving the door locked, deciding collectively to forego the basement altogether unless absolutely necessary. Now every time I walk past that door, my pulse quickens and I remember the sensation of that cold-watching PR press. Sometimes I swear I hear faint scratching sounds, even when I'm on the 2nd floor, as if the walls themselves carry the echoes of something restless. Late at night, my dreams remain haunted by flickering lights, half-seen shapes lurking behind stacks of crates, and a subtle urgent need to run before something unseen catches me off guard. I can't bring myself to move out yet. I'm not sure it would help. The feeling might follow me wherever I go, etched into my psyche like a scar. I haven't descended those stairs. Again, part of me wants to prove that my imagination has gotten the better of me, that all of it can be rationalized. But some deeper instinct warns me that I brushed against something no amount of reason can fully explain. It's a presence that seems dormant now, but I can't be certain it won't stir again. The fear still coats my nights in a thin film of paranoia, and even bright daylight can't cleanse the memory of that oppressive darkness I live in. Uneasy coexistence with that basement door. I never open it, but I feel it as I pass by, an invisible weight pressing against my chest and reminding me of all that I experienced. Sometimes I catch myself pausing in front of it, heart-pounding, hand trembling on the handle. But I don't turn the knob. I know that if I ventured down there again, I might find that the boxes have shifted, the tools have been rearranged, or that the shadows are waiting, buying their time for another encounter, and I know I wouldn't be prepared for what I'd see or what would see me. The worst part is the lingering question: did I truly witness something impossible, or did I simply lose my grip on reality for a few harrowing minutes in the dark, musty room? Either possibility chills me. For now, I choose not to seek the answer. The tension behind that locked door is enough of a reminder that some secrets are best left buried in the MC of an old basement. Never fully understood, but always felt and always feared felt it. From the very first moment I slid the key into the lock, a low thrum in the air like an invisible current humming behind the sleek walls and polished floors. It was subtle, easy to ignore if I tried, but it clung to me like static. This was supposed to be a dream come true, a modern loft in a newly renovated building located in a prestigious neighborhood with an enviable view of the city. Skyline, the rent was suspiciously low, but I convinced myself it was a stroke of luck. I was wrong. That subtle vibration in the air turned out to be a warning. During my initial walk there, I tried to appreciate the contemporary design: high ceilings, exposed concrete beams, floor-to-ceiling windows that stretched across the main living space. It all felt sophisticated and stylish, as if I were living inside a home decor magazine. The building's corridor smelled of fresh paint and newly laid carpet. The faint odor of industrial cleaning products hung around the lobby, and I thought it was a sign that everything was brand new and well-maintained. A friendly but distant building manager mentioned that I was among the first tenants to move in. After an extensive renovation project, I took that as a good omen. For the first few days, I felt surprisingly comfortable. My furniture fit perfectly in the open floor plan. The sunlight poured through those massive windows every morning, illuminating the quartz countertops and the impeccable metal finishes in the kitchen. During the evenings, I would sit on the plush sofa and soak in the view of the city lights, telling myself this was exactly the urban life I had long envisioned, yet there was something in the quiet that unnerved me. The building itself was too silent. I rarely heard noise from neighbors, not even the usual muffled sounds of footsteps in the hallway or televisions behind closed doors. More than once I caught myself checking the peal, uncertain if I'd actually heard something scuttle by in the corridor or if it was just my imagination. My heart would skip a beat every time I peered into that fisheye lens, but I never spotted anyone. It was on the fifth night that I started noticing the changes. At first, the shift was so slight I almost dismissed it. The coffee table seemed a fraction of an inch off from its original position. I chalked it up to memory lapses. Perhaps I bumped into it while cleaning or moved it absent-mindedly, but my unease lingered, intensifying whenever I found a cabinet door cracked open in the morning, even though I had made sure to close everything the night before. Over the following days, those small discrepancies piled up. A lamp on the side table was turned slightly away from the sofa. The bar stools at the kitchen island weren't aligned in their neat row one morning. The silverware drawer was half open, all the utensils jumbled in disarray, despite my meticulous habit of keeping them organized. Each time I noticed something my pulse quickened. I tried telling myself I was simply overwhelmed from work, or that I was more absent-minded than I cared to admit, but every explanation I gave myself felt paper thin. I decided I needed proof. I placed small pieces of tape on the floor around the legs of the chairs and the coffee table. It was a crude method, but it would at least confirm if the furniture was indeed moving when I wasn't around. I also checked the locks before leaving each morning, making a note in my phone of exactly how many times I turned the key and how firmly I pushed the door to ensure it was shut tight. I even tucked a strip of paper between the door and the frame as a subtle indicator. One evening, I returned from work drained by a long day of meetings. I walked into the loft and felt a cold wave pass over me, as though the temperature had dropped the moment I crossed the threshold. My arms prickled with goosebumps despite the moderate indoor climate. I turned on the lights and immediately glanced at the living room furniture. 2 chairs were definitely shifted outside the perimeter I had marked. My heart began to hammer even more. Unsettling, the thin sliding door that opened to the veranda was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it that morning. I distinctly remembered hearing the click of the latch, yet now it stood open a crack, letting in the faint noise of distant traffic. I rushed to check the door, thinking perhaps I had left it loose or the renovation was subpar. Maybe the door seal was faulty, but as I slid it shut, I had the unmistakable sensation that someone had been on the other side, only moments before my breath caught in my throat and I froze waiting to see if I could detect any sound footsteps, a shuffle of fabric, anything at all when nothing came. I tried to steady my breathing, feeling my chest tighten. My palms were clammy and my ears filled with the blood pounding in my head. Each night that followed brought new reasons for alarm. One evening I came home to find the lights on in the bathroom. I never leave lights on when I go out. Another time the door to my bedroom was closed, though I always keep it open for better airflow. I tried to speak casually with the building manager about the odd occurrences, asking if there had been any reports of break-ins or if the security cameras might be malfunctioning. He only replied that the building was designed with the top-of-the-line security systems. He might have said something like, "We've had no issues so far," but it was delivered in a polite, almost rehearsed tone. He did not appear concerned, and I left the conversation feeling no closer to an answer. Sleep became a battleground. I would snap awake at the faintest sound, a creak from the pipes, a slight rattle of the window. Sometimes I could swear I heard soft footsteps pacing. The loft each time I would bolt out of bed, heart-hammering to find nothing. My body's fight ORF flight response was so heightened that even the hum of the refrigerator could set me on edge. I stayed up late with the lights on, scanning each corner of the loft for anything out of place. Then in the mornings, I'd stumble to work. Exhausted, half convinced that I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. At one point, I considered installing my own security camera, but something about that idea felt intrusive, even though it was my own place. It was as if a part of me feared capturing footage of something I couldn't rationalize. Instead, I tried to gather more subtle evidence. I placed pieces of paper across the door frames at night, taped delicately so they would fall if disturbed. Sometimes I would place a set of keys on the edge of the coffee table in a certain position and check it meticulously in the morning. Every single morning I would find at least one sign that something or someone had been moving around in my home while I slept. The more it continued, the more I felt my confidence erode. My perception of reality began to warp, as if the loft itself was rebelling against my presence. I became paranoid outside the building at work or even in the grocery store. My mind would constantly wonder what was happening in the loft when I wasn't there. If a colleague asked if I was feeling all right, I would just brush it off, saying I hadn't been sleeping well, but my clammy hands and the dark circles under my eyes were becoming more and more obvious. I even caught a glimpse of my reflection in an elevator door one day. My usually calm demeanor looked ragged. My gaze frantic one night while lying awake in bed, I heard a distinct dragging sound from the living room. My stomach clenched and a spike of adrenaline rushed through my veins. I sat up, my heart pounding so loudly it almost masked the noise. The dragging stopped for a moment, then resumed with a squeak, as if a heavy piece of furniture was being moved. I crept out of bed, the wooden floor sea beneath my feet, and inched toward the living room with my phone's flashlight shaking in my hand when I flipped on the main light. Everything appeared normal except for one of the dining chairs, which was now angled toward the hallway, facing me like a silent sentinel. My chest felt hollow, and I bit down on my lower lip to stifle a gasp. I could feel my heart thundering to the point of pain. After that, I couldn't stay passive anymore. The manager's indifference made me furious, so the next morning I confronted him more directly. I explained the situation in detail, mentioning that I had proof of the furniture shifting. He responded that maybe the floors were uneven or that vibrations from nearby construction could be affecting the loft. His tone was calm, bordering on patronizing. I left the conversation feeling an eerie sense that my concerns were being systematically brushed aside, like a quirk of the building that no one wanted to address. It was worse than no response. It was as though he knew something but refused to admit it. One evening, I began to examine every inch of the loft, searching for clues. Loose floor panels, hidden compartments, or any sign of forced entry. I tapped walls, opened every cupboard, and inspected the ceiling vents. Nothing seemed amiss. Then, as I was sliding my hand along the baseboard near the living room, I felt the faintest draft. The air was cold in that spot, carrying an odor that was both metallic and vaguely damp. I pressed my palm firmly against the wall until I located a subtle indentation. My nerves were on edge, every muscle tense with expectation, when I pushed a small section of the wall gave way. An access panel cleverly hidden behind the fresh paint. Behind it lay a narrow crawl space. I could see only darkness at first, and the air that seeped out was stale, sending a chill through my entire body. My breathing became shallow, and beads of sweat trickled along my temples, summoning courage. I shone a flashlight inside the beam, revealed nothing more than a tight passage that seemed to run along the perimeter of the loft. But what struck me was the scuff marks on the dusty floor of the crawl space, as if someone or something had been moving through there. I felt my throat tighten, my vision blurred momentarily from the rush of fear. My immediate impulse was to slam the panel shut, but curiosity battled with dread. I reached in with trembling hands, heart pounding so hard it reverberated in my ears. The passage was cramped. I could only crawl if I dared to go inside. A wave of claustrophobia swept over me. I didn't know what I expected to find, but the knowledge that there was a hidden route running adjacent to my walls made my skin crawl that night. Sleep was impossible. I sat on my sofa, lights on, phone in hand, debating whether to call someone, maybe a friend or a locksmith or even the police. But what would I say that my furniture was moving on its own? And I found a hidden passage with footprints. It sounded absurd, like the beginning of a cheap horror movie. At around 3 in the morning, I dozed off unintentionally when I jolted awake. An hour or two later, my phone was on the floor and the lights were off. I remembered clearly that I had left every lamp blazing. My mouth went dry and I stood up shakily to turn the nearest switch back on. It was excruciatingly silent. Too silent the following day, I arranged to leave work earlier than usual. A gnawing sense of urgency told me I had to see the crawl space in daylight when I got home. The living room furniture was askew again. This time, one chair was overturned completely. My pulse pounded as I yanked open the hidden panel in the wall. A breeze of cold, stale air rushed out, carrying an almost electrical tang. In the daylight, I could see a small light fixture inside, wired to an outlet that looked ancient. I flicked it on and it buzzed into a weak, flickering glow. Then, with trembling limbs, I crawled inside. The fear of what I might find threatened to paralyze me, but I pressed forward. The space was cramped, forcing me to crawl over debris and dust-caked floorboards. After a few feet, I noticed faint footprints in the dust, barefoot prints that seemed fresh. My scalp tingled with dread, and I began to question. Everything was this an intruder sneaking in at night, but how and why? The corridor turned sharply, leading deeper into darkness. My breathing grew labored and sweat slicked my palms. Eventually, I reached a dead end that opened into a small chamber with an old metal chair. A single piece of paper lay on the seat, folded neatly. My heart thundered as I picked it up. All it said in shaky handwriting was a brief note describing how the building does not belong to us. There was no signature, no date. It made no sense. A sudden metallic clang echoed from somewhere behind me as though the wall had closed. My entire body went rigid, a surge of pure adrenaline launching me into panic. I scrambled back toward the entrance, banging my shins and elbows against the tight walls. By the time I reached the panel, my breath was coming in ragged gasps, my t-shirt drenched in sweat. I half expected the panel to be sealed shut, trapping me inside, but it slid open with a creak, revealing my loft when I emerged. I couldn't stop shaking my mind, spun with questions. Who made that noise? Was it just the building settling, or was something else in there? With me, I slammed the panel shut, dragged the heaviest bookcase I owned across the living room, and wedged it against the wall to block the access point. My hands trembled uncontrollably, and my vision danced with dark spots from hyperventilation. I tried to calm myself, inhaling deeply through my nose, counting to 10 before exhaling it. Barely helped. My entire body felt like a live wire overcharged with terror. My thoughts raced. Was this place haunted, or was it a twisted design left behind by previous owners? The manager's dismissive attitude suggested he knew something but was unwilling to share it. Something inside me snapped that evening. My fear morphed into a desperate resolve. I could no longer live like this, second-guessing my sanity. Every moment I stuffed my essentials into a backpack, grabbed my keys, and left the loft behind while stepping into the elevator. My heart felt like it might burst from my chest. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see a shadow in the hallway or hear the scraping of furniture from behind the door, but the corridor was silent as always. That silence felt heavier now, as if the entire building pulsed with a quiet malevolence. When I reached the lobby, I approached the manager one last time. I asked if I could terminate my lease early, citing personal reasons. He looked at me with a mixture of pity and something else, relief perhaps. Without any fuss, he simply nodded and told me the necessary paperwork could be arranged. Within days, that was all. No questions, no attempts to convince me otherwise. I left the building and didn't look back until I was across the street for a long moment. I stood there, breath coming fast and shallow. The exterior looked so pristine, glass, steel, and clean lines. But now every window felt like a dark eye following me. My mind replayed the footsteps in my loft, the chairs moving on their own, and the warrant of hidden passageway ways behind those modern walls. I realized I would never truly understand what was wrong with that place, and a part of me didn't want to. I just wanted to be a way to reclaim some semblance of normalcy, even after settling into a new location. I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear that faint dragging sound. My hands clam up with sweat and my heartbeat echoes in my ears. There are moments when I find myself staring at furniture, half expecting to see it shift on its own. Sometimes I think back to that cryptic note in the hidden chamber, the one that suggested the building had a consciousness of its own or was under some control. Beyond comprehension, even though I escaped physically, a piece of my mind remains stuck in that loft. Replaying the terror no matter where I am, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Everyday noises now seem menacing, a squeak in the floor, the hum of an air conditioner, a faint gust of wind against a window. There's always a part of me that wonders if something followed me out of that place, something that likes to rearrange objects and slip through unseen corridors late at night. When my new apartment is silent, I lie awake, heart pounding, ears straining for the slightest sound of movement. If I do hear anything, I tell myself it's just the wind, but deep down I know better. I'm still waiting for that next flicker of movement or that unexplained echo, and even though I've left that twisted loft behind, I fear I'll never truly be free of it. The memory of being under its watchful influence clings to me, a silent reminder that some places and the secrets they harbor are not so easily left behind. Even now, I cannot say with certainty whether the building was haunted, inhabited by a hidden intruder, or caught in some distorted reality. All I know is that once you've witnessed furniture shift by itself and experienced the sensation of cold eyes, observing your every move, you learn that fear is not always something that can be locked away behind a door. Sometimes it finds a passage through the walls, creeping closer with every breath you take. I arrived at the old countryside house on a chill afternoon. From the moment I set foot on the property, the air felt heavy, as though something unseen pressed down on my shoulders. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, and every sound echoed in the surrounding silence. I knew I came here looking for peace and escape from the relentless noise of the city. But the hushed stillness of the place made me uneasy. The thick canopy of trees seemed to whisper, secrets among themselves, rustling and brushing against each other in a language I could almost understand but couldn't quite decipher. Even before I went inside, I sensed that something about this place was off, like its very foundation harbored a long-kept secret that wanted to be heard. I had accepted my colleague's offer to stay at his remote countryside retreat. Without hesitation, he told me it was a well-preserved, older construction nestled in a swath of untouched native forest. The walls looked sturdy enough, and every beam in the ceiling was polished smooth, but there was an unmistakable sense of age embedded in the structure. The front door made a low groan when I pushed it open, and I could smell the must of old wood. Faint traces of Polish and something else I couldn't name, a stale odor that reminded me of damp earth. After a rainstorm on my first evening, I turned on the lights inside and walked through each room. The living area was modest, featuring a worn sofa and a rug with intricate faded patterns. An antique grandfather clock stood in the corner, and a ticking offered the only persistent sound in the house. There was a small kitchen in the back with outdated appliances, but they seemed functional enough. The bedroom faced the dense woodland, and I could see swaying branches through the window. At dusk, the trees took on a strange, distorted shape as the dying light stretched their shadows across the yard, trying to relax. I prepared a simple dinner. I wanted to quiet my mind, so I ate slowly and watched the forest through the kitchen window. Everything outside darkened rapidly, as though night had an unusual eagerness. Here the moon was obscured by thick clouds, and the property was swallowed in darkness. Only the occasional flicker of the porch light offered any illumination. I felt a subtle tug of anxiety in my chest. Nothing overpowering, just an apprehension that made my hand tremble slightly as I held my fork. After finishing my meal, I tried to shake off the unease, repeating to myself that I was here to unwind. That first night, I laid down on the creaking bed and listened to the night sounds. Crickets chirped in an almost mechanical rhythm, and a soft breeze rustled the leaves. I drifted off quicker than I expected, probably worn out from the drive. Then, not long past midnight, I jerked awake. My heart hammered in my chest, and my skin felt cold and clammy. At first, I couldn't pinpoint what had startled me, but as I strained my ears, I caught it. Faint, rhythmic clicking sounds like knuckles on wood. Perhaps under the floorboards, the noise came in short intervals, a steady pattern that stopped for a few seconds before resuming. I bolted upright, my breath shallow, and peered at the wooden floor. The room was too dark to see anything. The sound kept going, measured and insistent. I tried to rationalize it by thinking of raccoons or some other woodland creature scurrying beneath the house. My colleague had mentioned small animals wandering around at night, so I forced myself to accept a mundane explanation. Still, my throat felt tight, and each click sent a jolt through my nerves. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, the sounds dissipated, and I managed to fall back into a restless sleep. The next day, the sun was out and everything looked normal again. I almost laughed at how uneasy I had felt the night before. I spent the morning strolling around the property, checking out the tall grass near the tree line and admiring the vibrant flowers that had popped up near the fence. Although I didn't find any animal tracks under the house, I assumed they could be too faint or hidden by the foundation. By mid-afternoon, I was feeling more at ease, so I lounged in a makeshift hammock and tried to read occasionally. Gazing at the patches of sky through the swaying branches, KN descended once again, this time more quietly than before. The moon emerged, giving the yard a strange silver glow. I double-checked all the locks, both on the windows and doors, then settled into bed. My eyelids were heavy, but something still nagged me, an undercurrent of tension that I couldn't entirely shrug off around midnight. A quick series of soft taps on the window made me freeze. They were almost delicate, like fingertips tapping on glass, and my heart began to race uncontrollably. I forced myself out of bed, expecting to see a stray branch hitting the pane when I looked outside. Nothing was there, only the dense blackness of the trees, even though I saw no one. My pulse wouldn't slow down, the nails on my arms pricked with goosebumps, and a sheen of sweat coated my forehead. At that moment, I remembered my colleague mentioning a caretaker who lived in a nearby cabin, but he had also said the caretaker wouldn't come around unless I needed something. I wondered if perhaps this person was playing a trick or checking on the property. I flicked on the porch light and stepped outside, the cool air biting at my cheeks. I couldn't see any footprints or signs of someone lurking around the wind had picked up, carrying the scent of damp leaves in the forest. Beyond seemed eerily quiet. I thought I heard a soft whistle in the distance, but when I held my breath to listen more carefully, it faded. The next morning, I decided to take a quick walk around the perimeter of the property. Searching for anything out of place, the thick forest floor was covered in a layer of fallen leaves, and every step produced a dull crunch. Nothing indicated that someone had been sneaking around at night. I told myself I was overreacting, maybe letting the isolation play tricks on me. Still, the memory of those tapping sounds sent a chill up my spine. Whenever I replayed them in my mind on the third night, fatigue was weighing me down. But anxiety electrified my senses. I tried to convince myself that I was simply projecting my fears onto random nighttime noises. Hours passed uneventfully until that clicking returned louder this time with an agitated rhythm. The tempo rose and fell like a coded message trying to get my attention. Every muscle in my body tensed. My hands trembled and a dry tightness seized my throat. Then out of nowhere, those same gentle taps on the window, this time from multiple sides of the house. The hair on the back of my neck stood up and my legs felt rigid, as though they might lock if I tried to move. Summoning some courage, I grabbed a flashlight and went outside. My flashlight's beam cut through the darkness in erratic arcs, illuminating patches of grass and the lower trunks of ancient trees. I caught sight of my own breath hanging in the air. Then I heard it, a low whistle, no longer distant but closer. Winding through the trees, it reverberated in my chest, each note making my heart pound. I scanned the edge of the forest but saw only the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight. In an attempt to regain my composure, I climbed onto the porch and tried calling out, but the night swallowed my words. I considered calling my colleague or even the caretaker, but it felt too late for that. And I had no solid reason to accuse anyone of messing around instead. I locked myself back in and stayed awake by the flickering light of a single lamp until dawn finally broke. My nerves were frayed by the next morning. The tension manifested physically. My hands trembled when I tried to pour coffee. My breath hitched whenever a floorboard creaked and my stomach churned with lingering dread. I phoned my colleague to see if he'd ever experienced anything odd out here. He calmly assured me that he never had, though he heard rumors about local legends. Nothing too serious, just stories of unsettled spirits wandering the woods, the kind of folklore people share over campfires. I didn't laugh, my throat was too dry for that. By the fourth night, a thick fog rolled in, adding another layer of claustrophobia to the property. The whiteness covered the trees, giving them a ghostly silhouette under the moonlight. When I shut off the lights to try and sleep, the house felt suffocating, as though something pressed in on all sides. My heart thumped in my ears, a steady drum that matched my shaky breathing. I woke with a start around 1 a.m, disoriented and clammy. My ears strained for any unusual sound. The wood groaned beneath me, and then the tapping began again. Only this time it traveled like footsteps scraping against the boards. It moved from one corner of the house to another, slow and deliberate. I could imagine something crawling or dragging itself across the floor. Dread coiled in my stomach. Then the taps on the window resumed, as if slender fingers were drumming impatiently. I pressed my palms to my ears and tried to shut it out. My own pulse roared in my head, but I couldn't block the sound. After several minutes of this auditory torment, I decided I had to see it for myself. I clenched my jaw, mustered a surge of determination, and switched on the lamp. My vision was hazy from adrenaline, but I forced my shaking legs to carry me to the window through the glass. All I saw was darkness, then a whisper of movement near the tree line. Just enough to trigger every alarm in my body. I tried to focus on the shape, but it melded into the shadows. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. Maybe I was losing it. Seeing illusions conjured by my fear, my chest felt constricted and I was drenched in sweat, though the night was cold. The next day I did my best to hold on to a shred of rationality. I scoured the underbelly of the house again, finding no holes or tunnels that an animal could use to get under there and create such noises. The caretaker stopped by briefly to check on some loose fencing through indirect conversation. I tried to convey my unease. He seemed puzzled, explaining in careful words that the area had a history of odd sightings, but mostly dismissed them as superstitious. Even so, he advised I remain cautious at night and keep a fire going if possible, which he said might deter unwanted guests, human or otherwise. After he left, the stillness of the property felt heavier, like an oppressive cloak on the fifth night. Everything escalated. The air had an electric quality and the forest was eerily silent. No chirping insects, no rustling leaves, only a tense hush. I couldn't relax, my heartbeat was already pounding before anything even happened. Suddenly, the tapping on the window came again, sharp and purposeful, followed by that same insistent clicking from beneath the floor. A cold sweat covered my body. I felt the walls close in on me and my breathing turned frantic. My mouth went bone dry and I had to swallow, repeatedly just to keep from choking on my own fear. That's when the light started flickering. The lamp in the living room blinked rapidly and the overhead bulb in the hallway sputtered like it was about to die. Each flash cast jagged shadows across the walls, creating fleeting shapes that seemed to leap toward me. My paranoia peaked, and for a moment I was sure I saw a silhouette at the window, tall, impossibly thin. Staring in a wave of nausea hit me. I stumbled backward, knocking into a small table. I heard the crash of an old vase shattering, but my eyes stayed fixated on that spot by the glass. Then the light steadied and the silhouette was gone. By this point, every cell in my body screamed that I had to leave. I rushed to gather my belongings, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. The floor creaked with a frenzy of clicking beneath my feet, as though something was chasing after me through the walls. The windows rattled and the whistling wind outside turned into a howl that made the glass vibrate. My throat constricted and the cold air stung my lungs. Then in one horrifying moment, every bit of noise ceased. No wind, no tapping, no creaking floorboards. It was as if the house held its breath. Waiting in that instant, I was sure something was right behind me. The hair on my arm stood up and a paralyzing chill traveled the length of my spine. A clawing sense of dread consumed me. My mind screamed to turn around, but my body was frozen in place, chest heaving. Heart hammering, the silence was worse than the noises. It was absolute, and it made me question whether my next breath would be allowed. My vision blurred and I felt a surge of lightheadedness as if I might pass out. Then all at once, the tension shattered. The whistling outside roared back to life and the floor reverberated with another burst of clicks. The windows vibrated under a rapid series of taps. That jolt was enough to get me moving again. I found my car keys and barreled through the front door. Outside, the fog had descended once more, thick as a wall. I could barely see the porch steps. My skin prickled, certain I was being watched from the dense tree line. My pulse thundered in my ears, and every breath came in short, ragged gasps. I fumbled my way to the car, tossing my duffel bag into the passenger seat as I started the engine. The headlights illuminated a chaotic dance of swirling fog. I swear I saw shapes moving within it, drifting back and forth between the trees, but I didn't dare linger to look. My mind was on the brink, teetering between reality and terror. Induced delusion the tires spun on. The damp gravel, and I sped off down the winding country road. In the rearview mirror, the looming silhouette of that old house faded into the mist. When I finally reached a paved road, my heartbeat was still unsteady and my body felt like it had been through some battle. My skin prickled with residual fear, and I caught myself checking the backseat, convinced something might have followed me even hours later when I stopped at a roadside diner for coffee. My hands wouldn't stop shaking every time the door chime rang. I jumped, expecting to see that shape from the window behind me. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what happened out there. Part of me wants to believe I was simply overwhelmed by the isolation, that the relentless silence and the creaks of an old house warped my perception. But at night, when I close my eyes, I still hear those rhythmic clicks resonating in my memory. I still feel the oppressive weight of unseen eyes. Sometimes in the corner of my vision, I catch a fleeting glimpse of a tall, thin figure stepping behind a wall or slipping into a doorway. It's gone in a blink, but the memory of that oppressive presence remains. My colleague has asked if I might ever return to his countryside place for another getaway. I gave a non-committal response, but my mind reeled with unease. I can't imagine stepping foot on that porch again. The mere thought of that tapping on the window and that eerie whistle echoing through the trees is enough to make my heart slam against my ribs, whether it was something supernatural or a trick of my own psyche. I can't discard the feeling that I encountered something there, something that was curious or hungry or simply eager to be noticed. And though I escaped physically unscathed, I can't shake the lingering sense that I brought a fragment of that place back with me, lodged deep within my own fear. Even here, surrounded by people and the steady hum of city life, there are moments in the dark when I feel the faintest brush of a presence I can't quite name. And I wonder if those tapping sounds might someday find me again, just to remind me that some doors once opened can never truly be closed. I stepped into the dimly lit corridor with a sinking feeling in my stomach. The walls seemed to press in around me, their peeling paint revealing layers of the building's history in jagged strips. An oppressive silence seeped through the cracked plaster, only broken by the electric hum of the old overhead light. I could feel the weight of the night bearing down on me as if the very air were thick with unspoken secrets. The door to my tiny apartment was just a few steps away, but each footfall felt like a step into deeper darkness, a darkness that tugged at the edges of my sanity. Even before I turned the key, I sensed I was no longer alone in this place, though logic insisted I was the only one there. I've lived in this cramped unit for several months now. It's perched in the heart of the city's historical district, a location both charming and unsettling. The centuries-old facade might delight a casual tourist, but inside the building feels like a labyrinth of narrow hallways that twist and turn at absurd angles. When I first moved in, I tried to see it as an adventure: antique floors, vintage fixtures, a sense of living inside history. Yet the charm wore off quickly. The corridors are dimly lit by flickering bulbs, the walls forever shedding plaster dust, and the claustrophobic layout always sets my nerves on edge. An older neighbor once mentioned through hushed words in the lobby that this building had undergone countless renovations over the decades. Each time the contractors found structural oddities that never fully made sense: old doorways sealed off behind brand new drywall, odd crawl spaces that led nowhere. I didn't think much of it then, but now that detail hangs in the back of my mind like a warning. Lately, little things have been gnawing at my nerves, especially the sweet, heavy floral perfume that greets me whenever I step into the elevator after work. Initially, I assumed someone must be wearing it, or perhaps a neighbor had sprayed air freshener, but day after day I find the elevator empty, the corners dark, the corners silent, and that clawing fragrance saturates the air as though something intangible lingers there. At first, I shrugged it off. City living comes with eccentric neighbors, and an old building can hold on to smells in strange ways, but that perfume is pungent. In a way that defies explanation, it's almost sickly sweet, reminiscent of overripe flowers about to decay. The more I smell it, the more intense it becomes. Clinging to my hair, to my clothes, I notice it especially on rainy days, as if moisture in the air unlocks the scent embedded in the building's walls. Whenever I leave the elevator, I can't help but check the corners, anticipating the silhouette of some stranger who must have just stepped off on another floor. Yet no one is ever there. Not once. Even more disturbing are the voices I hear at night. They started quietly, low murmurs just outside my door, as if 2 or 3 people were whispering conspiratorially. I remember the first time it happened, I snapped awake, heart pounding my forehead, damp with sweat. A muffled conversation drifted through the crack at the bottom of the door. I lay there holding my breath, trying to discern words. They were too soft, too indistinct when I finally gathered the courage to fling the door open. I was greeted by an empty corridor glowing under the dull yellow light. No one turned a corner, no door clicked shut. It was as if the conversation had dissolved into the stale air. I told myself it was just my imagination, a half-sleep delusion. But the whispers returned the following night and the next. Sometimes I'd catch them around 2 or 3 in the morning, sometimes just after midnight, always too quiet to understand, always gone. The moment I stepped outside, the first few times I actually knocked on neighboring doors the next day to ask if anyone had been out in the hall. Each neighbor claimed ignorance, insisting they hadn't heard or seen anything unusual. A few shrugged apologetically, while others offered me polite smiles that seemed laced with mild concern for my state of mind. I started to feel foolish pressing the issue and stopped asking altogether. Letting my unease simmer, My anxiety only grew worse that perfume continued to appear unannounced, even more unsettling on nights when the voices were at their loudest. The floral scent would creep under my door almost as if carried by a light draft. My throat would tighten the pungent odor, and I'd feel my pulse hammering in my ears in those moments. The line between imagination and reality blurred, the air in my apartment turned suffocatingly stale, and I'd be compelled to open a window, gulping at the city's polluted breeze just to clear my head one night. While returning from work under pouring rain, I was assaulted by an overwhelming wave of that perfume. The instant I stepped into the elevator, my eyes watered from the potency. My hands trembled on the ancient metal handrail, and I found myself holding my breath just to avoid inhaling. That sickly aroma the ride up felt agonizingly slow, as if something wanted me to remain there, trapped with the scent of decomposing flowers pressing against my senses. By the time the elevator door rattled open on my floor, my heart was in my throat and I was practically sprinting to my apartment door. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The hallway was empty, but my skin prickled as though unseen eyes followed my every movement. My key slipped in my sweaty palm, and it took me several tries before I managed to unlock the door. Inside, I locked up and quickly flicked on the lights, scanning every corner like a paranoid intruder. Of course, I found nothing amiss, but I couldn't stop my pulse from racing. My lungs felt tight, and a layer of cold perspiration clung to my forehead. Over the following days, the sense of being observed never left me even at work. My concentration faltered. I'd catch myself glancing at the corners of the office, expecting a flicker of movement that never appeared. My coworkers noticed I was on edge. One of them asked if I was sleeping. Okay, I mumbled some excuse about stress and deadlines, not daring to mention the bizarre episodes in my building. I was convinced they'd laugh, or worse, take pity on my apparent instability. The tension only mounted when I finally found the courage to discuss the matter in more detail with the same older neighbor who'd once told me about the building's numerous renovations. He leaned against his doorframe, crossing his arms, and recounted an unsettling piece of history. Apparently, decades ago, he wasn't sure of the exact timeline. Someone reported a strange smell in the elevator after hours, combined with faint echoing voices in the stairwell there. Were rumors that certain areas had been sealed off or reconfigured during one of the renovations because the layout was unsettling. No official records were kept, but the neighbor insisted that the rumor was passed among residents for years, though no one ever pinpointed the cause. He said he personally never experienced anything similar, but he'd heard whispered gossip that the building felt haunted by past mistakes. I tried to remain calm as he spoke, yet my stomach churned with each detail. The idea of a repeating phenomenon, perfume, and voices made my skin. All I thanked him curtly and hurried back to my apartment, shutting the door as if bolting out some malignant presence. That night I hardly slept. My mind whirled with grotesque possibilities. What if the building itself had pockets of old air trapped behind walls releasing the perfume of a previous occupant? But how would that explain the voices and overactive imagination, stress-induced hallucinations by the next week? I was startled awake more frequently than ever before. The voices grew louder, the hushed tones occasionally punctuated by what sounded like a shaky breath or a nervous laugh. The floral fragrance seeped into my dreams, tainting them with an unearthly quality. I'd wake drenched in sweat, an ache throbbing in my chest. Sometimes I felt certain my heart was racing so uncontrollably that it might burst. Yet I never found a single trace of another person in the corridor, one particularly stormy evening. The elevator itself seemed to groan under the strain of decades' worth of rust. Thunder rumbled through the city streets, and a fine drizzle turned into a pounding torrent. By the time I got home, stepping into the lobby, I detected that overbearing perfume before I even reached the elevator doors. My fingers grew cold, the hair on the back of my neck bristling. Instinct told me to take the stairs, but my exhausted legs revolted at the thought of trudging up 8 lights. I mustered my nerve and entered the elevator the moment the door slid shut with a tortured screech. The lights inside flickered. My heart thudded as I fidgeted with the control panel. Every breath tasted of rancid blossoms. The elevator lurched upward, and I braced myself against the wall, feeling as though the narrow space was growing even tighter. With each passing floor, the perfume intensified, attacking my lungs, my vision blurred, tears collecting at the corners of my eyes. Suddenly, I felt a slight pressure against my shoulder, like an invisible hand brushing me. It was the faintest suggestion of touch, but it sent me into a panic. I slammed the emergency stop button in a blind frenzy. The elevator shuddered, halting between floors. My breath came in ragged gasps, and my mind screamed that I was trapped. The overhead light flickered again, and for half a second I thought I saw a blurred outline of something. Someone standing next to me, but the light stabilized, and there was nothing. My entire body shook as I released the emergency stop, letting the elevator crawl the rest of the way. When the doors parted, I almost fell out into the corridor. There was no one around, no sign of movement yet. The perfume lingered in the stagnant air. I half stumbled, half ran to my apartment. Locking myself inside without a second glance, leaning against the door, I tried to steady my breathing. My skin felt clammy. Tears burned at my eyes as adrenaline spiked in my veins. I realized with dawning horror that I was beginning to doubt my own sanity rationally. I knew there couldn't be a phantom presence inside that elevator, but I couldn't shake the dread that I'd felt something there. Desperate for answers, I scoured old newspaper archives online, seeking any reference to incidents in my building. I found only vague mentions of structural alterations, some speculation about hidden rooms, but no definitive story. Sometime after midnight, I gave up sleep, eventually claimed me, but not before the hiss of whispering voices and the swirl of that floral scent invaded the edges of my consciousness. As the weeks dragged on, my sense of isolation grew. I withdrew from social events, avoided eye contact with neighbors in the hallway. Each new day felt like a ticking clock counting down to the next disturbing experience. My nights became a dreaded battleground between my rational self and whatever was lurking in the shadows. I'd lay awake, muscles taut, every nerve on high alert for the slightest creak of a floorboard or flicker of light under the door. One evening, I resolved to confront the situation, head and armed with a flashlight and my phone. I decided to walk the corridors after dark. My heart thumped erratically as I paced the empty hall. The overhead lamps cast an anemic glow, warping my shadow into elongated shapes that wavered with each step. Dust motes drifted in the stale air. I approached the far end where a corner turned sharply. The murmuring started again so close it felt like I could reach out and touch the speakers. My stomach clenched and my lungs seized. I forced my legs to keep moving. Rounding the corner, I found only more peeling walls and flickering lights. Yet the voices didn't fade. It was as though they followed just behind me. I couldn't bear it anymore. I broke into a run, my footsteps pounding against the worn floor until I was back at my door, fumbling with the key. My throat was raw from breathing too hard, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. That was the moment I decided I had to leave whatever was happening in this building. I was convinced it was beyond me. I gathered my essentials the next day, stuffing clothes and personal items into a couple of suitcases. Everything felt urgent, as if some unspoken deadline was looming. I intended to seek out a friend's couch or a short-term rental, anything to avoid another night in that claustrophobic apartment. But by the time I returned that evening to finalize my departure, a new storm raged through the city. Rattling the ancient windows, stepping into the corridor with my luggage in tow, I nearly gagged on the thick haze of perfume that assaulted me. It was the strongest it had ever been, more nauseating than any other time, as if every single droplet of that scent had converged in this narrow hallway. My eyes watered and I tasted vile. The corridor light flickered ominously, throwing grotesque shadows on the walls. I felt that presence again, an invisible weight in the air pressing in from all sides. My arms trembled so fiercely that I could hardly keep my grip on the suitcase handles. I forced myself to keep moving. Inching toward the elevator, my mind screamed at me to take the stairs, but I felt an urgent compulsion to see if the elevator would manifest that presence. One last time, I pressed the call button, the metal doors creaking open to reveal a dim interior. The perfume rushed out like a cloud, My lungs spasmed, and for a moment I swore I heard the faintest intake of breath as if someone else was suffocating in that stifling smell. 2, I stepped inside, my legs quivering. The ride down was interminable. Each floor we passed felt like another layer of tension compressing my chest. Sweat trickled down my temples. I tried to ignore the flickering light overhead, but my eyes kept darting to it. I could feel every nerve in my body coiled, ready to snap. When the elevator finally reached the ground floor, it shuddered violently. The doors groaned open, revealing the lobby. My heart seized. The entire area was plunged into an eerie half-darkness. The only illumin coming from the sporadic flashes of lightning outside the building's entrance was just steps away, and I sprinted toward it, dragging my suitcases behind me, refusing to look back. Rain pelted my face as I stepped into the street, but the sudden rush of cool, fresh air felt like salvation. I stood there for a moment under the storm, letting the rain drench me, letting it wash away that oppressive stench. My limbs still trembled and my breath came out in ragged gulps. I was free from the building, from whatever unexplainable force clung to those corridors, yet a creeping sense of unease remained. As I caught my reflection in a puddle at the curb, I noticed how pale and shaken I looked, my eyes wide with lingering terror. Even now, in a rented room across town, I can't banish the memory of that floral scent or those whispered voices. Some nights I startle awake, convinced I smell that perfume again. Convinced I hear muffled conversations just outside my door. I can't be sure if it's truly gone or if it has attached itself to my thoughts. The paranoia still clings to me, a ghost of fear that reminds me some doors once open can never really be closed. And every time it rains, I feel that phantom presence settle around me like a damp chill, suggesting that the building secret, and whatever moves behind its narrow corridors and stale air, remains unresolved. The thought that it could someday call me back beckoned me into its silent gloom claw at my mind, and I can't tell which possibility is more horrifying, that the experience was real or that it was all in my head. Either way, I cannot forget it. I can still smell that perfume dread on my clothes, even when there's no one around to wear it. I remember the chill in the air the first time I stepped onto the cabin's porch. It was the kind of cold that seeped through my jacket and clung to my skin, refusing to let go. The sun was sinking behind the tall pines, and the light cast peculiar shadows across the wooden walls. A wind hissed through the trees, carrying the faint scent of damp moss and rotting leaves. Something about that moment felt wrong, as if the darkness had been waiting for me, silently anticipating my arrival. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe the tension of the past few weeks was distorting my senses, yet I couldn't ignore the uneasy flutter in my stomach or the sharp prickle at the back of my neck that made me hesitate before unlocking the front door. It had been a month since I signed the lease. The owner was oddly eager to rent it out, offering a bargain on the condition that I agreed to keep the place in good repair. Having dealt with enough chaos in the city, I was desperate for a quiet sanctuary where I could finally breathe the next available place. Turned out to be this small log cabin half an hour away from any sign of civilization. No neighbors, no stores, no traffic, just the relentless hush of the forest. It sounded perfect at the time. The day I moved in, I noticed something peculiar about the layout. Everything was in decent shape. A modest kitchen, a cramped bedroom, a living area with a large window facing the pines, and a back room leading to a narrow staircase going down to the basement. Initially, I didn't think much of it until I realized the basement door was locked from the inside. It had a simple metal latch that could only be bolted from downstairs, yet the key was hanging from a small peg on the wall like it was waiting for me. It felt bizarre, but I shrugged it off. Maybe the previous tenant had found it more convenient to store the key there. I decided not to open the basement right away. I was still juggling boxes and needed to get settled that first week. Everything seemed normal enough. I spent my days reorganizing furniture, wiping away layers of dust, and stocking the kitchen with canned goods. The nights, however, were unsettling in a subtle way. The wind groaned and whistled through the nearby pines, creating an otherworldly chorus that kept me on edge. There were moments when the silence in the cabin felt almost too complete, as if the entire world had ceased to exist. Outside my rickety walls, now and then I caught myself holding my breath, ears straining for the faintest sound. I wasn't sure what I was hoping or fearing to hear. My nerves felt raw, but I told myself it was only the adjustment period, the seclusion, the new environment, and the memory of why I had to leave the city in the first place all weigh on me. I tried to stay busy reading or tinkering with small repairs the cabin needed. Whenever I passed by that locked basement door, I felt a tug of curiosity mixed with unease. Sometimes I sensed a draft of cold air wafting from the crack beneath the door, carrying a stale scent that reminded me of damp earth and old wood, though nothing overtly. Sinister happened. A small voice in the back of my mind warned me that something wasn't right down there. I started experiencing difficulty sleeping by the end of my first week lying in bed. I felt as if the entire Eyre cabin were alive, creaking and moaning in the darkness. Shadows projected by moonlight danced across the ceiling in elongated shapes that seemed almost alive. One night I caught a glimpse of a shape in the hallway, but when I flicked on the lamp, it vanished. My heart hammered in my chest and my legs tingled with pins and needles. I tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though every instinct screamed. Otherwise, things escalated about 10 days in. I woke up one night to a muffled thumping. It was a dull, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere below the floorboards. I froze my breath, shallow ears straining to locate the origin. The only place it could have come from was the basement. After a few moments, the noise subsided and I was left with an oppressive silence. My shirt clung to my back, drenched in cold sweat. I remember staring at the ceiling, too terrified to move, convinced that if I so much as set foot on the floor, something would grab my ankles from beneath the cracks. The next day, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just the old house settling wood, tends to contract and expand with temperature changes. Or so I reasoned. Still, there was no explaining the intense dread I felt. I called an acquaintance in town to ask for recommendations about local contractors, thinking I could have someone come check the structure. He seemed puzzled that I was concerned about the foundation after just a couple of weeks, but assured me he'd spread the word. I got off the call, feeling slightly reassured, though not entirely convinced there wasn't something else at play as night fell. That sense of foreboding returned heavier than ever. The wind outside had died down, leaving the world in suffocating quiet. I sat by the small fireplace, the flickering flames casting unsettling shapes across the walls. My eyes kept drifting toward the door leading to the basement, compelled by a mix of fear and fascination. Something in me insisted I at least test the lock, so I walked over, feeling the creak of every floorboard beneath my feet. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The key hung on the peg like a silent invitation, but I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Yet instead, I simply pressed my ear to the door. At first there was silence, then my blood turned to ice as I heard a subtle scratching noise, distant but distinct. It sounded like something dragging across the floor, a slow, deliberate scuff that set every hair on my body on end. My breathing grew ragged and I yanked myself away from the door, stumbling backward in panic. I spent that night on the couch, too anxious to close my eyes. Hours passed in a blur of dread, but eventually exhaustion got the better of me and I slipped into a light, uneasy sleep. Just before dawn, I jolted awake with my heart in my throat. The floorboards beneath me were vibrating with a methodical, heavy tread. Footsteps paced and deliberate, each thud resonated through my bones, sending my pulse into a frenetic gallop. Summoning every ounce of courage, I leapt up, seized the key from the wall, and flipped on every light I could find. With trembling fingers, I unlatched the basement door. A wave of musty air struck me like a warning, thick with the stench of old dirt and stagnant water. I stood there, unable to move for several seconds, my legs weak, sweat trickling down my temple. The footsteps had stopped, or at least I couldn't hear them anymore. The darkness beyond the doorway seemed to breathe an inky void that threatened to swallow me whole. Gripping the flashlight tightly, I whispered to myself that I had to see it through. I was tired of being at the mercy of whatever lurked down there. My stomach churned and a hot flush of adrenaline coursed through me. Still, I forced myself to descend the wooden steps, groaned under my weight. Each creak echoing through the confined space. The air was stale and thick, pressing in on me like a physical force. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and the faint sound of dripping water resonated somewhere in the darkness. The beam of my flashlight revealed concrete walls and a cracked floor covered in a thin layer of dust. Shelves lined one side of the room, stacked with old tools and rusted metal. Parts the place looked deserted, no sign of any intruder, yet something felt undeniably wrong. A sense of being watched crawled over my skin as though eyes in the dark were following my every move. My breath was coming in quick bursts, and the flashlight trembled in my grasp. I kept scanning each corner, expecting some shape to leap out, but there was nothing, only emptiness and a suffocating dread that hung in the air like a cloud of noxious gas. Despite seeing no one, the oppressive feeling intensified. My skin prickled and my heart thudded like a war drum. I remember thinking that perhaps my mind was playing tricks on me. Perhaps I thought I was succumbing to paranoia in my isolation after a few minutes that felt like hours. I retreated back upstairs. I double-checked the lock this time, securing it from my side. Even though I confirmed the basement was empty, I couldn't shake the feeling that something remained down there, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. My nerves were so fray that even the faint hum of the refrigerator made me jump. The entire cabin seemed to close in on me, every shadow twisting into a potential threat. Over the next few days, I attempted to maintain a routine, telling myself I had to stay grounded. I replaced a faulty kitchen cabinet hinge, reorganized a small stack of old magazines left by a previous occupant, and took short walks around the property. When daylight allowed, the forest itself was eerie in its stillness. Pine needles carpeted the ground, muffling every step, and the towering trees blocked out large swaths of sunlight. Even outside, I felt as if unseen eyes were fixed on me. My chest felt perpetually tight, and I found myself breathing shallowly more often than not. Bracing for the next unexplainable sound, during my walks, I noticed odd patches of disturbed earth around the property's perimeter. They looked as if something had been digging just below the surface. I couldn't be certain. It might have been animals or simple soil erosion. Yet the sight made my stomach twist each night. I practically barricaded myself inside the cabin, double-locking doors and windows. Sleep has remained elusive, haunted by the memory of those footsteps. Eventually, I had to confront my growing suspicion that I was losing my grip on reality. I caught myself questioning the simplest things, whether a door had really been left open, or if the light I turned off was actually still on. Occasionally, I would catch movement from the corner of my eye, only to find an empty corridor. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked haggard eyes, ringed with dark CES hair. Unkempt from restless nights, every muscle in my body felt knotted, my neck stiff from constant tension. One especially restless night, I decided I needed to go downstairs again, as if facing the basement might quell the fear that had latched onto my mind. The cabin was silent, and the moon cast a pale glow through the living room window. I forced myself to descend those stairs, flashlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other. Heart pounding so loudly I thought it might wake the dead. The basement was as still and suffocating as before. Dust motes swirled in the flashlight's beam. I paused, scanning the area. It appeared unchanged until I noticed the faintest outline in the dust on the floor. Footprints that were clearly larger than mine, leading to a far corner. My gut tightened with a visceral terror that nearly made me drop the flashlight. I followed the footprints cautiously each step, bat ling. My nerves, they stopped at a section of the wall where several wooden planks seemed to have been recently shifted. My hand shook as I reached out to touch the boards. They were loose, as if someone or something had been prying them apart. A wave of nauseating dread washed over me. I felt that if I continued, I would discover something I couldn't unsee. Yet I found myself compelled to press on, driven by a twisted mix of curiosity and fear. With painstaking taking care, I wedged the crowbar under one of the loose planks and tugged. The plank came free, revealing a dark gap behind it. A foul odor, sharp and earthy, assaulted my nostrils. My flashlight flickered as I pointed it inside. What I saw nearly stopped my heart, a makeshift alcove filled with bizarre markings on the walls, symbols etched in some jagged, chaotic pattern like a language I couldn't decipher. The lines swirled and interacted, forming shapes that seemed to twist into themselves. Seeing them made my vision swim as though my mind couldn't quite process their design. On the dirt floor lay a cluster of melted candles, stubs barely recognizable under a coat of dust. Clearly someone had been down here performing rituals or something far more disturbing. A sudden vibration rippled through the concrete floor, a faint trembling that threatened to upend my composure. My heart thundered in my chest and an electric fear coursed through my veins. I had to get out. Gripping the flashlight in a white-knuckled fist, I clambered back up the stairs, nearly tripping over my own feet. Once I reached the top, I slammed the door behind me and threw the latch, adrenaline surging so powerfully my hands tingled. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the fireplace, crowbar in one hand, phone in the other. My breath came in shallow spurts and my mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I considered calling the owner to demand an explanation, but the idea of hearing a casual denial or a half-hearted dismissal felt unbearable. Instead, I waited for dawn, eyes fixed on the basement door. My back ached from tension and sweat trickled down my spine intermittently. Each minute stretched into eternity when the first faint light of morning filtered through the windows. I decided I couldn't stay there another day. The cabin was no sanctuary. It was a trap, and I sensed that whatever lurked in its depths would not let me rest as long as I remained. My nerves were frayed to the breaking point. I packed the bare essentials in a rush, every small noise making me jerk in alarm. My breath was unsteady and my hands still shook from the night's revelations before leaving. I walked to the basement door. One last time, standing there in the hazy morning light with sweat cooling on my brow. The memory of those footprints in the dust, the strange symbols behind the plank, and the heavy footsteps I'd heard night after night swarmed my thoughts. I recalled the oppressive darkness, the feeling of being watched, the smell of damp earth, and something else I couldn't name. I remembered the vibration underfoot and the way my heart lurched when I realized I was not alone, whether it was a presence from another realm or an echo of my own shattered psyche. I didn't care anymore, I just knew it wanted me gone, or worse, wanted me to stay. I felt an almost sentient malice emanating from the lower level of that cabin, a silent menace waiting in the shadows, hungry for fear. Without another glance, I backed away, locked the front door behind me, and left the key on the porch where the owner would easily find it. My hands were clammy, my breathing rapid, but I felt a grim resolve settle over me as I got into my car. I could practically taste the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue, pulling away from the cabin. My muscles began to relax only when I saw the place shrink in the rearview mirror. Even now, as I write this in the safety of a borrowed apartment in town, I can't banish the cabin from my mind. The memory slithers back whenever night falls and the wind howls through the alleyways, sounding so much like the wind in those pines. I still feel as though something has followed me, lingering on the edge of my vision, waiting for me to let my guard down. The nightmares haven't stopped in them. I'm descending those basement stairs over and over again, searching for something elusive and dread-inducing each time I wake, with my heart hammering, a thin layer of sweat on my skin, half expecting to see footprints on the floor or symbols scratched into my walls. I don't know precisely what haunts that cabin, nor do I want to find out. Whatever it is, I'm certain it thrives on fear, on isolation, and on the unsettling darkness that can drive a person to question their own sanity. The last image etched into my memory is the sight of that door at the bottom of the stairs, blackness curling around it like a living shadow, and the dreadful certainty that even if I returned in daylight, that feeling of malevolent watchfulness would still be there. Waiting, that realization has left a lasting knot in my stomach, a persistent impression that not everything in this world can be understood or explained, and that sometimes it's best to leave it that way. The sound of the back door rattling against its frame still echoes in my mind. When I think about those nights, I remember the first time it happened. A sudden tremor like a hush of air slipping in around the edges. Even now, my skin prickles at the recollection. That corridor, dark and narrow, always felt off, like it carried an uneasy weight that pressed against my chest. The moment I set foot there, I had arrived at my friend's home full of gratitude, expecting a peaceful stay that would help me cut down on costs. Instead, I ended up with nights so tense that I barely slept. Wide awake and counting the seconds until dawn, I am a man who has always considered himself rational. I believe in evidence and logical explanations. When my friend offered his spare room, I jumped at the chance. The house itself was simple, one story with a living room that connected to a tight hallway. At the far end of that hallway stood a wooden door leading to the backyard. My friend's room was on the left side. As you walked in close to the living room, mine was at the very end of the hall, right next to that backyard door. I initially liked the location. It offered a semblance of privacy, and I thought it would be nice to have quick access to fresh air if I needed it. But it took only a few nights for me to realize just how isolated I felt down there. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The floors creaked a bit. Old wood does that. And occasionally I heard sounds from outside. I assumed they were stray animals, maybe cats or small critters rustling in the bushes. My friend assured me the neighborhood was safe. He stressed that the door in the hallway was always locked and that the backyard was surrounded by a tall fence, making any intruder unlikely. For the first few nights, I slept well, only waking to the gentle hum of the ceiling fan or the soft shuffle of my friend moving around in the kitchen early in the morning. Everything changed, however, on the fourth night. I had gone to bed as usual, feeling slightly restless, but chalking it up to the stress of adjusting to someone else's home around 2 in the morning. I shot up in bed with a jolt, my heart hammering in my chest. It felt as if someone had slammed the door in the hallway, but the sound was oddly muted, like a door pressed shut with care rather than force. I lay there trying to slow my breathing. A faint glow from the streetlight outside filtered in through a gap in the curtains, painting the walls with a grim yellowish tinge. My ears strained, searching for any indication of movement, footsteps, the shuffle of clothing. Anything, but there was only silence. I eventually forced myself out of bed, hoping to confirm I was alone in that corridor. When I stepped into the hallway, the floor felt cold beneath my bare feet, and I noticed my arms were clammy with sweat. My skin tingled with each slow step I took. As I made my way to the door, I realized the handle was securely locked, just as my friend had promised. Trying not to wake him, I turned on the hallway. Light, the bulb overhead, was weak, barely illuminating the floor in front of me, making the corners of the corridor seem deep and darker. My throat felt tight as I scanned the walls and the door for any sign of tampering, but there was nothing out of place. No footprints, no scratches, no disturbed dust. It all looked exactly as it should the next morning. I mentioned it to my friend over breakfast. He simply shrugged and said he had heard nothing. He also suggested that I might be experiencing some stress. Maybe a nightmare that felt too real. I didn't doubt it could be stress. Yet the unsettled feeling clung to me. That sense of an invisible presence standing outside my door stayed with me through the entire day. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. But once the sun set and I found myself back in that dimly lit hallway, the prickle of unease returned more potent than before. On the fifth night, the noise woke me again. This time, a subtle rattling as if someone was testing the locked handle from the outside. My heart rate surged and a heavy tightness settled in my chest. The air in the room felt stifling, thick with an unspoken threat. I swallowed hard, trying to gather the courage to get up. My mind buzzed with conflicting impulses. Stay hidden under the blankets or confront whoever or whatever might be on the other side of that door. Finally, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. Every muscle in my body tensed as I stood, my ears pounding with my own pulse. This time I didn't turn on the light in the hallway. Instead, I crept forward, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. I wanted to remain hidden, thinking if there truly was someone there, I might catch them in the act. As I neared the door, I heard a faint creak like weight shifting on the old wooden floor. My throat went dry. I pressed my palm against the wall to steady myself, feeling my heart the sting against my ribcage. Then, in a sudden burst of courage, I flipped the light switch. The corridor flooded with that same weak glow, revealing nothing but the familiar emptiness. The handle was still locked, motionless. I exhaled, a tremor in my breath. My mind struggled to reconcile the absolute certainty of having heard something with the evidence before me. Showing no one there, I started to notice other details after that. The way the shadows in the hall seemed to lengthen at night, forming shapes that made me question my peripheral vision. The house had an odd smell that I couldn't place slightly damp like rotting leaves after a heavy rain. I asked my friend if the house ever had issues with the plumbing or mold, and he gave me a confused look insisting everything was in perfect condition. He seemed genuinely perplexed, telling me nothing felt out of the ordinary to him. His confusion left me even more unsettled because I couldn't dismiss these occurrences as normal quirks of an old house as a couple. More nights passed, the presence shifted from mere sounds to something more intimate. I began hearing a whisper, low and breathy, brushing against my ears in the stillness. It always seemed to linger right outside my bedroom door as if calling my name. The voice was muffled, but I recognized the faint pattern of my name in the syllables. Each time I heard it, a jolt of cold electricity shot up my spine and my hands started shaking. I told my friend about the whispers. He seemed concerned but maintained he had never heard anything of the sort. Though he tried to offer reassurance, I could sense he was growing skeptical of my reports, and it only fueled my paranoia. I questioned whether I was losing my grip. Perhaps exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Sleep became nearly impossible. I'd lie in bed, eyes glued to the door, ears tuned to the slightest noise. My breathing would be shallow, and I could feel my heart thrumming at my temples. Even when my body was desperate for rest, my mind refused to let go. I imagined footsteps sliding across the floor outside or the creak of someone slowly shifting weight behind the wall. I stayed on alert, waiting for the doorknob to jiggle again, for that hushed whisper to breathe out my name. On several occasions, I forced myself to open the door quickly, hoping I might finally catch the source of that dreadful presence. But each time the corridor was lifeless and silent. I hated how the overhead light cast shaky shadows that seemed to pulse with each flicker of the bulb. Eventually, I started examining the backyard during daylight hours, looking for footprints, or signs that someone might be sneaking in the yard. Was mostly dirt, with a few patches of grass and old stepping stones leading to a small shed. There were no footprints besides my own, and my friend's. The fence seemed sturdy enough with no obvious gaps or holes. Yet every fiber in my being insisted that something was getting inside at night. My rational mind warred with my instincts, and I felt my sanity teetering as if on the edge of a cliff one afternoon. While my friend was at work, I decided to do a more thorough search. I checked the shed, rummaged through dusty old boxes of tools, but found nothing unusual with the door to the backyard wide open. I stood in the sunlight and tried to imagine how someone or something could slip inside the door. Itself was heavy, equipped with a solid lock and a deadbolt. It made no sense that it could be opened without leaving any trace still. The fear eating away at me at night was real, and I couldn't dismiss it as a mere product of my imagination. Every night after that felt more oppressive. My body would tense the moment dusk arrived, as if anticipating an attack. The whispering grew more frequent, no longer limited to the small hours of the morning. Sometimes it seemed to occur just after midnight. Other times, closer to dawn, I began seeing flickers of motion in the corner of my eye. A shadow darting away when I turned my head, a silhouette shifting near the back door. When I glanced up from my phone more than once, I gasped involuntarily, chest tight with panic, only to find the core corridor once again empty when I dared to look properly. I started questioning the layout of the house. The corridor felt longer than usual at times, stretching before me like a tunnel. The small lamp in my room sometimes flickered for no apparent reason, and the darkness swelled in the corners, leaving me feeling as though I were being watched from multiple angles. My mouth would go dry whenever I heard that silent voice, and I noticed my hands trembling even in daylight, my nerves constantly on edge. During one particularly harrowing night, I woke up to the soft scrape of something against the door. It sounded like nails or a piece of metal trailing across the wood. My heart slammed in my chest so hard it hurt. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I could taste the metallic tang of adrenaline in my mouth. I wanted to call out, but my throat seized. My mind spun in panicked circles. Was I truly in danger, or was this some grotesque hallucination injured by stress and lack of sleep in the morning? I didn't even have to ask my friend if he had heard anything. The look on his face told me he hadn't. He was growing worried, though. Asking if I needed to see a doctor or if I had been under too much pressure lately, I told him I was fine. But deep down, I felt a growing isolation. I was the only one who saw and heard these things, which meant no one could validate my experiences. That loneliness weighed on me like a heavy shroud. I tried to ward off the dread by rationalizing each new occurrence. The rattling door could be the wind. The whispers might be my imagination. The shadows just tricks of poor lighting. But every time I tried to cling to logic, I felt the tangible presence in that corridor, as if something malevolent was biding its time. I could sense it. In the silence that followed each creak and the sudden drop in temperature when I stood by the door and the tang of static on the air that made my hair stand on end. My reflection in the mirror on the closet door looked gaunter each day. Purple shadows appeared beneath my eyes, and I noticed a faint tremble in my hands that never entirely went away one night. Near the end of my stay, I decided I could no longer live with the uncertainty. I resolved to confront whatever was haunting my nights. I prepared myself mentally, bracing for the possibility that I'd discover nothing or something I couldn't understand. The tension was unbearable as I waited in bed, fully dressed, covers pulled up just to my waist, a small flashlight hidden under the sheets, every minute stretched on for hours. My breathing was shallow and my body felt coiled like a spring. Sometime after midnight, I heard the soft click of the back door's lock as though someone outside was carefully turning the knob. My pulse lurched. I swung my legs off the bed, gripped the flashlight, and crept to the door. My heart hammered against my ribs, my breath catching in my throat. The hallway was submerged in darkness, shapes and shadows blending into one another. I paused, straining my ears, and heard it again. A shuffle of movement, a faint whisper that could have been my name, my insides. Twisted with dread, but I flicked on the flashlight and rushed forward, yanking open my bedroom door with a burst of determination. The corridor was illuminated by the flashlight's beam, a bright circle amid the gloom. I aimed the light at the back door and froze. The handle was turning slowly but visibly. My entire body went rigid with fear. My breath came in short, ragged gasps, and for a moment I couldn't move. Then, summoning every ounce of courage, I lunged for the handle, pressed the lock firmly, and wrenched it to ensure it was still in place. The movement stopped. The door was secure, not budging even a fraction of an inch. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation that just beyond it, something stood waiting. Listening, my knees threatened to buckle, and I leaned against the wall. Flashlight trembling in my hand, a deep swirling panic churned in my gut, making me lightheaded. I questioned if I was losing my mind, if I had become so consumed by fear that my senses were betraying me. My skin crawled as I felt a breeze impossible given that the door was locked. It brushed past me as though something unseen had slipped by. I swung the flashlight around in alarm, but there was no figure, no movement, just an inescapable sensation that something lingered in the very air I breathed. I made a decision in that moment. I needed to leave, regardless of whether I could afford a different place to stay. It had become clear that I couldn't remain in that room, in that hallway, near that door. My friend might believe me or not, but the relentless weight of dread had become too much to bear. Early the next morning, I packed my belongings in haste. I kept catching glimpses of motion from the corner of my eye as I moved around the corridor, but I refused to look directly. My heart rate hadn't slowed since the night's encounter, and I was covered in a cold sweat that clung to my clothes. Even my friend's presence didn't ease my distress. I felt more isolated than ever. I told him I couldn't stay any longer, that I needed to find my own space. He looked concerned, but didn't protest. I left the house that day, my stomach knotted with anxiety. My pulse fluttering like a trapped bird. As I drove away, I felt a nauseating mixture of relief and lingering terror. I knew that whatever had been lurking in that corridor might remain there, or more disturbingly, might follow me wherever I went. Even now, when I close my eyes, I still feel the hush of that malevolent whisper lingering in my ears. I sometimes wake at night in a different home heart, pounding, convinced I can hear a handle turning in the silence. Perhaps it was all a series of misinterpretations, a product of a mind pushed too far by restlessness and paranoia. Or maybe there truly was something in that hallway waiting just beyond the door for the right moment to reveal itself. I still haven't found a satisfying answer, but the tension, the sense of being watched, the racing heartbeat in the middle of the night, all of that remains imprinted in my psyche. Every creak in my new apartment makes me sit bolt upright, and I can't pass a dark corridor without feeling an uneasy chill. Maybe in the end, the real horror is not knowing what was real and what was imagined. All I can say for certain is that sometimes in the quiet hours I catch myself straining to hear if that back door is being tested again, straining to catch the faint call of my name in the dark. Ever wondering if I truly escaped, I arrived on a stormy afternoon, and the moment I turned the key in the lock, the wind seemed to howl in protest. Everything about the house felt old, vaguely hostile. The sea spray had battered the wooden walls for decades, leaving jagged scars and a salty residue on the windows. Even before I stepped inside, I could sense a kind of restless energy in the air, like a held breath that never fully released the dim winter sun. Barely lit the interior, and shadows stretched unnaturally across the floor. A shiver went through me, and I couldn't tell if it was from the cold or from a deeper apprehension that I was not alone in this place. I had chosen this secluded beach house to find peace and focus. For my writing, convinced that isolation was what I needed to birth my next book. The off-season calm seemed ideal. No chatter of tourists, no traffic. Only the crash of waves and the occasional gull overhead. I hoped to capture something profound from this quiet, something that would seep into my pages. The house itself was advertised as simple but charming, with a rustic beauty that promised to spark creative energy. The owner had assured me it would be free of distraction during the winter months. At first glance, it seemed they were right. All around stretched an empty coastline under a sky bruised used by iron-gray clouds. My first week there was oddly silent, yet I appreciated the stillness. Every morning I woke to the sound of the tide receding from the shore, leaving behind streaks of seaweed on the wet sand at night. I would struggle to keep the fire burning in the old brick fireplace while the wind pummeled the windows like an agitated intruder. Still, there was a rare solace in solitude. I filled my days with writing, occasionally pacing the creaking floors to get my blood moving by midweek. I had convinced myself the house was a peaceful retreat. The only signs of other human life were two fishermen I saw from a distance. One afternoon far down the coastline, barely more than silhouettes once the second week began. That comfortable stillness started to unravel. It began with faint rhythmic taps against the living room wall. At first I thought it was just wind-blown debris, branches scraping against the exterior, but something about it was too measured, too deliberate. The knocks came in short bursts, almost like a code. I remember pausing my typing heart, pounding in my chest. Listening intently, I got up from my chair, approached the wall, and felt the faintest vibration, as though someone or something was knocking from outside. The moment I opened the front door to check, the tapping ceased. Darkness greeted me. The wind laughed at my face. I peered around the side of the house and saw nothing but my own shadow under the dull security light. No footprints, no sign of a prowler over the next 2 days. Those knocks grew bolder, always starting when dusk settled. I found myself bracing for that first tap. Each evening, hands clammy on my typewriter or laptop. My nerves were wound so tightly that I jumped at every creak of the floorboards, every sway of the shutters. My chest tightened with each new round of taps, and I sometimes felt as though the house itself was testing my boundaries. Several times I crept outside, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it could burst from my ribcage, only to discover an empty yard. The ocean's roar, muted in the winter air, offered no comfort, just an unending sense that something was waiting. Then came the whispers, or what felt like whispers. Late at night, when the wind howled strongest, I would hear voices in the backyard. It sounded like 2 or 3 people standing just beyond the range of the porch light, speaking in hushed, urgent tones each time I froze. Where I stood unable to tear my gaze away from the dark window, my pulse thumped so violently I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Sometimes I'd gather the courage to step outside, my breath ragged, a flashlight in my trembling hand. but the yard would be empty. Not a single sign of footprints in the loose dirt. No parted blades of grass, no footprints in the patchy sand. Beyond. And still, every nerve in my body insisted I was being watched. Paranoia took root. I started to question whether I was sleeping enough or if the isolation was preying on my mind. A friend had once told me that too much solitude can make the imagination cannibalize itself. Perhaps I was just losing touch, yet the sounds were so real, the sensation of presence so tangible. My mouth went dry whenever those tapping noises broke the silence. My breathing grew erratic when I searched the yard and felt eyes on my back. There were moments I found myself shaking uncontrollably, convinced something stood right behind me, just out of sight. I tried to rationalize, telling myself it was some curious local or a prankster when I contacted the property owner in a trembling voice and explained the disturbances. They sounded unconvinced, though polite. They assured me the house was known for creaks in the winter, that the wind sometimes produced eerie phenomena. They said no one in town ventured that far up the beach. In the off-season, the caretaker, when I briefly managed to reach them, simply insisted that no intruder had been reported there. Before I hung up, feeling unsettled, unconvinced, and with a new wave of nausea rising in my stomach. My writing began to suffer. The words felt forced, or they didn't come at all. The once inspiring crash of the waves now seemed ominous. Like a relentless warning at night, I would sit in the living room, the fireplace crackling, trying to force calmness into my breathing when the tapping started again. I felt an involuntary clench in my gut. The walls themselves felt alive. Thrumming with each knock, I stared at those wooden panels, watching the dancing shadows cast by the fire. My lungs constricted and sweat beaded at my temples. I can't express how oppressive the atmosphere became, like the very air was laced with dread. One particularly windy night, the whispers were louder, more distinct. It sounded as though they came from the small grove of trees in the backyard. Half bent by the seaside storms, my entire body shook and sweat ran cold down my spine. I was certain I could make out words, but they were spoken so softly and in such a broken cadence that I couldn't decipher their meaning for a moment. I thought I glimpsed a figure near the tree line, a darker shape against the night. My flashlight trembled in my hand, its beam unsteady as I searched the backyard. Every hair on my body stood on end. I felt a primal urge to flee, but I couldn't make my legs move. It became impossible to sleep in my bedroom. The walls felt too close. The windows seemed to rattle and groan, and the hush of the ocean turned malevolent in my ears. I moved my blankets into the living room, where I dozed off more from exhaustion than comfort. I began to have trouble distinguishing dreams from reality. One night, in a half-lucid state, I thought I heard the front door creak open. My heart pounded so heavily that I nearly leapt out of my skin. I lurched upright and stared into the darkness, convinced I would see a silhouette standing in the doorway, but the door was firmly shut, and the only sound I heard was my ragged breath staring at the silence. Days blurred together. My reflection in the bathroom mirror was pale, with dark circles under my eyes. I felt disconnected, as though part of me had retreated somewhere safer, while the rest was stuck in this waking nightmare. I began to dread dusk, that moment when the sun's final light bled away into the horizon. The sense of an unseen presence closing in was almost suffocating. I swore I could feel it behind me whenever I moved around the house at night. If I turned too quickly, my vision would distort, and I'd see shapes that vanished the moment I tried to focus. One evening, I discovered damp footprints inside the back door, a trail of water leading across the kitchen floor. My throat closed up with panic. I had searched for footprints outside countless times, always finding nothing. Yet here they were, blatant, leading from the threshold to the corner of the kitchen, where the footprint simply ended, as though the intruder had vanished into thin air. My heart felt like it was pounding against my eardrums. A wave of nausea rolled over me, and my legs nearly gave out. I forced myself to look under the table behind the counters, but I was alone. No sign of a person, and the footprints themselves. By the time I fumbled for my phone to take a picture, they had started to fade as if absorbed by the old wood. I stood there for what felt like ages, breath shallow, every muscle in my body rigid with terror. That night, the tension reached a crescendo. The wind tore at the walls and waves slammed against the shore with violent intensity. I was certain I heard footsteps circling the house, heavy and methodical. Crunching the gravel in the driveway, my chest burned with each breath. It felt like my lungs couldn't fully expand, as if the atmosphere was strangling me. I darted from window to window, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound, but all I could see was darkness. The boards beneath my feet groaned as though burdened by an invisible weight. My eyes prickled with tears. Equal parts fear and frustration, I could hardly think straight. My mind racing with possibilities. Was someone trying to break in? Was this place haunted, or was I truly descending into madness? I realized I had to leave. The decision struck me like a flare in the dark. My writing, my peace of mind, everything was unraveling. I abandoned the idea of finishing my book here. No creative spark was worth this nerve-shredding. Terror with trembling hands, I threw my clothes into my suitcase, barely able to fold them. My breath came in short gasps, and a clammy sweat coated my entire body. Even as I moved from room to room, I felt that presence loom behind me, as though it was trying to stop me from escaping. My heart hammered so violently that I worried I might collapse. A surge of primal courage pushed me to the front door the moment I stepped onto the porch. The wind slapped me hard, nearly knocking me back. It was as if the air itself resisted my departure. The wooden steps creaked, and I found the yard shrouded in swirling mist, the security light flickering ominously. The world beyond the house felt just as hostile as inside, but at least it was open. Not confining, I forced myself down the steps, suitcase rattling against the boards as I fumbled with my car keys. I heard a rhythmic tapping on the far wall of the house, distinct even over the raging wind. My blood ran cold. Something was there behind the building, repeating that same methodical pattern that had tormented me for nights. I couldn't bring myself to check. Instead, I jammed the key into the car door and slid into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut with shaky arms. My breath fogged the cold windshield, and my hands quivered on the steering wheel. I started the engine, nearly flooding it. In my haste, the headlights cut through the swirling mist, illuminating the path that led to the narrow coastal road. But as I pulled away, the beam briefly lit the side of the house for an instant, no more than a few seconds. I thought I saw a figure, a vague, elongated shape pressed against the weather-beaten boards where the tapping had come from. I froze, my foot hovering over the brack. My stomach lurched, and a spike of terror shot through me like an electrical current. The shape seemed to meld with the darkness itself, and then the headlights swung away. I didn't linger. I drove off, heart-thundering, unwilling to look back. I spent the rest of the night in a roadside motel miles from the coast, even with a locked door and a lit hallway. Beyond it, I couldn't calm my nerves. Every scrape of a branch against the building's exterior made me jump. My entire body remained tense, ears straining for knocks or whispers that never came. Sleep was impossible. When I closed my eyes, I pictured those damp footprints fading on the old kitchen floor and that final glimpse of something clinging to the wall. I left at first light, never returning to that beach house in the days that followed. I tried to tell myself it was all a product of stress and overactive imagination, a perfect storm of isolation and fatigue. Yet I can't banish the memory of those measured taps, the hush of voices in the yard, the half-seen figure even now. My heart quickens whenever I recall that final night. A knowing unease coils in my gut, as though the presence I felt out there latched onto something deeper inside me, leaving behind a trace of itself, no matter how many times I try to write about it, to extract it from my mind and pin it onto the page. The dread remains. The beach house still stands by that lonely shore, battered by winter winds waiting. I have no desire to return, no urge to test my sanity against those walls again. Yet sometimes in the deepest hours of the night, I feel an unexplainable pull. My heartbeat quickens, my breathing grows shallow, and for one harrowing second, I think I hear that rhythmic tapping, soft, insistent, like a reminder that some doors once open can never be fully closed. The moment I stepped into that silent corridor, I felt the air growing thick around me like a cold hand pressing against my chest and urging me to turn back the overhead lights. Buzzed and flickered, casting restless shadows on the walls. I could feel my heartbeat accelerating, and I hadn't even reached the conference room yet. That place, once an archive room from decades ago, had an unsettling reputation. Colleagues whispered about strange noises late at night, about shadows moving past the frosted glass doors. I always brushed those rumors aside as exaggerated gossip until that particular evening when I experienced something that would forever reshape the way I think about the unseen forces lurking in quiet hallways. I was working as an administrative assistant in a clinic that had stood for several decades, a sturdy old building that had seen countless renovations. Despite its modern facade and updated technology, areas remained practically untouched, carrying vestiges of their past use. One of these areas was a large conference room on the second floor, a space that had once been the archive wing on most days. It sat empty, used only when the main conference room was booked, but that night it was my best option for going through a stack of papers I had to finalize before the week ended. I still remember the echo of my footsteps as I entered the conference room. The ceiling lights gave off a weak, pale glow that barely illuminated the corners. Old cabinets lined one wall, relics from the time when the room had been crammed with metal filing shelves. The distant sound of a loose vent rattling above added a layer of unease, although I often found myself alone at night to finish last-minute tasks. That particular evening felt different from the start. There was a pressing sense of dread in the air, as if the building itself were trying to warn me away. I laid out the paperwork on a long rectangular table in the center of the room. The chairs around it were mismatched, some made of old leather with cracks and tears, others with vinyl coverings that squeaked under the slightest pressure I tried to settle in, convincing myself that I was simply tired, that the weird feeling in my gut was just the result of too much coffee and not enough sleep. After a few minutes, I heard a distant metallic thud like a drawer being slammed shut down the hall. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe a janitor was still doing rounds, but the noise didn't sound casual. It had a strange echo to it, reverberating through the hallway, followed by an odd silence that seemed more profound than before. My heartbeat fluttered uncomfortably, and I noticed my mouth going dry. My mind raced to assure me that it was just the building settling, or a loose file drawer left precariously open. Somewhere I pressed on with my work, reading through forms, signing off on relevant documents, double-checking patient file numbers. All the while, I couldn't shake the unease that hung over me like a dark cloak. The ventilation overhead hissed, blowing out a current of stale air. I wondered if the HVAC system was malfunctioning again, but I brushed it off. Then I heard it a second time, that same metallic clang, slightly louder. Now a tingling sensation spread across my scalp and my palms grew clammy. My eyes darted toward the door. I had closed it firmly when I came in, but I could see the small gap of light beneath it. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered. Each flicker sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. My breath grew uneven and my pulse pounded in my ears. I thought about going home right then, but I had a deadline, and leaving all that work undone would have caused more trouble than I wanted, so I forced myself to stay another half hour past without any major incident. Just the buzzing of the lights and my occasional sighs of frustration whenever I lost focus. I tried to keep my breathing steady, telling myself that old buildings have their quirks, but then the lights flickered again more aggressively this time, and I felt as though the air in the room had thickened even more. A wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision blurred at the edges. For a moment, I placed my hands on the table to steady myself, noticing a tremor in my fingers. The hum of the overhead fluorescent light seemed to grow louder. Bordering on a shrill whine, I got up to stretch my legs, thinking I'd shake off the sudden vertigo by moving around. My muscles felt tense, and I stretched my arms upward, rolling my shoulders. The air still felt oppressive, and the rattling vent above made an ominous clank as it turned off. The resulting silence was almost more unsettling than the noise had been with the HVAC shut down for a moment. The room grew uncomfortably still. I let out a shaky exhale, wiping sweat from my temples. Focusing on getting my work finished, I sat back down and tried to lose myself in the forms, but I couldn't stay absorbed for long. My concentration kept faltering, drawn away by the slightest creak or hum. My eyes darted around the room, scanning the corners where the light was weakest. At one point, I could have sworn I glimpsed a shifting shadow near the old cabinets, but it was gone in an instant. I thought maybe my eyesight was playing tricks on me, or the flickering lights had distorted my vision as I reached for a pen. I realized my hand was trembling. I tried to ignore it, but my body refused to calm down. There was a tension coiling in my stomach, and I could feel every muscle in my back growing rigid. Even the act of turning my head made the hair on my neck stand on end, as if I expected to see something lurking behind me. My skin felt clammy, and a chill ran down my spine that seemed to sink into my bones. I told myself I just needed to finish checking one last set of documents. Then I'd grab my things, lock up, and be gone, but right at that moment I heard that metallic clang again, except now it was alarmingly close, as though it came from right outside the door. My blood froze. I stayed motionless in my seat, barely breathing, my ears straining to pick up any hint of movement. The flickering lights above hummed in a sporadic rhythm. Almost like a heartbeat, I found myself unconsciously matching my breaths to the pulsing lights. Seconds ticked by in suffocating silence. I let out a slow breath, summoning the courage to stand up. My legs felt weak, as if I might collapse under my own weight. I walked toward the door with uncertain steps, each footfall echoing in that empty room. I pressed my ear to the door, hearing nothing but the faint crackle of electricity in the overhead fixture. With a trembling hand, I turned the doorknob and opened it just a crack. The hallway stretched out, dimly lit by only a few functioning bulbs. The thick hush in the corridor immediately mentally made me feel exposed, as though something hidden was watching from one of the dark corners. No other rooms on that floor were occupied at that hour, and there was no sign of the security guard. I forced a nervous chuckle, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. Then I closed the door again and returned to my seat, my heart still pounding. I couldn't ignore the tension building in my chest, though my skin was prickling with the sensation of being watched. My throat felt tight, and each breath seemed to catch in my lungs. I resolved to power through the last bit of work as quickly as possible. My fingers fumbled on the keyboard, making mistakes. My eyes scanned the documents, but I could hardly comprehend the text. All I could think about was finishing and getting out of there. The lights flickered a third time, and that suffocating heaviness in the air returned. I felt a sudden drop in the temperature, as if a draft of icy wind had blown through the room. Yet the windows were sealed and the HVAC system was quiet. My breath came out in shallow gasps. The sensation of vertigo returned stronger than before, and I clutched the edge of the table to steady myself. I dared a quick glance at the door. It was definitely closed until, without warning, the double doors swung open with a slow, ominous creak. I could see into the hallway. Beyond a narrow slice of dim light that revealed nothing but emptiness, yet the fear that stabbed through me was paralyzing. My pulse hammered and my lungs clenched as if I had just plunged into ice-cold water. I knew I had closed those doors firmly. They had latched. I was sure of it. Every muscle in my body tensed, and I fought the urge to run wildly, but something in my instincts screamed at me that I shouldn't remain in that place 1 second longer. My hands were sweating so much that my pen slipped from my grip and rolled noisily across the table, unable to bear it any longer. I snatched my briefcase, left the documents behind, and rushed out of the conference room. My footsteps echoed in the deserted hallway, and I almost stumbled over the uneven tiles near the elevator. My heart pounded so violently in my chest I wondered if I'd pass out the elevator ride. Down felt excruciatingly long. The old mechanism groaned and took its time, as if deliberately prolonging my anxiety. I kept looking at the overhead lights, half expecting them to flicker out at any moment, and traw me between floors. When the doors finally opened onto the lobby, I saw the security guard behind the desk. He looked up from a small TV he had been watching. I approached him, struggling to steady my breath. I tried to explain what had happened in the most coherent way possible, though my words felt jumbled. The guard's brows knitted, and he said he'd accompany me back upstairs to check without using many direct words. He indicated he found it odd that anyone else would be in the building. At this hour, he told me that as far as he knew, no one else had come in or out on his watch. We took the elevator up again, and my hands wouldn't stop trembling. My shirt clung to my back with cold sweat, and the close confines of the elevator intensified my claustrophobia. I kept imagining flickers of movement in the shiny metal walls. Arriving back on the second floor felt like stepping onto the set of a horror movie. The lights in the hallway were steady now, and no metallic banging echoed through the corridor as we approached the conference room. We found the double doors securely shut. The guard opened them and flicked on the light switch. Everything appeared ordinary. My scattered paperwork was sitting exactly as I had left it. My pen lying next to the papers. The air felt normal again, not heavy as before. If I hadn't lived through the unsettling moments earlier, I might have thought I'd hallucinated the entire episode. The guard gave me a cautious look, and I could sense his skepticism. He didn't say much. Just that maybe I was stressed, or that the old building sometimes messed with people's heads. Nonetheless, he offered to wait in the hall for a while. In case I needed more time to gather my belongings, I couldn't blame him. For not taking it too seriously, sometimes words fail to capture the weight of certain experiences. I stepped back into that conference room and glanced around. My muscles were still tight with residual fear, and I was on edge waiting for something else to happen. My breath remained shallow and my pulse was still high. This time there were no flickering lights, no banging drawers yet. Deep inside, I felt that the room's oppressive presence lingered silent but not gone. I tried to move swiftly, sorting the papers into a neat stack and shoving them into my briefcase. My vision tunneled momentarily and my knees threatened to buckle. I forced myself to focus on the small tasks, putting papers away, double-checking the desk, turning off the lights. When I rejoined the guard in the hallway, he walked me to the elevator. The ride down was suffused with an uncomfortable quiet. I was sure he was thinking I'd had a bout of paranoia, or maybe some sort of stress-induced episode. Part of me even started to doubt my own. Recollections, could exhaustion and bad lighting have conjured such vivid sensations? Yet the pounding of my heart and the cold sweat on my body had felt undeniably real. My mouth was still so dry that my lips stuck together when I tried to speak. We reached the lobby and he told me the building log showed no one else inside. At that time, I nodded, thanking him, and stepping out into the cool night air. The breeze washed over me, but it did little to dispel the creeping sense of dread that clung to me. Even as I started my car and drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd left part of myself behind in that stale, flickering conference room. For days afterward, I felt this constant tension in my muscles. Whenever I approached the clinic, my nights were punctuated by restless dreams, images of swinging doors, half-seen figures, vanishing into darkness, and the metallic clang of old file drawers echoing in the distance each morning. I questioned if I should even mention this to my colleagues, but I knew most of them would dismiss it as an overactive imagination. The few who might believe me would whisper their own stories of eerie encounters, but always in hushed voices, afraid to be ridiculed. Still, something had shifted in my mind. Tasks that once seemed routine now made me uneasy. I'd find myself glancing around corners, waiting for a sudden flicker of light, or that dreaded sound of metal slamming. Even the hum of the vending machine in the break room sometimes made my chest tighten with involuntary anxiety. The strange heaviness I felt that night in the old archive room lingered, as though the building's past had become an invisible presence. Following me through my daily routine, it might have been the weight of the clinic's history. Decades of records. Stories of countless patient staff changes, expansions, and renovations, all layered upon each other in that old building. Maybe something intangible had seeped into the walls, something you can't just renovate away, or perhaps it was the human mind playing tricks under stress, spinning normal creaks and electric glitches into a tapestry of horror. I can't say for sure. All I know is that the feeling of being watched, of not being entirely alone in that quiet, echoing corridor, has stayed with me every once in a while. I catch a glimpse of the conference room door if I pass by on the second floor. Sometimes I swear I hear a faint squeak of hinges, even when there's no wind, or see the light flicker when no one is inside. I avoid that place now unless absolutely necessary. Even during the daytime, the memory of that heavy air and the sense of something wrong keeps me from lingering. It's not fear of death or the unknown. It's the fear of a silence so intense and a presence so intangible that it challenges the very boundaries of what we accept as real. Some nights when I stay late again for work, I find myself tensing up as dusk settles. The hum of fluorescent light sets my nerves on edge. My throat goes dry and my hands grip the edges of my desk until they turn white. I refuse to use that conference room anymore unless someone else is with me, yet even if I never step foot in there alone, I've learned that certain places cling to their shadows. They do not need you to enter them in order to make their presence felt. And every so often when I allow my guard to slip, I sense that faint metallic clang reverberating in the back of my mind, reminding me that some doors once open never truly close. I never did find a rational explanation for the events of that night. The security guard still nods politely at me, but I can see the trace of uncertainty in his eyes whenever we pass in the hallway. Perhaps he wonders if I was just overly tired, or perhaps he senses that something happened, though he can't bring himself to believe it outright. As for me, I don't need anyone else to confirm my story, that suffocating moment. The flickering lights, the sound of metal drawers banging in the distance, and those doors swinging open on their own, these images are etched permanently into my memory. I walked away that night, but I carried the lingering weight with me. The horror of that experience was not a violent act or a visible apparition. It was the silent, pervasive force of an old place steeped in an unknown history where reality itself seemed to warp, just enough to make me question my senses even now. I sometimes wake from uneasy dreams, my heart pounding as I recall the conference room. I can feel that stale draft on the back of my neck, smell the faint odor of dusty metal, and sense a presence behind me waiting for me to lower my guard again. That's how it ended, with me escaping the building and leaving the tension behind, at least physically. But as for the deeper dread, the feeling that I brushed up against something I couldn't explain that has never truly gone away, maybe never will. And every day I step into that clinic, I realize that whatever lurks in the old archives is biding its time. Whether it's purely psychological or something beyond my comprehension, the sense of an unspoken watcher remains. And for now, that is enough to keep my pulse racing every time I pass that quiet corridor on the second floor. I remember the first time I truly felt the air in my makeshift home office thicken with an inexplicable heaviness. It was well past midnight, and I'd been hunched over my keyboard, staring at data that refused to make sense in my tired mind. The room was too still for my liking, the silence broken only by the faint hum of the computer tower. Without warning, a soft rustling erupted behind my desk like someone tugging on wires. They had no right to touch my heart. Thuddered in my chest, and a cold bead of sweat snaked down my temple. Even before I swiveled my chair to investigate, I sensed something more. Insidious than the usual night noises, it was an unsettling moment. A crack in the veneer of safety I'd always felt in my own home. I had turned this spare room into an office at the height of the pandemic. Remote work demanded a space of my own, so I pushed an old bookshelf against one wall, set up my computer on a sturdy wooden desk, and put up a few motivational posters for Goodman Muir. The rest of the house never gave me much pause. Even on stormy nights here, though, the shadows seemed to cling to the corners like cobwebs, and every flicker of the overhead light struck me as a silent warning. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just anxious from the world's chaos, but the rustling behind my desk persisted. Whenever I worked late, I heard it sometimes soft, sometimes more urgent, like frantic tiny claws scraping across plastic cables. I initially blamed rodents. It was a simple explanation, determined to solve the problem. I placed bait traps and checked them religiously for days each time the traps remained untouched. No signs of gnawing, no droppings, nothing. I grew more puzzled and more uneasy if there were no pests. Then who or what was causing that sound one night in a surge of frustration? I peered behind the desk with a flashlight. I expected to see a nest or droppings. Instead, I saw nothing but a tangled mass of cables and dust. Moe's drifting in the light beam, yet the sensation of being watched was so potent I felt my scalp prickle. My own breath rasped too loud in my ears, and I had to force myself to pull away from that claustrophobic gap. A few evenings later, something happened that shattered any illusion. Abnormally, the screen flickered while I was in the middle of reviewing some work documents. I blinked thinking it was a computer glitch or a power surge. Then a small text window popped onto the screen, lines of garbled text scrolling by at a frantic pace. Random letters, odd symbols, nonsensical fragments of words. My chest constricted and I felt my pulse hammering in my neck. It looked like a virus at first glance, but my antivirus scan returned. Nothing confused, I sat there, cold dread coating my skin as the bizarre text kept rolling, then vanished abruptly. A second later, the screen went black. I tried to shake off the sense that something had just reached out to me, but I couldn't. From that point on, I couldn't brush aside the disturbing feeling that my office housed more than just me and my electronics. Occasionally, I'd find the monitor on when I was certain I had shuttered off the harsh glow illuminating the dust motes in the air. When I stepped closer, the reflection on the screen would momentarily look unfamiliar. It wasn't a perfect match to my face. There always seemed to be a flicker of movement behind me or a distortion around my silhouette. I started dreading the nights when I had to work late, or even just the times I had to enter that room. After dark, the overhead light, which was always a bit dim now, felt wholly inadequate. Leaving corners in thick shadow, my attempts to confide in a friend over the phone were met with sympathetic chuckles. He suggested I was stressed from isolation and too much screen time, urging me to take a break. According to him, everything I described had a rational explanation. I could almost hear the shrug in his voice. He recommended routine maintenance on my computer and maybe a professional inspection to confirm there were no pests or wiring issues. It was all perfectly logical, but as the days turned into weeks, the notion of logic itself felt slippery. The tension in the room suffocated me with every passing hour I spent in that confined space. Little details gnawed at the edges of my mind at times. I swore I heard faint whispering, not words, exactly more like a rasp of breath or static from an old radio. The hair on my arms would stand on end and a cold sweat would break out on the back of my neck each time I'd move to investigate the sound dissolved into silence. My body reacted even before my mind could process it, leaving me shaky and swallowing hard. Struggling to keep a semblance of composure, I started double-checking the door, ensuring it was locked, as though I needed to protect the rest of the house from what lurked in that office. My paranoia crept up on me in waves. I'd catch myself staring at the blank computer screen, half expecting another wave of random text. Nothing would happen, but then late at night, just when I felt on the verge of sleep, a short, sharp beep from the monitor or a sudden flash of light would jerk me to full alertness. My heart pounded so violently that I thought it might burst. My palms slicked with sweat, and sometimes my vision blurred from the intensity of it. Each incident passed with no visible culprit, yet the sense of a presence unseen but tangibly there grew stronger one evening. After a particularly stressful day, I decided to run every possible diagnostic I could think of. The computer was functioning normally, no corrupted files, no malicious software cables were properly connected, power supply stable. I could find no explanation for the flickers and text windows. By then the fears settled in my gut like a coiled snake as I shut everything down for the night. The soft rustling behind the desk returned louder this time, like something scraping across the floor. My hand shook as I fumbled for the flashlight. Once again, no trace of any creature. The emptiness felt mocking. Eventually, I started wondering if my own mental state was to blame. Could isolation and stress conjure hallucinations? I read about sleep deprivation, paranoid delusions, even poltergeist phenomena triggered by emotional turmoil. Nothing fit perfectly. The phenomena were too irregular to be pinned to a single cause. I found myself experiencing fleeting episodes of lightheadedness. Whenever I lingered near the desk too long, my mind kept wandering to that flickering reflection in the monitor, that intangible movement right at the edges of my peripheral vision in the back of my head. A constant refrain looped. Something was in that room and I had invited it by setting up camp there. The culminating moment of terror happened a few nights ago. I was trying to finalize a report long past midnight. A sickly yellow light from a small lamp cast elongated shadows on the walls. My eyes burned from strain and I could feel that gritty ache in my temples. The office was stiflingly quiet, so when a sudden hiss of static popped on my monitor, my breath caught painfully in my throat. The screen glowed a dim gray and a single line of text appeared. It looked almost like an address or a phrase, but it was jumbled with bizarre characters. My pulse thundered in my ears and I felt my teeth clench involuntarily as I stared. The text shifted, rearranging itself in real time. I could almost make out words in English, but they were incomplete, broken segments that made no sense. My vision swam, adrenaline coursing through me. I had the distinct feeling that if I deciphered it, something irreversible would happen. A wave of vertigo made me grip the desk for support, my fingernails biting into the wood. The screen then flickered once more and went black in the reflection of that dead monitor. I glimpsed a shape behind me, tall, slender, with angles that didn't align with a human figure. My stomach lurched. I spun around, nearly knocking over my chair. No one was there. That was the final straw. I gathered my nerve and stormed out of the room. My heart pounded so hard it hurt, and my lungs felt squeezed. Each breath ragged and shallow. I could barely sleep that night when I did doze off. I dreamed of twisting cables and that faceless reflection looming behind me by morning. My hands were still unsteady. Rational thought told me I could just move my computer back to the living room or another part of the house, but a twisted part of me worried it would follow me. That this thing was no longer confined to one room, I decided to confront it, or at least confront my own fear. I stepped into the office the following evening at dusk, flipping on every light available. I approached the computer, carefully touching the power button. The whirring fans and gentle glow reassured me for a moment, but then the screen flickered again twice. My muscles tensed and my mouth went dry. I forced myself to remain rooted to the spot. Focusing on the faint crackling in the air around me, it felt charged as though an electric current was dancing inches from my skin. My gut twisted in dread, yet I refused to run. Nothing appeared this time. The monitor stayed normal and the rustling sound behind the desk never came. Instead, the silence pressed in so heavily it made my ears ring. My heart hammered and I could taste bile at the back of my throat, but I stayed put, determined to maintain control. I don't know how long I stood there trembling, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, the tension became unbearable and I slumped into my chair, my whole body shaking. There was a subtle shift in the air, like a breeze passing through a sealed room. Then for just a split second, the overhead light dimmed when it returned to full brightness. I had the uncanny sensation that I was alone again. I still use that office, but I do so cautiously. The incidents haven't stopped completely, although they occur less frequently. Sometimes I catch sight of texts that dissolve into random code before my eyes. Other times I swear I see a second reflection in the computer screen, a glimmer of a shape that should not exist yet. I've managed to carry on with work, telling myself it's just my imagination. Every so often the hair on my neck stands up when the monitor flickers in the corner of my vision. My heart quickens and I break into a cold sweat, bracing for whatever might come next. I haven't found a logical explanation, and perhaps I never will. All I know is that something in that room is not entirely human, or not human at all. It clings to the cables, flickers across the screen, and waits in the gloom for a moment of weakness. My best guess is that it feeds on attention or fear, finding cracks in the barrier between the digital and the real. I might be wrong, but that suspicion is the only thing that makes sense. After all I've witnessed, some nights I imagine that the shadows behind me stretch out in new shapes, as though the entity is on the brink of fully manifesting. I've learned to keep my guard up, to check the corners of the room before I settle down to work. The sense of peril never truly fades. It ebbs and flows with the hum of my computer fans, with the flicker of lights, with the claustrophobic silence that descends after midnight. Even when I leave the office, I sometimes feel its echo following me, my skin prickling as if unseen eyes are locked on my back. I don't know if there's a way to banish it, or if there's even anything tangible to banish at times. I suspect it's a projection of my own isolation, a product of the collective unease that the pandemic brought into our lives. Yet in the quieter hours when I sense the cable shifting and see those cryptic messages flash across the screen, doubt drills into my brain like a malevolent whisper. I remain vigilant, constantly on edge. My hands still tremble whenever I push that power button at dusk. Sometimes I think about ripping everything out, every cable, every device, and moving on from this place. But I can't deny a dark curiosity, a compulsion to uncover the nature of the thing that lurks in the glow of my screen. As I write this, I feel it behind me, a subtle vibration in the air, an inaudible presence that charges the room with silent intent. My skin is clammy, my heart and my throat, but I keep typing. Compelled to share this account in the hope that acknowledgement might weaken its hold when I'm finished, I'll shut down the monitor and leave the room. Whether I'm truly safe or not, I can't say. All I know is that once I close the door, I'll still be thinking about the gentle scrape of cables behind the desk and the face or whatever it is that sometimes stares back at me in the dark reflection of my screen. I knew something was wrong the moment I first set foot in that attic. It wasn't the sunlight streaming through the high windows during the day on the surface. The space looked appealing enough with vaulted ceilings and polished floorboards. Yet from the instant I walked inside, I felt an oppressive weight lingering in the corners. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath quietly, waiting for darkness to descend so they could whisper their secrets without interruption. I had moved into the suburban house just a few weeks earlier. The landlord had converted the attic into a spacious studio, and the rent was surprisingly affordable. At first, I tried to ignore my apprehension. I told myself it was only natural to feel uneasy in a new place, especially one with so many hidden nooks and beams overhead. But the discomfort grew stronger each time I opened the attic door. During the day, the wide windows let in ample light, casting long shapes on the floor that changed angles as the sun rose and fell. Everything seemed normal enough when I watched dust particles floating lazily in the beams of sunlight if I didn't look. Too closely, I could almost believe I was imagining the faint tension that hovered in the air. Almost it was at night that things changed. The first evening I stayed up late, I found myself listening to the house's every noise downstairs. I could pick out the hum of the refrigerator in the shared kitchen and the muted creaks of the floorboards whenever someone else passed by on their way to bed. But up here in my attic room, the sounds took on a different, sharper quality. The wooden rafters let out soft groans that seemed louder than they had been during the day. More than once I froze mid-sentence while reading a report or sorting through my paperwork, convinced I heard what might be footsteps directly above my head, but that made no sense. The attic ceiling was the roof itself. There was no higher floor for anyone to walk. On the rational part of my mind insisted it was nothing but the wooden structure settling at night. Houses made noise. It was part of living in an older building still. Every time the creaking started, my pulse sped up. I tried to shake off the anxious feeling, focusing on my work. Instead, there was a project I needed to finish, and staying up late was my only option. The overhead light, though, bright, suddenly felt stark and artificial as I studied my notes. The warmth that sunlight provided during the day was absent. Now my eyes darted around the room, picking up small shadows that seemed to grow taller. With every hour that passed, the single lamp on the desk cast my own outline onto the nearest wall, and I couldn't help noticing how my silhouette sometimes looked like it was trembling. Even when I thought I was perfectly still one night while sifting through a stack of printed documents, I heard a low, indistinct murmur right next to my shoulder. The sound was so soft that for a second I assumed it was just the rustling of paper, yet the noise persisted. It had a hushed, breathy quality that made my skin crawl. I stood up so fast that my chair toppled over. Clattering against the wooden floor, my heart hammered in my chest, and I had to place a hand on the desk to steady myself. Slowly, I turned to look, half expecting to find someone standing behind me, but there was no one there. I told myself it was my imagination, a result of stress or lack of sleep. Still, I couldn't shake the impression that something had been inches away from my ear, whispering just below the threshold of comprehension. My palms were slick with sweat, and my breathing felt uneven. Even the hair on my arm stood on end. I stayed awake for hours afterward, pacing the attic and trying to gather the courage to look into every corner to see if there was some logical explanation, a vent or a gap in the insulation that might create those eerie sounds. But no matter how thoroughly I searched, I found nothing out of place. I began to notice other small oddities around the attic. Some evenings I'd be convinced I left my notebook on the desk only to discover it. Later on the bed, my laptop, which I usually kept plugged in on a small table near the window, sometimes ended up on the floor as if someone had gently placed it there. At first I assumed I was just being absent-minded, perhaps. In my exhaustion, I was moving things around without realizing it. But there came a point where these movements seemed too deliberate to be accidental. My paranoia flared whenever I glimpsed a shift in the arrangement of items on my bookshelf or a pen that seemed to vanish for hours before turning up in a drawer. I rarely used, the changes were subtle but undeniable. The effect on my nerves was profound. Even during daylight, the attic felt heavier, more claustrophobic. I found myself scanning the sloped ceiling whenever I entered, half expecting to see a face peering down at me from the beams. Sometimes I would catch a motion in my peripheral vision, a flicker of movement that disappeared the moment I turned my head. My neck and shoulders grew perpetually tense, as though I were bracing for an attack from the shadows. Every new creak sent a spike of adrenaline coursing through my veins. My mouth would go dry and I'd have to swallow repeatedly just to keep from coughing. I tried explaining some of my concerns to the landlord in an indirect way. I mentioned the noises at night, wondering if perhaps there were raccoons or squirrels trapped in the crawl space. The landlord expressed mild surprise and claimed never to have heard anything like that. He offered to do a quick inspection, but never found any evidence of animals. His reassurance should have calmed me, but it only made me more uneasy. If there weren't rodents scurrying around up there, then what else could it be? By the second week, my sleep became restless. Even if I went to bed at a reasonable hour, I would jolt awake multiple times during the night. Certain I heard faint thumping above me. My heart pounded whenever I realized I had kicked off my blankets at some point, leaving me feeling exposed more than once. I woke with the sensation that someone was leaning over me, their breath cold against my cheek. In those terrifying moments, I would keep my eyes firmly shut too, afraid of what I might see if I opened them. The darkness pressed in on me and the quiet of the attic felt unnatural, as though it was a silence enforced by something unseen. My work started to suffer. I couldn't concentrate. Every little detail in the attic demanded my attention. A slight shift in the shadows, the subtle scraping noise, the old radiator made the rustle of wind outside the window that set the roof shingles trembling. I found my hands shaking as I typed. Forcing myself to slow down and breathe coffee became my crutch. Though it did little to settle my nerves, I tried telling friends about it, though. Never in a direct, detailed way. I simply mentioned feeling odd. Vibes in the new place. Their advice was typical. Get more sleep play, some music to lighten the mood, maybe burn scented candles. I tried it all, but the underlying sense of dread remained little by little. I stopped inviting people over the idea of having someone else in that attic with me felt wrong, as if I might somehow drag them into the presence lurking there. I caught myself double-checking the locks on the attic door and the small closet at the far end of the room. Nothing was amiss yet. I couldn't shake the conviction that I was not alone. Sometimes I'd sense a faint pressure in the air, as though an invisible figure was standing. Too close, invading my personal space, my skin would break out in goosebumps and a chill would run down my spine. Even if the temperature was mild on a particularly stormy night, I experienced the worst incident, yet rain lashed against the attic windows and thunder rumbled in the distance. The overhead lights flickered occasionally but didn't go out. I tried to focus on my tasks, determined to finish some critical paperwork for a looming deadline. Outside, lightning illuminated the suburb in brief flashes, creating warped shadows that danced across my floor. Around midnight, I felt the same drop in the air pressure I had noticed before, the sense that something was moving around me just beyond my field of vision. My heart rate spiked and I reached for my phone, thinking I might turn on some quiet music to distract myself before I could unlock the screen. I heard the faint shuffle of feet on the attic floorboards. It didn't sound like the usual creaking of old wood. This was more deliberate, like bare footsteps walking toward me from the far side of the room. My breath caught in my throat. I kept telling myself that no one else was there, that it had to be a trick of the wind or my overworked imagination. But the footsteps grew louder, closer, until they seemed to stop right behind my chair for a moment. The only sound was the storm outside. Then I felt a cold brush of air across the back of my neck, as though an icy fingertip had traced a line along my skin. My entire body tensed, and I nearly dropped my phone. Every hair stood on end, and my muscles locked in panic. Summoning what little courage I had left, I turned around. There was no one there, but the overhead light flickered again, and for the briefest instant my reflection in the window seemed distorted, as if a second figure stood at my side, vanishing. The moment the lightning faded, my chest, con restricted, and I was flooded with a powerful urge to run. I fumbled around trying to gather my essentials, a backpack, keys, laptop, before rushing to the attic door. My hands trembled so badly that it took me 3 tries to open the latch. I raced down the narrow stairs, nearly stumbling in my haste. My breath ragged and shallow, I spent the rest of that night in my car, parked a few blocks away, heart still hammering in my chest. Rain pelted the windshield, and the occasional flash of lightning revealed my pale, haunted face in the rearview mirror. In the cramped safety of that space, I tried to collect my thoughts. I told myself I would find another place to live immediately, no matter the financial cost, a motel, a friend's couch, anything but that attic. The memory of those footsteps, that presence, refused to leave me. My skin still tingled in the spot where I thought I'd felt. The icy touch sleep was out of the question. The next morning, I managed to work up enough nerve to return. The hallway below the attic appeared exactly the same unremarkable paint, the faint smell of coffee coming from the kitchen, and typical morning light streaming through the windows. But as soon as I placed a foot on the attic stairs, a wave of dread swept over me again. Stepping into the room, I found everything precisely where I had left it. My scattered papers, the toppled chair I hadn't bothered to pick up in my haste. Everything looked untouched, yet the atmosphere felt heavier, like a vacuum that had been waiting for my return to fill it. It was as though the attic had its own pulse thrumming at the edge of hearing, eager to reignite my terror. Gathering the last of my belongings, I tried not to linger. My mind raced. Cycling through rationalizations, maybe it was all psychological stress, amplified by the attic's creaks and groans, culminating in a heightened state of paranoia. Yet, no matter how many times I repeated that mantra, a deeper, more primal part of me insisted that something was actually there, occupying that space, feeding on my distress. My gut twisted with nausea at the thought of having spent even a single night beneath that roof. I never confronted the landlord about it directly. I moved out by the end of that week. Cutting the rental agreement short, the landlord didn't protest much. Maybe my pallor or shaky demeanor suggested I was on the verge of a breakdown when I loaded my last box into my car. I caught myself looking up at the attic window one final time. For a second, I thought I saw the faint outline of a silhouette in the glass, but I refused to do a double take. My chest felt tight, my mouth completely dry. My only goal was to turn that corner and leave the house behind me forever. Now that I've settled to a different place across town, I find it hard to talk about that attic without my voice wavering. I lie in bed, sometimes replaying those nights in my head, questioning whether the presence was supernatural or if I was simply unraveling. Under pressure, the new apartment is modern with solid walls and bright lighting, yet I can't fully relax. Late at night, a tiny part of me braces for a creak, a whisper, or the sensation of cold breath on the back of my neck. My rational mind insists I'm safe. Now that whatever lurked in the attic did not follow me, but in moments of weakness, I catch myself listening for footsteps in the empty hall outside. Sometimes I feel that same pressure in the air, that sense of being watched every once in a while. I think I glimpse a shape in the corner of my eye, only to find nothing when I turn to look. I still dream about the attic. I see the beams overhead, the pale winter light streaming through those high windows, and hear the relentless creaking of wood. Even in my sleep, the tension builds until I can hardly breathe. I wake drenched in sweat, my heartbeat pounding like a drum in my ears. Whenever that happens, I force myself to walk around my new apartment, reminding myself of the solid floors, the fresh paint, the comfortable furniture. But no matter how reassuring my new surroundings might be, the memory of that attic and the lingering sense that something malevolent resided there refuses to fade completely. In the end, I got away. I managed to escape those claustrophobic walls, that oppressive presence, and the disorienting reality that caused me so many sleepless nights. Yet I can't claim that I've broken free entirely. Whatever happened in that attic, whether it was a trick of my mind or something unexplainable, left a mark. I carry it with me, an undercurrent of dread that stirs whenever I'm alone in a quiet space for too long. It's an unsettling reminder that sometimes the rooms we inhabit hold more than just our belongings. They can hold shadows of the unknown, waiting for the darkness to give them voice, and I can't help but wonder whenever I pass by a house with an attic window, what might be lurking inside, waiting for the next unsuspecting tenant to settle in under those old creaking beams. I still remember the way the bare bulbs in the hallway flickered that evening. It was a sight so ordinary yet so charged with a strange electricity that it made every hair on the back of my neck stand straight. The wooden floor creaked in the silence as though the house itself were trying to speak. In that moment, I felt sure that if I breathed too loudly, something just out of sight might answer. I moved into this old off-campus residence at the start of a new semester, determined to return to university and finally finish my degree. The building, a creaking relic from some forgotten era, had rent cheap enough to fit my modest budget. My housemates, most of them younger than me, were scattered across the other rooms, which branched off a central living area, but down a particularly long corridor set a single isolated bedroom, a place we mostly used for storing extra books and supplies. It was there that I felt the walls closing in, the lights dimming and the air trembling whenever I passed. From the first day, I sensed something was off. It was nothing dramatic at the start. A small discomfort I brushed aside as a trick of my overactive imagination. I told myself it was probably just the chill of an ancient building, the boards bending with the slightest shift in temperature. Nevertheless, every time I walked through that core, I could swear I felt another presence pacing beside me. Footsteps matching my own, but never revealing themselves. I tried to explain it away as echoes of my own steps, yet the sensation persisted, crawling into my thoughts late at night in the afternoon light. The corridor never seemed that eerie, just a stretch of scratched floorboards and cracked plaster walls, leading to a half-open door at the end. But as dusk settled, the shadows took on a weight. The overhead bulb, dim and perpetually buzzing, created harsh angles across the walls. Occasionally it would flicker, plunging the hall into near darkness before sputtering back to life. More than once I found myself watching those walls, half expecting something to burst out one evening after a long day of classes. I decided to make coffee in the cramped shared kitchen. My plan was to brew a small pot, gather a few reference books from the storage room at the end of the corridor, and work on a research paper. I remember standing by the ancient coffee maker, listening to it gurgle as it struggled to spit out the last drops. My brain was already drifting to the assignment waiting for me, so I almost missed the noise that came from down the hall. At first it was just a faint tapping like nails on wood. Then it changed into steady, deliberate footsteps going back and forth. My heart lurched. Something about that rhythm was off, too purposeful for old pipes or Random House. Settling the footsteps, paused, resumed. Paused again, I set my coffee mug on the counter with a trembling hand and walked slowly toward the corridor with each step. My pulse hammered, a cold sweat trickling down my back. The corridor stretched out before me, silent and empty. The overhead light glowed, flickering just enough to catch my attention. When I reached the doorway, the sense of being watched crept over me again, so powerful that I clenched my fist to keep from trembling, but there was nothing there. I did my best to shake it off. Returning to the kitchen, I found my coffee had gone lukewarm. I stared into the dark liquid. Imagining shadows writhing on its surface, I didn't say anything to anyone that night, convincing myself it might just be nerves or the stress of going back to school. But the feeling of unease lingered, knotting my stomach and making my skin clammy. It got worse over the next few days. Each time I walked down that corridor, I felt a subtle shift in the air as though some silent watcher was crouched in the corners. Where the light refused to reach occasionally, the sense of another set of footsteps became so strong that I found myself stopping in my tracks to listen, heart pounding like a drum in my ears. The atmosphere pressed in on me, making my breathing shallow. I taste metallic nervousness on my tongue, my throat almost too tight to swallow. One afternoon, after mustering enough courage, I confided in one of my housemates. I mentioned the footsteps, how they seemed to echo my own. He chuckled, told me it was just the ancient plumbing and the squeaky floors. He insisted he had heard random thuds all the time with a dismissive wave of his hand. He reassured me it was nothing to lose sleep. Over his lack of concern made me second-guess my own experiences. Perhaps I really was making too much of the situation still at night. The corridor changed into something else entirely. Those old walls had witnessed who knows how many decades of secrets, and they seemed to whisper them to me whenever I dared pass. The floorboards groaned as I took careful steps. The light flickered, and occasionally I detect a faint smell of damp earth. My breaths grew shallow, my heart pounding against my ribcage twice. I thought I saw a shape down at the far end near the storage room, a figure that dissolved the instant I tried to focus on it. One night, determined not to be intimidated by my own imagination, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I told myself I was going to walk the corridor late alone and visit that isolated room for the books I needed, without letting my nerves get the better of me around midnight. I stood at the threshold, a single bulb glowed overhead. Giving the space of sickly yellow tint, every muscle in my body felt coiled, ready to spring. I began walking slowly, feeling my throat tighten with each step. The air was thick, weighing down on me like a damp blanket. Halfway down, I sensed it again, footsteps faint but inescapable. Mirroring my pace, my chest constricted. My breath shallow, I could practically feel my heartbeat in my ears, a staccato of panic. It felt as though something intangible was creeping alongside me, matching me. Stride for stride, I forced myself to keep going. When I reached the door to the storage room, I fumbled for the light switch. My fingers shook, slipping on the old metal plate. I finally managed to flick it on, revealing dusty boxes, stacks of books, and random supplies. The tang of old paper and stale air filled my nostrils. I stood there, letting my eyes roam across the clutter. Nothing moved, yet the silence was too absolute, as if the space itself was holding its breath. A single overhead bulb illuminated cobwebs dangling in the corners, their shadows swaying across the walls. Just as I tried to convince myself everything was normal, I heard a creak behind me. My stomach lurched, whirling around. I saw no one, just the empty corridor, but the distinct sensation of being observed made every inch of my skin prickle in that moment. Felt disoriented, questioning my own senses. Was I losing my grip on reality? Or was there truly something lurking here, hidden just beyond my line of sight? I gathered the books I needed with unsteady hands, hugging them to my chest. As I inched backward into the corridor, the hallway light flickered again. Intensifying my anxiety, I forced myself to walk back toward the main living area. Each step felt heavier than the last, like I was trudging through thick mud. By the time I reached my bedroom, my pulse was racing and I was covered in a cold sweat. I couldn't sleep that night. Instead, I lay in bed, my mind stuck on the echo of those footsteps. My breath came in, shallow sips, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw the corridor stretching out infinitely, the light bulb swinging overhead, the shadows lengthening into menacing shapes. I tried burying my face in the pillow to block out my thoughts, but it was useless. I was exhausted by morning, yet the fear didn't loosen its grip on me. Days slipped into nights, and I felt the tension growing. My classes became an afterthought as I found it nearly impossible to concentrate. I began dreading returning home. Even though the corridor was just a short stretch of hallway, it felt like miles. Sometimes I'd linger in the living room waiting for someone else to walk with me so I wouldn't be alone on those rare occasions. I'd sense no presence, no echoing steps, but the moment I had to face it by myself. Late at night with the others asleep or out the corridor became suffocating. I tried telling another housemate about my experiences describing the footsteps and how they seemed to keep pace with me. He only shrugged and suggested it might be stress or some old vent, whistling in the walls. Some nights I thought I could hear a faint whispering, a hushed rustle of voices behind the plaster. Other times I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, but when I snapped my head around, all I saw were the dim corners of the corridor and the chipped paint on the walls. My paranoia grew. I developed an unshakable sense that something was feeding off my fear. Relishing each shaky breath I took, my mouth would go dry whenever I approached that door. At the end of the hall, my heart drumming so loudly I worried it would burst. I started questioning my own sanity, wondering if I was somehow projecting all my anxieties about returning to school onto this old house. Then came the night when everything reached a breaking point. I was in the living room struggling to focus on my notes. The wind outside was howling, rattling the windows, an uneasy feeling twisted in my gut, and I found myself unable to resist glancing toward the corridor. It looked darker than usual, the light at the far end flickering in and out as though someone were tampering with the switch. My pulse sped up. I tried to ignore it, told myself I was being paranoid, but the thought persisted. Eventually, I sat down my notebook and tiptoed to the entrance of the corridor. The overhead bulb flickered again, casting jerky shadows along the walls. As I stepped forward, my legs felt weak and a thin bead of sweat trailed down my temple. The echoing footsteps started up almost immediately. They weren't overly loud, but they carried a steady, insistent rhythm that set my nerves aflame. My breath caught in my throat. I kept going, refusing to give in to the dread. Halfway down, the footsteps stopped. Instead of relief, I felt a wave of nausea. The silence pressed in on me, and I picked up on a faint scratching sound behind the plaster. It reminded me of nails scraping wood, but the pattern was too deliberate. My heart pounded so hard I worried the sound might echo through the corridor. I took another step, then just beyond the door to the storage room. The light flickered off entirely, plunging the far end into complete darkness. I froze. My skin prickled and my breathing became erratic. It felt as if the darkness was sentient, a presence that stared back at me. I forced my hand up toward the light switch on the corridor wall, my fingers shaking uncontrollably, flicking. It produced a dull click, but the bulb refused to come back. On another step forward, and I heard a sudden rush of movement like something scuttling away at inhuman speed. Cold terror shot up my spine. I stepped back. Wanting nothing more than to run, but some twisted sense of resolve made me grit my teeth. I refused to allow this invisible thing, be it a manifestation of my own terror or something else, to drive me out of my own living space. With a trembling hand, I dug my phone out of my pocket, switched on the flashlight, and aimed it down the corridor in that harsh white beam. The old walls looked more decayed than ever, paint peeling away like dead skin. The door to the storage room stood ajar, barely illuminated. I took a hesitant step, then another when I reached the doorway. My breath hitched in my throat the entire room. Beyond seemed coated in deeper shadow, as if the darkness were thicker there, clinging to every surface. My phone's flashlight caught dust, most not swirling in the still air, but nothing else. I stood at the threshold, my heart thawing in my chest, sweat dripping down my temples and neck. The smell of damp paper filled my nostrils. I forced myself to look around. Shining the light over every corner, boxes, a pile of chairs, a tall bookshelf jammed with old textbooks. Nothing appeared out of place, yet the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, so powerful that I could hardly draw breath. It felt like something was within arm's reach. If only I could see past the darkness. A sudden breeze from the corridor behind me rustled the pages of an open book on a nearby box. I jerked around, phone lights swinging wildly. My vision blurred with the motion, and in that fraction of a second, I swore. I saw a shape, a distorted silhouette that vanished the instant my light fell on it. My heart kicked into overdrive, my throat closing up. That was all I could handle in that moment. I made the choice to confront it or get out my rational mind. told me that staying there alone in the dark was madness. So I mustered the last bit of courage. I had shouted that I wasn't afraid. Though my trembling voice betrayed me and backed away, I kept the flashlight trained on the doorway until I reached the lit part of the corridor when I finally turned to run. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burning with every ragged breath. I spent the remainder of the night awake in my own room, phone and hand lights glaring overhead. Sleep never came. My mind churned with thoughts of that shape I might have seen. I still couldn't decide if it was real or just a product of my anxiety. By the time the first light of morning seeped through my window, I was resolved I had to reclaim my peace of mind one way or another. In the following days, I looked into other housing options, determined to leave that place behind. Yet I couldn't shake the sense that I'd be running from my own fears. If I simply moved out on my last night in that house, I deliberately avoided the corridor, refusing to retrieve anything from the storage room. I bunkered down in my bedroom, trying to calm my nerves by reminding myself that I was the one in control of my life. But the flicker of the hallway light under my door and the faint creaks in the floorboards told me it was still there. Whatever it was, waiting watching early the next morning, I packed my bags and without a backward glance, I left that residence. Even as I crossed the threshold, I sensed the weight of the corridor pressing on me, urging me to hurry when the door clicked shut behind me. My chest loosened and I could finally breathe freely, even now far away from that old house. I sometimes imagine I hear footsteps trailing me late at night when the wind in my new apartment creaks through the vents. I feel my pulse quicken my skin, prickling with sweat. The memory of that corridor, the flickering lights, the echoing steps, the oppressive sensation of being constantly observed remains etched in my mind. And though I've done everything in my power to move on, there's always a small voice in the back of my head that wonders if I truly escaped, or if a part of that presence followed me sometimes. In the dark, I'm certain I feel it there, pacing just behind my every step. A low buzz of fluorescent light greeted me when I first entered the building that night, but the glow it cast felt thin, as if any second it might flicker out and leave me stranded in darkness. The ancient walls seemed to press in around me, their faded paint peeling like dead skin. With every step, the wooden floor groaned beneath my shoes, creating a rhythmic chorus of muffled creaks that set my teeth on edge. I sensed something almost predatory in the silence. Beyond those lights, like a presence lurking just out of sight right from the beginning. My nerves hummed with an unexplainable tension, as though I had stumbled into a place that didn't quite follow the normal rules of reality. I work in a commercial building in the heart of downtown, a structure that has clearly seen better days. The city may have a reputation for constant activity, but once the sun sets, the building empties, swiftly leaving only a handful of unlucky souls to burn the midnight oil. Tonight, I found myself among them. My office is down a narrow corridor on the 6th floor, a corridor that has always felt a bit off. It's poorly lit with only a couple of weak overhead bulbs. The floor is made of old hardwood, its boards loose and perpetually creaking. As though they're straining underfoot, the walls are painted a tired shade of beige, and the air never seems to fully circulate even on windy nights. It's the kind of place you want to rush through rather than linger in. I stayed late to finish revising some reports that had landed on my desk at the last minute. Deadlines loomed, and the promise of a quiet, empty office after hours seemed like an advantage at first around 9 p.m. I felt a twinge of unease, though there was no logical reason for it still. I forced myself to refocus on the stack of documents. Each page seemed heavier than usual, and the soft drone of the nearby ventilation system was the only real sound accompanying my tired thoughts. At some point, I needed to print out several of the revised pages. My small printer in the office wasn't working properly, so I had to rely on the communal one located by the elevators, a good distance down that eerie corridor before leaving my office. I distinctly remember switching on the overhead lights in the hall. I recall the fluorescent hum kicking in, illuminating the worn-out floor in an anemic glow. Yet no sooner had I picked up my papers and stepped outside than I found myself in near total darkness. The lights were off, and I couldn't understand how it happened so quickly. A spike of cold apprehension shot through me. I switched them on again. feeling a draft of chilly air that made the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The corridor, suddenly illuminated, looked even more desolate under the flickering fluorescent. I shrugged it off, assuming an electrical. The building was old after all, and outages or flickering lights weren't uncommon. Still, I couldn't completely shake the unsettling feeling that the darkness had been waiting there, ready to swallow me. The moment I let my guard down when I reached the printer, I heard the gentle whir as it spat out my pages. I noticed no one else was around. No hum of conversation, no footsteps, nothing. The deserted hallway added to a growing sense of isolation. The only sounds were mechanical, the rhythmic clicks of the printer, the occasional groan from the old pipes, and my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. My mouth had gone dry and my palms felt clammy. As I gathered the documents returning to my office, I froze in the doorway upon noticing the corridor lights were off again. I was positive I had left them on just moments ago, trying to remain composed. I reached for the switch, bracing for the unexpected cold breeze that once again wafted over for me. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my temple. It didn't make any sense. Light switches don't flip themselves, and nobody else was working. This late, at least not on this floor. Despite the pounding in my chest, I scolded myself mentally for being so jumpy. I tried to chalk it up to the building's notorious wiring issues, but that explanation felt flimsy. My resolve to finish the reports remained, though. So I returned to my desk, turned on the overhead lamp, and busied myself with reading through the final pages. Time slipped by as I became engrossed in the details of each line, but a subtle awareness of the silent corridor beyond my door never left me. Occasionally, I would sense a rush of cold air filtering under the door, yet curiously, the moment I opened it to investigate the air in the corridor felt thick and stagnant, almost suffocating in its stillness around 10:15 p.m. I needed another set of printed documents. Gathering the new files, I stood up my legs. A bit shaky, my nerves were wearing thin as though I was a violin string about to snap. I stepped into the corridor and was met by darkness. Yet again, I couldn't ignore the pattern anymore. Something was deliberately turning off those lights. It wasn't just a malfunction, the switch was physically returning to the off position, although no one was there. My breath came in quick bursts and my chest felt tight. The air had that dank claustrophobic quality, as if the walls were shrinking around me. I remember pausing in front of the switch, listening intently. I heard the faintest clicking sound to my left, almost like a nail tapping against the wooden boards. I spun my head around but saw only shadows. My pulse raced and I flicked the lights on with a shaky hand. The corridor lit up halfway before one of the bulbs flickered and died, leaving me with partial illumination that served only to make the shadows appear longer and more distorted. I made my way to the printer station, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Every step seemed to amplify the wood. Complaining loudly beneath me, I felt utterly exposed, as though something unseen was studying me. From a vantage point in the darkness, my heart drummed in my ears, and the tension in my shoulders was becoming unbearable. At last I reached the printer and collected my documents as quickly as possible. Just when I was about to head back, a distinct clicking reached my ears like fingers drumming. Softly on metal, it was close, maybe just around the corner by the elevator doors. My throat tightened and I broke out in a cold sweat. A coworker might have startled me intentionally, but no one had spoken to me about working late. I considered calling out, but fear sealed my lips. Instead, I took a few slow steps toward the elevator, urging my heartbeat to calm when I peered around the corner. The metal elevator doors gleamed, dully entirely still. The corridor beyond was dark. There was no movement, no sign of anyone yet. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had receded into the shadows just a second before my gaze landed there. Deciding I wasn't about to solve any mysteries that night, I hurried back to my office again. The corridor lights were off when I arrived at my door. This time I heard the abrupt click of the switch being flicked. The tension in my chest constricted like a vice. My breath hissed between my teeth as I turned, half expecting to catch a silhouette in the ACT. There was nothing, only the hiss of the overhead fixture trying to stabilize. I stepped inside, locked the door, and slumped into my chair, struggling to steady my breathing. Minutes passed, and I managed to regain a fraction of my composure. Still, I couldn't banish the creeping paranoia that something was out there even with my door locked. I felt vulnerable. The slightest noise, a distant creak, a muffled pop of old wood would jolt me. My gut told me I was being watched, that something was just outside my door waiting. I tried to rationalize my fear. Maybe a security guard was toggling the lights, or perhaps the building's archaic wiring was on the fritz. But these explanations felt hollow, especially when the temperature dropped again. A wave of frigid air seemed to seep in through the walls, making my teeth chatter. I kept working, motivated by the desire to finish so I could leave this unnerving place every so often. I glanced at the door, half expecting it to open on its own or reveal some shape pressing against the frosted glass. Pain, the sense of being observed, was almost overwhelming. My muscles trembled with tension, and sweat dampened the collar of my shirt. Despite the cold, if I closed my eyes, I saw flickers of shadows moving just beyond the threshold, though it was impossible to tell if these visions were real or figments of my exhausted mind around 11 p.m. I decided enough was enough. I'd completed most of the urgent tasks, and the rest could wait until morning. I resolved to gather my things and leave. The building's corridors might be empty and unsettling, but the idea of heading home felt like the only sane choice. I shoved my documents into my briefcase, yanked on my jacket, and mustered whatever courage I had left before I unlocked the door. I pressed my ear against it, listening. Silence except for a faint, almost undetectable scuffling. My heart lurched, but I told myself it was probably just the old pipes again, stepping out into the corridor one last time. I was not surprised to find the lights out, but it still startled me. My breath caught in my throat, and I stood paralyzed for a moment, scanning the darkness. A whisper of cold air brushed past my face, followed by that stifling sensation of no circulation. It felt like I'd walked into a vacuum. My instinct screamed that I shouldn't linger, so I switched the lights on one final time and headed toward the elevator at the far end of the corridor, footsteps echoing in the hush. Halfway there, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye, barely noticeable, a shifting in the periphery of my vision. I whipped around there. Near the wall opposite my office door was a faint outline, translucent like a distortion of the air itself. My pulse thundered against my ribcage. It seemed to be shaped like a hunched figure, but it flickered in and out of sight, leaving me uncertain if it was a real form or a trick of the failing lights. The floor's creak drew my eyes downward, and I saw the floorboards pressing and releasing as though unseen feet were treading upon them. I swallowed hard, feeling sweat drip down my temple. My breathing turned shallow, my lungs struggling to take in oxygen. A hot flush of panic surged through my chest. I could almost hear a faint rasping exhale coming from that wavering shape, a sound that made my hair stand on end. Then in a blink it vanished. The corridor looked empty again, but now I was certain I wasn't alone. I bolted for the elevator, heart hammering against my ribs so forcefully I could hardly see straight. The corridor seemed longer than usual, stretching into some impossible distance. My legs felt leaden, but I forced myself to keep moving. Finally, I reached the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly with trembling fingers. I willed the metal doors to open faster, casting nervous glances over my shoulder. My ears rang with the blood pounding in my head, and the single remaining fluorescent bulb overhead buzzed ominously as if on the verge of dying. When the door slid open, I stepped inside and hit the ground floor button. At that moment, an almost imperceptible rustle echoed from behind me like cloth against the wall. My nerves snapped, my fingers twitched uselessly at the panel before the doors finally closed. I barely had the presence of mind to notice that the elevator was descending faster than normal, an odd worrying behind the paneled walls that I hadn't heard before. As the floor numbers decreased, I tried to steady myself. Leaning against the cold metal, my breath ragged and forced, it felt as if the shadows in the corners of the elevator were thicker than they should be, subtly pulsating in my peripheral vision with a merciful ding. I reached the lobby, the door slid open onto a deserted reception area illuminated by a few emergency lights. I half expected the security guard to ask if I was all right, but the desk was empty. I remembered earlier hearing that the guard occasionally stepped out for rounds in my current state. I felt a mixture of relief and frustration. Part of me wanted to talk to someone to confirm I wasn't losing my mind, but the stronger impulse was to leave. Immediately, I hurried past the vacant guard station, out the glass doors, and into the streetlights of the city. Nighttime traffic still moved along. Horns honked in the distance, and a few late-night wanderers strode past. The mundane reality of the outside world contrasted so sharply with the oppressive atmosphere I just escaped that I nearly gasped in relief once I was several yards away from the entrance. I turned to stare up at the old building's dark facade. A single flickering light was visible on the 6th floor, probably right near my office. It made my spine tingle to think about what might still be lurking in that corridor on the walk to my car. I tried to rationalize the events. Could it have been a series of electrical problems, a trick of my overtired mind? Maybe the stress from work had reached a breaking point, manifesting in hallucinations and paranoia. Yet every time I closed my eyes, I recalled the distinct sensation of that cold, stale air pressing in around me, and the memory of that translucent figure shimmering in the half-light, refusing to be dismissed as mere fantasy. My hands still trembled as I fumbled for my car keys driving home. I couldn't shut off the mental images of the lights flicking off on their own, the persistent clicking, and the shape that seemed to lurk just out of direct sight. I replayed the moment I stood in the corridor, certain I heard the switch being flipped behind me. My stomach churned, and I felt later unsure if I was succumbing to some kind of breakdown or if something genuinely unearthly had pursued me in that building. The seatbelt cut into my chest as I breathed each exhale shaky and uneven. When I finally stepped into my apartment, I locked the door behind me, flicking on every light in sight. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that some presence had attached itself to me and was waiting outside. A creeping paranoia gnawed at my mind. What if it was already inside, lurking in a dark corner or behind a door? My logical side told me that was impossible, but logical reasoning was no match for the visceral terror that refused to loosen its grip on me. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake at the imagined sound of footsteps or the click of a light switch. My dreams were a chaotic mess of dark corridors stretching infinitely blinking lights and an oppressive cold that crushed the air from my lungs. Morning found me with bloodshot eyes and a throbbing headache, but at least it was morning. The daylight brought a small measure of comfort, dispelling some of the night's terrors. Still, the question of what really happened wouldn't leave me alone. Was it a sign I was overworked, or was I dealing with something that defied logical explanation? A few days have passed, and I haven't set foot in that building after dark. Again, I made excuses to leave by sunset, feigning early appointments or family obligations. Each time I walked past that corridor during the day, I studied the floorboards, listened to the hum of the overhead lights, and scanned the walls for any hint of that presence. There's a tension that never fully releases, as if my subconscious is bracing for that chilling air to sweep over me once more. Yet nothing out of the ordinary happens in the daylight. I sometimes share a watered-down version of my story with a trusted colleague, keeping the details vague. He remarked that many older buildings have their quirks and that others have sensed a strange vibe on the 6th floor, but I avoid telling him about the shape I saw or the feeling that an invisible force was toggling the lights because I'm not eager to be labeled the office eccentric. Still, deep down, I crave an explanation, some logical, rational reason for those events, or perhaps confirmation that there's a haunted secret in those antiquated hallways. As for me, I'm left with the disquieting realization that I might never unravel the truth. The building remains as it's always been. Old, creaky, and overshadowed by the city's modern skyscrapers, the corridor still stands there on the 6th floor, dimly lit, harboring its unspoken mysteries, and the memory of that night continues to haunt me. An open wound in my consciousness that refuses to fully heal. I've learned to live with the anxiety, though. A part of me fears that one night I'll have no choice but to stay late again, and if that happens, I wonder if I'll encounter the same flickering. Lights the same suffocating air, the same unearthly presence. Even now, recalling the sensations, the rapid heartbeat, the sweat-soaked collar, the overwhelming certainty of being watched makes my pulse quicken. Whether I was on the verge of a breakdown or touched by something beyond comprehension, the final result is the same. I feel changed. A lingering tension ties itself into knots in my stomach whenever the sky darkens. Maybe I escaped physically, but the mental scars remain an ever-present reminder that sometimes it's not the living you need to fear. Sometimes it's the things that shift in the darkness, flicking light switches behind your back, reminding you that you are never as alone or as safe as you think, behold. I still remember the first moment I stepped into that vast antique house. The walls of red brick rose up like the solemn guardians of an era long gone, and the scent of damp wood and dust seemed to breathe history straight. Sank into my lungs, the corridor stretched out into a darkness that swallowed the final hours of daylight, and in that instant a profound disquiet gripped me. Something about the silence felt alive, almost like a watchful presence taking note of my every breath. I had come seeking tranquility, but the atmosphere promised anything but peace. I rented the place with the idea that its isolated location and impressive size would give me the privacy and space I needed to focus on my work as a self-employed individual. I craved an environment free of disruption, somewhere I could think and create. Without interruption, the house stood at the end of a long dirt road with a tall iron gate leading into a courtyard of overgrown grass and a few twisted trees. Nobody else seemed interested in the property. It had been on the market for years, and I remember being surprised that such a large place was so reasonably priced. In my excitement, I overlooked the odd sensation that flickered at the back of my mind. The moment I signed the lease from the outside, the structure was both elegant and imposing, with its tall windows framed by thick shutters. Inside, the ceiling soared, and every footstep echoed in the wide rooms, bouncing off worn parquet floors and tim-stained walls. My first night was uneventful, but I recall having a strange dream in which the corridors stretched endlessly, the doors shifting position like they had a life of their own upon awakening. My heart pounded, and a thin layer of sweat covered my forehead. I assured myself it was just the anxiety of settling into a new place. The feeling of being observed began subtly each morning. As I worked in the study, I felt a prickling on the back of my neck whenever I focused on my computer. Glancing over my shoulder, I never saw anyone there yet. The sensation persisted, an itch just beneath the surface of my awareness. I told myself it was nerves, that maybe the isolation was getting to me. Yet as the days went on, that explained away logic wore thin. It was during the first week that I started noticing distinct sounds echoing through the hall's old houses. Creak, especially those with wooden floors and antique plumbing. So at first I dismissed the noises as the natural settling of the structure, but one particular sound stood out from the rest. The soft drag of footsteps gliding across the floor, not the crisp click of show heels, but something heavier, as though someone were dragging slightly with each step. Every evening around the same time I would hear it. It always seemed to move in the long corridor outside my study. The first few times I jumped up, heart hammering, only to fling open the door and see nothing there. The hallway lights would flicker with a dull hum, and the temperature felt significantly colder. Though the rest of the house stayed at a comfortable warmth, I became paranoid. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself the old pipes might be rattling or the floorboard shifting under changes in humidity. But each night I listened, waiting. The footsteps came without fail, trailing off into silence at the top of the stairs. One evening I worked especially late, hoping that if I were in the study after the usual hour, I might catch sight of whatever was causing that sound, with the desk lamp turned low and only the glow of my screen lighting the room. I waited, my nerves on high alert. I kept glancing at the door, expecting something to move past the frosted glass panel. Then it happened, a faint shift of shadow, as if someone passed by. I felt a prickly wave of cold spread across my skin, and my throat went dry. I leapt up and yanked the door open. The corridor was still the musty air pressed in on me, and my chest felt tight as the week progressed. Even my daytime routine felt plagued by the unshakable sensation that I was not alone. I started double-checking the locks and windows, tested the security system, and walked around the perimeter of the property to see if there were any signs of forced entry. Everything seemed normal, yet the awareness of a presence became increasingly difficult. My concentration frayed, and I found myself pausing mid-sentence or mid-assign, listening for the slightest sound. I confided my unease in a local acquaintance, a caretaker who occasionally looked after the grounds. He only responded that the house was old, and old houses tend to hold on to their histories. There was little comfort in his words, though. He spoke them with a nod and a polite smile. I tried to extract more from him, hoping he might have a story about previous owners or peculiar occurrences, but he did not elaborate afterward. I caught myself analyzing every shift in his expression, convinced he was hiding something. The nights became longer. I developed insomnia, unwilling to sleep early for fear of those footsteps that roamed the corridor. On the rare occasions I did drift off, I found myself jolted awake by the feeling of being touched, like a cool hand brushing against my shoulder. One night, in a half-dream state, I swore I heard labored breathing right by my ear. I shot up, my pulse roaring in my ears, my face slick with sweat. The darkness of the bedroom swallowed the weak moonlight filtering in through the curtains, and in that suffocating silence, my heart hammered so hard that my whole body vibrated with its force. When I turned on the lamp, the bed was empty, the air motionless. I lay there for the rest of the night, too afraid to close my eyes. A few days later, in the early hours of the morning, I decided to go downstairs to grab a glass of water. My nerves were frayed, and my mouth was perpetually dry, as if the tension had sucked the moisture from my body. The entire house seemed to groan around me, the floor protesting each cautious step. I remember descending the staircase, one hand firmly on the banister, noticing how the corridor lights flickered erratically. Halfway down, I caught a glimpse of a silhouette at the far end of the hallway near the kitchen. It was tall, indistinct, and seemed to fade in and out of my vision. My heart lurched and sweat broke out across my brow again. The silhouette moved. No, it glided into the kitchen. A chill rooted me in place for a moment, but then I pushed forward. The kitchen light was off, so I reached around the door frame to flick it. On the fluorescent bulb sputtered before bathing the room in a harsh white glare. Nobody was there yet. A strange smell lingered in the air, something metallic and stale. I started questioning my own sanity. Perhaps I was overworked, trapped in my own imagination. Maybe stress and isolation were causing hallucinations. Yet every time I tried to rationalize, the memory of that shadow in the footsteps grew stronger and more vivid, refusing to be dismissed as mere fantasy. My hands often trembled, and my breathing felt constrained by an invisible tightness in my chest. Even during the day, the knowledge that night would fall again sent a twist of anxiety into my gut. As the second week wore on, my sense of reality began to blur. I would catch glimpses of motion out of the corner of my eye shapes passing by doorways. A reflection in the mirror that vanished when I turned. The house's persistent creaks and groans sounded almost like a voice trying to speak. One afternoon, while attempting to focus on my work, the overhead light flickered violently, sending shadows dancing across the room. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure in the reflection of my monitor, gaunt, hunched forward and draped in darkness. I spun around in my chair so fast that I nearly knocked it over, but behind me was only empty space. My heart refused to slow down for what felt like hours. At times, I felt compelled to search the house obsessively. I opened closets, crawled into the attic, and explored the dank basement. I checked under furniture, behind dusty crates, and ran my flashlight over every inch of the walls, looking for hidden doors or compartments. The R part of my mind told me I was being ridiculous. How would such an old place hide a living intruder without leaving any traces? Yet the alternative explanation was even more terrifying. The possibility of something beyond ordinary comprehension stalking the corridors made my skin prickle with cold dread. The draining atmosphere began to affect my health. I struggled to eat, each mouthful tasting like sawdust. My reflection in the bathroom mirror revealed dark circles under my eyes and a tension in my face I barely recognized. Every now and then I would feel a spike of panic for no apparent reason. My chest constricting, my vision narrowing, the sense of being watched grew so intense that I sometimes felt the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on me, making me sweat and tremble. One early evening, after another futile attempt to concentrate on my work, I decided I'd had enough of the uncertainty. I was determined to confront whatever might be lurking in the house. If there was truly something supernatural, I wanted proof, or perhaps I wanted closure, armed with only a flashlight and the courage fueled by desperation. Paced the corridors. Calling out into the darkness, my voice echoed off the walls, and the act of speaking in that silent realm felt strangely sacrilegious. The darkness offered no response, but I sensed an energy shift, as though something was aware of my challenge. Moments later, the familiar sound of slow-dragging footsteps reverberated in the hallway behind me. My stomach flipped, and I almost lost the nerve, but I forced myself to spin around, my eyes locked onto a shape at the far end of the corridor. It was tall, and it seemed to sway slightly, as though not entirely solid. A vague outline of limbs, an impression of a face draped in shadow. My heart pounded so violently that my vision blurred. I raised the flash FL light, and for a single heartbeat, the beam illuminated what looked like a contorted expression, as if caught between anger and sorrow. Then in a blink, it disappeared. In that flash of encounter, a wave of nausea rolled through me, and I felt a choking sensation in my throat. My breathing came in ragged gasps, and I fought the urge to run. Instead, I let my adrenaline guide me. I stepped forward, the hallway stretching endlessly, my flashlight shaking in my grip. Cold sweat clung to my back. The corridor led to a door I had hardly used, an old storeroom that smelled of mothballs and stale air. The door creaked open to reveal stacked boxes, old furniture covered by sheets, and a single flickering light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The air was icy, and every hair on my arm stood on end. I swept the beam of the flashlight across the clutter. For an instant, I thought I saw movement near a covered armchair, the sheet rippling as though touched by an unseen hand. My mouth went dry, and my pulse thundered in my ears. Without thinking, I lunged forward and yanked off the sheet, revealing nothing but the stained fabric of an antique chair, yet the seat cushion appeared unnaturally depressed, as though someone had just been sitting there. My entire body shook with fear. A sharp thud behind me made me whip around, but all I saw was more dusty old boxes. Each breath felt shallow, my lungs aching for air at that point. A primal instinct took over, whether this presence was real or a product of my frayed mind. I realized I could no longer stay in this house. My fight. ORF flight response demanded I flee, but a burning curiosity forced me to linger for just one more look. The tension in the room was palpable, as though some intelligence was measuring my resolve. Then the light bulb flickered again, and in the brief darkness I heard a low sound that resembled a hiss or a distorted whisper. My heart seized. The light blinked back on, and I found myself alone. I bolted out of the storeroom, stumbling through the corridors, adrenaline pumping so furiously that my hands and feet tingled. I hurried up to my bedroom, grabbed the essentials, a small suitcase of clothes, my laptop, and my phone, and headed straight for the door. Each step felt like it took an eternity as I fought the choking terror that clung to me like a suffocating blanket. Part of me wondered if the shape lurked just behind every corner, waiting to strike another part. Wondered if I was losing my mind, creating phantoms out of stress and isolation. Once outside, the night air felt cold, yet strangely invigorating, like a slap that jolted me from a nightmare. The moonlight cast long, distorted shadows across the yard, and the old trees rustled without any real breeze. My car sat waiting near the gate, and I wasted no time throwing my belongings into the back seat before I drove off. I glanced back at the house. Its windows stared blankly, reflecting the pale glow of the moon. In that moment, I sensed something watching me from just behind the glass on the second floor. A chill pricked my skin, and my blood felt like ice in my veins. My heart hammered mercilessly, and I had to swallow against the dryness in my throat. Then I tore my eyes away and started the engine. The road away from that property seemed to unwind endlessly, as though the house's spell tried to keep me close. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, and my breath came in ragged bursts. Even after the structure vanished from view, I couldn't shake the sensation of an invisible gaze trailing me when I finally reached my new lodging. An unremarkable motel in a nearby town, my reflection in the rearview mirror revealed a haunted expression that made me shudder. The feeling that something might still be behind me, right there in the back seat, lingered far longer than I care to admit. I've since moved on, finding a simpler apartment closer to civilization, yet I cannot dispel the heavy sense of unease whenever I recall the hollow corridors and the silent gloom of that old house. Sleep still eludes me some nights, haunted by the certainty that there is something within those brick walls I escaped. But at times a fleeting thought poisons my mind. Perhaps whatever lurked in that place didn't stay behind. Maybe it follows me in the shadows, buying its time, waiting for my defenses to slip. That possibility sends a fresh chill through my veins, reminding me of the night I glimpsed an impossible figure at the edge of my flashlight's beam. I've tried to find logical explanations. I've read about sleep deprivation, learned about how anxiety can feed hallucinations, and considered the echo of my own footsteps as a potential culprit. But late at night, when the lights are off and I'm lying in bed, the memory of that tall, swaying outline returns. My pulse quickens and a clammy sweat covers my forehead. I can almost hear those dragging footsteps in the hall. There are some places I've come to believe where reality frays at the edges and the things that slip through are not easily forgotten. And while I'm relieved to be out of that house, I know it has left a permanent mark on me, a reminder that some presences may not be bound by walls or locked doors. They can linger in the corners of your mind, waiting in the darkness, reminding you that some horrors cannot be neatly packed away or safely ignored. Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. I can still remember the stifling silence of that night, the kind that settles too thickly in the air like a damp blanket. You can't shrug off the house we rented for our business trip. Loomed in the darkness, old shutters creaking in an almost rhythmic pattern. No wind touched the tall trees outside, yet somehow they seemed to sway as if caught in a silent storm. The porch light flickered, casting jittery shadows that danced across the warped wooden planks. Even before I set foot inside, something felt wrong, like the entire place was holding its breath, waiting to exhale the moment we let our guard down. I had arrived in this small town earlier that afternoon alongside my colleague who traveled with me as part of our job. We were both commercial representatives, and our work often took us to remote places where we would stay in whatever accommodation was cheap and available. This time, we had booked a modest house that stood on the edge of a winding country road. It was far from the main square, which meant the streets were emptier and darker than anything I was used to. The first impression of the house was not entirely unpleasant. It was quaint in a worn-out way, with a wooden exterior that showed signs of age but still possessed a certain rustic charm. There was no immediate indication of the unsettling night to come, but I remember feeling a faint unease in my stomach when I walked in. The interior smelled faintly of stale air, as though no one had lived there for quite some time. The floors creaked with every step, and the walls seemed almost too bare, with just a few outdated pictures and a mirror in the hallway. My colleague claimed the smaller bedroom near the front window, while I took the slightly larger one in the back. We had spent a long day on the road and were looking forward to resting before meeting our client. In the morning, before turning in, we decided to make a quick run to a local grocery store a few blocks away to grab a few snacks and drinks. It was during that brief outing that something began to shift. The grocery store was nearly empty. A handful of flickering fluorescent lights illuminated the aisles, but the rest remained oddly dim, as if half the bulbs had burned out long ago. My colleague and I walked through the aisles, noting how limited the stock was. It felt almost apocalyptic. Seeing so many barren shelves still, we picked out some bags of chips, a few sodas, and some bottled water. I tried to shrug off the strange vibe I got from the store, Attributing it to the late hour and my own fatigue, it never occurred to me that someone else might be watching us. When we returned to the house, we set our groceries on the kitchen table. A single overhead light cast an anemic glow barely reaching the corners of the room. The countertops were a tired shade of yellow and the cabinets hung slightly askew, revealing chipped paint and tarnished handles. My colleague suggested we get some rest to be fresh for the next day. I nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief at the idea of lying down, but that relief would be short-lived. Soon after we separated into our respective rooms, I felt a subtle vibration in my pocket. Checking my phone, I saw a text message from an unknown number. The content made my heart skip a beat. It mentioned the brand of chips I had just purchased, followed by a detail about the flavor my colleague preferred. At first, I thought it had to be someone from our circle of work contacts playing a prank. Maybe a coworker who had seen us on the road and wanted to mess with us, but my chest tightened because I hadn't mentioned that specific snack to anyone. My colleague and I had only been in that store for 5 minutes, speaking quietly about which chips we liked, trying to calm down. I walked to my colleague's door and tapped lightly. We spoke in hushed tones through the cracked doorway, both of us puzzled. He told me to ignore it, that it might be a random scam message. He half-jokingly said there must be coincidences sometimes, especially in small towns where local numbers got recycled. Despite his attempt to sound dismissive, I could hear the unease in his voice. We agreed to keep our phones on silent and call it a night. I went back to my room. The bed was lumpy and covered in old-fashioned sheets that gave off a faint scent of mothballs. I found myself lying awake, tension coiling in my stomach. It was impossible to shake off the feeling that someone somewhere had been watching us in that grocery store, or maybe even before that. My phone vibrated again, this time. The message described how I was pacing around my room looking nervous. My pulse hammered as I read the words. I stared at the corners of the ceiling, searching for any hidden cameras, any sign of tampering. Nothing my colleague mentioned from the other side of the wall that something felt off in his room too. Though he didn't go into detail, I paced some more. Unsure what to do next, deciding it might be best to confront the messages directly. I typed a response to the unknown number, demanding to know who it was and why they were sending these invasive texts. My palms grew clammy and a chill passed through my spine when my phone buzzed again. I hesitated before looking. The new message simply read that I shouldn't worry because everything was under control, and I was better off staying wide awake. At that moment, I became aware of the acute silence in the house. No sound came from the street, no hum of distant cars or passing motorcycles. Even the usual night insects seemed to have vanished. My throat felt dry and each breath took conscious effort. I wandered into the hallway thinking I might step into the kitchen for a glass of water. The corridor was darker than before, as if the single light bulb overhead had dimmed. My footsteps resonated against the wooden floor, a hollow echo that made my skin prickle. As I neared the kitchen, I noticed a faint movement from the corner of my eye. The curtains in the living room, which I had left open earlier, were fluttering softly. Although no draft came through the closed windows, they swayed in a gentle but unmistakable pattern as if guided by unseen hands. The pit in my stomach deepened. I turned on the light in the living room only to find the bulb flickered once and then died. My heart pounded so violently I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. In the dim glow from the kitchen, I saw the curtains come to a standstill, dropping limply back against the window frame. I told myself it had to be some quirk of the old house, maybe a vent or some gap in the wall. Desperate for any semblance of normality, I went into the kitchen and turned on the faucet to fill a glass. The handle felt stiff and the water took a few seconds to come out. It was lukewarm and the pipes groaned as if resenting my need for a drink. After my first sip, the lights overhead flickered in that fraction of a second between brightness and darkness. I saw something dart across the hallway, something tall and shadowy. I nearly dropped the glass. My heart racing so fast I thought I might pass out. I told myself it was just my imagination, a flicker of light playing tricks on me, but I sensed a shift in the atmosphere as if the very air had grown heavier. The phone in my pocket vibrated again. My fingers trembled as I read another message that water won't help, you'll stay awake anyway. My chest constricted and cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My colleague was probably experiencing the same horror in his own room, yet we had agreed not to panic each other against my better judgment. I crept back to my bedroom, shutting the door behind me and turning the lock with shaky hands. Time crawled at an agonizing pace. Every creak of the floorboard seemed amplified. Every shift of wind outside sounded like footsteps. And then there was the bathroom sink. At first, just a faint dripping, then a heavier flow as though someone had turned the faucet on full blast. My mind raced. Had my colleague gotten up? Was the faucet broken? Yet I couldn't muster the courage to step out into that hallway again. At least, not immediately. I stood against the bedroom door, pressing my ear to the wood. The rush of water continued, then it stopped abruptly. I felt a compulsion to check, if only to confirm that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. Forcing myself to turn the knob, I ventured into the corridor once more. My legs felt weak. I approached the bathroom doorway and found the light already on. The sink was still dripping droplets plinking against the porcelain. Though the faucet had been closed, water continued to ooze out. Forming a small puddle around the drain, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror above the sink. My face was pale sweat beading on my temples, eyes wide with confusion and fear. Then my phone buzzed again, making my heart jerk. Another text checked the mirror more closely. Nausea swelled within me. I glanced up at my reflection, once again noticing how warped it looked. My features seemed subtly distorted, as though the mirror's surface was not quite flat. I stepped closer and saw the overhead light flicker, bending my reflection in ways that defied normal physics. It could have been an optical illusion, a trick of old glass and failing electricity. But at that moment it felt like the mirror was alive, or at least possessed by something that thrived on my terror. A sudden rustling sound made me spin around. The hallway behind me was empty, but I felt certain something had been there just seconds before my legs shook and my breathing turned shallow. I retreated to my room, locking the door again and pressing my back against it. The messages kept coming, though I tried to ignore them. They described my every action, how I was standing, how my breath was ragged, even the way my hands kept shaking. Whoever was sending these texts had eyes on me, or worse, they were inside my head. I couldn't decide which possibility scared me more. Around this time, my colleague tapped lightly on my door, asking if I could hear the strange noises too. I responded that I could, my voice barely rising above a whisper. He then mentioned he was receiving odd messages, ones that described his every move and told him not to sleep. It felt surreal, hearing confirmation that I wasn't alone in this. Neither of us dared raise our voices or go searching for help. The very walls seemed to be listening, waiting for us to reveal our fear so it could amplify it. Hours passed in a torment of creeping dread. The house became a canvas for every nightmare scenario running through my head. I heard faint knocks behind the walls, the floorboards squeaking outside my door, the faint rustle of curtains. Even though no wind blew, sometimes I thought I heard whispering in the hall, though I could never distinguish words, just a low, unintelligible murmur that made my skin crawl. My body shook with each wave of adrenaline. Sweat soaked the back of my shirt, yet I felt cold, as if an icy current licked at my skin. Somewhere close to dawn, the messages stopped. I hadn't realized how quiet my phone had become until I checked it and saw the last text had arrived nearly an hour earlier. It simply said, "Don't think you're safe." By then, the sky was lightening to a dull gray, and a weak glow filtered through the thin curtains. Exhaustion weighed down my eyelids, but I was too terrified to succumb to sleep. My colleague's door creaked, and I heard him step into the hallway. He said he wanted to get out of the house as soon as possible, to pack up and leave. I agreed. Silently, words caught in my throat. We gathered our belongings in tense silence, each movement feeling magnified in the still morning. The air was less oppressive now, but the memory of that suffocating tension remained. Neither of us dared to check every room thoroughly. Instead, we made sure we had our phones, laptops, and any essential items. The rest could be replaced if needed. Our only objective was to leave the house and never look back. As I closed the front door behind us, I couldn't resist a final glance at the windows for just a second. I imagined I saw a flicker of movement behind the curtains. My pulse quickened, but I said nothing. We drove away from that small town, our tires kicking up gravel and dust. The early sunlight casting long shadows across the road. My colleague and I tried to discuss the events in a logical way. Maybe we had fallen victim to some elaborate prank or local superstition. Maybe the house was rigged with hidden cameras, yet neither explanation fully accounted for the unsettling text that matched our actions in real time, nor did it explain the cold presence that made every hair on my body stand on end. We reached the highway and breathed a collective sigh of relief, but deep down I knew the experience would never truly leave me. Weeks later, I still find myself waking in the middle of the night, gasping for air, convinced that my phone is buzzing with more messages. My heart thunders against my ribcage until I check the screen and see no new notifications. Even so, I can't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was behind those messages might still be out there watching from some dark corner, just waiting for the perfect moment to remind me that I'm not safe. Sometimes I replay the events of that night in my mind, searching for clues or rational explanations, but the more I reflect, the stronger my suspicion grows that we encountered something beyond mere surveillance or pranks to this day. I don't know if it was a person with twisted motives or if something else had latched onto our presence in 2000, that lonely house. All I know is that every instinct in my body screamed that we were being toyed with by a force that fed on our fear. I still see flashes of that warped reflection in the bathroom mirror when I close my eyes too long. I still feel a phantom chill wash over me when I stand alone in a dark room, and on the rare occasions I find myself in another quiet, desolate place for work, I catch myself glancing at my phone, half dreading, half expecting another text from that unknown number. The worst part is the lingering uncertainty whoever sent those messages never demanded money or made overt threats. Instead, they seemed fixated on the notion of keeping us awake, heightening our paranoia, pushing us to the edge. The horror of it wasn't in any explicit violence, but rather in the way it invaded our minds, sowing seeds of distrust in our own perceptions, even though we left that house intact. A piece of me feels as though I never truly escaped every bump in the night, every flicker of the lights, every unexplained rustle of fabric in a still room now carries echoes of that oppressive darkness. It's a reminder that sometimes terror doesn't need to manifest in physical harm. Sometimes it's enough that it watches. You learns your fears and makes you doubt your own senses. I've tried to move on, pouring myself into work, convincing my colleague that it must have been a fluke, yet no matter how busy we stay, the memory of that night lingers, casting a shadow over every mundane action. We've stayed in countless rentals since then, and none have shown the same signs of malevolence. But whenever I encounter a flickering light or a slowly dripping faucet, my stomach tightens with dread. I recall the way the curtains moved on their own, how the house's silence turned suffocating, how the texts knew precisely what we were doing in real time. Even now, I keep my phone locked away when I'm alone at night. The idea of another unknown number lighting up the screen is enough to make my hand shake, despite all logic telling me it couldn't possibly be the same presence. My instincts remain on high alert, and in those solitary moments, just before I drift off to sleep, I sometimes sense a faint prickling at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes are studying me from a corner. I refuse to acknowledge deep inside. I realize the fear may never fully subside. It's a burden I carry with me, a reminder that there are places and forces in this world that exist just beyond our comfortable understanding. At the end of it all, I'm left with an unsettling truth. There are horrors we can't explain, terrors that don't rely on bloodshed or open violence. Sometimes the simplest act of observation of someone or something observing us can prove more harrowing than any physical threat. Because in that silent gaze and those messages that know our every move lies the ultimate assault on our minds. We become our own worst enemy, questioning each sound, each shadow, each flicker of light until reality itself feels like it's unraveling. And in my case, I'm still not certain it is finished unraveling. There is no tidy conclusion, no definitive answer. All I have is that gnawing doubt, the knowledge that some things linger in the darkness long after sunrise. So I continue my travels, meeting new clients in new towns, always a bit more guarded. Always glancing over my shoulder, the memory of that old house in the small town stays with me, a permanent scar etched into my thoughts, a constant whisper that warns, remain vigilant because sometimes in the hush of the night, the phone still vibrates without reason. And for a heartbeat, I convince myself it's them again, whoever or whatever they were waiting to remind me they never truly left. I don't know if that moment will ever come, but the anticipation alone is enough to keep me awake, staring into the darkness, listening for sounds that may or may not be there, and that in its own twisted way is a horror I can't escape. I still remember how the stale air of that old office seemed to cling to my skin the moment I stepped inside. The corridor walls were painted in a dull shade of gray that felt more like a warning than a choice of decor. My pulse quickened, and I couldn't explain why something about that place felt wrong from the start, as if it were quietly protesting my presence. I told myself it was just the pressure of starting a new assignment. After all, I was only supposed to spend a few nights here cleaning and organizing outdated hardware. It was a straightforward IT gig, one that in theory shouldn't have been terrifying at all. My name is Eric, and I usually work as a freelance IT analyst. I go from company to company, troubleshooting servers, decommissioning old hardware, and taking care of tasks that require some technical know-how and a willingness to do the dirty work. Most of the time, I don't mind the quiet, solitary nature of the job, but there was nothing normal about this building. It had once housed a major corporation's administrative offices. They had downsized years ago, leaving behind a dusty labyrinth of empty cubicles and abandoned conference rooms. When I took this assignment, no one told me about the rumors on my first day while hauling old monitors to a storage closet. A couple of the building staff members mentioned something about the top floor, the one with the decommissioned meeting rooms. They told me that people sometimes heard heavy footsteps at night and doors banging for no reason. Some referred to it as the presence upstairs, giving me grim looks when they talked about it. Others simply joked that I should never wander there alone at night, although they didn't look like they were kidding. I tried to laugh it off after all. I was a rational man who dealt in cables, hard drives, and system code. Not in ghost stories that changed on the second night I worked there. I needed to reboot one of the older servers that was still active, so I stayed past midnight. The entire building seemed to exhale emptiness. Every corridor a tunnel of darkness lit only by a few flickering fluorescent lights. My shoes echoed with each step, and I couldn't help but notice a faint odor in the air, a mix of old carpet mildew and something accurate I couldn't identify as I walked to the server room, which was inconveniently located near the stairwell leading to the top floor. I heard a distinct thud from above. It sounded like someone dropping a heavy box. My chest tightened. The thud repeated more rhythmically this time, like footsteps pacing back and forth. I told myself it was just the creaking of old architecture or perhaps the building's ventilation system. Yet my heart pounded so hard that I had to stop and catch my breath. Once the server reboot was complete, I decided to finish up quickly. I was almost out the door when I heard a door upstairs slam. It was abrupt and violent, echoing down the stairwell. I felt my stomach twist, my body tensed, sweat forming at my temples. My instinct was to run, but I forced myself to remain calm rationally. The place should be empty. No one was scheduled to be on that floor, and security would have locked up hours ago. But I couldn't ignore the fact that something or someone had just slammed a door. I tried to reassure myself that perhaps a window was left open up there, causing a draft, but the closed windows along the corridor suggested otherwise. Without wanting to investigate, I hurried to turn off the lights in the server room and head downstairs. On my way, I felt a sudden jolt of panic. The overhead lights flickered just once, but enough to make me gasp in that brief moment of flicker. I had the unsettling impression that a tall figure stood at the far end of the corridor. I couldn't see any details, just the outline of something impossibly tall and still. My heart hammered so hard I could barely breathe, but when the lights stabilized, there was nothing there. I left the building in a state of near panic. Refusing to look back that night, I barely slept. My mind racing through possibilities. Maybe the figure was a trick of the mind caused by exhaustion. I told myself I needed to get more rest to stop letting old ghost stories invade my thoughts. But the next day, when I confided in a coworker what I thought I had seen, she recounted rumors of a tall, shadowy presence that several employees had glimpsed. She described it as an elongated silhouette lurking near the corners of corridors, always watching, never approaching. I felt a twinge of nausea as she spoke. It seemed too specific to dismiss as an optical illusion. Over the following week, each time I needed to work late, I found myself dreading that building my palms would sweat the moment I entered the lobby. The quiet hum of the fluorescent lights made me feel on edge, yet my tasks forced me to stay because certain server checks had to be done after hours to avoid disrupting daytime operations. Unfortunately, the older hardware was stored on the very floor everyone avoided. I would stare at the elevator doors for a long moment, then choose the stairs. Instead, something about stepping into an enclosed metal box made me feel even more vulnerable. Most nights I heard small noises that could be dismissed as the building settling, a faint crack here, a groan of metal there. But there were times I clearly heard footsteps above me, heavy, deliberate steps that seemed to circle the perimeter of the top floor whenever that happened. My chest tightened and I'd break into a cold sweat. My mouth would go dry and I'd wait half holding my breath, hoping the sounds would stop. Often they did, but the silence that followed was sometimes worse. It felt like waiting for the next heartbeat of something enormous and hidden. One night I tried to bring a coworker upstairs with me just for company. She insisted she was too busy with her own tasks. I nearly begged her, but ultimately I went alone. I recall gripping the rail of the staircase so tightly my knuckles went white. The corridor lights flickered more than usual. My ears seemed hyper-aware of every little sound, the faint buzz of electricity, my own shoes scraping the floor and the blood pounding in my ears. When I opened the door to the main corridor of the top floor, I felt an immediate urge to flee. The atmosphere was thick as if the air itself carried a menacing weight. I could smell that acrid scent again, some cross between burnt plastic and decaying drywall. My stomach churned and I swallowed hard, determined to get my job done fast as I moved to collect some old routers from a dusty room. I caught something in the reflection of the glass wall that separated this room from the next. It was that same towering figure standing at the other end of the corridor, motionless. Staring at me, I froze and the reflex made my whole body go rigid, my breath catching in my throat for what felt like ages. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Then, without warning, the figure took a step back and the reflection vanished. I turned around, but there was nothing there. Just an empty corridor with outdated furniture stacked haphazardly. By this point, my nerves were frayed. I felt an uneasy mix of terror and curiosity, but I mostly just wanted to get out. My mind raced. Could it be a trick of the overhead lighting? Was I having a stress-induced hallucination, the sense that something was watching me, that it could appear anywhere, anytime, gnawed at me constantly? My coworkers seemed unconcerned, content to believe it was all part of the building's ghost story. But I knew what I had seen. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was no mere shadow. In the following days, I found myself avoiding eye contact with the stairwell to the upper floor each time I passed it. I'd get that tight feeling in my chest, that sense of being observed at night if I was forced to be there. Every echo, every creak seemed to magnify a hundredfold. There were also times I heard a faint whisper, though I couldn't make out words. Only the soft, persistent murmur of something not quite human. My body would respond with a surge of adrenaline, heart slamming against my ribcage. Limbs going clammy, my supervisors began asking if I was feeling all right. I tried to explain in vague terms that the place was getting to me, that the environment felt oppressive. They offered to let me adjust my hours, perhaps coming in earlier in the evening so I could leave before midnight. But a few tasks still needed to be done in the early morning hours, and inevitably I found myself alone in that place. One particularly unsettling night, I was in the second-floor server room running firmware updates around 2 a.m. I heard a door upstairs slam 3 times in quick succession. It was so loud that I felt it in my chest. My throat constricted and I nearly dropped my flashlight. The temptation to flee was overwhelming, but I remembered that the servers would be in the middle of a critical update for another half hour if I left. Then it could corrupt the entire system, so I stayed each minute stretched into an eternity. The next few minutes passed in eerie silence, and I almost convinced myself that maybe the wind had blown through an open window. Then directly above my head, I heard what sounded like rapid footsteps running across the floor. They paused near the edge of the corridor right above me before dashing back in the opposite direction. My breathing was shallow, my heart slamming like a drum. I couldn't understand how any living person could move that fast, that frantically in an otherwise empty floor. When the firmware update finally completed, I grabbed my things and headed downstairs toward the exit. The hallway lights flickered again. My entire body quaked with dread. I heard a faint scraping sound like nails dragging across metal echoing from the upper floor. I had to fight the primal urge to run in that moment. It felt as though the building itself was alive, demanding my fear as payment for trespassing. My pulse pounded in my ears and my vision tunneled. By the time I made it to the front door, my hands were shaking so hard that I struggled with the key card. Finally, the lock clicked and I stumbled out gulping fresh air like a drowning man. After that episode, I seriously considered quitting. I told the temp agency the project was beyond my scope, but they insisted the client was pleased with my work and offered me a raise. If I stayed on just a bit longer, they needed the final inventory and hardware disposal plan against my better judgment. I agreed, but I resolved to never venture upstairs alone at night again. A few evenings later, circumstances forced me to break that promise. A series of system errors required manual restarts, and these errors always came at the worst possible times at around 11:45 p.m. I found myself standing in front of that damn staircase again, telling myself I could do this quickly and get out. My mind was in a battle with my adrenaline. Every sense was heightened and the building felt unnaturally still. Climbing the stairs, I kept seeing movements in my peripheral vision, shadows flickering just beyond my line of sight. My skin prickled with goosebumps and my heart hammered in my chest. The corridor on the top floor was darker than usual, a few lights completely out, leaving long stretches of darkness. I used my flashlight, but it seemed to illuminate only a narrow path, leaving the rest of the corridor in suffocating gloom. As I approached the final conference room, the door creaked open on its own. My breath caught in my throat. The darkness beyond that door felt alive, a tangible force pressing against my senses. Then I heard something, a guttural rasp, as though someone or something was struggling to breathe. My legs nearly gave out beneath me, but I forced myself forward, pushing the door fully open with a trembling hand. Inside, the air was colder than the rest of the floor, and an unrelenting sense of being observed weighed heavily on me. I shone my flashlight around, and that's when I noticed the reflection in the large glass panel at the back of the room. The tall figure stood there again, looming impossibly high. My chest constricted as I watched it raise what looked like an arm far too long to be human. My entire body seized in panic. I wanted to scream, but my voice seemed locked inside my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over a pile of cables. Flashlight clattering on the floor in the frantic moment that followed. I scrambled to pick it up, flicking the beam wildly around the room. The figure was gone. I wasn't sure whether that was more comforting or more terrifying. Something inside me broke at that moment, and fear gave way to a jolt of desperate determination. I ran out of the room, slamming the door behind me, and sprinted down the corridor. My lungs burned and my vision blurred with tears of pure terror. It felt as though the building itself pulsed with malevolence, each step echoing a fraction of a second too late, as if something followed in perfect mimicry. By the time I reached the stairs, my knees wobbled and I nearly collapsed. I forced myself down step by agonizing step, feeling as if I was descending into some other realm rather than escaping it. When I finally burst into the ground floor lobby, I was shaking so violently that I could hardly function. My mind raced with questions. Was that entity real, or had I gone mad from stress and lack of sleep? Why did it watch me, and why did it lurk in reflections? The uneasy possibility that it was feeding off my fear. Noted at me, I left that night and never returned alone. I negotiated daytime-only shifts, strictly refusing any nighttime assignments. My supervisors weren't thrilled, but they allowed it. Possibly seeing the terror etched on my face whenever they asked about the presence upstairs, I'd only say I wanted no part of it. Even recalling the memories makes my heart pound. Eventually, the job ended. I completed my tasks, signed off the inventory, and moved on to my next contract. But the echoes of that building have never left me to this day. I'll catch myself glancing at reflective surfaces in unfamiliar corridors, half expecting to see that impossibly tall shape standing there. Watching sometimes at night, I'll hear noises in my own home that remind me of those footsteps pounding overhead. I'll bolt upright in bed, breath-ragged heart hammering until I remind myself where I am. Yet a nagging doubt remains: did I escape that presence, or did it follow me? I can't say for certain. All I know is that whenever I recall the stale air, the flickering lights, and that looming silhouette, a chill crawls down my spine that no amount of reassurance can erase. I survived that place physically unscathed, but a lingering unease haunts me. A piece of that old office is lodged somewhere deep in my mind. Sometimes I wonder if the darkness I encountered was simply a reflection of my own stress and anxieties, or if in fact that building concealed something far more malevolent than a haunted legend. Either way, I haven't found a definitive explanation, just a lasting dread. And whenever I hear a door slam or see a flicker of movement in a corridor, I can't help but remember that place and its silent watcher waiting in the shadows. I used to believe that the quietest hours before dawn held a sort of solemn beauty. I was convinced there was something almost spiritual about existing in a space that was usually crowded and chaotic, only to find it deserted and silent. That changed the night I heard a whisper echoing from the men's locker room when there was no one else around. Ever since then, the silence in that 24-hour gym has taken on a menacing edge, and I can't walk through those heavy glass doors without feeling my heartbeat rattle my entire chest. I had signed up for the gym membership during a promotional event, lured by the promise of modern equipment and the convenience of being able to go whenever I liked. At first, I was thrilled by the idea of midnight or early morning workouts because my schedule was unpredictable. Sometimes I'd be free at midday, other times at midnight, so the flexibility was a gift. I felt like I had the place to myself. When I trained at 2 or 3 in the morning, there were no queues for machines, no loud grunts from the weightlifters, no strangers hogging the squat rack for a few weeks. This arrangement seemed ideal until the strangeness began with subtle, almost dismissible signs. I remember the first time I noticed something was off. It was an ordinary night or so, it seemed. I had arrived around 1 a.m., the automated doors giving their usual mechanical hiss as I stepped into the artificially lit reception area. The overhead lights were a sickly yellow, and despite the immaculately cleaned floors, I detected the faint smell of disinfectant that always hung around the front desk. Usually I'd see maybe 1 or 2 other people on the treadmills or elliptical trainers, but that evening the place appeared deserted. I had my earphones in, hoping to keep myself motivated through a long cardio session as I climbed onto a treadmill. I felt a slight chill. At first I blamed the air conditioning, which was always set far too low during the night. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and I shrugged it off as a trivial reaction to the cold. But there was something more. I sensed an undercurrent in the air, a subtle tension I couldn't quite name. It was like the entire gym was holding its breath. Within 15 minutes, I found myself restless. Instead of the usual steady rhythm of running, I kept glancing over my shoulders, certain I was about to spot someone lurking behind me. Of course, every time I looked, there was no one. Only the dim reflection of my own figure in the floor-to-ceiling mirrors and the uniform rows of equipment. The overhead lights flickered once or twice, but I told myself that was just faulty wiring. By the time I finished my run, I was drenched in sweat and more fatigued by nervous tension than by actual exertion. The next odd occurrence happened a few days later. I was wrapping up a shoulder workout around 2:30 a.m., moving from the free weights to the stretching area. The silence was all-encompassing, the only consistent sound being the dull hum of the vents pushing out that icy air as I lowered myself onto the mat to stretch. I heard an odd patter. It was like the shuffle of feet on the rubber flooring. I paused, heart-thudding, and scanned my surroundings empty again. Still the sound continued for a second or two, then stopped abruptly when I got up to investigate. Walking around the rows of machines, not a single person was in sight. Part of me reasoned I might have heard my own footsteps echoing, or maybe an old ventilation pipe was responsible, so I forced myself to move on. Attributing it to my imagination, it was a couple of weeks later that I encountered the voice. That night I was more tired than usual, having worked a late shift. Still, I felt compelled to fit in at least a short workout. I arrived just after 3 a.m. The overhead lights were half-dimmed, casting long, unsettling shadows across the weight machines. There was a different smell lingering in the air. It reminded me of damp towels that had been left too long in a corner. Musky, faintly sour, and not at all comforting. I started my routine with some light cardio, then proceeded to do a few sets of bench presses. Midway through my last set, I realized I was unbelievably thirsty. My throat felt dry and sandpaper rough, so I decided to take a short break and head to the water fountain near the men's locker room. The corridor leading there was bathed in flickering fluorescent light, the harsh glow seeming to strobe against the pale tiles. My footsteps echoed oddly, as if the hallway was stretching longer with each step. Just as I bent down to fill my bottle, I heard a faint whisper in Portuguese. It was distinctly clear, but drained of volume as if carried by a dying breath. The words were ponte, and the invitation or command. Whatever it was stopped me cold. Initially, I assumed it was another gym-goer calling out from inside the locker room, maybe beckoning a friend. Yet the voice felt off, like someone speaking from a distance that was both too close and too far. At the same time, heart-pounding, I stood upright and scanned the corridor. The door to the men's locker room was slightly ajar, and no light seemed to be on inside, just a dim glow from a single overhead bulb. I told myself it had to be a staff member or some other restless soul. So, taking a tentative step forward, I called out a soft greeting. No response came, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I could almost feel eyes peering at me from the dark recesses. Stepping inside, I was met with an unearthly stillness. The row of lockers stretched out in front of me, and the room smelled of antiseptic mixed with stale sweat. My skin crawled as I walked past bench after bench, each unoccupied, each silent. I reached the showers and found the stalls empty. The entire space was deserted, yet I couldn't shake the certainty that someone had spoken to me only moments before I stood there. Water bottle in hand, ears straining for any rustle or breath. When nothing followed, I quickly turned and left. Feeling more unsettled than I could ever recall being in a public space over the next few nights, I couldn't shake the memory of that whisper. It replayed in my mind incessantly. Sometimes I would be in the middle of a set of squats and the phrase would ring in my ears again, as if someone had just spoken behind me. My workout suffered because I started rushing through exercises, eager to finish and leave, but every time I tried to push the incident to the back of my mind, a new layer of dread draped itself over me. Another disturbing incident hit like a thunderclap. About a week later, I'd convinced myself to face my unease head-on by returning at my usual late hour. The place was emptier than ever, with no sign of the night staff. Though the front desk light was on, the entire building felt hollow. I did my best to ignore the gloom and focus on the rhythmic clang of weights. Halfway through my routine, the faint overhead music cut off abruptly, plunging the gym into silence. Except for my own breathing, then a distortion of static crackled through the speakers like a whisper full of watery hisses. No words were distinct, but the noise had an undeniably human quality to it, as if layered with quiet. Moans the sound stretched on for what felt like minutes before snapping back into silence. By that point, my hands were shaking. I dropped the dumbbells, feeling my palms slick with cold sweat, and I could taste fear like copper on my tongue, shaken but determined not to be controlled by my own paranoia. I reasoned I would just do a couple more sets and leave the sense of a presence. Lurking was back stronger than before. Every time I turned, I thought I saw a shape moving around the corners of the mirrored walls. My reflection seemed elongated, twisted as though the mirror itself was warping. The overhead lights flickered relentlessly, creating brief intervals of darkness that felt like an entirely different realm in those split-second blackouts. I swore I saw outlines of something not human, shapes flickering at the edge of my vision by the time I finished and walked toward the locker room to grab my bag. Every nerve in my body was on fire. The corridor leading there was colder than before, making me shiver. Despite my sweaty workout clothes, I pressed my ear close to the locker room door, unsure why I was even doing it, and I heard faint breathing. It was soft, deliberate, and it made my stomach knot. My mind screamed at me to turn and leave, but some grim curiosity pulled me forward. The instant I crossed the threshold, the lights above me went out in pitch blackness. I felt claustrophobic, my breath catching in my throat, reaching into my pocket. I hurriedly fished out my phone to use its flashlight. The weak beam illuminated only a small patch of the floor in front of me. With each step, the fluorescent fixtures overhead buzzed like insects trapped in a jar, occasionally sputtering with a sickly light that revealed lockers and benches and fragmented glimpses. Then I saw it a figure or a shadow. It was impossible to say which. Looming at the far end, the shape seemed to hover without the normal posture of a person standing on two legs. I tried to call out, but my voice failed. Nothing came out but a ragged gasp. The shadow flickered or shifted, and in one fleeting second of faint light, it appeared to vanish. I stood there, paralyzed, heart pounding so hard that each beat echoed in my ears. Suddenly, the overhead fixtures blinked back on, revealing the space in full clarity. Once again, the corridor of lockers was bare. It was an empty, ordinary locker room, as if nothing had ever been there at that moment. I felt an intense wave of dizziness, and it took a concerted effort to remain upright. My pulse wouldn't slow. My breathing was ragged, and a cold sweat coated every inch of my skin. I must have staggered out of the locker room and hurried to collect my belongings from the bench near the entrance. My hands trembled so badly that I nearly dropped my phone twice while stuffing it back into my pocket. My only coherent thought was to get out of that building, out into the safety of the night air. The automated doors slid open, excruciatingly slowly. When I finally stepped outside, I realized I was panting as though I had run a marathon. The freedom of the open air felt fleeting, though I kept looking over my shoulder all the way to my car, convinced that something or someone was watching me from behind the tinted windows. In the following days, I tried to rationalize. I told myself it was stress, or that my imagination had run amok in the echoing emptiness of the gym. Maybe I was overtired, or maybe the new supplements I'd been taking had triggered jitters or hallucinations. But late at night, as I lay in bed, images of that shadow and the echo of that disembodied potenton consumed my thoughts. I felt trapped in a spiral of dread, and I couldn't dislodge the fear that there was something malevolent in that place, something that thrived in the silent hours. Eventually, I confided in a friend who also happened to be a personal trainer. I avoided direct quotes as much as possible, telling him indirectly that I had experienced some deeply unsettling encounters and that I was questioning my own sanity. He offered the typical logical explanations about faulty electrical systems, echoic chambers, and the impressionable nature of the mind. In a polite but concerned way, he suggested, maybe I should work out during the day at least until I felt more comfortable. Part of me felt relieved to hear him say these things. It validated that the rational side of me could still attempt to find normal explanations. A few weeks passed, and I mostly avoided the gym at night, opting for afternoon or early evening sessions. The facility was busier than filled with everyday noise and the mundane hustle of people rushing to complete their routines. I started to feel safer. However, my schedule eventually forced me into another late-night session, and the moment I stepped through those doors, the memory of that suffocating tension washed over me. I stayed hyper-aware of my surroundings, listening for any odd sounds or whispers. The place was quiet in all the wrong ways. I tried to keep my workout short. My intention was to do only a couple of exercises and leave. After finishing the last set of bicep curls, I inched toward the corridor where the water fountain was located. Although I felt reluctant, my thirst was overpowering. The fountain's trickle sounded unnaturally loud, a soft metallic gurgle that echoed down the hallway as I took a sip. That same Portuguese phrase reverberated in my mind. My heart thumped so hard I felt a tremor in my ribs. The men's locker room door was open just a crack, but the darkness beyond felt like a living, breathing thing. I experienced a strange magnetism pulling me there, but I resisted. I turned away, refusing to let my curiosity lure me inside. The entire time I had the uncanny feeling that someone or something was behind that door, quietly urging me to come in. A wave of revulsion passed over me, and I left without even returning my towel to the rack. My only intention was escape, no matter how cowardly I felt now whenever I pass by the gym. Late at night, I can't bring myself to go in. Even seeing those lights glowing in the glass front triggers a tightness in my chest. I keep remembering the subtle shift in the air, the scratching static in the speakers, and that formless shadow I nearly walked into. Worst of all, I recall the voice that sounded both near and distant. Paunt on the memory is enough to send chills drilling into my spine, and I have no rational explanation that can soothe the dread it planted in my mind. Sometimes I ask myself if I was singled out or if others have heard it too. Since it all happened, I haven't spoken about it much, and the gym staff never bring up anything unusual. It's almost like there's a silent agreement to ignore the eerie atmosphere that descends at night, or maybe no one else has experienced the same level of horror. I still find myself wondering if there really was an entity there, feeding on fear, or if my mind twisted normal occurrences into something horrifying. Even now, I question my own sanity at times, but the fact remains, I heard that whisper, I saw that shape. I felt an oppressive presence in the darkness of that locker room, a sensation so vivid it's impossible to dismiss as a mere trick of light. My body's reactions racing. Heart hair standing on end, clammy palms were real and undeniable. That night changed me, and it left an imprint on my psyche that refuses to fade. I've never gone back during those haunted hours, never walked down that flickering corridor alone again. And though I continue my daytime workouts, the fear still lingers in the back of my mind as if waiting to pounce the slightest malfunction of a light bulb, or the faintest echo in an empty gym can make my stomach seize with panic. I'm always on guard, half expecting to hear that disembodied voice calling out from the locker room once more, coaxing me into a darkness from which I might not return. The worst part is, it leaves me with the uneasy possibility that sometimes the darkness beyond our own reflections is not empty. Something could be there waiting in the silent hush of early morning, inviting us further into shadowed corridors and quiet rooms. And when I remember that creeping dread and that single chilling phrase, I know one thing: I would rather stay outside in the safety of the night air than ever cross the threshold into that echoing void. Again, the air clung to us like a thick invisible film the moment we stepped into that abandoned industrial zone. Something about the place felt inherently wrong, as though it was trying to repel us. Even before we crossed the threshold, the jagged outlines of rusted metal beams against a darkening sky seemed to stand in silent warning. Yet my friends and I couldn't resist the pull of our own curiosity. We believed naively that we would explore, get a little thrill, and then leave no harm done. None of us realized how deeply the heavy atmosphere and sour stench would burrow into our minds. I remember the road leading to the industrial park was cracked and pitted, flanked by fields of tall, dry grass that rattled in the breeze. An old chain-link fence with more holes than intact mesh was the only barrier between civilization and that decaying wasteland. We'd heard rumors that chemicals had once been processed there, but nobody bothered to confirm. We just wanted an adventure, so we found a gap in the fence, slipped through, and navigated the deserted lot until we arrived at a massive corrugated metal building looming in the gloom. From the outside, the warehouse was colossal, its roof sagging in places and large doors left hanging crooked on rusted hinges when we pushed one of those doors open. It scraped along the concrete floor in a slow, tortured groan. The noise made my spine tingle. I recall stepping inside, first shining my small flashlight across the interior. The beam illuminated dust motes swirling in the stale air. The place smelled foul, stale, sour, almost like old milk that had turned, but also chemical in a way that made my eyes water. My throat felt scratchy. I wanted to cough, but somehow I held it in. I tried to brush off the creeping dread as I waited for the others to follow. Dan, who usually cracked a joke to lighten the mood, seemed uncharacteristically quiet. I heard him mumble something about how this might not be as fun as we thought. He wanted to keep going, though. So we continued. The inside of the warehouse was lined with defunct conveyor belts, metal tables, and enormous vats that once must have held industrial fluids overhead. Fluorescent lights dangled from bent fixtures. They no longer worked, of course, but I kept glancing up, half expecting them to flicker to life. Instead, we had only our flashlights and the occasional faint glow from the holes in the roof. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows under the machinery were deeper than they should be. It was as though they were absorbing the light instead of reflecting it. Each time my flashlight beam passed over a dark corner, I felt a gentle tug of apprehension. My heart thudded in my chest and my palms grew damp around the handle of the flashlight. Every small sound metal creaking a single droplet of water hitting the floor echoed painfully in my ears. My breathing sped up and I tried to keep it quiet so I could listen for anything else that might lurk in the darkness. We fanned out, each of us drawn to different areas. At one point, I ran my hand along a section of rusted piping. The metal flaked away at my touch, leaving orange-brown residue on my fingers. I wiped it off on my jeans, but I couldn't get rid of the gritty sensation as if the rust clung to my skin. The sour smell intensified as I moved closer to the center of the warehouse where a massive machine stood silent and forbidding. It was covered in cracked paint with what looked like tangled hoses. Sprouting from its sides, the floor around it was stained with something dark and oily in my mind. I told myself it was just old chemicals, but my stomach churned with a nameless dread. I felt a presence then, as if someone was standing just behind me. My neck hair bristled, my heart hammered, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down my temple. I spun around, shining my flashlight in a wide arc. Nobody was there, only a cluster of upright tanks and conveyor belts that stretched off into the gloom. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was being foolish, but that feeling lingered as though I had intruded on something's territory, and it watched me from just beyond the edge of my vision. A few yards away, one of my friends was fiddling with some levers on a broken control panel. He mentioned in a low mutter that these must have operated the conveyor belts. The rest of us gathered around the machine. We exchanged looks that said we should probably move on. Some unspoken tension passed among us. I wondered if they felt that same pressure in the air, that quiet insistence that we didn't belong. We headed deeper into the building, stepping over piles of debris, broken crates, fragments of scrap metal, and torn industrial tarps. The further we went, the heavier the atmosphere became. It felt harder to breathe, as though my lungs were straining against a weight pressing on my chest. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and then steadied. It was enough to send a jolt of panic through me. The last thing I wanted was for the light to fail in that suffocating darkness. As we approached the back of the warehouse, we found a row of offices sealed behind glass windows. The windows were so grimy that it was impossible to see inside without wiping the sludge away. I hesitated, but eventually used my sleeve to create a streaky portal into the gloom. The beam of my flashlight revealed a cramped room filled with file cabinets and a few desks. All in disarray, chairs were knocked over, drawers yanked open, documents scattered across the floor. The sour smell grew even more potent near this office section. My eyes watered and my stomach twisted. It was as if something had leaked out of the walls and infected the air. I noticed a movement from the corner of my eye, a quick flicker of shadow across the other side of the glass. My breath caught in my throat. My pulse slammed in my ears. I jerked my flashlight toward the spot, but there was nothing, just the ghostly reflection of our group in the grimy glass. Looking far more nervous than we had upon arrival, I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, yet I couldn't shake the crawling feeling on the back of my neck. We left the offices behind, deciding it was time to circle around and head for the exit. We hadn't been inside for more than 30 minutes, but it felt like hours. My mouth was so dry I had to swallow repeatedly to keep from gagging. Another friend mentioned in a tense whisper that the smell was getting worse instead of dissipating. He wondered if there might be chemical spills deeper in the building. Someone else suggested we leave right then, but curiosity still battled with our unease. We pressed on, hoping that taking a complete loop around would feel less like we'd run away in fear. With every step, the sense of being watched multiplied. The enormous machines, silent and immovable, seemed to loom larger, as if alive in their own menacing way. The shadows, thick and almost tangible, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. My breathing grew ragged and every muscle in my body felt tense. Each breath carried that acrid tang, burning my nostrils and coating the back of my throat. The corridor we entered next was lined on both sides by tall racks that once held equipment or spare parts. Now most of them lay toppled, their shelves empty or strewn with debris. My flashlight revealed twisted shapes that looked like they had melted, congealed into lumps that defied easy explanation. A sense of dread settled in my stomach. Cold and relentless. Was this the result of some chemical reaction or something else entirely? As we neared the exit, one of us suggested we regroup and calmly walk the rest of the way without splitting up. We formed a tight cluster, flashlights overlapping to create a larger circle of illumination. The beams of light jittered along the walls and ceiling, revealing streaks of rust and filth that almost looked like spreading veins each time we passed another piece of decrepit machinery. I strained my hearing for any sign of movement behind us. The silence became loud, pressing against my eardrums until I wished for even the smallest, most innocuous noise to break the tension, but the only sound I could detect was my own panicked breathing. Then for a brief moment, the sour smell subsided, replaced by a cool draft wafting in from a large set of double doors. Relief surged through my body. I could see the outline of the exit in the weak exterior light. My heart pounded, urging me forward. The feeling of oppression that plagued me was starting to loosen its grip just a bit. But as we drew closer, the entire building seemed to exhale some foul breath of its own. The sour stench hit like a physical blow, worse than anything I had experienced so far. My knees wobbled and I struggled not to retch. I heard my friends letting out muffled curses, covering their mouths and noses. It was as if the place refused to let us leave without one final assault on our senses. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I had to lean against a rusted support beam. My flashlight dropped, clattering to the ground and rolling a few feet away. The flashlight's beam landed on one of the broken machines, illuminating the space beneath it. In an odd angle, for a second I thought I saw something move there, some shape that was not part of the machinery. My vision blurred and I blinked furiously. The shape looked almost gelatinous. Quivering in the half-light, it seemed to vanish. The instant I tried to focus on it, I forced myself upright. Ignoring the shakiness in my limbs, I retrieved my flashlight and rejoined the group. No one spoke directly, but I caught the stark fear in their eyes. We knew without words that we had to get out. We made a final push toward the exit, refusing to let ourselves be defeated by panic. Yet my heart hammered in my chest and my breath came in ragged gulps. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, chilling my skin in the damp air. The closer we got to those double doors, the more the atmosphere seemed to swirl around us in a suffocating dance. Shadows elongated and warped, distorting the shapes of the machinery into monstrous silhouettes. My flashlight flickered again and I nearly lost my nerve. I told myself to keep it together outside. I could see a sliver of the dark sky, a faint promise of escape from this suffocating darkness. When we finally reached the threshold, I could barely breathe. My lungs felt seared by the chemical stench. My nerves frayed by the constant sense of pursuit from those silent shadows. Stepping over the doorway felt like crossing from one reality into another. The night air was cold, but it was a blessing compared to what we had just endured inside. I tasted freedom in that first gulp of cleaner air, even though the sour odor clung to my clothes and hair. Yet even outside, I felt no true relief. The warehouse loomed behind us, its jagged outline framed by the moonlight. My heart was still pounding and a cold sweat covered my forehead. I found myself turning around, shining my flashlight back at the open door. For a moment, I thought I saw a faint movement within, as though something receded deeper into the darkness. It left me with a spine-tingling certainty that the place housed a presence far beyond our comprehension. One of my friends remarked that it was time to head home. Another added we should never return. There was an undercurrent of mutual agreement in the group. We began to walk away, our flashlights bobbing in the night, but the sense of being followed lingered as if the dense air from the warehouse had latched onto us. I kept glancing over my shoulder, heart racing. Each time I imagined a flicker of motion in my periphery. Once we reached the gap in the fence, the night breeze gained some freshness. My eyes stung from the strain of tension and my hands trembled. I was sweating. Despite the cool air, we slipped back onto the deserted street, each step feeling both urgent and numb. I realized my entire body was covered in goosebumps, and my nerves felt raw in that quiet. I replayed every unsettling moment in my head, asking myself if I had truly seen those shifting shadows, or if my mind had conjured them in the throes of fear. We parted ways without ceremony, each of us carrying that intangible weight back to our homes. Once I stepped inside my room, I dropped onto my bedclothes, still damp with sweat and reeking of that sour stench. My mind wouldn't shut off the images of the dark warehouse corners. The ghostly flicker of movement and the oppressive silence haunted my thoughts. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt that presence near me, lurking in the recesses of my imagination, or perhaps somewhere else. My skin prickled with unease. Sleep eventually overtook me, but it was restless. I dreamed of endless corridors stretching from that warehouse, each one leading deeper into gloom, and every time I turned a corner, I sensed a form slithering just out of sight. In the dream, my footsteps echoed off distant walls as I ran in slow motion, my heart pounding so violently I thought it would burst. When I jerked awake, my body was slick with sweat, my breath coming in gasps. The darkness in my bedroom seemed thick, but at least I knew I was far from that cursed place. I tried to discuss the experience a few days later with Dan in an effort to make sense of it. He brushed it off lightly at first, then admitted he had been feeling an odd paranoia since the night we explored. He didn't go into detail, just a vague mention of being unable to sleep well and seeing things in the corners of his eyes. I confided I was experiencing the same anxieties. We agreed without hesitation never to return. Neither of us wanted to find out if the intangible presence could manifest itself more concretely. Even now, I can't fully explain what we encountered in that abandoned industrial zone. Perhaps the chemicals left behind played tricks on our senses, warping our perception and conjuring hallucinations. Or maybe there was something else, some force that had claimed the warehouse as its domain, feeding on the fear and curiosity of unwary visitors. I can't decide which explanation scares me more. The days and weeks that followed were marked by sporadic waves of claustrophobia and an abiding sense that I was being observed. My imagination or whatever had latched onto me refused to grant me peace at night. When the wind howls outside, I sometimes catch a whiff of that sour odor and my heart kicks into overdrive. My palms get slick and a chill spider walks up my spine. It's enough to send me reeling back into the memory of that dismal, reeking corridor. Yet the strangest part is that none of us ever reported any physical ailments beyond the lingering psychological horror. No mysterious illnesses, no rotting shoes from chemical spills, no tangible proof that the place had harmed us physically. The only residue was mental, a wedge of dread lodged deep in our minds. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if that intangible presence found a way to follow us home silent and invisible, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. I've kept quiet about the incident for the most part, only discussing it with those who were there. We have a mutual unspoken pact that we will not entertain the idea of exploring abandoned sites anymore. Not because we fear broken floors or tetanus-laden nails, but because there are places in the world where the veil is thin, where something beyond reason or science might lurk. I'm not the same person I was before that night. My nerves are more afraid, my sense of security always under question. I don't look at shadows in the same way. Even the simplest shapes cast on walls can set my pulse racing if I'm not careful. And whenever I catch that sour tang in the air, even if it's just a passing whiff from some distant chemical, I find my thoughts dragged back to the towering rusted machines and those unseen eyes in the darkness. The memory sends shivers through my body, reminding me how utterly powerless I felt in the end. I suppose I'm grateful we managed to leave that warehouse physically unscathed, but the mental scars remain etched into the corners of my subconscious. Sometimes in the late hours of the night, I question whether the worst terror is the one that never fully reveals itself, that stays hidden, just out of sight, drifting on stale air and waiting. The unknown can make any shadow ominous, any unexplained noise a threat, and any foul stench a silent promise of something far more disturbing lying in wait. I've kept this story to myself long enough that it feels like a permanent secret whispering incessantly in my ear whenever I let my guard down, and though I try to rationalize it, chemicals, old machinery, and overactive imagination, there's a piece of me that knows the truth lies beyond those surface explanations. Something was there, something hungry or angry or simply alien. It reached into my mind that night, left a fingerprint of dread, and ensured I would never forget the way my heart thundered in my chest when it felt like we were trespassing on forbidden ground. We never did return, and I have no intention of ever stepping foot in that forsaken building again. Even the memory of the air thick with that nauseating stench is enough to make my mouth go dry and my pulse accelerate sometimes. In my quieter moments, I wonder if that presence still waits among the rusted machines shifting in the darkness, listening for the sound of intruders, and if it does, maybe we're the lucky ones. Maybe it was never meant to be seen or understood, but the knowledge that it exists or might exist is enough to keep me on edge whenever I pass by an old decrepit structure. Because once you feel that oppressive air and sense that living darkness pressing against your mind, there's no return to blissful ignorance. You carry the fear with you, tucked away like a foul secret, haunting you with every breath. I first sensed something was wrong on the day I walked into that narrow, dimly lit hallway. The stale air clung to my skin and an inexplicable chill ran down my spine the moment I turned the key in the apartment door. Something about the building's silence felt unnatural, more like a hush forced upon it than a peaceful quiet. Even before I noticed the flickering lights or heard the echo of mysterious footsteps, I felt as though I was trespassing in a place that resisted my presence. It was an old construction in the heart of the city, with high ceilings and long corridors that played tricks on the eyes. At night, the shadows cast by the single overhead light seemed to stretch unnaturally against the walls as though they had a life of their own. I had moved there for convenience. The centralized location was perfect for my work routine, and the rent surprisingly affordable. On my first walk through, the place looked normal enough. Sure, the paint was peeling in a few spots. The wooden floors creaked and there was a musty smell that lingered, but I chalked it up to the building's age. I remember feeling oddly defensive about my choice, telling friends. Whenever they asked that, I found the apartment charming and full of character. Looking back, I wonder if I was in denial or just under the apartment's spell. When I started noticing the hallway lights flickering, I assumed it was a simple electrical issue. The quarter light would blink erratically, a frantic strobe that made the walls appear to ripple. I replaced the bulbs with brand new ones, certain that would solve the problem. It didn't even. The new bulbs would flicker, then sometimes go out entirely. At first, I convinced myself it was a matter of faulty wiring. After all, the apartment was old, probably never fully renovated, but then the overhead light in the living room began doing the same thing. I'd be sitting on the couch after a long day at work reading a book or scrolling through my phone, and it would blink once, twice, then extinguish just when I stood up to check. It would flare back to life again. My heart rate would spike each time this happened. A subtle panic would tighten my chest and I'd find myself breathing faster. I tried to be rational. Maybe the wiring was loose, or the circuit was overloaded by the outdated fixtures. Yet a part of me felt something else was behind it. Something that teased me with tiny unsettling hints that I couldn't ignore. A few weeks passed and I began hearing sounds at night. They were faint at first, like a floorboard squeaking in another room or a door hinge shuddering in a far corner. I'd jerk awake to a subtle creaking noise, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Often I'd lie in bed, forcing myself to remain still, listening intently. My apartment was on the third floor, so it wasn't likely to be a stray cat on the balcony or street noises drifting through the windows. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps, as if someone was pacing in the living room. The measured, deliberate rhythm of those steps sent ice into my veins. On more than one occasion, I mustered the courage to get out of bed to check the living room. My legs trembled so much it felt like I was wading through water. My palms turned clammy and my breath grew ragged. Each step I took seemed to reverberate inside my skull when I finally flicked on the hallway light switch and prayed it would actually stay on. There was never anyone there, but something else caught my attention. The corridor light, the same one that had refused to stay lit before, would be on already. It made no sense. I was certain I always switched it off before bed. But there it was, shining in that eerie, flickering way, convinced I was losing my mind. I brought in an electrician. He walked around the apartment, performed the usual checks, and assured me there was nothing wrong with the wiring. I remember him shrugging with a baffled expression as he said something about everything being up to code. His confusion did nothing to alleviate my own. After he left, the flickering continued and the footsteps grew louder. Some nights I'd swear I felt the floor vibrate slightly, like heavy boots pressing down just outside my bedroom door. Sleep became almost impossible. I would lie awake, every muscle in my body so tense that my neck would ache for hours. My heartbeat throbbed in my ears too fast, like a drumbeat signaling that something terrible hovered in the darkness. My mind would play tricks on me. Was the door handle turning on its own? Did I just hear a whisper, or was that the wind outside? The tension built until my hands began to shake. Whenever the lights blinked one night, I thought I caught a glimpse of a shape, just a fleeting shadow darting across the end of the hallway. My chest tightened with such force that I could barely draw breath. I wasn't sure if it was real or my imagination. All I knew was that every hair on my body stood on end and cold sweat ran down my back. Desperation led me to try sleeping with all the lights on. I thought that a fully lit apartment might banish the darkness, and with it, whatever presence lurked there. The result was far from comforting. The perpetual glow cast harsh shadows on the walls, and I found myself startled by every flicker, every reflection in the mirrors or windows. My nerves were constantly on edge like a wound-up spring. The faint hum of the light fixtures filled the silence, and my exhaustion deepened. It wasn't restful at all. I felt like a prisoner in my own space, eyes open wide, scanning the corners and ceilings for any sign of movement. I started dreading coming home the moment I stepped into the building's lobby. That heavy, suffocating feeling would return. I'd feel it in my chest. Like my lungs couldn't expand all the way. My pace would quicken as I marched up the winding staircase, each step echoing against the chipped walls. The corridor that led to my apartment seemed longer at night, its shadows and flickering lights creating a distorted tunnel effect. Sometimes I sensed the presence before I even reached my door, a prickle of awareness on the back of my neck, an unshakable certainty that something waited for me inside. By then, paranoia had sunk in. Deep, every noise from a neighbor's apartment made my pulse spike. I started scanning the small peephole in my door multiple times a night, expecting to catch someone or something lurking on the other side. Yet it was always just that empty hallway lit by the same flickering bulb. The persistent illusions of footsteps continued to haunt me. Sometimes I'd wake to a noise so loud I was sure I'd find my living room turned upside down. Racing out of bed muscles, twitching with adrenaline, I'd discover nothing out of place. Only that dread-laced corridor light burning when I knew I had shut it off. At one point, I considered speaking to the building manager. However, the conversation never got very far. He was polite but dismissive, muttering that the building was old and odd. Noises were common. He said something about the pipes or the wooden beams settling. I didn't mention the footsteps specifically because I was afraid I'd sound unhinged. Part of me wondered if I was in fact going insane. The stress was wearing me down. My hands trembled, even in daylight. My mouth felt chronically dry. I caught myself holding my breath in anticipation of the next flicker or noise. Eventually, I decided to do a thorough cleansing of the apartment one weekend. I scrubbed the floors, wiped the windows, and cleared out the clutter, hoping to purge whatever dark energy I felt had settled there. Despite my best efforts, the atmosphere remained oppressive. In the middle of the afternoon, when sunlight was streaming through the windows, I heard what sounded like a soft knock on the corridor wall. My heart lurched. The knock came again, 3 firm taps. then silence. I stood there holding my breath, waiting for something else to happen. Minutes passed in an agonizing hush, but no other sounds followed. By the time the sun set. The sense of foreboding returned with renewed intensity, as though annoyed by my attempt to chase it away with bleach and mops. My dreams, when I managed to slip into restless sleep, were plagued by bizarre images, hallways that stretched on for miles, doors that led nowhere or opened to reveal infinite darkness, flickering lights that popped and sparked, raining hot embers that never quite touched the ground. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, pulse hammering, only to discover the corridor light shimmering beneath my bedroom door, casting a slim beam of unstable illumination into my room. On multiple occasions, I remember launching from the bed to yank the door open, expecting to catch an intruder, but the hallway was always empty, the bulb overhead swaying slightly in a breeze I could never feel. At times, I questioned my sanity. I wondered if my job stress had manifested into psychosomatic experiences. Maybe I was projecting my anxieties onto the apartment, but how could I explain the lights that insisted on turning themselves on, or the electrician's baffled expression when everything checked out? Fine, the rational part of me kept trying to offer explanations, but the mounting terror in my gut refused to subside. My nervous system was in constant overdrive, heart-pounding hands, shaking stomach, twisted in knots. One particularly harrowing night, I was jolted awake by a series of loud bangs like heavy fists slamming against the living room walls. I rushed out of bed, every muscle in my body tense and rigid. My throat felt as though it was closing up, and a thin film of sweat coated my forehead. Approaching the living room felt like stepping into a nightmare. The corridor bulb was in one of its flickering cycles, casting a strobing effect along the walls. In that uneven light, I saw a distortion in the corner of the living room, as if the shadows there were shifting. My pulse thundered in my temples. The shadow swelled, coalescing into a darker shape, then abruptly vanished. I stood frozen, heart-pounding so furiously that it drowned out all other sounds. I realized I couldn't stay there much longer. My body was running on fumes and my nerves were shot. By then I could barely function at work. My thoughts kept drifting back to the apartment's mysterious phenomena. That sense of being watched never left me, as if a pair of eyes lingered just behind every door. The flickering lights had grown more erratic, sometimes in sync with my own sharp intakes of breath. As if reacting to my fear, I felt trapped, pinned down by forces I couldn't understand. 2 days later, I decided to spend the night at a friend's place. I needed some distance, some clarity of thought. My friend asked why I looked so pale, so exhausted, so on edge. I tried to explain, but the words sounded feeble. Footsteps, flickering lights, a sense of being watched. He listened politely but was skeptical, though he did mention that sometimes old buildings carry strange histories. He offered me his couch and told me I needed rest. I was grateful for the reprieve for the first time in weeks. I managed to sleep without jolting awake in terror. Yet even in a different location, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was attached to me during the night. I dreamt of that corridor with its flickering bulb and peeling wallpaper. I dreamt of the door to my apartment opening on its own, revealing nothing but blackness inside. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart hammering when morning came. I felt no better. Reluctantly, I returned to the apartment. The following afternoon, I told myself I had to face it, or I would never live in peace. The hallway was oddly quiet as I walked in. The corridor bulb for once was steady, no flickering. The living room lamp too seemed normal. My tension peaked because the calm felt unnatural, like the hush before a thunderstorm. I spent the afternoon packing up a few essentials, deciding I would stay at my friend's place again for at least another night or two when evening fell. I turned on the lights for a brief moment. Everything remained still. My heartbeat gradually slowed and I exhaled a shaky breath. Then, as if on cue, the corridor bulb began to pulsate again. The living room lamp followed suit, dimming and flaring back up. I stepped into the hallway, trying to steady my trembling limbs. My throat felt raw and tight and my mouth turned bone dry. That was when I felt a rush of cold air sweep through the corridor. The overhead light flickered more intensely, casting the walls in a rapid succession of bright and dark. My pulse raced, and a faint buzzing filled my ears like static on an old television. In that throbbing glow, I glimpsed something move at the far end of the hallway, a swirl of shadow that formed the vague outline of a person my lungs seized. I wanted to run, but my legs felt anchored to the floor. Despite my fear, I forced myself to take a single step closer. The figure appeared to shift, dissolving into the wall before emerging again further down near the living room door. My heart pounded so brutally I thought I might pass out. I felt a wave of nausea and an overwhelming urge to scream, but my voice caught in my throat as I inched closer. The flickering reached a frantic rhythm and my vision wavered like I was on the verge of blacking out. I could smell something damp and metallic in the air, a scent that made my skin crawl. Something in me snapped a primal surge of adrenaline, jolted my limbs into motion. I lunged for the front door, heart slamming in my chest. Breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't dare look back, convinced I'd see that thing looming behind me if I did. My hand fumbled with the lock, sweat making it hard to grip the metal. The corridor bulb popped, plunging the hallway into darkness for a heartbeat before sputtering back on in a shower of sparks. Finally, the door swung open and I stumbled into the building's main hallway, nearly colliding with the opposite wall. I don't think I ever felt such overwhelming relief and lingering dread simultaneously. I stood there, hunched over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. I could feel my entire body shaking from my shoulders down to my calves. If anyone had stepped out of their apartment at that moment, they would have found me drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror, looking like I had stared into the depths of something unfathomable. Leaving was the only option that felt right. Over the next few days, I arranged to terminate my lease. The building manager gave me a hard time, but I didn't care. I never spent another night in that apartment. Instead, I moved into a modest place across town, more expensive, smaller, and far less convenient. But for the first time in weeks, I slept with the lights off, with no strange footsteps or flickering bulbs to torment me. Even now, late at night, the memory of that flickering corridor light can make my pulse quicken. There's a sense that I brushed up against something beyond my understanding, a presence or force that lingered in that apartment like a living stain. I often lie awake haunted not by the possibility that it followed me, but by the terrifying notion that it was never just the building's past or faulty wiring. Some places simply hold on to echoes of energies best left undisturbed, and I had been unfortunate enough to stumble right into one of them. I avoided that block in the city center for a long time. The few times I passed by in daylight, I felt a cold tingle slide along my neck as I glanced toward the windows of that old apartment. Even from a distance, I half expected to see a flicker of light behind the glass, and each time my heart would stutter in my chest, reminding me of what I left behind and of the darkness that no amount of modern electricity could ever fully chase away. It began with a feeling, an itch at the back of my mind that I couldn't scratch, a faint electric buzz in the stillness of my own home. The basement had always been an afterthought, a dull space for spare tools and old boxes, somewhere to stash what didn't fit upstairs. But now, every time I walk by the closed door leading down those old wooden steps, something clenches inside my chest. I feel my heart flutter, my breath catch in my throat. The very air around me seems charged, as if the house itself is bracing for something to happen. I never used to feel that way about my own home. It's supposed to be a place of safety, of quiet nights and comfortable evenings. Yet here I stand, gripped by a silent, unrelenting sense of unease. I remember how it started, though. I can't pinpoint the exact moment the shift began. Before, I used to joke around that there might be some hidden presence in the basement. Whenever I needed to grab a hammer or rummage through old boxes, I would stand at the top of the stairs with a sarcastic grin and say something like, "I dared whatever lived down there to show itself." It was a tease, a lighthearted poke at all the ghost stories I'd heard growing up. I never believed there could be anything real lurking in the shadows of that cramped concrete space. It was just me, my tools, and piles of dusty junk. Then came the night that changed everything. I was organizing shelves in the far corner of the basement, trying to make sense of decades worth of clutter. The single overhead bulb cast a weak glow that barely reached the walls. I remember how the darkness pressed at the edges of the light, how it felt like it was eagerly waiting for any slip in my attention for a time. Nothing unusual happened. I moved boxes around, coughed at the clouds of dust swirling in the stale air, checked my phone for the time the place smelled of damp concrete and rusting metal. My breath sounded unnaturally loud down there, echoing in the gloom. At some point, I felt the concrete floor under my boots vibrating so faintly I doubted my senses. It was like a tiny tremor, as if something massive had shifted far below my arms, broke out in goosebumps, and I felt a sudden chill that made my stomach lurch. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself it must have been a passing truck or a random quake, although I couldn't recall the last time I'd felt so much as a tremor in this region. My mind fumbled for logical explanations, but no matter how I tried to justify it, a trickle of dread had already begun creeping into my thoughts as I continued to sort through a box of old wrenches. The metal shelves along the wall gave a gentle, unmistakable rattle. Nothing dramatic, just a slight, almost polite shaking of the brackets. Yet it felt deliberate, as if someone or something was testing my reaction. I froze, every muscle going rigid. My pulse throbbed in my ears, and the dryness in my mouth made me gulp. My eyes darted around the basement from corner to corner, seeking any movement in the dark. The overhead light flickered, and my breath got shallow. Moments later, a small ring of metal keys which I had hung on a hook slipped to the floor with a sharp clang. The sudden noise made my heart lurch into my throat. It was such a simple event, keys falling, but in the charged atmosphere of that basement, it felt like the final straw. My skin felt prickly sweat trickle down my neck, and I realized I was trembling as the final echo of that metallic clang dissipated. I could have sworn I heard something else, something like a breath or a low hiss. It was too faint to be sure if I wasn't just imagining it. That alone was enough to send my panic into overdrive. My rational mind insisted it was all coincidence, an unsteady shelf, a loose hook, an overactive imagination. But fear flooded my body, pounding in my chest. I didn't even bother to pick up those keys. I dropped everything, turned, and bolted for the stairs. My hands shook so badly I fumbled twice with the doorknob at the top before managing to fling it open. Then I rushed out, slammed the door behind me, and found myself panting in the hallway, sweat cooling on my forehead. Despite the warmth of the night, I stood there listening, half expecting to hear footsteps or something heavier following me. There was only silence that night. I couldn't bring myself to go back down. In fact, I avoided it altogether for days, maybe weeks. I lost track because I forced my mind to push that unsettling memory away. But the basement refused to let me forget. Subtle reminders began cropping up at odd hours late at night. When I was trying to sleep, I'd hear a gentle tap, tap, tap coming from behind the basement door. Sometimes it was so soft I convinced myself it was just the house settling. But other times it came with a distinct rhythm, like knuckles rapping on wood. My heart would skip a beat, sweat would break out on my palms, and I'd lie there wide-eyed, staring at the door as if it might burst open at any moment. I told myself I was being silly. I'd think about how I used to scoff at ghost stories and people who claimed to sense presences in the dark. I was practical, grounded in reality, yet every time I woke up in the dead of night to those knocks, my body betrayed me. I couldn't slow my breathing. I felt my own pulse thudding in my temples. A sour taste of dread filled my mouth, and more than once I imagined the door handle rattling. I never worked up the nerve to check something in. Me insisted that if I opened that door at 3 a.m., I'd see something that would unravel my sanity. The worst was how the paranoia leaked into my everyday life. Even during the day, I found myself glancing over my shoulder when I walked past a mirror, worried I might catch a glimpse of something behind me. The house felt colder. The walls seemed to press in on me. I stopped sleeping well, plagued by nightmares that blended the basement with strange shapes creeping in the darkness. My hands would tremble while making coffee in the morning, and more than once I spilled half the mug on the floor. I kept telling myself it was just stress, that everything would be fine if I focused on more mundane tasks. Yet a persistent tension coiled in my chest, a quiet voice warning that the basement was more than just a storage space. Now it was infected with a presence I had invited on one particularly restless night. I heard a single deliberate thud against the basement door. My heart jolted so violently that my arms went numb. I lay in bed paralyzed, uncertain if I'd truly heard it or if my mind had conjured it from half-leap. Then another thud came, heavier and slower. I imagined in horrifying detail some shape pressing its weight against the other side of the door, testing it. My scalp prickled, and I fought the urge to get up to bolt outside to do anything but remain there. Frozen sweat gathered at my temples, trickled down the sides of my face, and I realized I was gripping my sheets so tightly my knuckles ached in the morning. I tried to muster the courage to at least check the basement door for any signs of damage. My heartbeat refused to settle, and my mouth was desert dry. I stood at the threshold, hand hovering near the door doorknob, expecting it to jolt under my fingers. The door looked the same, no scratches or dents. But when I finally opened it, I noticed a stale odor drifting up, more pungent than before. It was a combination of damp concrete rust and something else, a musty, almost earthy smell that made my stomach churn. The darkness stretched below, and the bottom of the stairs was consumed by shadow. Even with the overhead light switched on, the gloom felt thicker, as if the basement swallowed most of the illumination before it reached the floor. I couldn't bring myself to go any farther than the first step. My entire body tensed with each breath, and my knees felt weak. I closed the door again, promising myself that I'd only go down there once I felt braver, though I suspected that moment might never come. Still, life had to go on, at least on the surface. I tried to keep up with work and daily errands. I avoided mentioning the situation to anyone, though a colleague asked once if I was feeling okay. Noticing the dark circles under my eyes, I mumbled an excuse about not sleeping well, about having too much on my mind. Inside, I felt the slow gnawing of fear that had become my constant companion. Even mundane moments felt charged. I'd jump at the sound of a drawer closing too hard, or the hum of the refrigerator at night. My shadow on the walls took on menacing shapes in my peripheral vision. My mind began to distort ordinary sights and sounds, weaving them into a tapestry of dread. Eventually, curiosity or desperation got the better of me. I decided I couldn't let myself be ruled by an empty basement. One weekend afternoon, determined not to be a prisoner in my own house, I steeled myself to go down there. The sunlight streaming through the living room windows did bolster my courage slightly. I told myself that daylight would keep anything at bay, that it was probably all in my head anyway. I armed myself with a flashlight, even though the basement had an overhead bulb, and stepped onto the creaking wooden stairs. Each step felt like a betrayal of my own instincts. My throat tightened and the flashlight shook in my clammy grip. At first, all seemed quiet. The glow from the bare light bulb overhead cast long, distorted shadows across the walls. My dusty shelves stood silent, the clutter on them appearing unremarkable, but my pulse hammered mercilessly in my chest, and the sweat beaded on my brow as I moved deeper into the basement. I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision. Something black and indistinct darted behind a shelf in the corner. I nearly dropped the flashlight, my breath hitching in my lungs. Stepping closer, I tried to see if there was anything there, a rodent perhaps, or just my imagination. All I could make out was the rough concrete wall and some stacked boxes, but the air felt colder around me, pressing against my skin as if it had weight. I tried to calm myself by organizing a few tools, wiping down some surfaces, yet every so often I heard faint rustling sounds. Sometimes they seemed to come from the far side of the room. Other times, from directly behind me, my head whipped around more times than I care to admit. And each time I found nothing but empty corners. My breathing grew labored and my vision blurred at the edges. With the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I was on the verge of bolting back upstairs when a soft vibration rocked the shelves again. It wasn't violent, more like a pulse that resonated in the concrete floor. My stomach lurched and the flashlight beam swayed wildly with my trembling hand. A quiet scraping sound reached my ears. It came from near the foundation, low to the ground, as though something was clawing the concrete from the other side. I felt my insides twist into knots. My mind raced with all sorts of explanations, pipes expanding wind through a crack in the wall, maybe an animal scratching, but the noise had a deliberate rhythm, a kind of slow, deliberate scrape, pause scrape. My vision swam and I nearly lost my balance for a moment. I questioned my grip on reality. Was I losing my mind, or was there truly something in this basement? That creeping sense of doom became overwhelming. My limbs were shaking so hard that I couldn't keep my flashlight steady. I imagined something monstrous on the other side of that wall, dragging its nails along the concrete, waiting for an invitation or a moment of weakness to break through it. Was pure insanity. Yet it felt more real than anything I'd ever experienced, unable to endure. Another moment in that oppressive atmosphere. I stumbled toward the stairs, tripping on the last step and smacking my knee against the edge of a box. Pain flared, but it barely registered through my panic. I lunged for the door, slammed it shut behind me, and pressed my ear against the wood. My chest felt tight, and I sucked in air with audible gasps. I heard only my own pounding heartbeat, but I couldn't shake the certainty that if I lingered even a second longer, I'd feel something on the other side pressing back from that day on. The sound of knocks, thuds, and subtle vibrations grew more frequent, even if they were faint. My ears caught them like nails on a chalkboard. Each event chipped away at my composure, driving me to the edge of paranoia. I began to suspect that some entity had indeed responded to my careless mockery. Maybe not a tangible ghost or demon, but a presence conjured by my own mind. Either way, it was powerful enough to invade my thoughts, twist my perceptions, and rattle the foundations of my sanity. The days blurred together in a haze of anxiety. I wondered if I should move out, hire someone to seal the basement, or consult a paranormal investigator, though the idea of explaining all this to a stranger made my stomach knot with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the nights were the worst. I stayed in my bedroom, lights on, straining to hear even the smallest sound. My body was always tense, ready to flee at any sign of movement. Sometimes I thought about how ridiculous this was, letting a basement reduce me to such a fearful state, but the dread was no less real. Finally, I reached a breaking point late. One night I heard the unmistakable sound of the door to the basement rattling as if something was testing it. My body seized up, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. Then I forced myself to stand. Adrenaline blazing in my veins, I grabbed a flashlight and approached that door again. My hand quivered on the knob, sweat gathering on my upper lip. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. The house was silent, but I felt the weight of whatever was behind that door pressing into my consciousness. I turned the knob. The door gave a slight creak. Goosebumps erupted across my arms. There was a pregnant hush, a static-like pressure filling the space around me. For a heartbeat, I considered slamming it shut and never opening it again, but something in me needed resolution. I cracked the door open just enough to let the flashlight beam pierce the darkness below. The stairs were empty, the overhead bulb swaying gently without any breeze. The sense of being watched nearly made me collapse, yet no shape, no face revealed itself. I realized I was muttering under my breath, half a prayer, half an apology, forever. Provoking whatever dwelled in the basement, my pulse thundered in my ears and my hand shook so badly that the flashlight flickered up and down the stairs. I felt close to delirium, convinced that if I waited long enough, some horrifying figure would step into that narrow cone of light. But nothing did. My resolve faltered and I slammed the door shut again, fighting the urge to scream. My lungs burned with frantic breaths, and I wondered if the floor might give out from under me with how violently my body shook. Standing there, hard on the brink of bursting, I realized that this presence, whether real or in my head, was not going to vanish. It had latched onto my fear, grown stronger with my every tremor. I might never truly be rid of it. Even if I moved away, I suspected the haunting sensation would follow me, echoing in every silence, lurking in every shadow. My attempts to dismiss it had only tightened its grip on my psyche. I stayed up until dawn that night, listening to the house breathe around me, waiting for the next knock or scratch. None came. The stillness itself felt ominous, like the calm eye of a storm when the first rays of sun finally broke over the horizon. I had a single disturbing realization. The basement had become a mirror of my own fears, a place where my mind's darkest anxieties could take form by daring something unseen to appear. I had opened a door that might never fully close. I haven't slept well since every moment in this house feels charged with an electric tension, as though something awaits the next misstep. I haven't gone back into the basement. The door remains shut, though I can't ignore its presence. Sometimes I hear a slight rattle or a muted thump, and each time my heart leaps into my throat, I'm caught between confrontation and surrender, between rationality and sheer terror. The house is quiet now, but that quiet is not comforting. It's loaded with a promise that the worst is yet to show itself in the end. All I can do is endure. I don't know if I'll ever truly find peace here again whenever night falls. The dread creeps back cold and relentless. My heart pounds just from walking past that door. My body tenses with the memory of shaking shelves and falling keys. The tension feels endless, a silent occupant that shares these walls with me in every knock in the night. Every subtle vibration reminds me that once you invite something unseen to reveal itself, you can never really send it away. The horror remains waiting in the darkness below. Knew something was off. The moment I first stepped into that corridor, it was the single path from my bedroom to the kitchen, a narrow stretch of creaking floorboards and wavering shadows that twisted in my periphery. Even on that first night, I felt it a prickling at the back of my neck, like a chill seeping from the walls and tapping against my spine. I told myself it was just the age of the house, just the way old wood can moan and sigh in the night. But deep down, I suspected there was more to it. Something unseen hovered in the corners, waiting for me to pass. My colleague Brian insisted we take this rental because it was spacious and had character. He liked the vintage wallpaper, the arched doorways, the sprawling backyard. I was less enthused, but the rent was cheap and it was close to work. The landlord had no tragic stories to share, no rumored hauntings or ghastly legends. He called it a stately heritage home and left it at that. Brian moved into the larger bedroom down the hall while I took the smaller one right beside that corridor. I quickly learned that the hallway itself was the biggest drawback every time I walked through. My pulse throbbed in my ears, my stomach clenched as if expecting a confrontation with something just beyond sight. It started subtly, barely noticeable at first. One evening I swore I heard a sigh in the darkness. Another time I heard what sounded like gentle footsteps. They were never loud enough to be sure. I could always explain them away as the house settling, or perhaps Brian wandering around in the living room. But there was an underlying disco, a sense that the corridor itself was hungry for attention. The hair on my arm stood on end whenever I had to pass through, and my skin felt clammy as if the atmosphere there were colder and thicker than anywhere else in the house. Brian didn't admit to feeling the same unease. He would shrug when I brought it up in a roundabout way, telling me everything was fine, that I needed to relax. I remember him saying in a casual tone that old houses always came with strange sounds and drafts. He also joked that maybe I had an overactive imagination privately. I wondered if I was just more sensitive or if I was genuinely losing my grip on reality. Even when I tried to brush off my concerns, the next trip down that corridor would reignite all my fears. My teeth would clench involuntarily, and the weight in my chest felt like a block of ice pressing against my ribs as weeks went on. The experiences intensified. It wasn't just the sounds anymore. I started noticing shapes in my peripheral vision, something dark and still, just standing there at the edge of the light, always gone. When I turned my head, sometimes it looked like a figure about my height, a smudge of shadow that felt profoundly wrong. Other times I sensed a presence looming behind me. My heart would pound so hard I could hardly breathe. My palms became slick with sweat, and I had to fight the urge to bolt for the kitchen or retreat to my room. The corridor was merciless, demanding attention, even when I tried to ignore it. One night after finishing a late shift, I returned to the house, exhausted, eager for a quick meal before collapsing into bed. Brian's door was closed, but a faint glow leaked from beneath it. He was likely still awake. The rest of the house was dark and silent, except for the incessant groaning of the old pipes. As I crossed the threshold into the corridor, I felt an immediate drop in temperature. My breath came out in short, tense puffs, each exhalation sharpening my senses to a razor's edge. There was a tremor in my arms as though my body was warning me to stay away, yet I forced myself to move forward. Halfway through the corridor, I heard a definitive step behind me, a single deliberate press of wood underfoot. I froze, my pulse throbbing in my temples. The entire corridor felt more confined, like the walls were leaning in. Slowly, I turned my head, expecting to see Brian or maybe my own shadow cast strangely, but there was only darkness, a cold, uncanny emptiness that made my stomach twist in knots. I stood there, unable to blink, until a second footstep echoed. It was close, uncomfortably close, and the air around me grew thick with dread. My lungs burned as I forced myself to breathe. That moment stretched on taut as a wire about to snap. I felt my knees threaten to buckle, yet some primal instinct commanded me to run. I bolted for the kitchen, nearly crashing into the fridge. My heart hammered like a wild drum, and my fingers fumbled to switch on the overhead light. Even in the fluorescent brightness, my chest was tight. I steadied myself against the counter, swallowing past a desert-dry throat. I was convinced something was still behind me, lingering in the corridor, craving my fear over time. The house itself started to feel like a trap. Doors would creak when no one was there, windows would rattle even on windless nights, and the corridor, always that corridor, seemed alive. I began avoiding midnight snacks or any late-night trips through that space. If I needed water, I would wait until morning. My sleep became restless, haunted by half-formed nightmares of something whispering in my ear, something pressing on my chest. When morning came, I was greeted by an oppressive fatigue that followed me throughout the day, making it hard to focus at work. Brian seemed oblivious, or he pretended to be brushing off my concerns with a dismissive laugh or a pat on my shoulder. Whenever I tried to voice them, my paranoia grew. I started to question my own sanity. Was I conjuring these horrors in my mind? Perhaps my stress levels were too high, or maybe I was experiencing some form of mild hallucination, but the sensations were too real. The goosebumps that crawled up my arms were all too physical, and the racing of my heart felt genuine. Every single time I approached that corridor, I could sense something anticipating me, as though it had learned the rhythm of my life in the house and waited for me to cross its path. One evening, after wrestling with my thoughts, I decided to test myself. I sat at the edge of my bed, watching the corridor through a narrow gap in the door. I wanted to prove that there was nothing there, that the illusions only materialized when my mind was tense. But as I stared into the gloom, I detected movement. A fleeting shift in the darkness, as though the shadows congealed for an instant and then separated. My heart slammed against my ribs, and a tingle of electricity coursed through my limbs. The corridor looked different in that moment, more distorted, as though the floor stretched longer than usual and the walls loomed closer. I nearly called out to Brian, but stopped, recalling how little help it had been before. Instead, I closed my door, locked it, and slumped to the floor. Trembling, my skin was clammy with sweat, and my lungs felt tight. A pang of nausea gripped my gut. I kept hearing the memory of that faint sigh and the soft thump of phantom footsteps. It was impossible to rest when I finally crawled into bed. Exhaustion weighed me down, yet fear kept my eyes wide open. The corridor became the epicenter of my anxiety, an ever-present reminder of something intangible but undeniable. Not long after, the nightmares intensified. Some nights I swore I could hear voices just outside my bedroom door, as though muffled shapes were congregating in the corridor, speaking in low, urgent tones. Their presence felt invasive. My tongue would go dry, and my body would be seized by a pins and needles sensation that left me momentarily paralyzed. When I finally mustered the courage to open my door, I would find the corridor empty, its floorboards as quiet as a grave. Each time my fear deepened, and I started doubting my senses even more. Was it possible that the house itself was feeding on my dread? Eventually, Brian noticed my jumpiness. He asked if I was feeling all right, mentioning I looked like I hadn't slept. I told him indirectly that something was off about the hallway and that I needed a break from the house. He suggested I go for a walk or maybe stay with a friend for a couple of days. I could hear concern in his voice. Yet he never admitted to feeling that same oppression. There was no direct mention from him that he was aware of any presence lurking in the shadows. Whenever he passed me in the corridor, he seemed perfectly calm. I hated that it felt like the house singled me out, like I was the only one who could sense this intangible force. That night, I made a decision I would confront it, or at least try to. Standing at the doorway of my room, I forced myself to stare down the corridor without blinking. My heart thudded against my chest so violently that I felt the pulse in my throat. I breathed in shallow gasps, fighting the urge to close my eyes. The corridor was dark except for a faint glow from the kitchen lamp at the far end. The distance between me and the kitchen seemed greater than usual, as though the house had stretched itself into some twisted labyrinth. With each slow step, the floorboards groaned beneath my feet, and the atmosphere grew heavier. It felt like walking underwater, each movement requiring immense effort. My ears picked up the faintest shuffle behind me, but I refused to look back. Cold sweat trickled down my temples, and my vision flickered as anxiety started to overwhelm me. My instincts screamed at me to run back to my room and lock the door. Still, I pressed on, determined to uncover whatever was haunting me around the halfway point. The air pressure changed, my ears popped, and a strange static hiss buzzed in my head. I had the sudden impression that something was leaning in close, brushing against the back of my neck. An involuntary shudder racked my body, and I nearly stumbled forward. My lungs burned with the effort to maintain composure. That was when I glimpsed it. The distinct silhouette to my right, not a fleeting blur this time, but a solid shape, a humanoid darkness that stood there silent and unmoving. My mouth went bone dry, every muscle in my body screamed at me to flee, but a stubborn part of my mind insisted I hold my ground. I turned my head. Slowly, heart pounding so loud it felt like a drum in my skull, and finally faced it. The thing was only a few paces away, motionless. I could see no features, no face, just a concentrated void where a person might be. Its presence exuded a strange resonance as though it distorted the air around it, and then in a single heartbeat it was gone. The corridor was once again empty. My breath came ragged and harsh. My vision blurred with terror and adrenaline. My whole body trembled, and I backed against the wall, pressing my palms to the cold plaster. I stood there for what felt like ages, trying to steady my breathing and slow the frantic beating of my heart. The realization washed over me. I hadn't imagined this. I truly saw something, and it saw me. I retreated to the kitchen, leaning heavily against the counter, heart still hammering my arms. Shook, and every breath felt like I was inhaling shards of glass. I glanced back at the corridor, an ordinary hallway, aged and unassuming, yet I knew it was anything but ordinary. Something was in there, something that fed on the dread it invoked. Brian found me in the kitchen, later eyes wide and face pallid. He asked what was wrong, and I told him as calmly as I could that I had finally seen it. He looked at me with deep concern, suggesting I find help or talk to a professional. He assured me he would give me space to handle it. However, I needed part of me sensed pity in his tone, as if he thought my grip on reality was slipping. I couldn't bring myself to argue. Maybe I was losing it, or maybe something else was truly dwelling in this house, visible only to those vulnerable enough to notice. That evening, I made another decision. I had to leave. Whether I was imagining everything or not, I couldn't remain in that suffocating environment. My sanity was fraying with each passing day. I packed as many of my things as I could, ignoring the guilt over leaving Brian. My hands were unsteady, and cold sweat dotted my brow. My breathing was shallow, and my nerves felt like live wires under my skin. I kept hearing that same sigh echo in my head over and over, like a reminder that something lurked just out of sight on my final pass through the corridor, carrying 2 bags and an overnight case. I steeled myself. The floor creaked under every step, and I was painfully aware of the suffocating darkness brushing against my peripheral vision. My heart raced so violently that I tasted copper in my mouth. As I reached the far end, a sudden and overwhelming weight enveloped me, a pressure that made my knees buckle. I paused, breath stuck in my throat. convinced that if I turned around, I would see it standing just inches from me, perhaps leaning in with that featureless stare, but I didn't turn. I forced my leaden feet to keep moving until I crossed into the kitchen and out the side door. Once outside, I released a shaky breath. I didn't realize I'd been holding the night air felt almost warm compared to the corridor's bone-deep chill. My heart still pounded painfully and my body was coated in a clammy sweat. But I felt a liberation, however brief. There was an eerie sense of being watched through the windows, as though whatever was in the house might be peering at me from behind the curtains. I refused to look back. I got into my car, cranked the ignition, and drove off with my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wish I could say that I found a neat conclusion or a rational explanation, but the truth is I still feel haunted by that corridor. Even now, my mind wanders to it in the dead of night, replaying the footsteps, the sigh, the silhouette. My dreams bleed with images of walls closing in, of a darkness that stands just behind my shoulder. That old house remains as it was, unremarkable to most observers, yet teeming with a presence I cannot deny, and part of me wonders if it's out there waiting patiently for someone else to notice its quiet call in the darkness. When the wind blows late at night, I almost hear that sigh again, beckoning me to remember what I left behind, and to fear that it might one day find me again. I remember the first time it happened. The office lights were blazing fluorescent. The LED indicators on the servers glowed steady and calm, and the hum of modern technology filled the room with an oddly soothing undertone. It was the kind of environment that usually reassured me: no dark corners, no flickering shadows, just the well-ordered hum of expensive machines. But that morning, the day everything shifted, I felt an inexplicable tightness in my chest. The moment I entered, something about the air felt heavy, thick, as if charged with a subtle yet palpable energy. My heart began to pound, a quiet but insistent drum, and I couldn't explain why there was no visible threat. Nonetheless, my mouth went dry and a queasy anxiety bloomed low in my stomach. I work still do, though I question that choice sometimes. In an advanced tech firm, the main office is a large open space with rows of workstations, all of them outfitted with multiple monitors, high-powered desktops, and a tangle of wires snaking under each desk floor to ceiling windows, let in plenty of sunlight, and overhead bright LED panels. Keep everything illuminated day and night. Adjacent to this open area is the server room, my domain a secure climate-controlled chamber filled with racks of state-of-the-art hardware. Normally, I find comfort in the whir of cooling fans and the rhythmic blinking of status lights. It was a predictable routine, the kind of environment where logic and data were supposed to prevail. Yet there was something subtly wrong that morning. As I walked toward the server room, I felt an odd static prickle on my arms, making the hairs stand up at first. I chalked it up to some weird change in humidity, or maybe new hardware giving off an unfamiliar frequency, but deep inside, I had an unsettling sense that something else was going on. It was as if the technology around me was listening or alive. In a way I didn't understand. That feeling made my skin clammy and my breath came in shallow gulps. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that this was a place of science, not superstition. Things escalated later that day. I overheard a couple of colleagues in the break area discussing the upcoming Halloween season. They weren't telling ghost stories exactly, but they exchanged tales about strange occurrences in old houses, half laughing as they teased each other. A moment later, I heard a shrill beep. One of the servers had rebooted. Without warning, the LED lights throughout the office flickered just once, almost imperceptibly, but enough to make my heart skip a beat. My boss happened to be passing by at that moment, and he looked as startled as I felt. He dismissed it as a minor glitch, perhaps a power surge, and told me to check the system logs. I remember feeling both relieved and unsettled. Relieved because maybe it was just a technical hiccup. Unsettled because a small voice in my mind kept insisting it wasn't so simple. The system logs showed no errors, nothing indicated a hardware fault. No evidence of an update that might have triggered a reboot. It was as if the server had decided on its own to momentarily shut down. I felt a jolt of anxiety ripple through me, a hot flush that crawled along my neck. There was something deeply unnerving about equipment acting of its own accord with no explanation. I tried to focus on the practical aspect. Maybe there was a software anomaly or a cooling issue, yet a persistent chill sat at the base of my spine. As the weeks went on, these power surges and flickers became a pattern, always sparked by any conversation that veered into eerie or superstitious territory. A few co-workers joked that the office was haunted, though they mostly said it with smirks, but jokes became uneasy. Laughter once it became undeniable that these incidents coincided with those particular topics. My boss had me run diagnostics, bring in outside contractors, even swap out some of the power supply units on the servers. Every test result came back. Normal engineers told him there was no plausible reason for the recurring reboots. Meanwhile, I began to notice smaller details that felt impossible to ignore. A subtle static in the air whenever someone mentioned anything about ghosts, curses, or omens. The fine hairs on my arms would lift and the LED panels would dim, then return to full brightness as though exhaling my own reaction bordered on panic. Each time the phenomenon repeated itself, I grew more tense. My heart would race the pulse throbbing in my temples. My breathing turned shallow and I fought back the urge to question my sanity. One late afternoon, I stayed behind to check cabling in the server room. The door closed behind me with a soft hiss, sealing in the whine of fans and the cool climate-controlled air. I tried to concentrate on the wiring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. Every so often, I would jerk my head up, certain I had seen a shape flit across the corner of my vision. Each time there was nothing there, just rows of silent servers and their tiny LED indicators. I confided in a colleague, let's call him Derek, about my unease. He told me with a sympathetic half-smile that he too felt a strange electric tension in the office. Whenever people talked about inexplicable things, he confessed he had begun avoiding any mention of legends, horror movies, or even superstitious jokes because it almost guaranteed a flicker in the lights. I felt both validated and more afraid. This wasn't in my head alone. My palms dampened with sweat when I realized the phenomenon was consistent enough that multiple people were noticing. Still, most of the office dismissed it as a bizarre coincidence, or at least tried to. My boss insisted on a rational explanation, though he never specified what that might be. He simply believed a physical cause existed and would eventually be found. The tension between wanting to trust him and wanting to flee from whatever unseen force was building in that space ate away at me. My anxiety soared at night. I would catch myself reliving the day's events. Heart pounding in the dark of my bedroom. Mind spinning with possibilities. The day I started losing sleep was also the day I started losing trust in my surroundings. One evening, after everyone else had gone home, I stayed behind to review the logs again. I couldn't let it go. I sat at my desk in that open workspace illuminated by the cold glow of overhead LEDs. The silence pressed in on me. Thick and oppressive. My own breath sounded unnaturally loud, and I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. My heart hammered so forcefully I thought it might burst from my chest, determined to find some clue. I combed through line after line of timestamps and error messages, and then it happened. One by one, the LED panels overhead started to pulse in a slow rhythmic pattern like a stuttering heartbeat. My computer screen flickered in the reflection of the black monitor. I saw movement behind me, just a suggestion of a silhouette, something small and swift. I whirled around, but the space was empty. My scalp tingled and cold sweat trickled down my temple. The dryness in my mouth was unbearable. I tried to call out, thinking maybe security was behind me, but my voice stuck in my throat. Then out of nowhere, the servers in the next room began to cycle. Up and down fans spinning faster, then slowing almost as if they were breathing. The hum changed pitch, a rising and falling moan that made my stomach twist in fear. I forced myself to approach the server room. Each step felt like walking through molasses. My lungs tightened and I fought the urge to run in the opposite direction as I opened the door. The lights above flickered more intensely. A wave of dizziness hit me as the flickering synchronized with my pounding heartbeat. For a few seconds, I lost track of time. I couldn't tell if I'd been standing there for moments or hours. The entire room seemed to pulsate. I felt certain I was on the verge of some horrifying revelation, like the veil of normality was about to be ripped away, but then just as abruptly everything stabilized. The lights returned to their steady glow. The server fans worried back to their regular drone. My chest heaved with panicked breaths, and I realized I was soaked in sweat. The next day, I told my boss the basics of what I'd seen. He looked concerned, but still insisted there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe I was under stress or experienced a momentary hallucination brought on by working late. My mind reeled. I had always been logical. I had never believed in poltergeists or psychic fields or anything that couldn't be explained by science. Now I was caught between wanting to believe him and the terrifying sense that something intangible had taken root in our office over the following weeks. My mental state deteriorated. I began to doubt my own senses. I would be typing an email and my peripheral vision would catch fleeting shapes near the servers. My neck would prickle as if someone stood right behind me. I started to notice a faint buzzing in my headphones, like whispers layered beneath the standard office noises. During a routine check, I tried to monitor the electromagnetic levels in the server room, wondering if some abnormal interference was at play. The readings jumped sporadically whenever I so much as thought about the flickers. I couldn't even mention them out loud without the needle spiking. This link between thought and phenomenon was terrifying. Like whatever was causing the disturbances could read my fear. My breathing turned ragged just at the idea. Paranoia set in. Each morning I dreaded entering the building. My chest would tighten the moment I crossed the threshold, and the smell of burnt electronics would haunt me even if no one else noticed it. Simple tasks became burdensome because I was always on edge, anticipating another flicker, another glitch. I avoided talking about anything even remotely superstitious, but it didn't matter. The tension in the air had matured into a constant oppressive weight. Coworkers began to notice that I looked pale and jumpy. Some quietly asked if I was all right, but I could see the uncertainty in their eyes, as though they suspected I might be unraveling. Sometimes I felt surges of anger or desperation, and the lights would respond with a brief blink, as if the entire system was acknowledging my distress. At those moments, I could hardly breathe. It became impossible to separate my fear from the swirling undercurrent of energy that seemed to saturate every device in the office. My heart often felt like it was clawing its way out of my chest, and I would taste bile at the back of my throat. One late night, with almost everyone gone, I decided I needed to confront whatever was happening. I sat down in the darkened office, the only illumination coming from the distant glow of streetlights and the soft LEDs on idle computers, taking slow, measured breaths. I forced myself to speak out loud, not caring if anyone else heard. I asked whatever was in that space to show me a sign to make me understand. My voice trembled and my lips felt numb, but I pushed the words out. The silence that followed seemed to expand a hollow vacuum of anticipation. Then gradually I felt the atmosphere shift. It was as if the entire building inhaled. The overhead lights began to pulse again, but more faintly this time, like a gentle heartbeat. The servers in the adjacent room came alive with a low resonance that vibrated through my bones. I realized with a jolt of panic that the phenomenon was responding to me. My lungs felt too small and cold. Sweat trickled down my back. Despite the overwhelming terror, there was also a strange sense of connection, as though I was bridging a gap between the tangible and the intangible. It felt like I was being urged to accept something horrifyingly beyond normal comprehension. Then it ended. The lights returned to normal and the servers quieted to their usual operational hum. My entire body shook and I almost collapsed. There was no definitive answer, no clear message, just this impression that the entity or force or whatever it was had acknowledged me. I stood there trembling, uncertain whether this was more horrifying or more reassuring. The next day I told my boss that I had a solution. I would do my best to ignore the phenomenon and ensure no one in the office discussed anything related to horror superstition or paranormal events. He seemed taken aback but didn't argue. There was an unspoken pact among some of us to avoid. All mention of those subjects for a time, the flickers subsided. The reboots became less frequent, but the tension never really disappeared. It was like living with a coiled snake under the floorboards. Maybe it wouldn't strike if we tiptoed around it, but we all sensed it was still there. My sanity remained fragile on the surface. I appeared functional, doing my tasks and assisting colleagues internally. I was a trembling mess of nerves and paranoia, always expecting the next surge of energy. The slight crackle of static from a monitor or an unexpected beep from a server could send my heart into a frenzy. My nights were plagued by insomnia, replaying every glitch in my mind, questioning if I was the cause or the victim. My body constantly ached from the tension. My mouth stayed perpetually parched, as if I could never quench a deeper thirst, some primal need for security that was no longer attainable over time. I realized I couldn't stay in this suspended state of vigilance forever. Something had to give. I began planning to take a leave of absence, hoping that distance might loosen the invisible grip that office held on me. I wasn't sure if physically leaving would help, but I felt I had to try before finalizing that plan. I decided to check the logs one last time to see if there was any definitive proof of an external force. When I did, I noticed a pattern I had missed before each event was timestamped exactly after someone mentioned fear or superstition. The correlation was absolute down to the second. It wasn't just random, it was synchronizing with our words. That knowledge made me feel both validated and deeply afraid. On my last evening in the building before my planned leave, I walked through the office alone, pausing to listen to the faint hum of electronics and the subdued hum of the air conditioner. The overhead lights glowed softly. My chest felt tight, but this time I also felt a ripple of determination. Under my fear, I approached the server room, placing a hand on the door. The metal was cold to the touch, but a weird warmth pulsed beneath my palm like a hidden current. I whispered an internal farewell, acknowledging whatever presence lurked there. My heart pounded, but I felt a sliver of resolve. Sometimes acceptance is the only way to lessen the terror of the unknown that was 2 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to process what happened. I haven't returned to the office yet. My boss messaged me indirectly through a text so I wouldn't have to hear his voice tremble that things have been stable. No more flickers, he said. The place feels oddly subdued, as if an electrical weight lifted part of me. Wonders if my own presence was fueling it, feeding that intangible force with my mounting anxiety. Part of me worries that eventually I'll have to go back and everything will start again. The thought of stepping inside that building makes my stomach lurch. I keep replaying the final moments that charged silence before I left, when it felt like the entire space was holding its breath. I can't shake the idea that it was letting me go rather than me escaping it. Sometimes late at night, I swear I sense static in the air at home, or see a light flicker momentarily in my peripheral vision. It makes my heartbeat thunder in my ears. Every nerve in my body braces for the possibility that I brought something home with me. I haven't found a neat explanation, no official diagnosis, no scientific justification. All I know is that the office's environment became a mirror of our fears. It thrived on them in its own silent, pulsing way. Whether it's truly gone or simply biding its time, I can't say. But the uneasy truth remains. Some things respond to our minds and our deepest dreads in ways logic can't untangle, and that is perhaps the most terrifying realization of all. That sometimes the more we question, the darker the shadows become. I first felt it in the pit of my stomach, a cold, nauseating twist that turned my normal commute home into a nerve. Rattling gauntlet, it was the sensation of unseen eyes drilling into my back each evening. As I crossed the parking lot, I sensed a presence lingering behind me just out of sight. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was nothing more than an overactive imagination sparked by a run of late nights and job stress. But deep down, I knew better. The feeling was too strong, too persistent, and it was about to become much worse than I ever expected. My name is Alan, and a few months ago I started noticing that one of my coworkers, Melissa, had developed an unusual interest in me. At first I brushed it off as a friendly attempt to get to know someone on the same project. She would approach me during lunch breaks, ask questions about my hobbies, and even laugh a little too enthusiastically at my half-hearted jokes. It felt harmless, if a bit cloying. I was used to office camaraderie and her attention seemed fairly normal, but soon odd details piled up. Repeated attempts to sit beside me in every meeting, frequent run-ins at my locker, and a habit of lingering outside the conference room. Whenever I worked late, I started to get that subtle, prickling sense of being watched, even when my eyes were focused on the computer screen. During those early weeks, I reassured myself that coincidences happen in offices all the time. People often drifted to those they found interesting or had some shared interest with. But there was a darker current in the air that I couldn't define. My palms would grow clammy when she was around. My breath would quicken at her approaching footsteps each time I opened my email. I half expected to see her name in my inbox, and of course I did. Constantly, she would send me messages about the smallest things, a stray comment in a meeting, a shared reference to a movie I had casually mentioned, or even random greeting cards wishing me a pleasant afternoon as if we were close friends. The messages themselves were not threatening, but their volume and tone were off. They arrived so frequently that I would get 2 or 3 in a single workday, typically signed off with an overfamiliar "take care of yourself," or "I'm always here." If you need to talk over time, I noticed that she started asking personal questions, but not in a friendly way. She wanted to know where I liked to hang out after work, which restaurants I frequented, and whether I lived alone. It began to feel intrusive, but I had no evidence of actual wrongdoing. Everyone else in the office regarded Melissa as an overly helpful team member, someone who was always volunteering to pick up extra tasks. Nobody seemed to notice anything amiss, and so I rationalized that I was overreacting. I tried to keep my distance without being impolite. That approach failed spectacularly. One evening, I was at a small bookstore near my apartment, a place I visited often to unwind. I'd never told her about it. I like to think of it as my secret refuge from the daily grind. I was flipping through a novel in the dimly lit aisles, lulled by the mellow smell of old paper. When I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, I glanced up and saw her at the end of the aisle staring straight at me. My heart hammered and my mouth went instantly dry. She offered a strange smile that didn't reach her eyes, then came closer, holding a book she claimed was on her reading list. She said something about having stumbled upon the bookstore by chance, though her tone suggested she wasn't being entirely honest. I felt my pulse throbbing at my temples and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on my forehead. Instinct urged me to get away, so I mumbled an excuse about needing to run errands. As I headed out the door, my hands trembled so violently that I struggled to fit my key into the car's ignition. From that point on, it was as though she had discovered the blueprint of my life. She began popping up at my favorite cafe arriving. Just as I was about to leave, sometimes I spotted her car in the grocery store parking lot parked 2 rows behind mine. More than once I looked out my apartment window at night and thought I saw her silhouette on the sidewalk illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of a street lamp. Each time my heart pounded against my ribs and a chill raced down my spine. I tried telling myself I was just paranoid that I was misunderstanding her intentions, but then it escalated in a way I couldn't ignore. One afternoon, I found a small note tucked beneath my windshield wiper. The words were written in neat cursive, instructing me to look behind you next time. My entire body tensed as if an icy hand had clamped onto my neck. Though the message was short, it radiated a creepy possessiveness, like she was daring me to acknowledge her constant surveillance. Soon more of these notes began appearing, always brief, but undeniably unnerving. I saw you leave late last night. You never answer my emails quickly. I know you're reading this. Each discovery brought a fresh spike of dread, and my stomach knotted at the thought of how she always seemed one step ahead, perfectly aware of my daily routines. Around that time, I also realized she had photos of me that I had never sent her a coworker, commented that Melissa showed them pictures of me at some office event, but I had no recollection of giving her those images, and the coworkers swore they were taken outside the office. I checked my phone, thinking maybe I had posted something on social media, but these were candid shots, grainy images of me at my apartment building inside the bookstore and even sitting alone in my car. The angles were bizarre, as though captured from behind half-closed doors or across dimly lit streets. My breathing shallowed and my palms grew clammy at the realization that she was cataloging my private moments. I tried to confront her indirectly by hinting to a mutual colleague that I was uncomfortable. The colleague assured me that Melissa was just being friendly and maybe needed some reassurance or kindness, but kindness was the last thing on my mind. Every time I felt her presence, a surge of fear flared in my chest, leaving me shakier than before. My concentration at work began to deteriorate when I typed emails. My fingers sometimes shook, causing me to hit the wrong keys. My nights became restless, filled with half-waking nightmares of hearing footsteps outside my door. One night I was sure I heard soft knocking on my apartment walls. It was past midnight, and the quiet hum of my refrigerator was the only background noise. Then came a faint rhythmic tap. My heart seized in my chest, and I swallowed the rising panic. I forced myself to check my windows and door adrenaline pounding in my ears. I didn't see her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhere close, watching my breath. Came in fast bursts, and my skin felt clammy. I remember standing in the center of my living room with the lights turned off, feeling as if my own home had turned into a hostile territory in the darkness. Every shape seemed menacing. I imagined her lurking in the shadows, waiting to step forward and claim me for her dark obsession. Strange things began to happen at the office, too. Several times I would come back to my desk after a meeting and find my chair repositioned or my computer screen left on some random file I hadn't opened. My coworkers barely noticed my unease, shrugging it off when I mentioned it, but each instance cranked my anxiety a notch higher. I started to doubt my own senses had I left the chair in a slightly different position. Maybe I opened that file by accident. This creeping self-doubt made me question every thought that crossed my mind. Soon I couldn't tell if the illusions were real or just fabrications of my own paranoia. Lights in my apartment flickered at odd times. Doors seemed to cack open on their own. I caught glimpses of movement in mirrors, like a figure slipping out of view. Just as I turned my head, my heart would race so violently that I felt dizzy, and I'd grip the edge of a table to steady myself. The wood pressing into my sweaty palms, the more I tried to ignore these sensations, the more pronounced they became. It was as if a parasite had crawled into my mind, warping every shadow into a potential threat. One weekend I tried to escape. I drove to a nature trail a few towns away, believing I could calm my nerves in the fresh air and distance myself from whatever was happening. For the first few minutes it worked. The gentle rustle of leaves, the sunlight filtering through the branches, everything seemed tranquil. Then I heard a twig snapping behind me. My pulse raced and cold sweat formed on my temples. I froze. Listening another soft crack, I spun around to see a figure vanish behind a tree. My chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible vice. I rushed back to my car, and my foot pressed so hard on the gas pedal that I almost sped off the dirt road. Even out here, I realized I couldn't escape her presence. The fear had followed me when I returned to my apartment. There was a note taped to my door longer than the previous ones. It demanded that I meet her at a small cafe that evening. It threatened to share certain private photos with coworkers if I refused. My vision blurred for a moment, and I had to steady myself against the doorframe. My breathing was shallow, and my heart thudded in my chest so loudly I imagined it echoing in the hallway. This had crossed a line into blackmail, and I felt dread creeping up my spine. My mind raced with questions. How far would she go? Would she break in while I was gone? Was she capable of actual violence? I knew I couldn't handle this alone. The next day, I confided in a trusted friend, describing the situation in hushed, shaky tones. They urged me to file a report, or at least contact someone in HR. I did both, albeit hesitantly. HR gave me generic advice about setting boundaries and offered to speak with her if necessary. The police noted my statements but explained they needed clearer evidence of wrongdoing. My friend suggested I stay over at his place for a while. I agreed, stuffing the most important belongings into a duffel bag and leaving my own apartment in a hurry. For a week, I slept in my friend's cramped guest room every night, jolting awake to the slightest noise. Even there, I had nightmares about her standing at the foot of the bed, her figure silhouetted in the flickering streetlight, whispering my name. My friend said I sometimes woke him up with frantic shouts. Though I had no memory of doing so, I was on high alert, and the anxiety was eating away at my sanity. I tried to maintain my routine, going to work and checking in with HR, but the idea of seeing Melissa by the water cooler or worse alone in the hallway made my heart pound uncontrollably. Eventually, the company took the allegations more seriously. She was asked to avoid direct contact with me unless absolutely necessary for work. For a short while, things seemed to calm down, but the tension in the air was still thick, an electrical buzz that set my nerves on edge. Every time I walked past a corridor, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder. Every ring of my phone filled me with dread. On one particular evening, I stayed late to finish a deadline. The entire office floor was nearly deserted, illuminated by cold fluorescent lights that left large swaths in half shadow. My eyes itched from hours staring at the screen, and the thick silence was interrupted only by the hum of the air conditioning. I sensed a presence behind me so distinct that the hairs on my neck stood on end. I spun around, half expecting her to be there. Nothing. A wave of relief trickled through me, leaving my muscles slack and trembling. But then behind the partition, I caught movement. I heard a soft shuffle, like a shoe scraping against the carpet. My pulse spiked, and for a few seconds I was too terrified to move, gathering whatever courage I had left. I crept forward, every step as cautious as if I were crossing a minefield. As I rounded the partition, I saw a shape in the dim corner, someone crouching. My heart battered my ribs, and I stifled a gasp. But before I could speak or do anything, the shape darted out of sight, disappearing into a corridor that led to the emergency exit. I stood there, uncertain whether to follow. My body felt paralyzed by fear, a cold sweat drenching the back of my shirt. I decided not to pursue. Instead, I packed up my laptop in a frantic rush. My hand shook so badly it took 2 attempts to zip my bag. The entire time I expected to feel a hand clamping onto my shoulder. My breath rasped in my throat, and I could taste the metallic tang of panic. I left the office, practically sprinting to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors immediately, feeling my heartbeat throb in my ears. I sat there for a moment, drenched in adrenaline, scanning every window and shadow for any sign of movement. Then I started the engine and drove away. I decided that night I had to make a drastic change. I spoke with HR once more, contacted the authorities again, and on the advice of a security consultant began the process of transferring to another city office. My routine changed as well. I altered my driving routes, varied my supermarket runs, and stayed off social media. Altogether, paranoia had become a constant companion, but slowly I felt a small measure of safety returning. After a few weeks of careful planning, I officially transferred out. I never saw Melissa again, at least not face to face yet. To this day, I'm haunted by a lingering sense that she never really let me go. Sometimes late at night, I hear a faint tapping on the walls of my new apartment, or I catch sight of a vaguely familiar figure in reflective surfaces. I feel that same oppressive presence in empty hallways, as though I'm still being watched. My heart leaps into my throat each time my palms go slick with sweat, and I can't help but remember every horrifying moment of her fixation. The questions still gnaw at me. What was she truly capable of? Was it all an elaborate stalker's game, or was there something more, something beyond mere obsession? I wish I had a definitive ending to this story, but all I have is the uneasy truth. I managed to escape her immediate reach, but I never escaped the fear she planted in my mind. When I lock my door at night, I double-check it, triple-check it, convinced that if I let my guard down for even a moment, I'll find another note, or catch a silhouette drifting past my window, that sensation in the pit of my stomach. The cold twist of dread, it never fully went away. And the worst part is that sometimes I'm not sure if I hear her footsteps in the hallway or if it's just the echo of my own terror following me wherever I go. I first realized something was wrong the night the motion-activated lights in my apartment corridor flickered in tandem with my own heartbeat. It was past midnight, and I was just returning from my shift at the supermarket. Those lights always turned on when I passed by, but that evening they blinked and buzzed, creating a staccato effect that made me feel as though I was stepping into some dreadful stage performance. My chest tightened, the air felt thick. Even the silence around me seemed charged with a heavy, menacing energy. Something in me knew the darkness outside my door was no ordinary darkness. It felt watchful and oddly intimate. I remember unlocking my door with shaky hands, the key scraping against metal sounding louder than it should have, and that was just the beginning of a long, unnerving experience that made me question every previously solid aspect of my existence. I have always been a cautious person by nature, never one to take unnecessary risks. Working as a cashier at a local supermarket seemed low-key enough for my temperament. I liked the routine greeting customers, scanning items, making polite small talk, and then moving on to the next person in line. Occasionally, I would get the usual rowdy customer who demanded a discount or complained about prices, but there was a certain comfort in the simplicity of my job. At least that's what I used to think the first time I noticed the man was on a Monday afternoon. I was busy sorting out my register as the supermarket had just opened. He was standing at the end of my lane, not picking out any items, just waiting. There were other cashiers already open, but he didn't seem interested in them. He appeared to be in his late 40s with pale skin and a thin frame. His eyes were an unsettling shade of gray, and he stared at me with what I initially perceived as eagerness. I rang him up quickly, noting that he only purchased a small pack of gum and a bottle of water. I tried to dismiss. People are odd. Sometimes I thought maybe he just liked my line for some innocent reason, but he came back the next day, and the day after that, he was always there. The moment I opened my lane, regardless of what time I started, if I had to take a bathroom break or help out in another section, I would see him shuffling around the store, glancing at the magazines or frozen foods, waiting for me to return. At first, his behavior was more off-putting than frightening. I tried to convince myself that he was just a friendly guy with a weird way of showing it. Yet every time he approached the checkout, my pulse quickened. I couldn't place why something about his demeanor went beyond simple friendliness. Perhaps it was the way his eyes locked onto mine, never wavering or blinking enough, or the way he made a point of leaning in too close, whispering casual remarks under his breath. While I scanned his items, he started asking questions about my day. That in itself wasn't alarming. Customers do that, but his inquiries quickly became more personal. He wanted to know where I lived, if I lived alone, if I had a partner, what kind of car I drove, and which route I took to get home. My responses were curt and guarded. I attempted to deflect by asking if he found everything he needed, or if he wanted to use a store membership card. He would smile as though we shared a secret and imply that he didn't need any membership card, because he always made sure to come to my line. Specifically, the way he said it with that conspiratorial tone made the hair stand up on the back of my neck one evening. After a particularly long shift, I felt utterly drained. I closed up my register and headed out to the parking lot. The day had been cloudy, and by the time I stepped outside, the night sky looked almost purple. The streetlights cast an eerie glow on the wet asphalt. Then I saw him. He was leaning against the hood of my car, arms crossed as if we were old friends meeting for a late-night chat. My stomach lurched, and a wave of cold sweat broke across my forehead. He greeted me by my first name, even though I'd never told him what it was. I recall feeling my legs tremble. My breath got caught in my throat, and my vision blurred for a moment, as though reality had decided to tilt, just enough to make me queasy. He began talking about how he had seen me leave the store alone every night, and how he worried about me, wanted to make sure I was safe. I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze. I mumbled an excuse about needing to get home quickly and brushed past him. Opening my car door with unsteady hands, he stood there without moving an inch, his stare drilling into me the moment I got in my car. I locked the doors and drove off, glancing in my rearview mirror the whole time he stayed in the same spot watching me. Until I turned out of the lot. Over the next few days, my sense of dread intensified. It became apparent that he wasn't just a pushy customer. He was actively tracking my schedule. No matter what shift I took, he'd show up within minutes of me opening my register. If I tried to switch lanes or run a quick errand away from the checkout, I'd see him skulking in some corner, pretending to look at canned goods or reading nutritional information on the back of a cereal box. I told my supervisor I was feeling uncomfortable with a particular customer's attention. She suggested I change shifts to avoid him, which I eventually did, but it didn't help for long. A few days after changing to a later shift, I caught a glimpse of him through the glass doors just standing there. He walked inside the moment he saw me start to ring up customers. My mental state deteriorated at night. I found it difficult to sleep. I'd lie in bed, heart pounding so loudly that my eardrums throbbed. Every slight noise in the hallway, footsteps, doors clicking shut, water running through the pipes made me bolt upright. I checked the locks multiple times, sometimes pacing around my apartment for an hour or more. Too uneasy to rest, my reflection in the bathroom mirror became gaunt eyes ringed with purple shadows. A testament to my mounting paranoia, I began to sense a presence in my apartment. Small signs that someone or something else was there. A door slightly ajar that I knew I'd closed. A misplaced mug, a light turned on when I was sure I had shut it off at first. I blamed exhaustion and stress, but the coincidences piled up to a point where I no longer felt they could be mere accidents one night. As I was drifting into a restless sleep, I heard a sound in the living room like someone running a fingernail across the wall. My entire body locked with fear, my throat tightening as though an invisible rope was choking me. I told myself it was the building's pipes or the old wooden floors settling, but the sound repeated almost methodical, reminding me of someone lightly tapping or scratching. Just enough to be heard, I leaped out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand, and forced myself to look around. Nothing was there, but that didn't comfort me. In fact, it made things worse. The emptiness of the room felt loaded with threat, as if something intangible hovered in the corners, watching and waiting in the daylight. I tried to rationalize my fear. I told myself that the man was just a stalker, a run-of-the-mill creeper who had latched onto me for some inexplicable reason. Yet as time went on, his presence seemed to grow beyond mere physical stalking. There were moments in the supermarket where I felt his gaze on me before I even spotted him. The edges of my vision would blur and my chest would constrict when I whipped my head around. I'd see him in an aisle leaning to the side to peer at me, or standing behind a display shelf, always too far to speak, yet too close to ignore. Sometimes I caught faint reflections of him in shiny surfaces, windows, mirrors, even the metal backing on the inside of the candy racks at the store. It became a twisted game of hide and seek, and I never felt I was the one seeking. Instead, I was perpetually aware of being the sought. My boss told me to remain vigilant and not to engage. I considered going to the police, but I couldn't pinpoint anything overtly illegal. He hadn't threatened me verbally, he just existed in my space constantly. That in itself was terrifying enough to feel like a threat, but I worried the authorities would brush me off as paranoid. One particularly rainy evening, I stayed late to restock shelves. The thunder outside echoed through the store, and the fluorescent lights overhead flickered now and then, which only amplified my anxiety. I was alone in the aisles, trying to speed through the last bit of work, when I heard the soft hum of footsteps behind me. My body responded with a jolt, racing heart, clammy palms, a sharp intake of breath. I turned around slowly. It was him standing at the other end of the aisle, half shrouded in the shadow cast by a defective light. He didn't speak. He just stood there. My mind churned with questions about how he got in after closing, but I was too terrified to voice them at that moment. Something cold and electric passed through me. It was like a static charge multiplied tenfold. The overhead lights flickered more intensely, and for a split second I thought I saw his face distort, jaw stretching wider than any human jaw should, eyes sunk deep into sockets that looked hollow and endless. My stomach dropped as if I had fallen from a great height. When the light stabilized, his face seemed normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something beyond normal human expression. I thought I might be losing my mind. I backed away slowly, feeling the sting of tears. I refused to let fall. My body was torn between wanting to run or freeze. Somehow my survival instinct kicked in just enough for me to force my legs to move. I half walked, half ran toward the employee exit. The entire store felt uncanny and warped, as if the aisles were stretching. A dull ringing sound filled my ears, and the rhythmic pounding of my heart seemed to sync with the flickering lights. When I reached the exit, I fumbled with my keys and nearly dropped them twice before I managed to unlock the door. I didn't glance back. I didn't want to see him see it again. After that night, I told my supervisor that I couldn't continue working. The same shift I demanded a change to the early morning slot, even if it meant drastically cutting my hours. Any time of day that might keep him away seemed like the only lifeline I had left. My boss agreed, though she gave me a concerned look. I sensed she thought I was on the verge of a breakdown. My first morning shift passed without incident. I began to believe maybe I'd evaded him, that he wouldn't show up at 5 in the morning just to stand in my lane. Then, toward the end of my second morning shift, as the sun was fully up, I noticed something pinned to the windshield of my car. It was a small note with a scribbled message telling me it was nice to see me bright and early. My hands shook, my throat went dry. I scanned the parking lot, but I saw no sign of him. However, my relief was short-lived, because that sense of being watched came roaring back. A prickling across my skin that made me feel both cold and feverish. At the same time, things escalated further when I began finding footprints outside my apartment door, a single set of wet shoe prints that stopped right at my entrance. Some days I heard quiet shuffling near the door when I was inside, when I looked through the peephole. No one was there, but I could sense a presence just out of view. My paranoia spiked to unbearable levels. I started second-guessing everything. The reliability of my senses, the possibility that I was conjuring these things out of intense anxiety, yet the unshakable feeling of external menace was real enough to keep me up at night. I started sleeping with a chair jammed under the door handle and a flashlight clutched in one hand. The final straw came one afternoon as I was leaving the store. The sky was unnaturally dark, almost as if a storm was ready to burst overhead. Any second, I had just clocked out and was heading toward my car when the air around me seemed to thrum with tension. My breathing grew shallow and my palms broke out in a cold sweat. I scanned the parking lot, no sign of him. Relieved, I walked a little faster, then I heard it. The most faint whisper, almost lost under the whoosh of distant traffic. It sounded like my own name, repeated in a soft, taunting tone. My heart hammered in my chest as I spun around, but I saw only rows of parked cars and a single flickering lamppost. That lamppost in that moment looked like a crooked figure with an outstretched neck. My vision swam, and for a second I thought I saw the silhouette of a person hunched behind a car. But when I blinked, the shape was gone. I forced myself to get in my car and drive. As I sped away, I became convinced that someone was in the back seat with me. I could feel a presence so tangible that I broke into a fresh sweat. My breathing turned ragged, each inhale stinging my lungs. I glanced in the rearview mirror, fully expecting to see him, but I was alone still. I could not shake the sensation that he was there in some intangible, possibly supernatural form. When I reached my apartment building, I rushed inside and locked the door that night. As I sat in the dimly lit living room, I came to a disturbing realization. Maybe he had never been just a person, or if he was, maybe my fear had given him a power beyond ordinary stalking. I recalled every surreal moment, every distortion of light, every flicker in which his face appeared to shift into something inhuman. Was it the product of my own unraveling psyche, or was there a genuine horror lurking under his skin? The boundary between rational explanation and paranormal threat had dissolved. I realized I couldn't keep living with this constant dread. I made the decision to leave, at least for a while, pack a few belongings, stay with a friend in another town, and consider never returning on my last night in that apartment. I heard more tapping on the walls, more whispers in the darkness. I packed my things to the sound of scuttling footsteps above my ceiling. Even though the apartment above was vacant, every hair on my body stood on end as I crossed the threshold for the final time, triple checking that I left nothing essential behind. The corridor lights flickered out as I passed, drenching everything in complete darkness for a few agonizing seconds until they popped back on, revealing no threat, just an empty, musty hallway. Still, I felt watched. I drove away just before dawn, feeling both foolish for running and relieved for taking action. My heart pounded relentlessly and a tension headache throbbed at my temples. Yet I found a small measure of comfort knowing I wouldn't be there for him to find. The next time he came lurking around, whether my terror was purely psychological or if there was something more sinister at play, I couldn't be sure. but my gut told me I made the right choice. Even now, settled in a borrowed apartment 2 towns away, I can't fully relax at times in that space between wakefulness and sleep. I think I see him standing at the foot of the bed on stormy nights. I recall the flickering lights and sense him in every corner of the room. My heart rate spikes, my palms grow clammy, my mind drifts to that place where rational thought dissolves under the crushing weight of fear in those moments. I wonder if I escaped him at all, or if by surrendering to my terror, I somehow brought him with me, a specter conjured by dread. The uncertainty gnaws at me, constantly leaving me wide awake and trembling until the first rays of sunrise cast the room in a feeble light that feels less like safety and more like temporary reprieve. I keep telling myself it's over, that I'm safe, that he, whatever he is, won't find me again. But deep down, a persistent chill in my bones reminds me there are things in this world that don't rest just because you run from them. And every time I catch my reflection in a darkened window or see a half-hidden figure from the corner of my eye, my heart sprints, and I remember the way his eyes bore into me as though he saw not just my face, but something far deeper. Something vulnerable and primal within the memory alone is enough to keep my pulse racing well into the night. And even as I sit here recounting the details, I swear I feel that electric static in the air. Again, the flicker of lights that I can't quite confirm are actually flickering somewhere in the darkness. Maybe he's still waiting, maybe just behind my mind's peripheral vision, ready to step forward to reclaim the terror he sweat in my life. And that realization, that precarious uncertainty, leaves me with a queasy dread that refuses to fade, haunting me long after the last word of this story is spoken. I remember the exact moment when the silence on that lonely stretch of highway first felt wrong. The road seemed to stretch infinitely, like some dark ribbon leading me away from sanity. My shift at the hospital had been brutal. 14 hours tending to people on the brink, their moans echoing in sterile hallways while fluorescent lights hummed with that sickly buzz by the time I signed out. Exhaustion weighed on my shoulders like a lead vest. Driving at that hour was supposed to offer peace. Instead, it became a gateway to one of the most harrowing experiences of my life. The night sky was a gaping void, refusing to share starlight or even a hint of moon-on-glow headlights illuminated only a narrow swath of tarmac, leaving the periphery swallowed by shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. Whenever I glanced at them, I was used to that tired trick of the eyes. Exhaustion often creates illusions in the dark, but there was a density to these shadows, an almost sentient mass that pressed against the edges of my vision. A mild drizzle coated my windshield, forcing me to lean forward and squint at the road ahead. The rhythmic squeak of the wipers was the only accompaniment to the engine's soft hum. Every so often I fiddled with the radio out of habit. Static, a crackle, then silence again. The few stations that might have been broadcasting this late offered nothing but faint whispers of white noise. Normally, the hush would have soothed me after a day of chaotic emergencies and fluorescent corridors, but something in the air felt charged, as though the night itself wanted to speak. I forced a slow exhale to combat the tension creeping into my chest. My heart rate was steady but heavier than usual. Each beat resonating in my ears, I tried to shake off the unease by telling myself I was overt tired, but the hush persisted, pressing into me, turning the interior of my car into a claustrophobic capsule. My palms began to sweat against the steering wheel, forcing me to loosen my grip. Then I heard it, a voice low and urgent, as if it were slipping out from behind my seat. It was a single word, but it cut through the silence with an almost physical force, making my heart lurch. It demanded I accelerate. That voice was so clear it might have been a passenger sitting right behind me without even thinking. I slammed my foot on the gas tires, squealing as the car surged forward. Instantly, adrenaline spiked and the edges of my vision blurred. I clung to the wheel knuckles, white, trying to steady the car as I rounded a sharp curve. The back end swerved, nearly sending me skidding into a ditch, but I wrestled control and straightened the vehicle with a gasp that tore at my throat. My heart pounded so violently I could feel the echo in my fingertips. In a split second, the voice was gone and a deafening silence rushed back in. I was panting, my tongue dry, and my mouth parched like all moisture had evaporated in the space of that single terrifying moment. My mind raced. Had I really heard someone in the car, or was it just an auditory hallucination produced by my exhausted brain? When I finally studied the car's speed and took a quick glance at the rearview mirror, I saw only empty seats, dark and featureless. Yet the oppressive feeling that someone was lurking behind me refused to dissipate. I pressed onward, forcing my eyes on the lane ahead, determined to make it home. The tension in my muscles bordered on cramping, and I found myself leaning forward as if trying to escape my own seat. The rain picked up, drumming on the roof, but that usual lullaby of droplets did nothing to soothe me. Every few minutes, I caught myself scanning the rearview mirror, certain I'd see a shape or silhouette. My rational mind told me it was just nerves. Nonetheless, the skin on my arms prickled with goosebumps every time I looked. When I finally rolled into my driveway, relief fluttered weakly in my chest. I stepped out, my body trembling with unspent adrenaline. The late-night wind was cold, slicing through my jacket and making the hairs on my neck stand on end. Inside, the house was still and dark. The hallway lights were off, but that was expected. No one was there to keep them on. That emptiness usually felt comforting after chaotic shifts, but tonight it felt too large, too quiet, as if any breath or creak would ricochet off the walls and betray some presence. I didn't want to admit was there. For weeks after that night, I couldn't shake the memory of that voice. I told my colleagues indirectly about a strange experience, omitting details of hearing an actual whisper. Most said it was stress-related, the sort of hallucination that comes from sleep deprivation. A friend mentioned he once had a microsleep behind the wheel, dream imagery, bleeding into wakefulness. I wanted to believe them, yet every night on my way home, I felt the seat behind me as though it held an unseen occupant. I kept expecting that voice to return, commanding me with impossible clarity. Even in broad daylight, a sense of intrusion lingered. I'd be making coffee in my kitchen and suddenly feel like someone was watching from the window. The reflection in the glass never showed anything suspicious, but the skin on my back would prickle all the same. My shoulders grew tight, my posture stooped. I started to suffer from persistent headaches, thick pulsing pain that radiated from the base of my skull. At night, sleep was fractured by nightmares. I'd see myself behind the wheel, hearing disembodied whispers. Sometimes they told me to drive into oncoming traffic. Other times, they simply repeated my name over and over until I woke up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Things escalated slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. One night, driving home under a pale moonlight, finally the sky decided to show me some illumination. I thought I felt a shift in the car's weight, as though someone in the backseat had moved from left to right. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I flicked on the overhead light. Nearly swerving in my panic, the back seat was still empty, but the uneasy heaviness remained over the following days. I noticed an odd smell in the car. It was faint but unpleasant, like singed hair or rotting leaves. No amount of air freshener or driving with the windows down could chase it away. Then the radio started acting up on certain drives. It would burst into static or flicker between stations, even when the power was off. Once I heard something like shallow breathing coming from the speakers. My chest tightened and my scalp tingled with a sensation akin to ants crawling over my skin. That was the same week my reflection in the rearview mirror began to betray me. Every so often I'd glimpse a face that wasn't mine. It was always too quick to fully register, but I caught the edges. A jawline sharper than my own eyes, set slightly farther apart, pale lips twisted in a grimace or a grin. I'd blink in terror and the face would revert to my own startled expression. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the overhead lights on the highway or the shapes of passing cars, but each time my rationalizations felt more hollow. My mouth would go dry, my entire body would break out in a slick, cold sweat, as though I had the flu. Breathing became a labor chest, rising and falling with shallow, desperate gasps in those increasingly sleepless nights. I'd lie in bed listening to the house creak and groan. I heard the wind outside, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog. Every sound seemed amplified, pounding into my heightened awareness. I felt pinned under an unseen weight, as though the voice I'd heard that night had latched onto me. infecting my thoughts. I remember lying there, eyes on the ceiling, envisioning that spectral passenger crouched in the corner of my bedroom, silently urging me to fear everything around me. Even with the lights on, the corners remained dark shapes coalescing just beyond clarity. My heart hammered in my chest until it felt as though it would burst, yet I still had to keep working. Responsibilities don't vanish just because you're frightened or exhausted, so each evening I drag myself back to the hospital, run on autopilot through a barrage of tasks, then steel myself for the drive home. The dread of returning to that car built until the final hour of my shift felt more horrific than anything I'd dealt with in the emergency room. One particular night stands out. The day had been filled with the typical chaos, leaving me drained. It was around 2 a.m. when I finally trudged through the parking lot. Each step feeling heavier than the last. When I unlocked my car, I heard a distinct click inside, like the door locks snapping into place, even though I just unlocked them. My pulse quickened. Easing the driver's door open, I slid into the seat and shut it behind me immediately. The interior light dimmed, I turned the key in the ignition, and for a brief moment the radio flared to life with a cacophony of howling static before going silent. I settled my hands on the wheel, forcing my breath to slow. My chest felt tight, as if an invisible vice was closing around my ribs. I tried to ignore the oppressive hush inside the car, switching on the headlights and creeping out of the lot. For the first 20 minutes, the drive was uneventful, the road devoid of traffic. I allowed myself to relax marginally, though my shoulders remained stiff. Then out of nowhere, the smell hit me, a pungent, acrid odor like burnt plastic. My eyes watered, my nostrils flared as my stomach churned. My first thought was that something under the hood was malfunctioning. I glanced at the temperature gauge. It was normal, but the stench persisted. Filling the car, my heart hammered. I felt a sensation of movement behind me again with a trembling hand. I adjusted the rear-view mirror, my breath caught in my throat. Someone was in the back seat. Not a distinct figure, but a shape darker than the surrounding darkness. My eyes must have lingered a second too long because the car drifted onto the rumble strip. The roar of the tires on the uneven pavement jolted me back by the time I looked again. The seat was empty, though the burning plastic remained. My chest tightened with panic. Cold sweat slicked my forehead. My arms felt weak and I nearly fumbled the wheel. Then that same low voice that haunted me weeks before seemed to press against my ear. It wasn't an audible whisper this time, more a guttural presence in my thoughts, urging me to speed up to abandon control. My foot hovered over the gas pedal, threatening to obey. I fought it, my mind swirling with images of the car spinning off the road or colliding with a guardrail. A wave of anger rose in me. Why was I letting this intangible thing push me around? I managed to keep my foot steady, refusing the silent demand to floor the accelerator. My lungs burned from shallow breathing. Every second felt loaded with the possibility of another intrusion. The voice or the presence or whatever it was seemed to flicker in and out of my consciousness. Adrenaline spiked with every flicker, but I refused to give in. I forced my eyes to the road, ignoring the mirror, ignoring the sense of being watched. I recalled a grounding technique someone at work once mentioned. Focus on the immediate senses. I took stock of the smell of my own sweat, the leather of the steering wheel under my fingers, the hum of the engine slowly. My panic receded enough to let me think clearly. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I slammed the car into park, cut the engine, and leaped out, letting the door swing shut behind me. My breath came in ragged gulps. The entire drive from hospital to home had felt like a balancing act between life and madness. I staggered to the front door, half expecting the porch light to flicker off or the lock to resist my key, but everything was normal. Once inside, I flipped every switch, bathing the hallway in a harsh, comforting glow. I couldn't stand darkness. Not anymore. For hours, I paced the living room, too wired to sleep, too shaken to sit still. My reflection in the window looked hollow-eyed, as if I'd aged a decade. In a few weeks, I couldn't keep living like this. Consumed by fear every time I got behind the wheel, part of me wondered if I should just quit my job, but that wasn't practical. Another part worried that I was losing my grip on reality. Was it stress, a psychotic break, or was there really something malevolent clinging to me? Eventually, I decided to confront it directly in my own way. I set aside the next day to thoroughly clean my car inside and out. I vacuumed every inch, scrubbed the seats, wiped down the windows, and sprayed disinfectant until the chemical smell overpowered everything else. I performed these tasks almost ritualistically, as though purging the vehicle of whatever darkness had nestled there. I even played music on my phone while I worked, hoping the lively tunes would drive away the oppressive silence. That evening, I approached my commute with tense determination. My heart pounded painfully, but I was resolute. I started the engine and let it idle while I took deep breaths as I pulled onto the road. A sense of unease enveloped me, but I felt a faint glimmer of something else, maybe defiance. The drive stretched on each mile, seeming to test my resolve when the radio flickered with a whisper of static. I turned it off when the smell threatened to creep into the vents. I rolled the windows down, letting the cold air sting my face, and when the sense of presence in the back seat surged, I refused to meet it in the mirror, keeping my gaze locked on the road. Somewhere along that route, an odd clarity arrived. It was like a switch flipping in my brain. I recognized that my fear fed this thing. Whether it was external or a product of my own fragmented psyche, the more terror I released, the stronger it became. So I focused on slow, rhythmic breathing, telling myself that supernatural or psychological, it had no right to control me. My heart was pounding, but there was a new steadiness in my hands by the time I reached the final bend near my home. I realized my breathing was almost normal, though. Beads of sweat still lined my brow. I felt more in control than I had in weeks. I still expected a whisper, a flicker in the rear view, but it never came. The air felt thick, but the stench was gone. The oppressive weight in the car seemed to have lifted, leaving behind only the faint hum of the engine and the quiet rustle of wind through the window crack when I parked in my driveway. The silence of the night was still unsettling, but it no longer felt like a threat. My chest still fluttered with residual adrenaline, yet I sensed something had shifted. Whether I had banished a genuine dark force or simply conquered my own mind, I wasn't sure. All I knew was that I had faced it, refused to be its puppet. As I stepped out of the car, I took in a shaky gulp of the cool air and let the tension uncoil from my muscles. Since then, I've continued my late shifts driving that same deserted road. I can't say everything feels normal. There are times when I catch a fleeting shape in the corner of my mirror or sense an unsettling hush behind me, but the voice no longer commands me. The presence, if it remains now, finds me harder prey. Sometimes I question if the entire ordeal was a manifestation of my own overworked, anxious mind, or if something truly unearthly latched onto my weariness that night. Either way, I carry that memory like a scar, a reminder of how thin the boundary between reality and nightmare can become even now. As I turn the key in the ignition after a grueling shift, I take a moment to steady myself. My heart inevitably thuds a little faster. My palms dampen on the steering wheel and the hair on the back of my neck prickles with that ancestral fear of the unseen, but I draw in a breath, release it slowly, and pull onto the road when the silence grows too heavy. I remind myself that I've already stared into the darkness and emerged shaken but unbroken. The night still has secrets, but it no longer has me. I still remember the very first instant I sensed that subtle but unmistakable chill along the narrow rural road. It wasn't the kind of cold one feels from a sudden draft or the night air. It crawled under my skin and clung to my thoughts, an almost tangible presence that made my breath hitch. When I recall that moment now, I'm convinced it marked the threshold between my ordinary life and something far darker, something that defies reason. Even now, thinking about it sets my heart racing, and I can practically feel the hairs on my arms standing on end. I walk that back road most weekends. It starts just a few miles from my house, winding through fields and patches of woods before looping around a wide meadow during the day. It's a peaceful place. Big sky, the earthy scent of tilled soil, the distant sound of crows calling. I've always found it calming to wander there, letting my mind drift away from work stress. But after the night I saw those lights, everything changed now. Even the thought of returning to that spot makes my breath quicken. My chest tightens at the memory of the way the air felt wrong and how my heart pounded so loudly I was sure it would echo through the quiet countryside. I had gone for a late evening stroll, something I often did when insomnia kept me awake. I like the hush of nighttime when the stars burn bright and the world settles into a slower rhythm. The moon was only a slim crescent. That night, barely illuminating my surroundings, the soft crunch of gravel under my sneakers and the brush of the occasional night breeze against the leaves were the only sounds I remember trying to focus on my breathing. Inhale, exhale, trying to let the day's tension melt away. It didn't work as well as I hoped, but I kept going, passing familiar fence posts and crooked trees that had become my silent companions over the years. Then I saw them, two small, intense lights darting across the road maybe 30 yards ahead. At first I thought they were reflections, headlights from a distant car, or the faint glimmer of fireflies, but they moved too deliberately, too quickly, gliding as though they were alive. I stopped walking, my footsteps grinding to a halt in the gravel. My pulse hammered in my throat, and I could taste something metallic on my tongue as I swallowed. The lights hovered a few inches above the ground, crossing from one side of the road to the other in a fluid motion. I couldn't make out any shape around them, no outline of an animal, person, or machinery, just 2 points of brilliant white that sliced through the darkness as if they were charged with some strange energy. My instincts told me to turn around to head back home. I was no stranger to caution, and fear was already tightening my chest, but curiosity pushed me onward. The next few steps I took felt reluctant, as though my own body warred against me for venturing closer. Halfway to where I had spotted the lights, they simply vanished. No flicker or dimming one moment. They were there the next, they were gone. The night around me was suddenly too quiet, as though the world had hit a pause button. I strained my ears for any sign of life, an owl hooting, a breeze rustling the branches, but there was nothing that was. When the cold set in, it spread from the center of that spot outward like an invisible boundary. The hair on my arm stood up, and I felt goosebumps prickle along my neck. My breath came out in a shaky exhalation visible in the air. Even though it was late spring and nowhere near freezing, I can't fully describe how unnatural it felt. It was as though the temperature dropped from mild to wintry in just a few seconds. My hands started to tremble, and I clenched them into fists, trying to steady myself. I could feel my heartbeat pounding like a drum, reverberating in my ears. There was a moment, just a split second, when I was convinced I heard a whisper so faint I almost doubted I heard anything at all. It felt as if someone had murmured just out of earshot, sending a shiver skittering down my spine. I looked around, desperate to find a source to give it a rational explanation, but all I saw was the dark outline of trees on either side of the road and the open field stretching far into the distance. That night I practically jogged home, refusing to look back. My lungs burned with the effort, and cold sweat slid down my temples, dampening my collar. Once I reached my front porch, I realized my hands were still shaking uncontrollably. I told myself I must have imagined half of it, that perhaps it was a trick of the moonlight. Maybe I was overtired or let my nerves get the best of me, but deep down I knew something was off. Over the following days, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. My sleep was restless, and I'd wake up with my mouth dry, heart thrumming as if I'd been running in my dreams. In an attempt to reassure myself, I mentioned my late-night encounter in passing to a neighbor, though I framed it casually and left out the unnerving details. The neighbors simply shook their head, said they'd never seen anything like it, and suggested it might have been a reflection from some new farm equipment. I didn't press the matter. Something about describing the experience in detail felt like I'd be opening a door I wasn't ready to face, but I couldn't resist the pull of that rural stretch, and the following weekend I decided to walk it again, this time right before sunset, so I wouldn't be in complete darkness as I approached the spot where the lights had appeared. My heart began to race. The sky still had remnants of orange and pink along the horizon, and I could see enough to avoid tripping on loose stones. However, the closer I got, the more I noticed a kind of hush descending over the area. The evening chatter of birds seemed muted, and the wind that ruffled my hair just moments before felt oddly distant. I swallowed hard, tasting that familiar metallic tang on my tongue again. My breath grew shallow, a new wave of anxiety twisting in my stomach. I lingered there, scanning the ditch on both sides of the road. Everything looked normal. There was a drainage channel, a few patches of wildflowers, and old wooden fence posts leaning at precarious angles. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. It felt like standing on the threshold of a room where something lurks just behind the door. I was jumpy, even the sound of a twig snapping under my shoe made me flinch. I half expected the lights to reappear, but that didn't happen. Instead, I felt this pervasive sense of being watched. It was almost oppressive, a sensation that made every muscle in my back tighten until I had to force my shoulders to relax. I left that evening before the last traces of sunlight disappeared, feeling uneasy and more confused than before. The following days, I couldn't stop thinking about that place. It was as though a part of me was trapped there, replaying the memory of those hovering lights in the unnatural cold. My appetite diminished, and I found my thoughts drifting at work, my hands trembling whenever I recalled the sensation of that quiet. I questioned my sanity more than once. Was I having some stress-induced hallucination? Was it possible for an overworked mind to create such vivid experiences? Eventually, I resolved to go back at night again, mostly to prove to myself that I was capable of walking that road without freaking out. I chose a Friday evening, telling myself that if it all went wrong, at least I wouldn't have to function at work the next morning. The moon was fuller this time, providing a bit more light, but it also created long, eerie shadows that stretched across the dirt like dark fingers. My breathing was shallow, and I noticed my palms were damp inside my jacket pockets. I tried to pace myself and keep calm, but with every step my pulse escalated. Halfway along the route, the tension rose. My ears began picking up indistinct sounds. Maybe just the wind and the grass, maybe something else. My mouth went dry, and I had to swallow repeatedly to keep saliva in my throat. The air felt thick, as though I was walking through an unseen web. Each footstep sounded too loud, echoing around me in the hush of the surrounding fields. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of an old barn. I'd passed it countless times without giving it a second thought. But tonight it loomed like a monolith, a silent witness to my discomfort. When I finally reached that familiar stretch, my legs felt weak, and I had to fight the urge to run the road. Looked the same, but there was a wrongness hanging over it that made the hair at the nape of my neck prickle. I paused, straining to see if the lights would appear. My body tensed, bracing for something I couldn't name. For a long minute, everything was still. Then the wind gusted, and I heard a faint rustling in the ditch. It was probably just a small animal scurrying away, but it made my heart lurch. My breath came in quick, ragged bursts, and I had to remind myself to inhale fully before I passed out from fear alone. Suddenly, the temperature plunged again, just as it had before. One moment, I was standing in the mild night air. The next, my skin was covered in goosebumps. I shivered and rubbed my arms, but it did no good. The cold bit into me deeper than any chill had a right to. The subtle wave of dizziness hit too, like a wave of nausea in my gut. I didn't see the lights this time, but I felt them, or something slithering just beyond my peripheral vision. Several times I thought I glimpsed a flicker at the corners of my eyes, only to whip my head around and find nothing that was. When I felt an unmistakable presence behind me, my entire body seized with terror, and I had to force myself to turn around. The road behind me was empty, bathed in moonlight and shadow. But the feeling of being watched, of something hovering just out of sight, was almost unbearable. I could hear my own heartbeat drumming in my ears, and each exhale sounded shaky. I thought about yelling, making some noise to prove I was alone, but something in me decided it was better to remain silent. Some primal instinct insisted that drawing attention would be a mistake. I'm not proud to admit it, but I bolted. Fear pounded through my veins, and I sprinted. Nearly tripping over loose stones, my lungs burned and my vision blurred. From the adrenaline, I only slowed down when I reached the outskirts of my neighborhood, where streetlights and houses offered a semblance of normalcy. Once home, I was soaked in sweat, my clothing clinging to me as though I'd been caught in a storm. It took hours to calm down, and even then I barely slept the next day. I couldn't stop replaying the sensation in my mind. A part of me dreaded ever returning. while another part insisted I couldn't let fear claim a place I had once loved for its peaceful solitude. Over the ensuing weeks, I felt my nerves on edge whenever night fell. I started drawing the curtains earlier, double-checking that my doors were locked. Simple noises, a branch scraping a window, a gust of wind made me flinch. My rational mind told me I was being ridiculous, but the dread was too ingrained to ignore. I tried another tactic, returning in broad daylight. A few times I parked my car at the beginning of that road and forced myself to walk its length under the midday sun. Everything looked so harmless in the light, just a gravel path winding through farmland, yet even then I felt a twinge of unease. My heart would pick up speed as I neared that particular stretch, and though I didn't sense any dramatic drop in temperature, I couldn't quell the creeping paranoia that settled in my bones. One afternoon I stood there, forcing myself to remain calm and take in every detail: the curve of the fence line, the scattering of pebbles, the tall whispering grass. As I did, I had the distinct feeling that the place was studying me in return. The notion was irrational, but it nodded at me. My mouth went dry again and my fingertips tingled with anxiety. A crow caught from somewhere behind me and I startled, nearly stumbling as my heart slammed against my ribs. Over time, I started having nightmares in them. I'd be walking along that road and the two lights would appear, drawing closer and closer until I could see something swirling between them, an amorphous darkness that seemed to beckon me forward in the dream. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only watch as the darkness pulsed. The sound I heard in these nightmares was a distant humming, like a chorus of voices just out of range, blending into a drone that made my ears ache. I'd wake gasping, my body slick with cold sweat, my mouth so dry it hurt to swallow. I reached a breaking point when I realized I was no longer functioning. Normally, my appetite was gone, replaced by a constant knot in my stomach. My hands trembled whenever I thought about the lights. My concentration at work suffered, and I found myself avoiding social calls. I didn't want to talk about it, couldn't explain it in a way that felt believable. The scariest part was that I wasn't sure I even believed myself, determined not to be ruled by this dread. I decided on one final confrontation. I would go back at night, stay as long as I could, and see if anything definitive happened. I prepared carefully, dressing in layers for warmth and bringing a flashlight with fresh batteries. My plan was to stand my ground. I wasn't trying to challenge anything. I'm not that foolish, but I wanted to face it to see if I could find any logical explanation. Perhaps if I confronted it head-on, I'd discover some mundane truth and my fears would dissipate. I arrived just before midnight. The night was cool but not cold. The sky clear and shimmering with stars. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness. Each step crunched on the gravel, echoing in a way that seemed unnaturally loud. By the time I reached that dreaded spot, my pulse was already racing and my breathing had grown shallow. I flicked off the flashlight, letting my eyes adjust to the moonlight. The silence pressed in on me like an invisible weight. Once again, I felt sure there were eyes on me, or something that passed for eyes hidden in the gloom. For a few minutes, nothing happened, and I felt the smallest flicker of relief. Maybe it really had been my imagination. Maybe I'd conjured this terror out of stress and sleepless nights. My heart rate began to slow. My breathing steadied then. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the faintest glimmer, a flicker of white nearly at ground level. My entire body seized with dread. The lights were back dancing at the edges of my vision. I forced myself not to move, though every instinct screamed at me to run. The temperature plummeted sharper and more brutal than ever before. My teeth chattered and I could feel my muscles contracting involuntarily. My flashlight suddenly died, plunging me into near total darkness. Panic surged through my veins, but I fought to keep control. Then came the hum, that low frequency I'd heard in my nightmares, vibrating in my chest and rattling my bones. It felt alive, scraping against the inside of my skull. I wanted to clamp my hands over my ears, but I was too terrified to move. I tried to speak, to ask what it wanted, but my voice caught in my throat. My lungs felt constricted as though something was gripping me from within. The lights flickered closer. Small white orbs bobbing in the darkness, and for an instant I thought I saw shapes coalescing around them like swirling shadows. My vision blurred with tears, not from sadness, but from an overwhelming primal fear. Every nerve in my body was on fire, and then, as abruptly as it had started, it ended. The humming stopped. The lights disappeared. The temperature reverted to a normal, if not slightly cool night. My flashlight flickered back to life, beam cutting through the darkness once more. My body was shaking, my knees weak enough that I nearly dropped to the ground. I felt an emptiness where that presence had been no less terrifying, because it left behind an echo, a sense that I had been judged and allowed to leave, but not free of consequences. I stumbled back to my car, each breath ragged in my chest all the way home. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those lights trailing me by the time I reached my driveway. My clothes were damp with sweat, and my heartbeat thrummed so violently I thought it would crack my ribs. I fumbled my keys and almost couldn't open my front door. Once I was inside, I leaned against the wall, letting out a shuddering breath I'd been holding since it began. I don't know exactly what lurks out there, but I'm certain it's something beyond my understanding. The road hasn't changed on a map. It's still just a simple dirt path winding through farmland. But when I recall the feeling of that presence, the hum that resonated inside me, I'm convinced there are pockets of our world that defy logic, places where reality thins and something else bleeds through. I don't walk there at night anymore. I've promised myself I won't be that foolhardy again. Sometimes during the day, I'll catch a glimpse of it in my peripheral vision. 2 faint lights gone in a blink, and the air around me will feel colder, pressing a reminder into my bones. People often say the unknown is the scariest thing of all, and I agree wholeheartedly. Whatever it is that hovers along that lonely stretch of rural road, I have no desire to understand it anymore. My sanity clings to the idea that I made it out, that I can choose not to go back. Yet a part of me worries that I'll never truly escape, because even here in the safety of my home late at night, when I close my eyes, I still see those lights dancing in the darkness. Hear that low hum beneath my own heartbeat and feel the cold emptiness stretch its fingers around my mind. And I know beyond any doubt that it's waiting for me, patient and quiet, in the place where the warmth of day fades and the chill of something far more sinister takes hold. Might of the night I first set foot in that building, I felt as if every shadow had eyes. The dim corridor lights flickered against the polished floors, casting reflections that rippled like dark water. An uncanny chill enveloped me, and it wasn't just the air conditioning. Something felt tangibly wrong. My heart pounded with the unfamiliar pressure of stepping into a place that seemed to resent my presence. Little did I know that first wave of unease was just the beginning. I took this late-night cleaning shift because I needed the extra money. I worked days as a maintenance assistant in a warehouse, but inflation and unexpected expenses hit me hard when a friend mentioned that a commercial building downtown was looking for someone to handle nightly sanitation. I jumped at the opportunity. The job sounded straightforward enough. Empty the trash vacuum, the hallways, wipe down surfaces in the waiting areas, and lock up before dawn's simple tasks. I was already familiar with, though I never anticipated the sense of dread that would seep into my bones each night during the first week. Nothing too dramatic happened. I'd walk the empty corridors after all the clinics had closed. My footsteps echoing off the tall ceilings, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, sometimes fluttering out for a second and then humming back to life. I brushed off the flickers as poorly maintained wiring. Yet even then, I had this deep-rooted sensation of being watched. My neck prickled as though invisible eyes traced my every movement rationally. I told myself I was imagining things. This was a vacant space at midnight. After all, one evening around the time I was finishing the last hallway, I sensed something behind me. It was like a soft rhythm of footfalls that matched my pace. I spun around expecting to see someone who might have stayed late, but the corridor was empty. The overhead lights cast their faint, sickly glow on the floor. There was nowhere anyone could have hidden in those few seconds. Despite my background in hands-on labor, my hand shook so intensely that I dropped my trash bag by the time I gathered the spilled contents. My nerves were frayed, but I forced myself to carry on. I told myself I was being paranoid. As the nights passed, small details began to pile up in my mind, refusing to be dismissed. Sometimes doors that I was sure I'd locked would appear slightly ajar when I returned to them. Other times, the waiting room chairs, which I meticulously arranged in neat rows, would be subtly out of alignment. More than once, I noticed smudges on the windows of certain offices' marks that looked almost like handprints, but they were too high or at too strange an angle for anyone to have made them. Accidentally, each new incident added to an undercurrent of anxiety that pulsed through me during every shift. My responsibilities included checking all the clinics to ensure cleanliness and security. There were various types of practices in the building: a general practitioner, a physical therapy center, a small radiology unit, and a couple of dental offices. Most nights I never encountered another soul. The staff all left by early evening. It felt like I was the sole occupant of that strange and unnerving world. Yet the quiet didn't soothe me. Instead, it amplified every drip of a faucet, every hum of an electrical circuit, and every scuff of my shoe on the linoleum. It was one particularly late night, close to 2 in the morning, when something truly bizarre happened. I was making my usual rounds with a rolling trash bin. The hallway was narrower on the 6th floor where the physical therapy center was located. The lights there were older, casting a weak orange glow. Suddenly, I heard a sharp scraping noise from behind one of the locked doors. It sounded like heavy furniture being dragged across the floor. My pulse raced and my palms turned clammy. I tried to swallow, but my mouth had gone dry. I knew that clinic was closed and locked for the night because I had just passed it. Not 15 minutes earlier, even though my instincts screamed at me to leave it alone, my job required me to ensure everything was secure. With trembling hands, I searched my ring of keys, found the correct one, and turned it in the lock. When I stepped inside, the lights were off, so I used my phone's flashlight to scan the room. Nothing appeared out of place. The massage tables were aligned along the walls, and the chairs remained neatly tucked under the reception desk. My heart thudded like a drum, so loud that I thought it might echo against the walls. Then my flashlight caught something that sent a jolt of fear up my spine. The wheelchair that usually sat abandoned in the corner was now facing the door. That piece of equipment had always been turned toward the window, its wheels locked in position, but it was undeniably pointed right at me. I backed away slowly, as if the chair might roll forward on its own. The rational part of me tried to explain it. Maybe someone used it earlier and forgot to rotate it back, but at that hour, and who would drag a piece of furniture around without leaving it out of place? Shaking, I closed the door, double-checked the lock, and continued my rounds, doing my best to forget the uneasy suspicion that I wasn't alone in the building over the subsequent nights. More unsettling incidents took place. I began to notice the wheelchair shifting positions. Not every night, but often enough that I couldn't dismiss it as happenstance. Sometimes it was a mere inch from its original position. Other times it faced a different corner altogether. Each time I opened that door, my heart hammered against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I would quickly do my cleaning, refusing to glance at the chair for too long, and hurry out. At some point, I must have mentioned these bizarre occurrences to the security guard who occasionally patrolled the lobby. He merely shook his head and said quietly that he also felt something uncanny in the corridors. At night, he didn't detail it further, but his expression said enough. I wasn't imagining things. Even so, I tried to push that acknowledgement away, admitting that something truly unexplainable was happening. Felt like stepping off a cliff into dark, bottomless waters. As the weeks went on, the sense of being followed grew stronger. I'd sometimes catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow that darted around a corner or a shape that slid into an office. Whenever I tried to chase after it, I found only empty rooms and silent, sterile corridors. My hands would tremble, a slick film of sweat covering my palms. My breath would come in quick, shallow gasps, as if I'd just run a marathon. I began second-guessing my own senses. After all, who wouldn't question their sanity? Under those conditions, I started going to bed later and later, spending hours on the couch at home after my shift, staring at the turned-off TV, replaying every bizarre moment in my mind. A gnawing sense of dread settled over my everyday life. It was worse on the nights I had to clock in because the anticipation of returning to that building weighed on me like an anchor around my ankles in an attempt to feel more secure. I started carrying a small flashlight on my belt and a utility knife in my back pocket. The flashlight was mostly for my own peace of mind, but the weight of the knife reassured me, even though I couldn't say what I was defending myself against. The blade offered a tiny measure of psychological comfort. One particularly harrowing night, the power went out across an entire floor. Just as I stepped off the elevator, the corridor was plunged into total darkness. The only light came from the weak emergency bulbs above the exit signs. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart thudding like it was going to burst out of my chest. In that murky glow, the hallway seemed to stretch on forever, its edges dissolving into blackness. My legs felt heavy, but I forced myself to move forward. Each step echoed unnaturally, as if the hallway wanted me to hear my own fear reverberating. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow when a sudden crash erupted from a nearby office. I almost dropped my flashlight, fighting the urge to run. I carefully pushed open the door. It was the same physical therapy room as before. The wheelchair now lay on its side, one wheel still spinning slowly as if it had just been toppled. My instincts clamored for me to flee, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from that slowly rotating wheel. It felt as if someone was in that room with me, just out of view, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. The tension was suffocating, like a lead weight pressing down on my chest. My breath rasped in my throat. I found the light switch near the entrance, but flicking it on did nothing. The office was swallowed in darkness except for my flashlight's narrow beam. I paused, scanning every corner, every shadow. My knife in one shaking hand, nothing stirred. Finally, I picked the wheelchair up and set it in its usual spot, my pulse still racing the instant I left the office. The hallway lights flickered back on. That was enough for the night. I told myself I would finish early. I rushed through the remaining tasks and signed out. After that, I avoided the 6th floor as much as possible, but I couldn't neglect my duties entirely. The next few days were relatively calm, aside from the persistent feeling of being watched. Then an incident occurred that shattered any illusion of normalcy I had been clinging to. I was on the 9th floor collecting trash from a waiting area when I heard a resonant whisper, as if someone was calling my name from a few feet away. The voice was soft, almost gentle, but it cut through the silence like a knife. My entire body froze, every hair on my arms and neck standing upright. I looked around wildly, shining my flashlight behind the chairs and around the reception desk. No one was there at that moment. My rational brain gave way to pure panic. I sprinted to the elevator, stabbing the button repeatedly, my breath ragged heart pounding against my ribs. The elevator doors took an eternity to open when they finally slid apart. I dove in and nearly fell against the back wall, my knees weak with terror. I jabbed the button for the lobby and watched with mounting dread as the doors closed, as if I expected something or someone to slip inside. At the last second, the ride down was excruciatingly slow, and in that tiny metal box, I couldn't rid myself of the suffocating sensation that I was not alone. My eyes scanned every corner, expecting a shape to emerge from the shadows. The following night, I tried to rationalize that I was merely sleep-deprived, that stress was taking its toll, but deep down, I couldn't deny that something was fundamentally wrong with that building at night. Sometimes I felt a presence behind me so strongly that I'd whirl around abruptly, only to find the corridor empty. My palms would sweat uncontrollably and my chest would tighten. I could feel my sanity fraying like an overstretched rubber band on the verge of snapping things. Escalated to a final confrontation that made me question my own senses more than ever. I was doing my rounds near midnight, trying to push through the tension by mentally reciting a list of chores reaching the physical therapy suite. I steeled myself before unlocking the door. My plan was to do a quick sweep and leave. As I entered, the overhead lights flickered, and I saw the wheelchair in the far corner facing the window again for a moment. I breathed a shaky sigh of relief. At least it appeared normal. But the second I stepped farther into the room, the lights went out with a loud pop. Complete darkness enveloped me. My flashlight flicked on, revealing the wheelchair's reflective metal. My hand was trembling so much that the beam quivered across the walls. A faint scraping sound like metal against linoleum came from somewhere in the darkness. It was followed by a soft squeak reminiscent of an old hinge being forced to move. My entire body tensed. I jerked the flashlight around, searching for the source in its narrow beam. The wheelchair was now angled slightly toward me as if it had moved on its own. My breath caught in my throat, a wave of cold terror rolled through me, leaving me paralyzed for a few heartbeats. Something inside me snapped. Then the blend of fear, paranoia, and exhaustion ignited a surge of adrenaline. I flipped the flashlight off, plunged in darkness, and darted out the door. Not caring if I dropped my supplies as I ran down the corridor, I sensed something behind me, but I refused to look back. My lungs burned and my heart pounded so violently that I thought it might burst. I sprinted to the elevator, stabbed the button, and when the doors didn't open immediately, I dashed to the stairwell. Instead, I practically flew down those steps, the sound of my frantic footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. Each thump fueled by the raw animalistic instinct to get away. When I finally burst out into the lobby, I could barely catch my breath. The security guard gave me a concerned look, but I just muttered that I was done for the night and left as quickly as possible. Once I was outside, the cool night air felt like an otherworldly blessing. I practically fell into my car and locked the doors, letting out a shuddering breath that felt like it had been stuck in my chest for days. That was my last shift. I never returned to that building. Maybe I let down the management by not giving notice or returning the keys in person, but I couldn't bring myself to step foot in there again. When I dropped off the keys at the administrative office the next morning, I simply told them I couldn't fulfill my duties anymore. There was no argument from their side, just a collected nod as if they'd heard this before. Even weeks later, I still can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that place at night. When the house is quiet, I sometimes imagine that I hear faint scraping sounds in the corners or detect movement in my peripheral vision. My heart still races at unexpected noises, and I've started leaving multiple lights on, even though it costs more on my electricity bill just to keep the darkness at bay. I don't know what truly lurks in those corridors after midnight. Perhaps it's my own mind unraveling under pressure, or perhaps something inexplicable resides there, feeding on the loneliness and silence. All I know is that the experience changed me. My pulse quickens even now at the memory of the wheelchair angled toward the door as if waiting for me. It stands as a testament to the shadows we can't fully explain and the horrors that might exist just beyond our narrow scope of understanding. I walked away with my life intact and no tangible scars. Yet the haunting reality of that building is something I carry inside me. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that dark corridor, hearing the faint scrape of something that shouldn't be there, feeling an unseen presence breathing down my neck, and I'm certain I'll never truly be alone again. Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The hallway was a yawning void of shadows and oppressive silence, interrupted only by the faint creaks of ancient floorboards. Beneath worn carpeting, a single weak bulb flickered overhead, casting elongated shapes on the walls that quivered like living things. From the moment I stepped into that corridor, I felt an intruder, as though I had trespassed on a secret that the building itself did not want me to uncover. My chest tightened at the very air, heavy with neglect and old dust. Even before setting foot in my assigned room, the uneasy grip of the hotel's atmosphere sank hooks of dread into my mind and refused to let go. I had arrived late in the evening for a work trip, my itinerary too cramped to allow me the luxury of a modern hotel closer to the city center. The front desk clerk, with eyes that drifted to the floor more often than they met my own, handed me a tarnished brass key and mentioned in a low tone that I was free to explore the lounge should I wish. He murmured some half-hearted apology about the building's antiquated facilities. His exact words barely registered because I was too caught up studying in the peeling wallpaper, its floral pattern discolored by what looked like decades of dampness. My stomach churned with a faint sense of unease. I tried to shrug off. After all, I just needed a place to sleep. My room was up 2 flights of creaking stairs. The banister felt sticky under my palm, as though 100 hands over 100 years had left their invisible residue on the wood. A mild smell clung to the air, and the only source of illumination in the corridor was a solitary light fixture, flickering erratically as if uncertain whether to remain lit or plunge everything into darkness. My door number 305 opened with a groan that resonated in the silence. Inside the room was as old-fashioned as expected, a single bed with a carved headboard, a small nightstand with a lamp that cast a feeble glow, and heavy drapes that blocked what little moonlight might have filtered through the radiator. By the wall clicked quietly, spitting out lukewarm air. I set my suitcase down and exhaled. Trying to ease the tension in my shoulders as I turned to latch the door, I couldn't help noticing the nameplate on the neighboring room. It had been removed, leaving only 2 rusted screws protruding from the wood. I told myself it was just one more example of the hotel's age. Nothing more. My mind resisted any creeping thoughts about what might have happened to the original nameplate or why nobody had bothered to replace it. The first sign that something was off came just before midnight. I was lying in bed, the comforter too thin to shield me from the building's pervasive chill. Despite my exhaustion, sleep evaded me. The silence in the corridor had a peculiar quality. It felt alive, stretching and contracting like a held breath. Then I heard footsteps, soft and hesitant, as though someone were pacing back and forth, unsure of where to go or what they intended to do. My heart thumped against my ribcage. I tried to convince myself that maybe another guest was simply restless, or perhaps the old structure was just groaning. With the wind, curiosity got the better of me. I slid out of bed, feeling the rough fibers of the carpet under my bare feet. Each step I took toward the door heightened my anxiety. My pulse roared in my ears as I opened it, expecting to confront someone in the corridor, but there was nothing, only the same weak overhead light quivering. The footsteps ceased the instant I stepped out at the far end of the hallway. I could have sworn I saw a faint movement, a shifting of shadow or a silhouette that vanished as soon as my eyes tried to focus, but that might have been my imagination. The emptiness of the corridor challenged me to prove otherwise. I closed my door softly, trying not to disturb whatever intangible presence might be lurking there. The second I turned around, I heard a slam. It came from the adjacent room, the one missing its nameplate. The sound jolted through me like an electric shock. My hands went cold, and I could hear my breathing raspy and shallow, as if my lungs were suddenly starved of oxygen. I inched closer to the wall that separated my room from the neighboring one, and felt a tremor of fear vibrate in my bones under the door. A narrow strip of yellow light flickered on and off, as if someone inside was pacing with a flashlight. The floor creaked, or maybe it was the bed frame or the radiator. Then came a sound that almost froze the blood in my veins. Something akin to muffled cries, not quite screams, but certainly more than mere whispers. I pressed my ear to the wall, my skin prickling. It was a low moaning interspersed with what sounded like hurried movements, shuffling feet, a jolt of something heavy hitting the floor, and then an abrupt hush. My heart pounded so violently that I half expected it to burst through my ribcage. I had the insane urge to knock on the door to demand to know what was happening in there, but terror rooted me in place. I hesitated for what felt like an eternity before deciding to go to the front desk. By the time I reached the lobby, my breathing had steadied somewhat, but my nerves still buzzed. The clerk looked up at me with an expression that seemed more worried than surprised. I struggled to find the right words, stammering something about the room next to mine and the noises I had heard. He responded in a cautious tone that the adjacent room had been vacant for months. explaining that no one was staying there. I felt my scalp tighten as if a cold finger was sliding across it. I tried to clarify, telling him I had heard a door slam and strange sounds. He said that he checked the records, but according to everything on file, I was alone on that floor. I returned to my room more confused than ever. My sense of reality wavered, leaving me to wonder if my overworked brain had conjured the entire episode. I tried to rationalize that old buildings can produce unsettling echoes. Pipes can clang, and the mind can interpret those noises in sinister ways when one is tired. Yet none of those rationalizations fully explain the flickering light or the distinct sound of a door slamming. Night stretched on relentlessly, and I drifted in and out of restless sleep. At times, I was convinced I heard someone knocking. Softly on the walls, my body broke out in a clammy sweat, and my eyes snapped open in the darkness, scouring the room for any movement. Each time I checked the corridor, the flickering overhead light seemed a little dimmer, and the far end of the hallway appeared more shrouded in shadow. At one point, I thought I saw the handle of the neighboring door jiggle, but I couldn't be certain if it was just a trick of the light. Fear settled in my gut like lead tangling with my intestines. The next morning, daylight brought a fragile sense of safety, though the gloom of the corridor never really relented. I ate a quick breakfast in the hotel lounge. The place was virtually empty, and the same clerk from the previous night was absent. Instead, another staff member, older and seemingly more at ease, offered me a brief nod. I considered mentioning what I had heard, but I felt self-conscious. Perhaps it was better not to speak about it at all. My day was supposed to be filled with meetings, so I pushed the memory aside, hoping that a busy schedule would banish the hotel's lingering negativity from my mind at work. However, I found it impossible to concentrate my mind. Replayed those night sounds repeatedly. My coworkers must have noticed my distracted state, but I pretended to focus on the task at hand. During a break, I found myself studying my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I looked pale and drawn, with dark circles under my eyes that made me look older. A wave of restlessness prickled beneath my skin, as if I could not escape the uneasy presence of that corridor. Not even in broad daylight miles away from the hotel. By the time I returned in the late afternoon, the sun was already dipping toward the horizon, and the building's old windows reflected a Suan orange light that gave the structure a haunted quality. That evening, I tried to make sense of the situation by exploring the hallway more thoroughly. I paced from one end to the other, observing how the floor sagged in places and how the wallpaper buckled and curled at the corners. A few doors down, I noticed a small alcove with a dusty mirror and a table that looked centuries old. As my gaze passed over the reflective surface, I swore I glimpsed a shape behind me, tall and indistinct. But when I spun around, there was only emptiness. The pounding in my chest felt almost unbearable at that point, and goosebumps crawled along my arms. The unsettling feeling of being watched was suffocating. I rushed back to my room with my pulse hammering in my temples. Later, as I lay there in the oppressive silence, I braced myself for another round of unexplained sounds. Sure enough, at around midnight, the footsteps began again. They were more insistent this time, like someone pacing in agitation. My palms went clammy and my breath caught in my throat. Then came the door slam, louder than before. I shot upright in bed, heart lurching. A quick glance at my phone told me it was just past midnight. My mouth had gone dry and every hair on my body stood on end. Determined not to cower in bed, I inched toward the door with every nerve on high alert. The corridor light was even dimmer now, as if the electricity itself were being siphoned. Away by some unseen force, my heart drummed so loudly that it was a miracle I could hear anything else. Yet I did hear it muted shuffling just behind the door of the vacant room. It sounded like a struggle or a frantic search. My instincts screamed at me to get away, but curiosity urged me to step closer. The handle of the door next to mine rattled, and then I witnessed something that made my stomach turn to ice. The door slowly inched open, though no one stood there to push it. I caught a glimpse of the interior, bathed in a flickering, sickly light. The shapes inside were vague broken furniture, torn curtains, a long corridor of shadows that shouldn't logically exist. Given the room size, my heart thundered. and a sensation like invisible hands clutching my chest robbed me of breath. Then just as quietly, the door shut itself with a snap that reverberated through the hallway in a rush of panic. I bolted to the stairs, my legs felt numb, barely able to support me as I stumbled down the desk clerk, the same subdued figure as my first night, listened to my incoherent account with the blankest expression. I could sense that he was uneasy. Though he tried to maintain composure, he stated again that the room in question had not been rented for a significant period of time, and that if I was disturbed by noises, he could move me to a different floor. I sensed he was accustomed to hearing strange reports. I almost accepted his offer, but an odd determination flared within me. I felt a need to confront whatever was in that room, or else I'd remain forever haunted by the possibilities, so I declined his suggestion and thanked him. Feigning confidence, I did not feel back in my own room. I resolutely locked the door and pressed my back against it, my mind swirling with worst-case scenarios. Part of me questioned my sanity. Had stress and lack of sleep driven me to imagine it all? Could old Pipe's cunning, reflections, and the building's general disrepair here have conspired to trick me? But no. The memory of that door opening on its own would not be so easily dismissed. The raw terror I felt was too visceral to be a mere figment of imagination. I decided to perform a small test. I wedged a chair under my doorknob to ensure no one or no thing could enter. Then I turned off the lights and pressed my ear to the shared wall. What I heard was faint but undeniable, whispering a laugh language or an intonation I couldn't decipher. My heart pounded so hard my chest actually ached. There came a low scraping noise as though furniture were being dragged across the floor in that other room. With each scrape, my entire body tensed. A single bead of sweat trickled down my forehead, and my breath came in ragged pulls. The terror built to a crescendo inside me, a suffocating tide of dread. I felt as though the corridor walls were closing in, as if the entire hotel was breathing around me, filling its corridors with a malevolent presence. My nails dug into my palms, leaving crescents of pain that grounded me just enough to form a plan I would leave at first light if the thing next door was determined to remain hidden. It could keep its domain, and I would not be the one to unravel whatever secrets haunted that space. But the night stretched on, refusing to end swiftly. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to find myself lying on the floor with my back to the wall. A watery gray light filtered through the heavy drapes, suggesting dawn was on the horizon. My limbs were stiff and my neck ached, yet a curious sense of calm washed over me as I realized I had survived another round of those unsettling events without even changing out of my wrinkled clothes. I packed my suitcase, fumbling with the zipper because my fingers shook so badly my mind was set. I needed to escape the suffocating gloom of that hotel before it consumed my sanity. Entirely descending the stairs, I felt a heaviness behind me as though eyes were tracing my every step. But I resisted the urge to look back upon reaching the lobby. I found the desk empty except for a handwritten note propped up against a tarnished bell. It merely read that I could leave my key on the counter. Every fiber of my being wanted to run out the front door and never look back yet. A sliver of morbid curiosity made me glance once over my shoulder there. At the top of the stairs, I thought I glimpsed a faint shape, human-like, tall, indistinct, and observing me with a stillness that spoke of unspeakable secrets. My chest tightened as a wave of apprehension rolled over me. I forced my gaze away and stepped through the exit. A cold, early morning breeze hit my face, reviving my senses with its sharp bite driving away. I couldn't shake the sensation that the entire place was some kind of living entity, that the vac room was a wound in its side, festering with something ancient and malevolent. Though I never gleaned its full nature or purpose, I have no desire to return and satisfy that curiosity. Even now, back in the comfort of my own home, I sometimes wake in the dead of night, convinced I hear hesitant footsteps pacing just outside my bedroom door. The memory forces my heart to hammer in my chest until I remind myself that I'm safe far from that place. Still, the impression lingers that whatever called to me from behind the vacant rooms, daughter wasn't finished, and it may only be a matter of time before it finds a way to stretch its influence. Beyond those crumbling walls, it's a disquieting thought that has burrowed into my subconscious. ensuring that some nights sleep comes only after a final, desperate reassurance that my doors are locked, my windows secured, and that the darkness beyond them is just emptiness, not a silent corridor of an ancient hotel waiting to reveal horrors best left unseen. I felt it the moment I stepped out of the elevator, an oppressive, almost tangible sense of isolation pressing in from every corner of the hallway. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed faintly, casting a weak white glow over the silent corridor. It was already after 10 at night, and I had stayed behind to finish a crucial report my boss needed for the next morning. I'd worked late before, but something about the stillness of that particular evening felt ominous. From the start, I headed straight to my office, trying to ignore how each of my steps reverberated unnaturally along the walls. Usually the hum of people talking on phones or walking to the break room offered some comfort, even late in the day, but that night nearly everyone had gone home by 8, and I was the only person left on the entire floor. At least Lee. That's what I kept telling myself inside my office. I flipped on the overhead light and tossed my jacket on the back of the chair. The stale air felt heavier than usual, almost as though the ventilation system had shut down. My shirt clung to my skin, and a thin film of sweat already formed at my hairline. With a sigh, I dropped into the seat in front of my computer, determined to push aside the uneasy feeling and get my work done. Minutes stretched on in silence, broken only by the soft clicking of my keyboard and the ticking of a wall clock that sounded unnaturally loud in the void. I tried to focus on the spreadsheet, but my thoughts wandered. Every so often, I found myself glancing at the open door, convinced I'd heard a rustle or a creak in the hallway. Each time I saw nothing but a strip of fluorescent light falling across the vacant corridor. My heart pounded a little harder every time I looked. It was as if my body was bracing for a sudden appearance, someone or something stepping into view. But each time I checked, I was alone. After about an hour of this strained concentration, I decided a cup of coffee might help settle my nerves. I told myself that caffeine would ground me, keep my mind alert, and maybe chase away the growing anxiety constricting my chest. I stood up, trying not to focus on how the silence made even the rustle of my pant legs seem unnaturally loud. My pulse felt heavier than usual, and I realized I was short of breath as though I'd been running. Reaching the hallway, I was struck by a weird echo of my footsteps. The corridor stretched out with pale fluorescent lights reflecting off the highly polished floor, giving everything a sickly sheen. As I approached the large glass window near the break room, I caught my own distorted reflection. But then I noticed a second figure, some shape behind me, standing still as if it were staring straight into my back. Alarm shot through me. In an instant, sending cold shockwaves to my fingertips, my breath caught in my throat and my heartbeat hammered violently in my ears. I whirled around, nearly stumbling, but the space behind me was empty. Just the same stretch of hallway I had walked down for a moment. I remained rooted to the spot chest, rising and falling in quick, shallow gasps. The corridor was unoccupied, the overhead lights illuminated plain walls. Without any shadows that might explain what I had seen, my scalp prickled and the sweat at my temples felt cold, as if the building's air conditioning had suddenly blasted on. But I heard no roar from the vents, telling myself that maybe my eyes had played a trick in the reflection. I forced my legs to move toward the break room. The sensation that something or someone was observing me didn't fade. My every step felt like a performance for an audience hidden just out of sight. The coffee machine was the only source of noise when I arrived. The mechanical hiss and gurgle as it brewed a fresh cup, I focused on that sound, trying to pretend I was just another late-night worker in an ordinary office scenario, but the hairs on the back of my neck refused to lie flat. My mouth felt parched tongue sticking to the roof, so I gulped water from the faucet while the coffee finished when the machine beeped. I took the hot cup and made my way back to my office. I tried to calm myself by mentally recapping deadlines and tasks for the rest of the week. It didn't help. Every so often, a sudden hush descended, an emptiness that settled over the place like a shroud. A single repeated thought kept coming to mind. I was not alone, no matter how much I told myself otherwise. Back at my desk, I resumed my work. My fingers trembled slightly as I typed, and my concentration was broken by the slightest shift in lighting. Several times I stared at the door. The longer I sat there, the more convinced I became that something lurked in the hallway waiting for me to move. I tried to dismiss it as nerves and overactive imagination fueled by too many horror movies and too little sleep. But deep down there was a primal sense of dread I couldn't shake. Eventually I decided that maybe some music might keep my mind from wandering. I put on my headphones, found a familiar instrumental playlist, and turned the volume low enough so that I could still pick up on any external noise. The gentle melody did help. At first I lost myself in the monotony of data entry. My heart rate slowed and the tightness in my chest began to ease. Then the lights in my office flickered, just a momentary blink like a tired eyelid, but it was enough to make me rip off the headphones. My gaze jumped to the fluorescent tubes overhead, watching as they settled back into a steady hum. I remained frozen for a good 30 seconds, listening. The building responded with a kind of low mechanical groan, a sound that drifted through the ventilation ducts like a distant moan. I realized I was gripping the edge of my desk with white, knuckled intensity, letting out a shaky breath. I tried to laugh off the flicker as a normal electrical glitch, but as if on cue, the lights pulsed again, sending a brief strobe effect through the room. In those fractions of a second, I thought I saw movement in the corridor, a silhouette passing by the door. My heart then in my chest and my entire body tensed. Without conscious thought, I got up and crept toward the doorway. My breath was shallow and quick, each inhale feeling like a gulp of stale air. I peered out into the corridor, half expecting to see a shape lurking by the wall. There was nothing. The quiet felt denser than ever, pressing in on me. Filling my ears with an uncomfortable ring, I returned to my desk, forcing myself to keep working. My mind churned with possible explanations. Maybe it was the security guard from downstairs doing a round, but the security guard usually announced himself with a friendly knock or at least the jingle of keys. Then I wondered if a colleague had stayed late without telling me. Though that seemed unlikely, time crawled by and my report was nearly finished. The combination of tension and the chill from the air conditioning, if it was even on, left me shivering intermittently. The coffee, now lukewarm, hadn't done much good. My palms were sweaty, leaving faint smudges on my mouse. I felt sure I heard muffled steps outside the office, but every time I stopped typing to listen, the noise vanished. Eventually, I decided to do a final walk around the floor, half hoping I'd find someone else, half terrified that I would. I left my office light on and ventured down the corridor. The echo of my shoes reverberated against stark white walls. I glanced at the reflective glass as I passed, unable to resist checking it. For that figure again, I saw only my reflection, pale, dark-circled eyes, a tired expression. I exhaled in relief. Then I noticed something else behind me in the reflection. One of the doors down the hall looked slightly ajar when I turned to face it. Though the door was completely closed, a chill crawled up my spine. The kind of sensation that makes every hair on your body stand on end. I swallowed hard. My throat suddenly dry. I walked over to that door just to confirm it was locked, or at least shut. Indeed, it was sealed tight. The placard on it indicated an unused storage room, one I'd never really bothered to explore. I put a hand on the knob. It felt cool, almost unnaturally so. Against my warm, clammy palm, I tried to turn it, expecting to find it locked, but it gave way with a loud click. Darkness greeted me on the other side. My chest constricted as a surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I fumbled for a light switch, eventually flipping on a single bulb that buzzed to life, illuminating rows of metal shelves packed with old office supplies. The air inside was stagnant, smelling faintly of dust and cardboard. At a glance, it appeared deserted, just a neglected storeroom. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that moments before I had caught a glimpse of something else standing in that doorway. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might throw up. I stepped into the room, telling myself I needed to confirm nothing was there. The single light cast harsh shadows against the shelving. My eyes darted from one angle to the next. The hum of the bulb was loud, a continuous droning that set my teeth on edge. I felt a sudden wave of nausea, as though the entire space were pressing in on me. The corners of my vision seemed to shimmer. My mind raced with the question, Was I losing it after a few moments of tense silence? I backed out of the room, flicked the light off, and shut the door. I made sure it locked, this time tugging the handle to confirm it was secure. My hand trembled with each pull, feeling an odd sense of dread. I forced myself away and headed back to my office, determined to gather my things and leave. I couldn't justify staying there any longer, not with my nerves fraying at the edges. As I made my way down the corridor again, I heard a sudden scrape on the floor, a faint dragging sound that made my blood run cold. I stopped in my tracks. The sound ceased, my body was in flight or fight mode. My lungs burned with each breath, and my heart pounded so hard it felt like it might punch a hole through my chest. I pushed forward, every sense on high alert. The overhead lights continued their intermittent flickers, so each step felt like walking through snapshots of reality. At times, the corridor seemed to stretch as if the building itself were warping. I fought the urge to break into a run, knowing that if I started running, I might not be able to stop. I just wanted to reach my office, grab my briefcase, and get out when I finally got there. Something was off. The door was ajar. Even though I remembered leaving it open wide, my stomach knotted as I peered inside. The overhead fluorescent lights were off, and the only illumination came from the computer monitor. The screen displayed my unfinished spreadsheet, but the rows and columns were glitching, flashing random numbers. My chair sat at an angle as if it had been spun around. I stood at the doorway. Paralyzed by indecision, then I heard a faint whisper, like a distant breeze passing through a crack. It could have been the ventilation, except it carried the unmistakable cadence of a voice. The blood drained from my face, and I felt rivulets of sweat roll down my temples. My eyes darted around the dim office, searching for an explanation. My breathing was loud in my own ears, ragged and shallow. For a moment, I questioned whether I was physically safe. Was it a stranger who had wandered in or something I couldn't understand? A primal instinct roared in my mind, telling me to get away from that office. But my bag and keys were inside, and I refused to leave them behind. Summoning courage from the pit of my stomach, I stepped into the darkness, heart drumming like a warning. My hand groped along the wall until I found the light switch. I pressed it, and the fluorescent lamp above clicked and flickered to life. The room looked as it always did, except for my computer screen, which still glitched with random symbols. Then in the reflection of the monitor, I saw the silhouette again standing directly behind me. The color drained from my vision. My lungs seized. I whipped around a strangled gasp, escaping my lips. Nothing was there. I backed up against my desk, knocking some papers to the floor. The tension in my muscles was so severe I thought I might collapse under the weight of it with trembling hands. I forced myself to shut down the computer, grabbed my bag, and stumbled into the hallway. The corridor lights flickered in that same erratic pulse as though they were timed to the pounding of my heart. I made a beeline for the elevator, not daring to look into the reflective windows or the dark corners of the hallway at the elevator doors. I slammed the call button repeatedly. The wait felt interminable. Each second stretched on as I struggled to keep my composure. I thought I heard footsteps behind me again, but I refused to turn around. Every instinct telling me that if I looked, I'd see something I didn't want to see. When the elevator finally arrived with a sterile ding, I nearly leapt inside and jabbed the button for the lobby. The doors slid shut, sealing me in a small fluorescent-lit box that felt almost as claustrophobic as the corridor. The overhead light was harsh, making the sweat on my face glisten. I stared at the digital floor numbers descending, counting them down in my head. Like a survival mantra on the 5th floor, the elevator abruptly lurched as though it might stall. My breath caught in my throat, panic swarming in my mind. I prayed it wouldn't trap me between floors. A chill ran through my body as the elevator groaned and resumed its descent. I exhaled shakily by the time the doors opened onto the lobby. My legs felt weak and my shirt was damp with sweat. The security desk at the ENT entrance was empty, though usually someone was there. 24/7, my boss had earlier sent a text about the guard stepping away for a short break, so I rationalized it was normal. Yet the emptiness echoed with menace. I crossed the lobby as quickly as I could without breaking into a sprint. The automatic doors slid open to a mercifully quiet street bathed in the low glow of street lamps. Outside, the cold night air slapped me in the face and I gulped it down. Trying to calm the tremors in my body, I hurried to my car, fumbling with my keys. My hands shook uncontrollably and each breath burned my throat. Once inside, I locked the doors immediately. My shoulders sagged in relief, but my pulse refused to slow. I stared at the looming shape of the office building in the rearview mirror. It stood tall and dark, with only a few lights on each floor, indicating some lingering electrical presence. For a split second, I thought I saw a silhouette in one of the windows, perhaps on my floor, watching me with unwavering intensity. A sick dread churned in my stomach, and I tore my gaze away. Starting the engine as I drove home, my mind churned with questions and fears, replaying every flicker of movement, every suspicious sound. Was it all just exhaustion and an overactive imagination? Or did I truly see something my rational mind fought to categorize it as a product of stress? But the primal terror that had overtaken me refused to yield. All I knew was that the building, once mundane, now felt haunted by an oppressive force that defied logic. Arriving at my apartment, I parked, got out, and forced myself not to look over my shoulder, fighting the creeping paranoia that something had followed me. My skin prickled with the lingering sensation of being watched inside. I double-checked the locks on every door and turned on every light. A cold sweat dripped down the back of my neck as I tried to steady. My ragged breathing, I could still feel the adrenaline pulsing through my veins, my muscles twitching with residual panic. I tried to distract myself by flipping on the TV, but the chatter from the screen only reminded me of how alone I felt. My reflection stared back at me from the dark window behind the couch, and for a split second I imagined seeing that silhouette again, hovering close. My chest tightened until I forced myself to blink, reminding myself I was safely at home, yet no matter how much I reasoned that it was all in my head, the fear lingered, an aftertaste of dread that refused to go away. Even as I settled into bed hours later, every creak of the apartment building set my pulse racing. I kept the light on in the hallway, unable to face complete darkness that night. Sleep came only in fits, broken by nightmares of silent corridors and reflections that moved independently. Since then, I've questioned my own sanity more than once. I've tried to reassure myself that the late hour, the flickering lights, and the silent hallways concocted the perfect brew of psychological terror. But whenever the memory surfaces, my heartbeat quickens and a cold, nauseating wave of fear grips me. Part of me knows there was something in that office building that night. Some presence I can't identify or rationalize away, and even though I escaped the memory of it, clings to me, whispering in the back of my mind that the boundary between what's real and what's imagined isn't nearly as solid as I once believed. I still work at the same company, though I've made it a point never to stay past 7 whenever I find myself near that reflective window. After dusk, I can't help but avert my eyes, terrified of what I might see behind me. And some nights when I'm alone at my desk, I swear, I feel a prickling gaze boring into the back of my neck. A voice in my mind begs me to turn around, but I refuse, gripped by the certainty that if I look, that figure will be waiting silent and motionless, just as it was in the reflection, daring me to confront a terror that defies any explanation I can bear to live with. I arrived at the old cabin just before dusk on a Monday, and the sky was already painted in eerie shades of purple and gray. The wind howled through the towering pines surrounding the property, creating an unsettling chorus that never seemed to stop. Even stepping out of my car felt strangely oppressive, as though the night itself watched me. Something about that expanse of silent trees and the single flickering porch light made me question my decision to seek solitude. In such a remote place, I remember pausing for a moment, heart thudding, wondering if a quiet mountain retreat might prove too quiet for my own good. I came to the mountains seeking peace. Work had been suffocating, and I craved an escape. I planned to spend 2 weeks in complete seclusion with no distractions other than a notebook, my laptop, and a few books for inspiration in my mind. This rustic cabin would be the perfect place to refocus and let creativity flow. The owner had told me in a rushed phone call that the property was old but structurally sound and that the surrounding land stretched for acres. I recall him sounding almost relieved that I wanted to stay there, as if the place had been vacant for too long. He recommended I arrive before nightfall because the narrow dirt roads became treacherous in the dark, but I almost wanted that sense of danger I'd lost my creative spark months ago, and I hoped that a brush with the unknown might reignite it. The interior of the cabin was modest: bare wooden floors, faded wallpaper, a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a living area with a stone fireplace. The furniture looked worn, each piece sagging from age or neglect. Despite the musty smell, I could appreciate the old-world charm. I found a small desk in the corner of the living area, perfectly placed near a window that overlooked a stretch of pine trees. It felt right a quiet place to set up my things and let ideas spill onto the pH. If only the atmosphere had remained tranquil on the first night. Everything seemed normal, at least by the standards of an old wooden house. In the woods, the floorboards creaked. Whenever I shifted my weight, a draft slipped through hidden cracks, causing the curtains to flutter just enough to catch my attention. I lit a small fire in the fireplace to fight the mountain chill, and its light danced across the walls in a comforting, hypnotic pattern. There was no hum of traffic outside, no lights from neighbors' windows, just the rustling of leaves and branches in the wind. The second day was calm. I walked around the property, marveling at the tall pines that formed a fortress around the cabin. I spotted a small clearing about 100 yards from the porch, where the ground sloped into a bed of rocks and moss. Some of the pine trees stood so close together their branches tangled overhead, effectively blocking out the sunlight. It gave me a sensation akin to stepping into another world, one where daylight light never fully penetrated. Although I felt a slight chill, I convinced myself it was just the cold mountain air. During the afternoon, I wrote a few pages in my notebook, feeling proud of my productivity. The cabin for a brief moment seemed like an ideal writer's haven, but that sense of peace vanished on the third night. I had fallen asleep on the couch, lulled by the crackle of the dwindling fire. The clock on the mantel showed 3:14 a.m. when I abruptly snapped awake. My pulse hammered in my ears, though I couldn't remember dreaming for a moment. I couldn't place what had disturbed me then. In the silence, I heard a faint murmur, barely audible, coming from outside. It sounded like someone whispering, but the words were unintelligible. My breath caught in my throat. With every beat of my heart, the whisper seemed to inch closer, as if it was right by the window. My skin prickled with sweat, and my fingers trembled when I groped for the flashlight on the coffee table. I forced myself to the window, not daring to turn on any lights inside for fear of making myself visible. When I slowly angled the flashlight toward the porch, the beam revealed only the wooden boards, a battered rocking chair, and shadows dancing in the corner. The murmur stopped. The only sound was the wind cutting through the pines. After several minutes, I convinced myself it had been a trick of my restless mind. Yet my hands didn't stop shaking for a long time, and it took over an hour before I could lie down again. My ears attuned to every creak in the house the next day. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation, perhaps. Wind through the branches or some small animal brushing against the windowsill, determined to stay rational. I spent the morning pacing the perimeter of the cabin, scanning the ground for any clues. Nothing looked disturbed. The porch was dusty, but I saw no foot there. My heart did a small leap of relief. If someone had actually approached the house, they must have left traces, concluding that it was my own anxiety. I returned to my writing, though the words came slower. Now my focus was overshadowed by the memory of that disembodied murmur in the night. But by the fourth night, the whispering returned. I was in bed this time, jolted awake around the same hour by the same low, urgent sound. It was distinct enough to raise the hairs on the back of my neck. My heartbeat crashed into my chest as I realized it seemed closer than the night before, perhaps coming from the alpendre near the front door. Grabbing my flashlight and the small can of it I kept in my bag, I crept out of the bedroom. A cold sweat trickled down the sides of my face. The boards under my feet groaned, and each sound felt amplified by the silent tension enveloping the cabin. Reaching the front door, I paused, hardly believing I was even considering opening it. but paranoia overcame caution and I flung it open. Shining the flashlight wildly around the porch, the chairs were swaying, squeaking as the wind nudged them. No footprints in the dust, at least. None that were clear. The night air felt colder than it should have, and my breath came in ragged puffs. Even with the light, the darkness beyond the porch seemed impenetrable, as though something waited just out of sight. The whispering was gone, replaced by the usual wind. I tried to stay out there a few minutes, straining my ears to catch any further hint of that voice, but the silence was absolute. It left me feeling exposed, like I was under a microscope. I slammed the door and locked it, though that brought little comfort. Sleep was impossible after such an encounter, so I sat at the kitchen table, feeling the tightness in my chest refuse to let go. Morning light did little to lift my spirits. The realization that this was now a pattern, that some presence was whispering outside my cabin, made it impossible for me to shrug it off as a one-time hallucination. I scrutinized every inch of the yard with a kind of desperate vigilance. It was then I found footprints in a soft patch of earth near the pines. They were not well defined more. Like partial impressions, possibly made by bare feet, but I couldn't be certain. They LED around to the corner of the cabin, then vanished into the brush. My stomach flipped at the sight. I told myself they could be old prints, maybe left by hunters or hikers who had once passed through. Yet the dread in my veins told me otherwise. For the remainder of that day, I couldn't concentrate. Every rustle of leaves, every scrape of branches against the roof, every subtle thump inside the walls became magnified in my mind. My chest felt tight. My breathing came shallow and quick. I paced back and forth, gripping my canavy as though bracing for an intruder. The vast emptiness outside wasn't calming anymore. It was suffocating. I felt as though unseen eyes lurked behind every tree trunk. The mounting anxiety distorted my sense of time, too. Afternoon stretched into evening, and I found myself drinking cup after cup of coffee, trying to stay vigilant and sharp. My senses by the fifth night. My mental state was so frayed that even the faintest noise made me jump. I stayed by the window, hand trembling against the flashlight, waiting for the slightest sign of movement. The sawing wind among the pines turned into an unholy chant. In my ears, I kept imagining shapes slithering through the shadows. My heart thudded so violently it felt like it might bruise my ribs at around 3 a.m. I had taken to checking the clock obsessively. The whispers began this time. They seemed to come from multiple directions, moving around the cabin walls with an unnatural fluidity. I felt dizzy with terror. My fingers went numb around the flashlight as I pressed my ear to the window, trying to make sense of the words. They had no clear meaning, just a collection of half-formed syllables that sounded both frantic and oddly melodic. There was a moment no longer than a few seconds when I froze and was convinced something peered at me through the window. My eyes latched onto a faint shape I could just barely make out beyond the glass. My breath caught in my throat. The silhouette was gone almost as soon as I registered it, slipping out of sight with a quiet that felt deeply wrong. My skin felt clammy and a wave of nausea rolled through my stomach. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight, frantically shining it outside, but all I saw were swaying branches. I barely slept. After that, I sat in an armchair canapé, resting on the cushion next to my thigh. Every muscle in my body tensed for a threat I couldn't fully identify. If the sun hadn't risen, I might have lost my grip on reality altogether when dawn finally broke. I felt a surge of relief so profound I almost cried the idea of spending another night in that cabin with something stalking around the perimeter. Whispering incomprehensible words became unthinkable. That morning I made the decision to leave early. The original plan was to stay 2 full weeks, but my nerves were too shaken. I couldn't focus on work, and any creative spark I might have gained was drowned out by raw terror. Packing my belongings was a hurried affair. I stuffed clothes and notebooks into my suitcase without care. My heart thrummed steadily, adrenaline surging with the sense of an impending deadline. I kept glancing over my shoulder, sure that if I looked away too long I would see a face pressed against the window or a silhouette flitting across the porch. As I loaded the car, I cast one final look at the property. The pines swayed ominously, their tops scraping the sky like claws. The cabin stood quiet and unassuming, bathed in daylight, looking nothing like the menacing place it had been at night. My heart pounded with a mix of relief and dread. In some twisted way, I had the fleeting impression that the cabin knew I was leaving, that whatever resided there was sorry to see me go. The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. My hands were cold as ice and beads of sweat dotted my forehead despite the crisp morning air driving away. I tried to rationalize the events. Could it have been the wind combined with an overactive imagination? Was my mind playing tricks on me due to isolation and lack of sleep? A part of me desperately wanted to believe that. But the memory of those footprints, that silhouette, and those maddening whispers clung to me. The sensation that I was being watched didn't abate until I was miles down the winding road, passing a sign that marked the edge of the property. Even then, I half expected to glimpse movement in my rearview mirror. The owner later asked in an email if everything had been okay. Stating that I had left earlier than expected, I responded in the vaguest terms, mentioning only that I had personal matters to attend to, but thanked him for the cabin rental. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I had heard or felt. Part of me knew he wouldn't understand, or worse, maybe he would understand all too well, and I didn't want confirmation of something I was struggling to label as a product of my own fear. Weeks have passed since I returned to my apartment. My nights even now are filled with anxious tossing and turning. Occasionally I jerk awake in the early hours of the morning, heart pounding in my ears, convinced that the same hushed murmurs float just beyond my window. My mind races back to that cabin, to the hush of the pines, to the footprints in the soil. I keep my Canavate on the nightstand, a foolish precaution in a city apartment, but it's the only thing that grants me a small sense of control. I've replayed those nights over and over, dissecting each detail, trying to find a logical thread that might explain it all. I continually come up short. The only conclusion I've drawn is that sometimes we invite ourselves into places that reject our presence, places that hold echoes of stories older and darker than any we could conjure. My rational side still attempts to dismiss it as the wind, the isolation, the psychological effects of being alone in an unfamiliar place. But late at night, when my mind drifts to that half-lit porch and the impossible silent chanting just outside the walls, I remember how real it felt, how I could practically feel the breath of that whisper against the glass, and I can't rid myself of the notion that those woods in that cabin are not as empty as they appear. Something followed me in the darkness, circled around the property, whispered at the threshold of my door. Even now, I sometimes press my ear against my own apartment window, listening for the faintest sign of that voice. I tell myself I'm safe, that whatever clung to that mountainside is tied to that specific ground, that it can't reach me here. Yet there's a drawing dread and ever-present echo in my mind that won't be silenced. I suspect that if anyone else ever sets foot in that old cabin, they too will hear those night murmur weaving in and out of the pine branches. They might brush it off as a trick of the wind at first, as I did, until the inevitability of the situation sinks in. No matter how far I try to distance myself, I'm haunted by the knowledge that certain places carry their own sort of life, a life that can brush against yours in profound, unsettling ways. I managed to leave before anything worse could happen, but I wonder if part of me remained behind, trapped in those endless whispering nights. Sometimes it feels as though I'm still in that musty living room, flashlight in one hand, cannafette in the other, holding my breath and waiting for the next murmur to drift through the darkness. And that is a feeling that may never truly go away. In darkness swallowed my new home from the moment I first stepped inside. The thick, stagnant air seemed almost alive, settling heavily on my shoulders as I flicked the light switch in the foyer. A single bulb sputtered to life overhead, casting a weak, quivering glow across walls stained with years of neglect. Right away, a prickle crawled up my spine, as if someone hovered just beyond my field of vision. Yet, this old house was the best I could afford, so I told myself that I was just being paranoid. I remember letting out a long breath as I locked the door behind me, uncertain whether I felt secure or as though I just sealed myself in with something unnamed and waiting. I moved here primarily for the low cost and for its convenient proximity to the city center. The house, a once stately Victorian with a tall, sagging roof and peeling paint, sat on a quiet street. Within walking distance of shops, restaurants, and my workplace. On paper, it was ideal. Cheap, accessible, large enough for me to have an office on the ground floor, but the instant I walked in, I sensed that the interior was wounded by time and secrets. The floorboards in the hallway creaked under my weight, releasing puffs of dust as though exhaling the memories of previous tenants. Despite my unease, I forced myself to consider practicalities. Minimal commute, more space, and a price so low it almost felt like theft. Unpacking my few belongings kept me distracted. During the first 2 days, I was determined to make this place feel like home, so I scrubbed the surfaces, removed battered curtains that are of mothballs, and opened the windows to let in fresh air. Each room had its own peculiar odor, an earthy mix of mildew and stale perfume that no amount of cleaning seemed to erase the house. Responded to my presence with deep groans at night, as if the wood and stone were shifting in protest. I tried not to dwell on those noises, rationalizing them as normal in any old structure. Then came the third night. I had fallen asleep around 10 o'clock, exhausted from rearranging furniture and dealing with a leaky faucet in the upstairs bathroom. Sometime after midnight, I was ripped from a dreamless slumber by the sound of a door slamming shut downstairs. My heart fluttered in my chest, jarring me awake so abruptly that my head spun. It wasn't a subtle noise. It resonated through the entire house, echoing up the staircase and rattling the frames on the walls. I thought perhaps I'd left a window open somewhere and a gust of wind had caught. A door, that's what I told myself as I got out of bed, ignoring the cold sweat that dotted my forehead as I slipped into my slippers. The silence thickened. There was no sign of wind, no whisper of an open window. The house was as still as a tomb. My mouth went dry and I had to force down a lump in my throat. Carefully, I opened my bedroom door, pausing when I noticed the hallways. Darkness seemed even denser than before. Every hair on my arm stood on end. The old boards groaned beneath my feet, each step echoing like a lament. Reaching the top of the stairs, I flicked the switch on the wall and a single overhead bulb cast a sickly glow, revealing the narrow staircase leading down the wood looked damp, the steps worn, smooth by decades of foot traffic. Descending slowly, I heard no further noises, but the tension in the air made it hard to breathe. The living room to my left stood still and gray in the gloom. I glanced toward the front door. Still locked, the small window by the entry did not reveal any movement outside. I took a shaky breath, walking through the dining area and the kitchen at the back. Every door, including the one leading to the backyard, was locked from the inside with no sign of forced ENT entry. My heart pounded harder. Logic told me there was no one else inside, yet I felt a presence so tangible I nearly stumbled. A quick look at my watch showed it was just after 2 in the morning. I decided to head back upstairs forcibly, calming my thoughts by telling myself I'd been dreaming, or maybe a window had slammed shut and latched itself. But as I returned to the base of the stairs, I froze. The door to my room where I had just come from stood firmly shut. I knew I had left it open. My pulse thundered in my ears as I reached for the banister. That door had been ajar. I was certain the hair on the back of my neck stood stiff, and I felt a trickle of sweat roll down my temple. Moving quietly, I crept up each step. With each footfall, the sense of being watched intensified. My fingers trembled as I touched the doorknob to my room. The metal felt strangely warm, as though someone had just grasped it from the other side. I attempted to steady my breathing as I stood there. The knob jerked subtly in my hand, twisting under my palm, no push accompanied. The twist, just that terrifying rotation, as if invisible fingers were testing it. My throat went tight, and for a few seconds I couldn't do anything but watch the metal spin in place. Moving as though guided by an unseen hand, I whispered to myself that I had to stay calm, that maybe the old mechanics of the door were sticking. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I felt my chest constricting, my lungs desperate for a proper breath. My heart hammered so forcefully that each beat felt like a strike against my ribs. Finally, I mustered the nerve to push the door open. The room beyond was empty, illuminated by a single lamp I had left on the window, was shut. The curtain still, and not a single shadow flickered shaking. I closed the door behind me, turning the lock before pressing my back against the wood. I listened intently for several minutes, hearing only the unsteady rhythm of my own breathing. Then gradually exhaustion and a creeping sense of normalcy lulled me into an uneasy sleep the next morning. The events of the night seemed hazy, like a nightmare that lingered at the edge of consciousness. I went about my day intentionally avoiding the darkest corners of the house. My routine was ordinary. I brewed coffee, checked work emails, and showered in the daylight. Everything looked merely old and in need of renovation. Not necessarily haunted or dangerous, yet a persistent anxiety gwed at me, making even mundane tasks feel loaded with dread. I told a coworker over the phone that I was adapting to the house's quirks. I said it with a laugh that sounded forced, hoping the conversation would convince me to believe my own words. That evening, I tried to find some records about the house's history at the local library. My research turned up vague hints of prior owners selling it quickly, never staying more than a few months. One source implied the building had been used as a boarding house decades ago, but no official documentation confirmed that a neighbor I encountered on my way home mentioned in hushed tones that the house had a reputation for giving people the creeps. She quickly changed the subject, though, and diverted the conversation to more neutral territory. I sensed she didn't want to talk about it further as darkness fell again. My nerves started tingling with anticipation. I left all the downstairs lights on, determined not to let my imagination run wild in the shadows. I checked every door and window, testing the locks multiple times. Despite these efforts, an unease settled in my stomach like a knot. My mind wandered, replaying the twisting doorknob over and over, amplifying the memory until it felt like a threat I couldn't escape when I finally went to bed. Exhaustion fought with apprehension, but eventually sleep seized me. The night was silent at first, so silent that my ears strained against the absence of noise. Then a soft thumping began, like a muffled knock. It was so faint that at first I believed it was my pulse pounding in my ears, but as it grew louder, I realized it was coming from behind the walls. Moving at irregular intervals, sometimes times near my headboard, sometimes seeming to shuffle toward the ceiling. My body tensed, and I felt the hairs on my arms prickle again. My breath stuttered in shallow gasps. I wanted to jump out of bed, but I couldn't summon the courage to fling my door open and chase the sound in the dark. Instead, I lay there, skin clammy, waiting for morning. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted into a restless nightmare. Fueled sleep over the next several nights. The strange incidents compounded. The faint thumping evolved into scratching sounds emanating from behind the walls. A rancid odor began to waft through the kitchen whenever I flicked on the light, only to vanish. Moments later, a cold spot developed in the upstairs hallway directly in front of the door to a small linen closet. Each time I passed it, my breath turned to fog in the air and my body was racked by violent shivering. I considered whether there could be mold, a draft, or a hidden vent, but nothing logical accounted for the intensity or suddenness of that chill one evening as I approached the closet to investigate. My flashlight flickered erratically, casting wild shadows across the walls. A buzzing sensation coursed through my arm, making me drop the flashlight before I could pick it up. The closet door rattled violently. My knees nearly buckled with fear, and my heart pounded so hard that black spots danced in my vision. I retreated to my bedroom room, slamming the door. My hands trembled so badly I had trouble locking it. I could feel a tingling under my skin as though adrenaline surged through every cell, making me lightheaded. In that moment, I recognized that it wasn't just the house's age causing these events. There was a presence, a powerful, malevolent force that wanted me to feel its anger or its anguish, or both. I started questioning my own sanity, wondering if stress was leading me to hallucinations. My job had been intense lately and money was always tight, so maybe my nerves were frayed, yet as much as I tried to dismiss the events, the physical sensations were too real. The doorknob turning in my hand, the freezing cold spot, the nauseating stink that came and went with no trace. Each of those experiences left me drained on edge, convinced that something beyond the realm of explanation was targeting me. One particularly harrowing night, I woke around 3 in the morning to the sounds of frantic movement. Downstairs, it resembled heavy footsteps pacing through the living room, accompanied by muffled bangs as if furniture was being shoved or toppled. Despite how terrifying that might have been for anyone else, a strange cold determination settled over me. I decided that I couldn't keep cowering in my room. I picked up a metal flashlight, my only real weapon, and forced myself to descend the stairs. My heart thundered, my breathing quick and shallow. My palms left sweat stains on the flashlight's grip when I reached the living room. I found it in perfect order, no chairs overturned, no furniture moved, not a single rug out of place. The only sign of disturbance was the thick coat of dust dancing in the beam of my flashlight, as though the air had been violently stirred just moments before then. From the corner of my vision, I saw a shape flicker by the window, a human-like silhouette that vanished the instant I whirled around to confront it. For one heart-stopping second, I thought I felt something brush against my shoulder. A breath of cold air slid across my neck, and I let out a shuddering gasp. My stomach twisted with revulsion, and I nearly stumbled backward. My legs weak from fear, I spent the following day in a stupor, eyes blurry from lack of sleep, nerves so frazzled that even the hum of the refrigerator made me jump. I remember telling a friend on the phone in as casual a tone as I could manage that maybe it was time for me to contact someone with expertise in these matters. My friend suggested over the phone in a vague, uncertain way that I might want to have the house inspected for structural issues or to see if there was some scientific explanation. Though he didn't say the words out loud, I sensed he suspected something else might be going on, perhaps something best handled by a medium or a spiritual healer. After hanging up, I felt a surge of desperation. I could not continue living like this before I could act on that desperation. The house made a move of its own late that afternoon. An oppressive feeling of dread overwhelmed me as I walked into the upstairs hallway. The cold spot was back stronger than ever, and I was hit with the unmistakable sense of being watched. It felt as though eyes were boring into my back. Following my every move, I spun around. Seeing no one but the linen closet door creeped open on its own, revealing shadowy darkness within. A foul stench billowed out, making my stomach churn. My flashlight flickered again, the beam dancing on shelves lined with old towels. Something behind those towels drew my focus, a section of plaster that looked uneven, almost wet. My pulse quickened as I reached out. Pushing the towels aside, the plaster practically crumbled at my touch. Closing a narrow gap in the wall, it was pitch black, but the smell was stronger here. Decay mingled with something sour. I shone the flashlight in the beam, landed on a small recess where something glinted. Steeling myself, I reached in and pulled out a dusty metal box. The lid was slightly ajar. Inside were yellowed photographs, letters, and bits of tarnished jewelry. The letters were written in a neat hand detailing repeated experience, as in the house footsteps. Whispers at night, doors slamming. It was as though I was reading my own account, but from someone who had lived here decades before me. A wave of nausea hit me. My vision blurred momentarily, and my heartbeat accelerated so violently I thought I might faint. The letters ended abruptly, with the writer explaining they were leaving the house for good. No mention of what they believed was tormenting them. Only that they couldn't bear it any longer, their parting note read. In scrolled handwriting that if anyone found this box, they should do the same. My chest felt tight, and I forced myself to breathe slowly to avoid spiraling into a panic attack. I realized then that I wasn't just reading a relic of the past, I was confronting my own terrifying present. A wave of dread poured through me, cold as ice water. The words felt like a direct warning from someone who had endured what I was enduring. The walls seemed to close in, and every sound in the house magnified: the drip of the faucet, the hum of the electricity, the frantic pounding of my heart clutching the box. I made a decision: I would not let this presence consume me with fear. It was time to go. I gathered the items that mattered most. My wallet phone, a change of clothes. The rational part of my mind told me to grab more, but I didn't dare stay a minute longer than necessary. My lungs felt like they were on fire. From panting in short, sharp bursts with trembling hands, I walked down the stairs, half expecting the door to the outside to slam shut or lock itself, but it didn't. There was only a quiet sense of anticipation in the air, as if the entity within the walls was watching to see if I would run or stand my ground. When I reached the front door, I felt a final rush of cold behind me, a presence so close it sent goosebumps rippling across my skin. For the briefest moment, I sensed something looming over my shoulder, an unseen shape that radiated malice and desperation. My heart thudded painfully, and I gripped the doorknob, flinging the door open with more force than necessary. It crashed against the wall, letting a flood of cool night air wash over me like a cleansing wave. I stepped outside and turned to face the interior in the glow from the streetlight. The foyer looked innocently old, just a worn entryway in a house that needed care. Yet I knew what lay beyond that veneer. There was a malevolence in those walls that no amount of renovation could erase. Even standing on the threshold, my skin prickled, and the small hairs at the back of my neck stood on end. It felt like the house itself was breathing slowly, a living, pulsing entity resentful of my departure. I left that night, not bothering to lock the door behind me. My pulse gradually slowed as I walked down the sidewalk. Getting farther from the porch, I could feel the weight lifting off my shoulders with each step. Yet even now, I can't completely shake the oppressive sensation that clung to me during those final moments. Sometimes I catch myself checking over my shoulder in my new place, scanning for flickers of movement in the corners or listening for that telltale scratching. Behind the walls, a part of me fears that if I stop being vigilant, whatever lurked in that house will find me again, or that I might discover one day it never really let me go. I may have escaped physically unscathed, but my psyche bears the scars of what I experienced in that old Victorian, the claustrophobic darkness, the twisting doorknob in the middle of the night, and the silent, suffocating presence. Behind the walls remain lodged in my memory. I still can't explain what happened in that place. Whether it was some restless spirit or just my overwrought mind, all I know is that when the house decided to make itself known, it did so in ways that defied rational thought and left me terrified to the core. Even now, recalling those nights makes my chest tighten. Fear rattles in my bones like an echo of the house's incessant haunting groans. Though I walked away, part of me stayed behind in that musty hallway where the air was perpetually stale and shadows moved of their own accord. I sometimes wake in a cold sweat, convinced I hear a door slamming somewhere far below my bedroom, followed by the slow, deliberate turn of a doorknob. And in those moments, I wonder if I'll ever truly be free from the memory of that place, or if it will forever remain a shadow at the corner of my vision, waiting for the day I let my guard down, just enough to let it back in the fluorescent lights in the factory. Corridor always seemed to hum in discord, a low electric buzz that clawed at my nerves whenever I was alone on that particular night. I remember feeling the weight of the silence between those pulsating lights. It was the kind of quiet that wasn't really quiet at all, more like a vacuum where every step reverberated off the high ceilings and distant walls. I had grown used to working nights, used to the echo of my own footsteps, used to checking corners just to be sure I wasn't imagining things lurking in the shadows. But that night felt different from the start. There was a suffocating pressure in the air, a nagging sense that I wasn't the only one haunting those corridors. I clocked in just before midnight. The usual routine, the factory operated 24 hours a day, churning out machinery parts with an endless mechanical roar that sometimes stopped making sense. If I listened too closely, my shift was typically spent walking the perimeter, making sure the machines were running smoothly and the emergency systems were in check. The managers liked to have someone on site who could react to power outages, accidents, or the occasional short circuit that rattled the production line. I never minded the loneliness. In some ways, it was a relief not to be stuck in a crowd. Yet that night, loneliness became something else, a primal fear of emptiness. An hour into my shift, I noticed an emergency light in the far corridor flickering ominously. Its pale, dying glow illuminated a narrow stretch of wall, revealing scuffed paint and years of grime where people rarely walked. I thought it was just a loose connection or an old bulb. Nothing out of the ordinary, but the way it kept sputtering, flashing erratically, gave me a gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach. I decided to change the bulb right away, mostly to prevent any potential electrical issues, but also to shake off the uneasy sensation that kept crawling up my spine as I approached. I heard a faint tap-tap echo through the corridor. It might have been the sound of dripping water from one of the exposed pipes overhead. The building was old and random. Noises were not unusual. Still, something about that rhythm made my heart pound. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the flickering light above me. I dragged a small step ladder closer, carefully climbed up, and began unscrewing the old bulb. Halfway through the process, I glanced down the corridor to ensure nothing was rolling toward me. Forklifts and pallet jacks sometimes got left out, and I didn't want to be in anyone's path. That's when I saw it, a shadow on the far wall, distinctly human in shape, standing perfectly still. I froze at first. I assumed it had to be my own silhouette cast by the sporadic light, but the angle was all wrong. I leaned left, leaned right, wiggled my arm slightly. My own shadow should have shifted too, but this one didn't budge. It remained static, like a dark stain on the concrete blocks, as if it were watching me. My pulse raced. My fingers felt clammy against the ladder rungs, and I had to steady my breathing. I tried to rationalize. Maybe there was another light source behind me or some trick of perspective. I glanced around for anything that could project such a shape, but there was nothing except the occasional overhead lamp and the flickering emergency bulb. As I resumed unscrewing the old light, I caught another glimpse. The shape had moved not by a large distance, but enough to notice it wasn't a graceful shift. More like a sudden jerk, as though it had stepped through the wall and now hovered half inside, half outside. I nearly dropped the replacement bulb. My heart hammered so loudly I could feel the throbbing in my ears. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. Trying to stay calm, the bulb needed to be replaced, so I focused on that task, thinking that once I had a steady light, I could get a better look the moment I fit the new bulb in its socket and twisted it tight. The corridor lit up in a harsh fluorescent wash. I looked back at the wall. The shadow was gone. Every hair on my body stood on end. Even though the shape had vanished, I felt sure that I was not alone. The corridor seemed to breathe in unison with me, as if alive and aware. My palms were slick with sweat, and my heartbeat pounded in my throat. I told myself that exhaustion was playing tricks, that maybe I needed a break, but I couldn't shake the lingering dread that clung to me like a second skin. I climbed down and returned the ladder to the maintenance closet. On my way, I passed one of the break rooms. A coworker was inside, finishing a cup of coffee. He gave me a quick glance and asked, indirectly, if I felt okay. Noticing I looked pale, I nodded and mumbled something about a weird flickering light that had startled me. He shrugged sympathetically and mentioned that the old corridors could be creepy at night. He didn't seem alarmed, so I tried to calm myself, but the sensation of being watched refused to dissipate. Determined to keep to my routine, I made my rounds through various production areas. Conveyor belts rattled, machines clanged, and the overhead lights buzzed like insects. I checked each station's gauges and noted the readings in my logbook. The mechanical den was almost comforting compared to the unnatural silence of that far, far corridor. Yet every so often I swore I saw something or someone just out of my peripheral vision. It was always a fleeting shadow slipping into a corner, a momentary flicker. Beyond a stack of crates, each time I whipped around, I found nothing but empty walkways. The paranoia built steadily. My breathing grew shallow. Whenever I entered a dimly lit area, my hands trembled and a slick sweat coated my back. The entire factory felt wrong, as if it were pulsing with a hidden heartbeat. Synchronized to my own panic several times, I stopped to listen, certain I would hear footsteps behind me. Every time I heard only the droning hum of distant machinery. By 2 a.m., I'd circled back near that corridor. I felt compelled to check it again to prove to myself there was a perfectly logical explanation for the shadow. The new emergency light shone brightly over the spot, making the hallway almost too bright. In that single patch, everywhere else was cast in gloom. I stood there, eyes scanning the length of the wall, noticing the chipped bricks and rust-colored stains near the floor. An odd stench lingered, like old metal and damp cloth. My stomach tightened as I stood in that spot. The emergency light flickered just once like a faint pulse, and in that fraction of a second I saw the shadow reappear. It wasn't on the wall this time. It seemed to be standing a few feet away. Not attached to any physical form, I could see it hovered there, a silhouette with indistinct edges darker than the surrounding gloom. I could swear it faced me, though it had no discernible features. A paralytic wave of fear rippled through me, and my muscles tensed so hard I almost couldn't move. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat louder than the one before. I felt my breath catch, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead for a moment. I considered running, just sprinting away from that thing, but a strange fascination rooted me to the spot. I wanted to understand it, or at least confirm it was really there. My mind scrambled for logical explanations, maybe a trick of the lighting or a temporary burn-in on my retinas, but I kept seeing it unmoving yet undeniably present. The overhead lamp flickered once more, and in that brief strobe of darkness, the silhouette disappeared. I forced myself to move every step, a battle against the adrenaline coursing through my veins. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, lungs tight as if I'd run a marathon. My mouth felt dry and my tongue stuck to the roof in my mind. I replayed the image repeatedly, questioning what I had seen. Could it have been a person? If so, where did they go? If not, what was I dealing with? I drifted into a maintenance bay adjacent to the corridor. The walls, there were LED with tool racks and half-finished repairs. My plan was to check that everything was in order, hoping the familiarity of the tools would ground me. The overhead lamp gave off a faint hum, but I heard another sound beneath it, a rhythmic dripping as if someone was tapping a metal pipe. Somewhere above my fingers tingled with the urge to turn on every light in the room to banish the gloom that slithered in the corners. I started to feel a slight pressure in my head as though the air was thinning. My vision blurred for a moment and I shook my head to refocus. That's when I caught a glimpse of movement near the tool racks. A shape lingered behind a row of shelves, peering at me through the gaps. I couldn't see any eyes, yet the sense of being watched was overpowering. My throat constricted, and I felt like a cornered animal, every instinct screaming to flee. I backed away, my chest so tight I could hardly breathe. The shape glided out from behind the shelves, closer now, but still impossible to define. It was as if the air itself had darkened, forming a void that flexed and pulsed. My heart pounded so violently that I felt nauseated. I tried to speak, maybe to call out, but my voice wouldn't come. Silence pressed in my mind. I ordered my legs to move, and finally they obeyed. I stumbled back into the corridor, half running, half staggering. My footsteps echoed insanely, slapping the concrete floor with frenzied force. At every turn, I sensed that presence behind me, as if it were following just outside my field of vision. My peripheral caught hints of a flicker or glimmer of darkness that vanished whenever I spun around. Eventually, I reached the main production floor. The cacophony of the machines felt like a blessing, a wall of sound that drowned out my fear. For a moment, workers were stationed at intervals, each busy with their tasks. They paid little attention to me as I approached, though a few seemed concerned by my distraught expression. One of them asked indirectly if I needed to sit down. I nodded, deciding it would be best to take a short break. I found a secluded corner behind stacked pallets, trying to steady my breathing. My clothes clung to my damp skin and my hands shook uncontrollably. The sense of something trailing me remained like a pair of eyes locked onto the back of my skull as the minutes ticked by. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Perhaps the flickering lights and labyrinth of corridors had turned my imagination against me. Still, each time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette. My body wouldn't stop trembling. The hum of the factory became distant and hollow, as if I were hearing it underwater. Finally, I decided I couldn't spend the rest of my shift cowering. I needed some form of closure, forcing my quivering legs to move. I headed back to that corridor one last time, determined to confront whatever was there. Even if it was only in my mind, the drive for answers outmatched my fear. At least for that moment when I arrived, the corridor was eerily silent. The new emergency light shone steady, revealing every grimy detail of the walls. The shadows stretched out long and thin, merging near the far end. My heart throbbed in my chest, but I forced myself to walk forward. Each step felt heavier than the last. About halfway down, I heard a faint whisper, soft as a breeze sliding through cracks. It was unintelligible, yet it raised the hair on the back of my neck. I stopped and scanned the hallway. Waiting, the light flickered once briefly, plunging the corridor into dimness. In that heartbeat of near dark, I saw the silhouette again just inches from me this time, towering silent and impossibly black. A jolt of pure terror coursed through me. I stumbled back, nearly falling. My pulse raced out of control, pounding like thunder. A primal surge of fight or flight erupted inside me. Adrenaline demanded that I defend myself. But against what my mouth was dry, my hands tingled, and my breathing sounded ragged to my own ears. I steadied myself against the wall, and in the steady glow that followed, the shape was gone again. Only my own frantic breathing and the flickering light remained, though I saw nothing. The feeling of another presence was overwhelming. My instinct screamed that something was there just beyond my field of vision, waiting for my next move. I took a deep breath and willed myself to speak, though my voice came out in a raspy hiss. I demanded that if something was there, it show itself. The corridor remained silent except for a metallic dripping in the distance. A wave of dread rolled through me as if the entire building was holding its breath. Waiting, in the end, I realized I couldn't withstand that confrontation any longer. There was no question of courage. It was as if the air itself had become thick with foreboding, pressing down on my chest. My mind, rational or not, believed this place harbored a presence I couldn't explain. I turned and walked away, forcing my trembling legs to carry me. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure behind me. All I saw was the bright glow of the emergency lights steadily illuminating an empty corridor. I finished my shift. Feeling drained both physically and mentally, my supervisor asked indirectly about my condition. Concerned by my perspiration and shaking hands, I offered a vague explanation about a near accident with a piece of machinery, not daring to say anything that would make me sound unhinged. The truth was lodged somewhere in my own mind, and I wasn't even sure I believed it. Still, I knew in my gut that whatever I had seen was real, at least real enough to haunt me now. Whenever I look back, I can still feel the prickling sensation at the base of my skull, as if that shadow still watches me from behind some invisible veil. I never spoke openly about it again. I continued my routine for the remainder of my time at the F factory, meticulously avoiding that corridor whenever possible. When avoidance wasn't an option, I moved through it as fast as I could, eyes forward, doing my best not to look at the walls. Yet even with my gaze locked ahead, I would still sense it there. A silent silhouette waiting in the periphery of my vision. Challenging my sanity, it never attacked me, never touched me in any tangible way. But the quiet, oppressive aura it projected was enough to keep me on edge every moment I spent in that place. It became the ever-present menace. In my mind, a question that gwed at my sanity was, I truly seeing something supernatural, or had the long hours and the isolation chipped away at my perception of reality? To this day, I can't shake the feeling that it followed me. Sometimes I catch a shadow at the corner of my eye in my own home or on a dimly lit street. A fleeting shape, a flicker of movement, a sharp chill in the air, when there should be none. Each time my heart constricts and my breath catches in my throat. I've convinced myself it's just a trick of the mind, a product of lingering trauma, but deep down, part of me wonders if I've truly escaped. That lingering doubt is the real horror. It's the knowledge that fear doesn't need to manifest physically to be real. It can be enough for it to exist within you. Forever cold OED in your psyche, reminding you of that shadow in the corridor, static, silent, and all too aware. And if it truly was something beyond my understanding, maybe it still waits in that factory, hidden between the flickering lights and the humming machines, ready to appear when someone else feels just a little too isolated, a little too afraid, a little too alone in the night dire. But the night air felt unnaturally thick, as though the very atmosphere were conspiring to choke me with dread. Even the faint glow of the moon shining high above the preserved woodland near my condominium seemed pale and sickly, more a feeble lamp than any source of comfort. Something about that stretch of trees always gave me pause, but lately I'd found myself returning home far later than usual, my shift at work running into long hours, and each time I approached the parking lot that bordered the woods, I sensed I wasn't alone. The jagged silhouette of trees loomed over me like silent sentinels, as though they stood guard against a secret I was never meant to uncover. My name is Victor. I'm an ordinary man who moved to this condo for a bit of peace and quiet. Initially, I was thrilled that my building backed onto a segment of untouched forest. There was something romantic, almost comforting in the idea of nature being just a few steps away, but recently that comfort had twisted into a source of persistent unease. It started innocuously. I would park my car late at night, stepping out into the crisp evening air and think. I saw movement between the trees, just a flicker like a shadow that darted out of sight. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the eyes or the wind stirring the underbrush, but it didn't stop. There were nights when I swore I caught a glimpse of a figure leaning around a trunk, almost like someone was peering out, then ducking back in. As soon as I turned my head, rationality told me it was probably a night guard or maybe some trespasser lost in the darkness. Still, my skin would prickle and a chill would settle in my gut. That lingered long after I'd reached the safety of my front door. One particular evening, I decided I'd had enough. My curiosity and a certain stubborn pride compelled me to investigate. I grabbed my flashlight from the trunk of my car and strode into the tree line, determined to prove to myself there was nothing to fear. The beam of light cut through the dimness, illuminating every gnarled root, every twisted fern, but no sign of a person. No footprints, no branches snapped in an obvious path, and yet as I stood there scanning the darkness, I heard a faint sigh. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably human. My heart lurched and the hair on my arm stood on end. I whipped the flashlight around in a frantic arc, but all I saw were ancient trunks and thick clusters of leaves. After a minute of tense silence, I retreated, feeling both foolish and oddly shaken over the next week. My routine didn't change. I still arrived home late, still parked in the same spot, and every night I scanned the woods. Sometimes nothing happened, just the rustle of foliage in the breeze, the quiet hum of distant traffic. Other nights I swore I saw that same shape lurking in the gloom. On one occasion I spotted what looked like a pale arm sliding out from behind a tree, only to vanish as soon as I focused on it. My heart hammered against my chest and my throat went dry. I can't explain why I was so unnerved. It was only a glimpse, a fleeting movement, yet there was something inherently wrong about it, as if I'd caught sight of a ghost. The rational side of my brain tried to reassure me that it could have been the trunks' bark or a trick of moonlight, but the image of that pale, impossibly thin arm refused to leave me. As days passed, my nerves began to fray. I felt watched sometimes, even during daylight hours. I'd gaze out from my kitchen window toward that stretch of forest and feel unseen eyes returning my stare. A neighbor once asked me if I was all right. Remarking that I looked pale, I brushed it off, claiming I was just tired, but that lingering sense of being observed weighed heavily on my mind. My sleep became restless. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, for no discernible reason, convinced that something was standing outside my door or just beyond the window's thin curtain. Of course, there was never anyone there, just an empty hallway, an empty balcony. But in the distant backdrop of my thoughts, the forest lingered like a dark promise, reminding me of that faint sigh and the flash of a pale limb on a particularly cold night. I arrived home with a tension headache throbbing behind my temples. The condo parking lot was deserted as usual, and the lights overhead flickered in that sinister way. Fluorescent bulbs. Sometimes do I recall stepping out of my car and immediately feeling a shift in the air as though everything had gone unnaturally still. Even the gentle hum of insects seemed to drop off into silence. I looked toward the wood's heart rate already climbing and froze. A shape stood just beyond the first row of trees. It was tall, almost matching my own height, and it had the vaguest outline of a person. My chest constricted. I lifted my phone, trying to use its camera light to get a clearer view, but the light didn't reach far enough to reveal more than an indecipherable mass of darkness with my pulse hammering. I inched closer. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and shallow, echoing in my ears. Suddenly, a faint crunch of leaves came from that shape's direction as if it were shifting its weight or taking a step. Adrenaline surged through me and a wave of heat shot through my limbs. I wanted to call out to it. Part of me believed that if I confronted this presence, I could make sense of the fear, but my vocal cords felt paralyzed. After a moment that felt interminable, the shape melted backward into the dark. No running, no snapping of branches, just an unnervingly silent retreat. When I reached the spot where it had been, I found nothing but a scattering of dead leaves and the strong scent of damp earth. I swept my phone's light around, but there was only empty forest that was when I noticed how intensely I was sweating. Despite the evening chill, my shirt clung to my back and my hands were shaking so hard that the phone's light jittered in frantic patterns across the ground. I forced myself to take a few deep breaths, though each inhale felt razor-sharp in my lungs. I told myself I would go inside, lock the door, and forget the whole thing, but as I turned to leave, a low sigh, much closer than before, drifted through the silence. It was right behind me. I spun around trembling, only to be met by darkness. Fear flooded my veins, and I ran to my unit without looking back. That night, I barely slept every time I closed my eyes. I was back in the forest, hearing that sigh, picturing something lurking just out of sight the next day. I tried to confide in an acquaintance who lived a few doors down. He listened politely as I explained the strange sightings and the oppressive feeling that came from the woods. He suggested that maybe local wildlife was to blame. Animals can look humanoid at night. If the light hits them in weird ways, perhaps it was a deer or some lost pet. He tried to sound reassuring, but I noticed how he avoided making eye contact as though my story unsettled him more than he cared to admit. After that conversation, I felt no better. If anything, my unease spiked. I doubted I was simply mistaking animals for a human shape. Every fiber of my being insisted this was something else. A few evenings later, I attempted a second inspection. This time, just before dusk, I reasoned that the fading daylight might offer enough visibility to dispel my fears. The forest looked less menacing with the sun's last rays filtering through the leaves. I ventured in roughly the same direction I'd gone that first time with my flashlight. The ground felt spongy beneath my sneakers, and the air was damp and cool. Tall shrubs and wide tree trunks obstructed my view, and as I navigated around them, a prickling sensation spread across my neck. It was that primal instinct again telling me I was not alone. My chest tightened when I spotted a crude makeshift arrangement of branches leaning against a massive pine. They almost formed a shelter or a haphazard lean-to. I stepped closer, swallowing the lump in my throat. The interior of that arrangement smelled of rotting leaves and something else, a musty odor that made my stomach churn. I pushed aside a half-broken branch to look inside. There were old damp scraps of fabric on the ground and something that might have been a chipped Kamek mug. My pulse quickened. Someone had clearly spent time here, but who and why, unease noted at me. The notion of some stranger living in the woods near my home or even just passing through was unpleasant, but not impossible. Yet something felt off about this shelter. The way the branches were arranged suggested a strange pattern, almost ritualistic, as though they'd been placed with intention rather than slapped together for a quick hideaway. The realization sent a bolt of fear through me. I backed away, nearly tripping over a rot in my haste. My breath came in sharp gasps and sweat beat on my forehead. I forced myself to return to my unit. My nerves were rattled, but I tried to reassure myself. Maybe it was an abandoned campsite or a local trying to observe wildlife incognito. Still, the sense of dread refused to let go. That night, my paranoia was relentless. I felt as though I was on the edge of a precipice, my mind swirling with half-formed questions and half-remembered details. I started to second-guess everything. Had I really seen an arm? Or was it a trick of the light? Could the sigh have been the wind escaping through the dense branches? The more I tried to rationalize it, the more my thoughts circled back to that leaning arrangement of branches, and the pungent scent inside the forest seemed to pulse with a dark vitality. Even from within my condo, I couldn't shake the impression that someone was out there watching. A few days of uneasy calm followed, during which I tried to distract myself with work chores and streaming mindless television shows. But I was always keenly aware of the forest's presence, especially after dark. I found myself looking out my window, more often checking for movement among the trees. My heart would pound for no reason, my palms clammy as if I were perpetually braced for some awful revelation. Sleep grew increasingly elusive at times. I jolt awake convinced I heard leaves crunching just outside my window. My skin would go cold, a tingling wave passing from my scalp down to my heels. It was in this heightened state of anxiety that a final incident shattered any remaining sense of normalcy. I was heading home once more under the cover of night eyes. Darting nervously to the tree line, the flickering parking lot light seemed weaker than ever, barely illuminating my path as I reached the spot where I usually paused. That familiar rustling caught my attention. My muscles tensed. I shined my phone's flashlight into the undergrowth. Then I saw it, or perhaps it allowed itself to be seen. A tall figure stood behind one of the thicker trunk's arms, gripping the bark in a way that seemed almost painful. Like its fingers were digging into the wood, I couldn't make out its face. It was lost in the shadow cast by overhead branches, but I glimpsed enough of a silhouette to realize it was human, or very close to it. My heart pounded so violently I thought I might faint. My vision narrowed, and every breath felt like drawing in shards of ice. For a moment, the figure didn't move, as if it were content just to watch my reaction. Then in one fluid motion, it slid around the trunk, disappearing into the darkness. I don't remember dropping my phone, but I heard it hit the asphalt. My mind screamed at me to run, yet my legs were locked in place. A numbness began to creep up from my ankles, as if some invisible force wanted me to remain frozen. There, finally, I managed to jerk my body forward, retrieve my phone, and sprint to my front door. My entire torso was drenched in cold sweat by the time I slammed the door shut behind me. That night, I became convinced there was someone in the hallway outside my unit. The floorboards beyond my door creaked with a slow, deliberate rhythm, as though footsteps were pacing back and forth. I stood on the other side, ear pressed against the wood tears of fear stinging my eyes when I dared to look through the peephole. The hallway was empty, and yet the sound continued for hours. I felt trapped, adrenaline coursing through me as I alternated between pressing my ear to the door and pacing in frantic circles around my living room. By the time dawn broke, the noises had stopped. I must have dozed off briefly on the couch because I awoke with a jolt to find light streaming through the curtains. A wave of relief and exhaustion washed over me. I spent that morning convincing myself I needed to face this presence, whatever it was, and claim back my peace of mind. Determined, I ventured out at midday, stepping into the edge of the forest where I had seen the figure. My heart still hammered, but the bright daylight gave me a semblance of courage. I found no fresh footprints, no suspicious debris. Instead, a profound stillness hung over everything, as though the forest itself were waiting with bated breath. I stayed there for nearly an hour, wandering from tree to tree, calling out that if someone was there, they should show themselves. But no one came. Eventually, I headed home, frustrated and tired. Then, just before dusk, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. Leaning against my front door was a single broken branch. Similar to those I'd seen forming that unsettling shelter in the woods, it looked deliberately placed, the end splintered into a sharp point. My stomach lurched as I realized it must have been left there while I was inside my home. Fear flared in my chest again, and I felt a hot flush on my face that then turned to pins and needles in my extremities. I decided in that moment I had to leave, at least for a while. I packed a small bag, hands trembling as I threw clothing and essentials together. The entire time, I felt eyes on me, like I was under constant surveillance. I wondered if the figure was outside, possibly peering through my window or standing in the parking lot, silently judging my every movement. My chest felt tight, and my mouth was so dry it hurt to swallow. I finished packing in record time, heart thudding louder with each second as I opened the door to step out. I paused, half expecting to see that figure in the hallway, but it was empty. My footsteps echoed loudly as I hurried to the elevator. The ride down seemed interminable, each floor passing with agonizing slowness. I couldn't stop picturing the figure from the night before, how it had seemed almost hungry for my fear. My skin tingled at the memory. At last I exited into the parking lot. The sun was beginning to set, and long shadows stretched across the asphalt for a moment. I stood there scanning the tree line, and in that glance I felt it again, that suffocating sensation of being watched. The shadows in the forest swirled together, an impenetrable wall of black. My lungs burned as though I couldn't draw in enough air. I forced my legs to move, half expecting to see a pale arm or a tall silhouette emerging from the tree line, but nothing came. I climbed into my car and started the engine. Refusing to look over my shoulder as I pulled away, my headlights grazed the first few trunks of the forest. Just before I fully turned the corner, I caught the briefest flicker of movement, a shifting darkness that might have been a person or might have been my imagination. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I gripped the wheel until my knuckles turned white. Without a second thought, I floored the gas and left that unnerving place behind. I don't know exactly what I encountered in those woods or why it seemed to fixate on me. Perhaps it was all in my head, a product of exhaustion and stress. Perhaps it was something far stranger, an entity tied to the land in ways I can't begin to comprehend. Even now, whenever I close my eyes, I can still see that motionless silhouette and feel its gaze following me as I retreat. It haunts me in the moments between sleep and waking, whispering that it's still out there waiting for me to return, though I've put miles between myself and that condo. I can't escape the sense of looming dread. The image of that broken branch propped against my door remains burned into my memory, an unmistakable sign that something wanted me gone or wanted me to know it could reach me wherever I was. Sometimes, when the night is quiet and I'm alone, I hear that faint sigh echoing in the back of my mind. It lingers like a cold breath against my ear, a reminder that, real or not, some horrors refuse to fade. And despite escaping that place, I'm left with the unsettling knowledge that I only postpone the inevitable. A part of me believes that one night, no matter how far away I may be, I will sense movement in the darkness, shapes skulking between silent trees, and when that day comes, I'll be forced to face the terror again. My heart pounding, my mouth dry, my skin prickling with sweat. Even now, I glance into the shadows outside my window and wonder if that figure is still there. An eternal watchman silently measuring each fearful beat of my heart. Every night in this old building, the air seems to turn thick and stale the moment darkness settles, as if it's charged with some malignant presence. I can't quite name the place. Hums with a quiet tension that seeps into my bones, tightening my chest and making every breath feel labored. Even from the street, I remember staring up at the weathered facade and wondering why the lights in the top-floor windows flickered so erratically, as if someone or something paced back and forth behind the glass. I told myself it was just the age of the building, shoddy wiring perhaps, or the wind rattling the old frames. But once I moved in and found out that the top floor was nothing more than a deserted terrace, a persistent dread began to coil inside my chest. Whispering that I was not alone here, I had taken an entire floor to myself. A long hallway lined with 4 empty apartments, all under renovation, paid for by a meager arrangement with the property owner. Supposedly, I was to remain on site, keep an eye on the place, and report any suspicious activity to the building manager. At first, it sounded ideal privacy in the midst of a bustling city center, but from the first night I realized my new living situation might be more than I bargained for. I remember lying in bed on that initial evening, the gloom of the unlit corridor just outside my bedroom creeping under the door. My heart kicked against my ribs in sin with every noise. Pipes gurgled deep in the walls, and the wind made the ancient windows creak I could handle. These typical old building sounds, but then above me something much more deliberate reverberated, slow, methodical steps. Crossing from one side of the ceiling to the other, there shouldn't have been anyone up there, not at midnight, and certainly not in a place that was supposedly just an empty terrace, yet the footsteps were unmistakably human in their weight and tempo. That first night I tried to pass it off as my imagination or perhaps some strange echo traveling through the old pipes. Still, the hair on the back of my neck prickled and my hands felt clammy against the sheets. My throat went dry as I listened in absolute stillness, hoping the sound would vanish eventually. The footsteps paused, and for a moment I began to relax, but just as my body slackened, the footsteps resumed, crossing back in the opposite direction. The tension surged again in my temples, and I lay there until morning, paralyzed by the realization that something up there was moving around of its own accord when daylight came. My fear felt somewhat laughable. I told myself the mind can play wicked tricks in the stillness of night. Determined to dismiss the whole episode as a silly reaction to an unfamiliar setting, I went about my day trying to gather more information about the building. The caretaker, an older man with a permanent scowl etched into his face, explained that the top floor had no tenants. He insisted it was merely a barren terrace and no one ever went up there except occasionally to check for leaks or to repair the old water tank. Even so, I pressed him, describing the footsteps I had heard. He muttered that I must have been mistaken, perhaps the wind or someone on the neighboring roof. His dismissive tone made my stomach clench with annoyance, but I told myself there was no reason to disbelieve him. That night I went to bed early, more out of anxiety than fatigue. I wanted to prove to myself that the previous night's sounds were just a figment of my overactive imagination. But the instant the lights went out, a heavy sense of foreboding settled in the pit of my stomach, as if the darkness itself had weight and presence. My heart rate spiked the moment I heard the first faint thud from above. Again, I tried to rationalize it, old beams contracting, metal supports shifting in. Then the soft thuds became distinctly human footsteps. They were slow yet purposeful, moving in a pattern that traced the length of my ceiling. My breathing turned ragged. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, each beat like a drum heralding. Something I couldn't see. My palms began to sweat, and I clutched my blanket so tightly that my knuckles went numb. I was too frightened to move. If the footsteps were indeed from a person, that meant somebody had lied. If they weren't from a person, then I had to consider something else entirely. Something I was not prepared to face in the following days. I found it increasingly difficult to focus on anything besides the uninvited company above. I tried investigating the building's history, searching for any mention of unexplained events or long-gone tenants, but records were sparse. The caretaker shrugged off my inquiries, reiterating only that the top floor was off limits, and had been so for years. He offered no further details, and each time I mentioned the footsteps, his gaze drifted away as if he feared that acknowledging my concerns would somehow make them real. I began feeling an unshakable presence throughout the day. Not just at night in the hallways, I often sensed a light shift in the air behind me, as though someone was standing just over my shoulder. I'd spin around my heart, seizing in my chest, only to see peeling paint on the walls and the same burnt-out light bulbs overhead. The sound of my own breath filled my ears, quickening with each false alarm. Yet even when I saw no one there, a lingering heaviness remained, as if the corridor itself pulsed with unseen eyes. A week in my nights became a battleground of unnerving sounds and racing thoughts. The footsteps continued above me, sometimes for hours. If I tried to ignore them, they only grew louder, more insistent at times. Resembling frantic pacing, my heart would pound violently. Sometimes I'd clasp my hand over my mouth, trying to steady my breathing as though not to alert whatever was there that I was listening. My exhaustion grew so severe I found myself drifting off to sleep at random times during the day, only to be jarred awake by the echo of those footsteps in my mind. At one point, in an attempt to reclaim my sanity, I decided to go upstairs during the day. I told myself I needed proof. Either I would find some mischief maker or confirm that I was losing my grip. The caretaker had given me a dismissive wave earlier, though he mentioned that the terrace door was usually locked indeed. When I got there, I found a heavy metal door with a rusted padlock. I pulled on it, but it wouldn't budge. I leaned in, pressing my ear against the cool metal, struggling to catch any sign of life on the other side. The wind whistled through the cracks, and I heard only the city noise echoing from far below. No footsteps, no voices, nothing to confirm my late-night terrors. This contradiction unsettled me further. How could I hear loud stomps at night? If it was so deserted by day, my paranoia started spilling into my everyday life. I became convinced that people in the lobby or on the sidewalk were eyeing me strangely, as though they knew I was unraveling and were just too polite or frightened to mention it. Even on the nights when the footsteps were faint, I felt them drilling into my nerves. I found myself trembling uncontrollably, my muscles perpetually coiled, ready to flee at the slightest change in the atmosphere one evening, as the city lights outside blurred into a gray drizzle of rain against the windows. I was jolted by a sudden clang above my living room. It was as if something heavy had been dragged across the terrace. My heart hammered so hard I could hardly breathe. I stood up, my legs shaking beneath me, and stepped into the corridor. The overhead lights flickered ominously, my breathing grew shallower with each flicker, and my skin prickled in goosebumps. It felt like the building itself was breathing its old walls, wheezing in tune with my pulse. While I crept toward my living room, the footsteps started up again, only now they were more rapid, as if someone was pacing in agitation. My mind conjured all sorts of twisted scenarios, some vagrant living there undetected, or perhaps something far less human. Prowling around the caretaker's refusal to engage with my questions suddenly felt more sinister. Was he hiding something? I approached the tall window that gave a partial view of the upper structure. Rain pelted the glass. My breath fogged the pane as I peered upward. The sky was a black sea, illuminated only by the occasional glow of city lights. Then, just at the edge of my vision, I thought I saw movement. A dark silhouette, crossing in front of a small maintenance light on the roof. My heartbeat thundered. I strained my eyes. My forehead pressed so firmly against the window that it felt cold and damp. But the silhouette didn't reappear. Maybe it had never been there at all. Those next hours were the worst. So far, the footsteps seemed to follow me every time I changed rooms. My bedroom felt claustrophobic, the stale air thick with dread. My chest tightened painfully as if something was squeezing my lungs. I tried turning the lights on and off, but the overhead bulb flickered and died. Darkness engulfed my space. My mouth went dry and my fingers trembled so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. I'd grabbed the narrow beam of light from that small device, tremor along with my shaking hand dancing across every corner of the room. But no matter where I pointed it, I couldn't shake the impression that something was right behind me, out of sight. Desperate for any sense of security, I turned on the TV, hoping to drown out the unrelenting thumps above the muffled chatter of commercials. Did little to calm my nerves. After a moment, I realized the footsteps had ceased. I exhaled a shaking breath, my shoulders sagging with relief. But that relief was short-lived. A single deafening stomp resounded directly above my head, as if something enormous had just landed there. I gasped, stumbling backward into a table. The impact knocked a lamp to the floor with a crash. My throat constricted and cold sweat trickled down my SP spine. Adrenaline flooded my veins, making me elated. The dryness in my mouth was so intense that my tongue felt glued to the roof. I was too scared to even retrieve the lamp. At that moment, I recalled the caretaker's words about the terrace being locked. If the door was locked, what was up there? The question turned in my mind like a spinning top, each rotation tightening my fear. It dawned on me that perhaps a lock wouldn't stop whatever was causing these footsteps. My rational mind warred with a growing certainty that something was fundamentally wrong with the building itself. I barely slept that night, and when I did doze off from sheer exhaustion, I dreamt of twisting corridors and tall shadows looming over me in these nightmares. The floors above were an endless maze, and no matter how far I ran, the footsteps drew closer. I woke drenched in sweat with my heart in my throat, only to find my surroundings equally oppressive. In reality, the caretaker noticed my haggard appearance the next morning, asking indirectly if I was sleeping poorly. He suggested that old buildings can sometimes amplify everyday city noises. I told him I wasn't convinced the footsteps were too real. He responded that I should perhaps keep my windows closed or play some music to drown out the wind. My teeth clenched in frustration. I knew he was avoiding the truth that evening. Exhausted and nearly at my breaking point, I resolved to confront whatever was upstairs. Head and I waited until midnight. Listening as the footsteps started their usual pattern, I could feel the blood pounding in my ears while I mustered the courage to go back to the terrace door with a set of tools I'd borrowed from the maintenance closet. I reasoned that if I could just open the lock, I'd uncover the truth. Even if it scared me senseless, I climbed the final flight of stairs every step, an echo that seemed to mock me. My flashlight shook in my hand, illuminating the chipped paint of the stairwell when I reached the terrace door. I fumbled with the lock for what felt like ages. My palms were slick with sweat and the tools slipped in my grip. Eventually, the lock clicked. My stomach flipped as I realized I was about to face whatever had been haunting me. I pulled the heavy door open. A gust of cold night air rushed in, carrying the scent of wet concrete and something else, an earthy, musty odor that reminded me of old basements and decaying spaces. My heart was in my throat as I stepped out onto the terrace. The entire space was empty. Rainwater pulled in corners, reflecting the ghostly glow of distant city lights. I swung my flashlight around, searching for any sign of movement. The wind howled, whipping against my face and reminding me of how exposed I was. My eyes darted to the far edges of the terrace, half expecting a shape to appear, but there was only a deserted stretch of cracked flooring. Then, near a small service door leading to the water tanks, I heard a shuffle of footsteps so faint I nearly missed it. My breath caught and I inched forward as I approached. The footsteps seemed to retreat, leading me around the corner of a half wall that sheltered the water tank pipes. My pulse thundered and my fingers ached from gripping the flashlight. I swept the beam in front of me fully, anticipating to see an intruder or some kind of presence, but no one was there. I stood alone in the wind, trembling chest heaving, a stinging sensation behind my eyes. From the strain of trying to see through the darkness, then I heard a sudden scraping sound right behind me, like a shoe dragging across the floor. I spun around so quickly I nearly lost my footing. The flashlight illuminated only swirling dust and rain. There was nothing, no figure, no sign of life. Yet the air felt charged, crackling with a silent malevolence. My heart hammered so wildly that it hurt. I didn't know what else to do except flee. I turned and sprinted back to the door, each footstep echoing on the drenched concrete. My lungs burned by the time I reached the stairwell, and I yanked the door shut behind me, fumbling with the broken lock. I darted down the stairs, not caring about the noise the building's corridors felt. Narrower than ever, walls closing in on me as I stumbled back into my apartment. In that moment, I realized with horrifying clarity that the footsteps might not belong to any living person at all. Something unseen roamed that empty terrace, unbound by locked doors and rational explanations. I sank onto my couch, struggling to breathe. Every muscle in my body quivered. A part of me wanted to pack up my things and never look back. Another part, driven by a strange fascination, wanted to stay there. Was a morbid curiosity about what lurked above a burning need to understand, to prove I wasn't insane. When dawn broke, I made my decision. I could no longer keep watch in this place, especially if it meant slowly losing my mind before the sun was fully up. I began gathering my belongings. My heart still hammered in my chest and my ears rang with phantom sounds of footsteps. But I was resolute as I headed for the front door. A final tremor of dread coursed through me, as if the building itself disapproved of my departure. The corridor light flickered. One last time, the shadows along the walls seeming to reach out and grip me. I walked past the caretaker's office, left the key, and explained in flat, emotionless tones that I couldn't stay there anymore. He didn't argue. His eyes held a hint of resigned understanding, as though he'd seen this happen before and simply accepted it. I felt an icy wave of discomfort, realizing my experience was likely not unique. Stepping outside, the early morning light felt harsh and unwelcoming, but at least it was real. My breath steadied as I put distance between myself and the old building, yet a part of my mind kept racing, replaying every sound, every shadow, every unexplainable moment. I couldn't shake the impression that the footsteps might follow me no matter where I went. Even now, I can't entirely convince myself that everything I heard was a product of creaking floorboards or my own anxiety. The unsettling truth is that I truly believe something walked above me on that deserted terrace. Whether it was a spirit, a phantom echo from some forgotten past, or a manifestation of my own unraveling psyche, I may never know. But the memory of those footsteps resonates inside me, a disquieting reminder that some places are saturated with energies beyond our comprehension. And though I escaped that building, I carry a lingering sense of being followed, an inkling that one day in some darkened hall or empty rooftop, I might once again hear those measured, deliberate steps coming for me. I felt it the moment I pushed open the library's heavy oak door, a subtle, oppressive weight in the air that clung to my skin like damp cobwebs. The fluorescent ceiling lights flickered with a weak, uneven hum, casting elongated shadows across rows of ancient shelves. Before I had even taken a step inside, something told me this place was different at night. It was more than just the stillness. It was the sense that each corridor held its breath, watchful and waiting. When I volunteered for the late shift at the Garrison Historical Library, I never expected to find myself questioning not just my nerves, but my very sanity. I remember signing up because I wanted experience in archival work. The library was known for its impressive collection of rare manuscripts, though only a handful of people ever seemed to come by to study them. The building itself was a 3-story stone structure dating back to the early 1900s. Its facade was proud, almost regal, and the interior was built in a grand-style polished marble floors, sweeping staircases, iron railings that curled like vines. By day, it felt dignified and secure. By night, the same features took on a darker edge. The marble seemed cold. The staircases became twisting paths to unknown places, and those Kuru railings reminded me of skeletal hands. I usually worked on the first floor, helping to file new arrivals or reorganize the archives that students and researchers used. The first few weeks were calm. I often heard a fellow volunteer remark that the library was pleasantly quiet. After sundown, that it was the perfect environment for meticulous organization. I tried to agree, though. From the start, I had an inexplicable sense of being observed whenever I put a book back on the shelf. Sometimes I would turn around anticipating a patron or another volunteer, only to find the corridor empty. Initially, I told myself I was just spooking myself in the hush of those grand halls, but the subtle friction between my nerves and my logic grew stronger. With each passing night during one of my shifts, I was tasked with cataloging some rare texts on the 3rd floor. These books were from the 16th and 17th centuries, many with brittle pages and fading scripts. The 3rd floor was normally sealed off to casual visitors. Only researchers with special permission were allowed there. The door to that area required an old key, heavy and ornate, that I had to sign out from the front desk. The overhead lights in that space were dimmer, and many of the fixtures were original to the building, meaning they buzzed faintly as if on the verge of burning out. I hated that noise. It reminded me of a swarm of insects just out of sight on that particular night. I found myself alone in the library around 10. The guard at the reception desk downstairs had stepped out for a brief break. I heard him say something about wanting to grab a quick cup of coffee from across the street. I swallowed my unease and headed for the stairs. My heart thudded against my ribcage as I climbed, and a chill prickled the back of my neck. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the darkness overhead was pressing down, encouraging me to turn around, but I tried to brush it off. It was just a job, just another flight of stairs. As soon as I reached the 2nd floor, landing, a draft of cold air brushed over me. It felt deliberate somehow, like an unseen figure had passed by. I shivered and paused, looking toward the corridor that led to the main reading room. On that level, silence, just the usual hush of old building settling. Perhaps a slight creak of the wooden floor. Taking a slow breath, I continued toward the final staircase that led to the restricted 3rd floor, the overhead light. There flickered once, and the gloom made the steps look steeper than I remembered. Halfway up, I felt a tingling unease crawl across my skin. My mouth went dry, and I gripped the banister to steady myself. That was when I saw it, a hand, pale, almost translucent, resting on the iron rail a few steps above me. My lungs seized for a split second. I thought someone was leaning on the banister, but there was no arm, no shoulder, no body, just that single disembodied hand. My pulse hammered in my ears. Every beat felt like a drum pounding inside my head. I froze, afraid that if I moved, whatever it was might notice me. The hand was motionless. Its fingers curled delicately around the iron. The skin, if that's what it truly was, had a faint bluish tint for what might have been. Mere seconds, but felt like an eternity. I stared in absolute horror then, as though sensing my gaze, the hand vanished. It didn't pull away or dissolve it. Simply ceased to be there as if it had never existed. I couldn't even manage a scream. My throat was tight and it felt like I'd swallowed shards of ice, trembling. I stood there for a long while, unsure of whether to retreat back down the stairs or press on a voice in my head. Insisted that I must have hallucinated, that it was just a flicker of shadow in imagination, but the goosebumps on my arms, the sweat on my palms, and the dry highness in my mouth confirmed how real it had felt. I considered running downstairs to find the guard, but shame pricked at me. I was a grown man, not a frightened child. If I told him I'd seen a phantom hand on the banister, I might lose any credibility I had. Besides, part of me wondered if the stress and the eerie quiet had just played tricks on my mind in an effort to restore calm. I forced myself to focus on the steps each footfall measured until I reached the third-floor door. My hand shook so badly it took me a few tries to fit the key into the lock. The reading room beyond was large, its high ceiling supported by thick wooden beams. Many of those beams were carved with ornate designs, so worn by time that they looked like faces melting into the wood rows of shelves. Ran the length of the room, containing countless volumes that smelled of old leather and dust. The overhead lighting was even weaker here, many bulbs either dim or burnt out. I noticed a distinct hush, an absence of sound that bordered on suffocating. My breathing sounded too loud, too ragged. I turned on a small desk lamp near the central table, determined to focus on my work. The library wanted me to update the records of a few manuscripts, verifying their condition and cross-checking references, but all I could think about was that hand. Every creak of the floorboards made my heart race anew. My back felt exposed, as though eyes were sliding over me from the dark corners. I started to notice odd details, a stack of books on the far shelf that appeared to have shifted positions since the last time I visited, the faint smell of mildew intensifying in a corner near an old tapestry, and a slight but constant rustling that I couldn't source. Whenever I stopped to listen carefully, the rustling fell silent, only to return in the periphery of my hearing. Moments later, at one point, I thought I saw a shape move in my peripheral vision. I looked up, searching the aisle between two tall shelves, but it was empty. My scalp prickled and I felt a bead of cold sweat slide down my temple. Forcing a steady breath, I clung to the logical explanation that my mind was on edge and conjuring phantoms out of the gloom. After about an hour of this, my nerves were frayed. I packed up the manuscripts I had managed to catalog and locked them in a special cabinet. My plan was to hurry downstairs and maybe call it a night. That was when I heard a faint scraping sound near the far end of the room, something like nails being dragged across wood. My breathing quickened and my heart pounded so fiercely it almost hurt. I stepped toward the door, intending to leave, but an inexplicable force seemed to draw my attention. Against my better judgment, I found myself walking toward the origin of the sound. Each step felt like it vibrated in my bones. The desk lamp's light couldn't reach that far, so the corners were a murky darkness that seemed to shift with my movements. In that dimness, I caught a glimpse of something near the shelves, a figure too tall to be a person, its outline faint but unmistakable. It seemed elongated, as though stretched the moment I registered its shape. It slipped out of sight behind a row of ancient folios. My breath came in ragged gasps, yet a compulsion to see it more clearly drove me forward. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but curiosity, or perhaps some primal fear of the unknown, pushed me on, rounding the corner of the shelf. I pointed the narrow beam of my flashlight into the darkness. The light danced across old wooden boards, dust motes swirling in the air. Nothing was there. The scraping sound had stopped, replaced by my own thunderous pulse. For a while, I just stood there, scanning every inch of the space. Eventually, I whispered a reassurance to myself that maybe it was just a draft. Then I heard a soft sigh. It wasn't mine. I spun around the flashlight beam, jerking wildly across the spines of books. The sigh came again like a gentle exhalation filled with regret. My nerves felt stretched to a breaking point. The flashlight flickered, and in that instant I sensed movement like something brushing past me, close enough to rustle the loose fabric of my sweater. I yelped, nearly dropping the flashlight, and the beam revealed a swirl of dust in the air, as though something had just disturbed it. I felt my insides turn to ice. Whatever was there, it moved with purpose. I backed away, my breath shallow and panicked. My ankles bumped against a chair, and I almost tripped. It was then that I decided I couldn't stay on that floor for another second. I sprinted for the door, my footsteps echoing across the silent reading room. As soon as I reached the staircase, my mind replayed the image of that pallet hand resting on the banister. I couldn't bear to let my fingers touch the same spot, so I pressed my back against the wall, my free hand guiding me unsteadily down the steps. My legs trembled so badly I feared I might tumble headlong when I reached the second floor. I paused, swallowing against the dryness in my throat. The corridor was dark, and the single overhead bulb flickered on and off for a moment. In the strobing light, I thought I saw a faint silhouette at the far end, but it disappeared when the bulb steadied. My heart refused to slow, each breath felt insufficient, as though the air in the library no longer carried enough oxygen downstairs. The security guard had returned, stood at the reception desk sipping coffee through the haze of my terror. I heard him ask if I was feeling all right, though in my dazed state it sounded almost muffled. I barely managed to nod and muttered a weak explanation that I felt under the weather. I didn't mention the hand, the figure, or the scraping sounds. My mind spun with questions. Had I genuinely seen something supernatural, or had my imagination spiraled out of control in the oppressive silence of that old library, regardless of the truth I dreaded ever going back to the third floor alone? The next evening, I lingered on the first floor, claiming I needed to reorganize some reference materials. In reality, I just didn't want to go anywhere near that staircase. Every time I glanced at it, my stomach twisted. I found myself hyper-aware of the building's noises. The whisper of a breeze through the rafters, the subtle groaning of the pipes, the soft hum of fluorescent lights. Each sound set my nerves on edge. Night after night, that sense of being watched returned, especially if I ever strayed too close to the stairs. The recollection of that pale hand burned in my mind. My fear built like pressure in a boiling kettle, threatening to scream. Eventually, I confided in a fellow volunteer using vague terms. I mentioned that I had a bad feeling about the third floor, that something about it made me uneasy. The volunteer just shrugged, saying they also disliked that floor at night. They'd never witnessed anything strange, but they claimed the atmosphere up there was stifling. They had heard rumors of odd occurrences, books misplaced, inexplicable cold spots, even a faint smell of decay that would drift through the aisles and vanish. No one could pinpoint a rational cause. That conversation should have comforted me by confirming that others found the space unsettling, but instead it amplified my anxiety. It meant I wasn't entirely alone in this perception. Something was genuinely off about that place, something beyond mere shadows and drafts. My mind became a storm of death out and dread. I found myself awake at night, replaying the scene of that spectral hand on the banister. I could still see the curve of its fingertips, the uncanny stillness of its pale flesh. At times I worried I was losing my grip, that I'd let a momentary hallucination toying my reality. Last week, an artist asked if I would help pack some fragile volumes for restoration. They were, of course, on the third floor. My stomach lurched at the request. Yet I had no valid excuse to refuse. I decided I couldn't keep letting fear control me. I forced my trembling legs to climb those same stairs, ignoring the way my breath quickened with each step as I approached the final landing. I braced myself, half expecting to see that hand again, but the banister was empty, the corridor silent. My relief was fleeting because every shelf, every shadow seemed alive with anticipation. I powered through car, carefully boxing manuscripts and trying to keep my mind anchored to mundane tasks. The archist was on the second floor, so I was left alone to gather the texts. Each rustle of paper made my heart flutter. I started to feel that prickling sensation on my neck as though unseen eyes were tracing my every movement. Once or twice I spun around with the irrational conviction that I'd see something lurking behind me. Nothing, just the same. Dusty shelves eventually I finished. I practically bolted down the stairs, clutching the box, tightly ignoring the dryness in my mouth and the sweat dripping down my back. Even now, I can't rationally explain what I experienced. Did I truly see an apparition? Or did my mind construct a phantom from the uneasy quiet of a decrepit library wing? All I know is that some nights as I pack up and prepare to leave, my eyes drift to that curved staircase. The air around it seems colder, the shadows deeper, and sometimes out of the corner of my vision, I think I spot the faint outline of a hand resting languidly on the iron rail. Whenever that happens, I freeze, my heart thunders in my chest, and for a beat or two I can't breathe. Then, like a mirage, it disappears, but it always leaves me shaken. The library doesn't feel quite the same anymore. Its corridors bear an unspoken threat, an easy hush that saturates the air. I try to focus on the positives, the historical significance of the place, the invaluable texts I get to handle, but the memory of that pale hand is never far behind. It's become a silent warning, a reminder that some corners of the library harbor secrets best left undisturbed. I still volunteer there, though I avoid working the late shift as much as possible. When I do, I stay on the ground floor with the lights on, telling myself I'm just being efficient. In truth, I'm afraid of what I might see or imagine. If I wander upstairs alone sometimes when the building is at its quietest, I catch an echo of that eerie scraping sound like distant nails on wood every time my pulse spikes, and I fight the urge to run outside into the safety of the streetlights. There's no grand resolution, no final confrontation that banished whatever presence resides on that third floor. I haven't found any rational explanation, no historical footnote that might clarify the nature of what haunts this place. Yet I've come to accept that some mysteries remain unsolved. Lingering in the peripheral darkness, the library stands as an edifice of history and knowledge, but it also houses shadows of the unknown, and those shadows feel alive. Though I continue my duties, I know I'll never fully conquer the dread that seeps through the walls of that old building whenever I'm in there. After dusk, a chill clutches my heart. I sense the library's silent vigilance, as though it is waiting for me to let my guard down. I haven't gone back to the third floor by myself if a task requires it. I make sure someone else is around, even if it's just the guard downstairs, because that memory remains a pale hand on the railing, a creeping chill up my spine, and I can't shake the feeling that if I ever see it again, it might not disappear so quickly, and that possibility terrifies me more than any nightmare I've ever had. I first sensed something was wrong the moment I stepped into that building. After sunset, the corridors had a way of swallowing every echo, turning ordinary footsteps into dull thuds that vanished all too quickly, leaving behind a suffocating quiet. The overhead lights flickered weakly, throwing elongated shadows against the walls as if hungry to devour the last traces of human comfort. I've always hated how deserted our commercial building becomes at night, like an abandoned monument that no one bothers to visit, but at least before that particular night, it never truly terrified me. It merely unsettled me. Like a stranger's stare from across a dark street now. Whenever I recall the events that unfolded, I feel my heart pound faster and my throat tighten as if the memory itself is physically grabbing hold of me. My shift rarely extended so late, but that night I had no choice. I was finishing up some paperwork, and by the time I glanced at the clock, it was well past the normal closing hour. The cleaning staff had already come and gone, and I could have sworn I was the only person left on the entire floor. The silence grew so thick that I could hear the hum of the air conditioning system overhead. It reminded me of a raspy breath like some slumbering beast, waiting to wake at any moment. I wanted nothing more than to pack my things and rush to the safety of my car, but I had to deal with one last chore, taking the trash down to the basement level via the service elevator. It was a small task, something I had done hundreds of times before during normal hours on that evening, though it felt like a trial. I wanted to avoid at all costs. I pushed the trash bin down the hall, trying to ignore the heavy shadows flickering along the corridor. The wheels squeaked loudly, echoing with each rotation. It set my nerves on edge. A part of me scolded my own imagination for running wild. It's just a building. It's just night, I told myself, yet I couldn't shrug off. The sensation that I was being watched, my skin prickled at the nape of my neck and my palms grew clammy around the handle of the bin. Looking back, I can't recall a single specific reason for feeling so paranoid, only that everything felt off. I reached the service elevator, its metallic doors reflecting the pet light of the hallway in an unnerving distortion. I pressed the button and waited, my stomach twisting with each passing second. The elevator made a dull clank as it arrived and the doors slowly slid open. I rolled the trash bin inside, then stepped in after it as the doors closed. The overhead light inside the elevator flickered briefly, casting the cramped interior in a jittery strobe. My heart thumped and a bead of sweat trickled down my temple. I reminded myself to breathe no sooner had the doors sealed shut. Then I sensed I was not alone. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just the same battered walls and the fluorescent light fighting to stay lit. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I picked up a shape, a figure standing in the far corner, tall enough that it seemed hunched to avoid brushing its head against the low ceiling. I froze a jolt of panic charging through my veins like electricity. My breathing became shallow and I felt the vibrations of my own racing heartbeat in my eardrums. The figure was not leaning forward nor moving, it just loomed in that corner. So silent it barely seemed a real part of me. Wanted to spin around and confront it, but fear rooted my feet to the floor. Time seemed to slow. The elevator rumbled downward, and in that terror-fueled hush, I heard nothing but the mechanical groaning of the cables and my own ragged breaths. I forced myself to shift my gaze fully toward the corner. The shape was still there, vague, dark, unnaturally tall. I couldn't make out facial features, only that silhouette. I could have sworn the air around it looked denser, like a pocket of darkness. That had somehow gained its own volition. My throat was so dry it felt scratchy when I swallowed. My back was cold with sweat, and I prayed silently for the elevator to reach the basement. It felt like a lifetime before the doors finally creaked open. The trash bin rattled as the elevator halted. Light from the hallway spilled into the cramped interior, and I exhaled shakily, feeling the tension in my legs when I dared to look back at the corner to see if the figure was still there. It was gone just like that. I found myself staring at an empty space. The corner looked harmless, just scuffed metal walls and a dingy floor. My mind reeled for a moment. I wondered if exhaustion had gotten the best of me, but I was shaking so badly that I struggled to steady my hands on the trash bin. I rolled it out, then left it near the service area. I remember standing in that hallway, the flickering fluorescent lights above me, chest heaving, and a dreadful sense that I just witnessed something that shouldn't exist. A thousand rational explanations sprinted through my thoughts. Shadows, reflections, a hallucination caused by lack of sleep, yet none of them felt satisfactory. I rushed back upstairs using the main elevator. The contrast between the bright, relatively clean interior of the lobby-level elevator and the dingy service one struck me. It felt like I traveled between two worlds. By the time I returned to my desk, my shirt was damp with perspiration and I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that towering silhouette lurking behind me. The rest of the building was still mocking me with its emptiness. When I reached my office, I saved my files, powered down my computer, and forced myself to leave. The drive home was a blur of taut nerves and second guesses. I played music at a low volume, anything to distract myself from the crawling sensation that someone was watching me through the rearview mirror. I barely slept that night, tossing and turning, convinced that every creak in my apartment was the echo of footsteps. The next morning, in the clear light of day, everything felt less nightmarish. I told myself that the incident had probably been a trick of the mind, maybe a reflection from a nearby reflective surface or a leftover bag of cleaning supplies that my eyes had distorted into a silhouette. Still, the memory made my palms sweat. I went back to work determined to find some rational explanation and put my imagination to rest. My first stop was the building security office. The guard on duty was reading a newspaper. I asked as neutrally as possible if I could look at footage from the previous night. He seemed confused, but pulled up the relevant recording. We located the timestamp of when I had stepped into the service elevator on the screen. I saw myself pulling the trash bin, looking uneasy, glancing back and forth, but there was no one standing beside me. No elongated figure, no shape at all. I felt a sickening twist in my gut as I watched the footage. I saw myself flinch as if I'd caught sight of something. Then I watched myself freeze, turning slightly toward the corner, yet on the screen that space looked empty. I couldn't explain why, but watching that replay made my heart pound even harder than the moment I'd witnessed the figure. A cold pressure pressed against my chest, reminding me of how fragile my own sense of reality could be. The guard asked if I was okay, noticing that my face had grown pale, so I muttered that I was feeling a bit under the weather. He suggested I get some rest the entire time. I remained fixated on that tiny pixelated screen, trying to rationalize the difference between my recollection and the recorded reality. I felt my composure slipping over the next few days. I tried to bury myself in work to avoid thinking about the incident, but the building itself didn't let me forget. Yet every time the sun began to set and the corridors grew dark, that familiar tension seized me. I became hyper-aware of every flicker of light, every flick of a shadow at the edge of my vision. My heart would race for no apparent reason, forcing me to stop and take deep, steady breaths. Once I swore I heard a low whisper while I passed the supply closet on the 12th floor, but when I pressed my ear to the door, there was only something silence. Another evening, I caught a brief reflection in a window, a tall shape gliding behind me, but when I spun around, the corridor was empty. My coworker in the cubicle next to mine noticed how jittery I was becoming. He asked if everything was all right with me and if I needed any help. I told him somewhat truthfully that I'd been having trouble sleeping. He mentioned that maybe I was working too many late nights. I nodded, grateful that he didn't pry further, but inside I felt the dread growing. What if I really was losing my mind at night? My dreams became vivid, feverish nightmares. I would find myself trapped in that service elevator, the lights flickering overhead. Each time the doors opened, the hallway was darker. Then before a shape impossibly tall would drift into the elevator like a shadow maid, solid, pressing closer and closer until I could feel a freezing presence brushing against my skin. I'd bolt awake gasping and coated in sweat. My pulse hammering. The next day, I'd arrive at the office with blurry eyes and a roiling stomach, unable to shake the fear. I tried small, superstitious methods to fend off my paranoia. I kept a flashlight in my pocket, telling myself that if I could flood the corners with light, nothing could hide there. I avoided the service elevator when I could, though occasionally I had no choice but to use it for deliveries. Each time I felt my heart race and my throat constrict, but I never again saw the figure as clearly as that first encounter. I only sensed presences like cold spots in the air or shifts in the darkness. One Thursday evening, I had to work late again. A coworker was waiting for a ride, so I felt marginally safer that I wasn't alone on the entire floor. Eventually, he left, and I was once more the last person in that hollow structure. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows. The building seemed to sigh in response, and the lights flickered intermittently. I tried to concentrate on the task at hand, some digital reports that needed to be finished by the next morning, but I couldn't stop myself from glancing toward the corridor. Every so often, I imagined I saw a shape gliding past my peripheral vision, not directly visible, but present enough to make my muscles clench. By the time I finished, it was nearly midnight. I realized I needed to drop off a small package at the mailroom, which unfortunately was accessible only via that same service elevator, or an incredibly long walk down 2 flights of stairs and through a poorly lit corridor. Against my better judgment, I chose the elevator, hoping it would be quick and painless. When I reached the service elevator doors, I paused, noticing they were slightly ajar. A faint light glowed inside. My palms grew slick with sweat, and I felt a chill ripple through my spine. The elevator wasn't moving, but it looked as though someone had pressed the button recently. I stood there for a moment, swallowing against the dryness in my mouth, trying to gather my courage. Then I forced myself to step inside. The overhead light was dimmer than usual, casting thick shadows across the corners. My breath caught as the door slid shut. I pressed the button for the basement. The elevator jerked, descended a few floors, and then stopped with a groan between levels by the sound of it. My chest tightened as the fluorescent bulb above flickered in and out. Leaving me in near darkness, I pressed the emergency button repeatedly, but nothing happened. A claustrophobic panic rose within me, and I felt my vision dimming at the edges. That was when I saw it again, that tall, looming figure in the corner, motionless but unmistakably present. My lungs burned as I forgot how to breathe properly. I wanted to shout, but my voice stuck in my throat. The flickering light revealed only the vaguest outline, a black column of shadow I could feel, rather than see the intensity of whatever it was staring straight into me. My body started shaking uncontrollably, a cold sweat washing over me. The temperature felt as if it had dropped 10 degrees in an instant. I pressed myself against the opposite corner, heart crashing against my rib cage. The elevator's mechanical hum had gone silent, leaving only the faint crackling of the faulty light fixture. My mind raced. Was this real? A hallucination? Was I losing my grip on reality all the while I felt that presence looming, almost blending with the darkness, yet more tangible than my own reflection? I closed my eyes, counting my breaths, trying to conjure any explanation that might calm me, but the terror was too absolute. Seconds ticked by like hours until, with a sudden jolt, the elevator came back to life and resumed its descent. The figure didn't disappear. This time I could still sense it right there, as if waiting. Every nerve in my body screamed to flee, but there was no escape. Until the doors opened at last, they slid apart with a groan and weak light from the basement. Corridor illuminated the interior. I stumbled out, nearly falling to my knees. When I found the courage to glance back, the shape was gone. Trembling, I delivered the package to the mailroom. My mind felt fragmented, teetering between rationality and blind panic. I decided then and there that I couldn't keep this up. No job was worth losing my sanity over. I resolved to speak to management the next day, request a shift change, or possibly even quit if it came to that. But that night wasn't done with me yet. As I headed back toward the main lobby, I swore I heard footsteps echoing behind me, heavy, deliberate steps that matched my pace exactly. My heart hammered and the hair on my arms stood on end. I spun around, expecting to see someone or something towering over me, but the hallway was empty. My breath was ragged and I was bathed in cold sweat. The walls seemed to close in and the overhead lights flickered madly. I forced myself to keep walking each step, an exercise in sheer will. My mind was shouting at me to run when I finally burst out through the main doors onto the silent street. I let out a gasping sigh, my limbs trembling so badly I could hardly walk straight. The night air felt cold and surreal, but at least it was free from the oppressive aura inside the building. I got into my car with fumbling hands the entire drive home. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, terrified that I might see that tall silhouette in the back seat. Fortunately, it never appeared. By the time I reached my apartment, I was drenched in sweat and shaking my mind. Replayed the elevator sequence over and over like a broken record. The following day, I spoke with management, explaining that I was experiencing severe anxiety and requesting a different schedule. They granted it, albeit with confusion, and I found myself working fewer hours after dark. Yet the knowledge that the building still existed, its darkened corridors and silent elevator shafts waiting for night to fall, weighed on me. Even in the daytime, I felt a prickling paranoia when I had to walk past the service elevator. Sometimes I swore I caught a glimpse of that corner looking darker than normal, like it was harboring something. I've come to realize that I may never truly know what I saw, whether it was a product of my own sleep-deprived mind or something that defies explanation. The experience remains etched into my memory with unnerving clarity. The silhouette's presence felt so real that I can still recall the static-like tension in the air whenever it appeared. Whenever I find myself alone in a quiet hallway, Even outside of work, I have to steel my nerves against the creeping dread that I'm being observed by something just beyond the edge of vision. On my last day in that position, as I was clearing out my desk, I mustered the courage to take one final ride down the service elevator. I told myself I wanted closure. I pressed the call button and the doors slid open with their usual dull chime. I stepped inside, half expecting the light to flicker, half expecting that looming figure to greet me. But the elevator stayed well lit, humming softly, descending all the way to the lobby. Without incident, I couldn't decide if I was relieved or unnerved. A part of me almost felt that the presence was simply choosing not to show itself, this time leaving me to question whether the events really happened or if my psyche had conjured them under stress. I left the building feeling unsteady, a knot of tension lodged in my chest even now after moving on to a different job. The memory lingers, the nighttime hush of that building still haunts my thoughts. Sometimes I dream of it, an endless labyrinth of vacant floors and flickering lights with that towering shadow waiting for me in the corner of the elevator, watching quietly, refusing to let me forget. Even though I escaped it physically, the lingering doubt and fear have stayed with me. I suspect they always will. It's difficult to convey the power of an experience that defies reason. I've tried to tell myself that it was a waking nightmare, a trick of peripheral vision or an artifact of my exhausted brain. Yet there's a corner of my mind that insists what I saw was real, that no matter how many sunlit days pass, something in that building remains, something that emerges when the corridors fall silent and the clocks tick past midnight, something that doesn't register on security footage but stands just an inch away from your greatest dread, pulling the strings of your terror like a maestro of the unknown. I wish I could say it's all behind me, but the truth is, that moment in the service elevator changed how I see deserted hallways, flickering lights, and yes, even my own reflection. I feel uneasy with the idea that we can't always trust the evidence of our eyes or the recording of a camera. Sometimes what we see and what we don't are two halves of a horrifying secret, and sometimes that secret is tall, silent, and waiting in the shadows for your moment of weakness. Even though no physical harm came to me, I can't help but feel that the scars left on my psyche might never fully heal. The building still stands and night still falls. And I know somewhere behind those vacant corridors and dark corners the presence lingers unseen but never truly gone. I arrived at the family's rural property with a weariness that felt almost tangible. The long drive over winding roads had left my arms tense from gripping the steering wheel for hours, and I was in dire need of uninterrupted rest. Yet from the moment I stepped onto the uneven wooden porch, something felt amiss. The wind was still, the air almost thick, and the sun, though bright, did not seem to warm my skin. I remember stepping into the house, dropping my bag by the door, and sensing a certain hollow in the silence. It was as if the place exhaled stale air, greeting me with an uneasy calmness. Was supposed to be a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos of the city and the stress that had been gnawing at my mind. Instead, the atmosphere seemed to pulse with anticipation, like it was waiting for something I had no name for. I tried to dismiss my unease as mere exhaustion. My family's farmhouse, tucked away at the edge of a quiet stretch of land, had always been a bit isolated, and I told myself that isolation can sometimes feel eerie if you are alone after settling in. I wandered through the familiar rooms, noticing how age had worn the wooden floors and stained the curtains. The thick walls appeared to trap the light in strange ways, casting odd shadows that seemed to move as I passed. The smell of old timber-dusty shelves and distant memories lingered in the corridors, a faint reminder of the generations before me who had called this place home. The bedroom assigned to me was small and sparsely furnished, just a narrow bed, an old chest of drawers, and a full-length mirror leaning in the corner. The mirror's wooden frame was intricately carved with swirling patterns, probably hand-hung decades ago. It gave off a dark gloss as though it had been polished countless times, yet never lost its antique dullness. Something about that frame caught my attention immediately. Maybe it was the way the carvings seemed to converge at the top, forming a vaguely unsettling shape, like a face without features. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination. My muscles ached, and all I wanted was to lie down, close my eyes, and drift into oblivion. That first night passed quietly enough, though I woke once or twice heart-thumping for reasons I couldn't pinpoint. I recall a momentary sense of vertigo when I glanced at the corner where the mirror stood. It reflected moonlight in a distorted silhouette so faint, I wasn't sure if it was actually there or just a trick of my exhausted mind. The room felt colder than it should, prompting me to pull the covers up to my chin and try to breathe calmly. Eventually, I slipped back into a restless sleep, telling myself I was simply on edge from the change in environment. The second day was meant to be a chance to relax, so I spent most of the morning walking around the property. The field seemed serene, dotted with small clusters of wildflowers and overgrown grass that swayed in a breeze I could barely feel. Every so often, I would hear the distant crack of a branch or a faint rustle among the shrubs. Each time I glanced around, I saw nothing out of place, yet a prickle of anxiety lingered at the back of my neck as I made my way back to the house. The sky began to darken with thick clouds, and the air became strangely still again. That stillness weighed on me like a silent warning. After a simple dinner, I tried to keep my mind occupied by reading an old book I found on the shelf, but my attention kept drifting to the corridor beyond the living room. It was dimly lit by a single lamp, and the shadows seemed to stretch impossibly long, forming shapes that tugged at the corners of my vision. I thought I heard a soft shuffle of footsteps along the hallway, but reasoned it away. As the old house settling, I decided it was best to head to bed early, hoping a good night's sleep would banish the tension coiling in my chest. I slipped under the covers, letting the mattress creak beneath my weight. The rain started to fall gently at first, then intensified, tapping against the window in a steady rhythm. My eyelids grew heavy, just as I began to drift off. A soft sound like a sigh reached my ears. I opened my eyes, my heart thawing in response. The sound was so faint. I wondered if I had imagined it, but it left me alert. Every nerve on edge. I strained my hearing for a moment, but the only thing I registered was the persistent drumming of the rain. Slowly, I allowed myself to relax, sinking once more into that half-conscious state between waking and dreaming. Sometime in the dead of night, I came awake with a sudden gasp. My breathing was shallow, chest tight with unprovoked panic. It felt as if I had jolted out of a nightmare. Though I couldn't remember any details, my gaze darted around the dark room until it fell on the mirror in the corner. The surface seemed hazy, like it was covered in a thin film of breath. I found it odd because the house wasn't especially humid, and the temperature wasn't significantly cold or warm to cause condensation. My gut twisted. Something about that slight fogging made me feel as though someone else had been standing there exhaling onto the glass. I got up, my pulse hammering in my ears. Each step I took toward that mirror made the boards beneath my feet creak ominously. My throat went dry as I inched closer in the darkness. I could see my pale face reflected back at me. My eyes looked unnaturally wide, rimmed with shadows from poor sleep. Then for the briefest flicker of an instant, I caught a glimpse of something else, another outline, a face hook hovering beside mine. My heart slammed in my chest, and I staggered back, nearly tripping over my own feet. When I dared to look again, all I saw was my own terrified expression. The haze on the mirror was still there, but it offered no sign of that second face. I stood there trembling, adrenaline surging through my veins. My stomach turned, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Eventually, I forced myself to return to bed. Sleep was a lost cause, but I lay down out of sheer exhaustion, heart pounding and skin clammy. I must have drifted off sometime near dawn, because the next thing I recall is the faint light of morning seeping through the curtains at breakfast. I felt disoriented and on edge. My hands shook slightly as I poured coffee, and my appetite was non-existent. The oddness of the night weighed on me, but I tried to maintain some sense of normalcy by sticking to a routine. I cleared the table, walked outside to check the property line, and did my best to ignore the persistent feeling that I was being watched in the periphery of my vision. I sometimes thought I saw a dark silhouette standing by the side of the house, but every time I turned my head, there was nothing, just an empty stretch of grass and a few leaning trees. The third night arrived with a suffocating heaviness. It was as though the air itself had thickened, making it difficult to breathe. My nerves were raw and my entire body felt tense. I settled into bed, leaving the lamp on this time, desperate to dispel some of the looming shadows. The mirror's reflection cast a distorted glow along the walls, creating wavering shapes. I tried to read for a bit, but every small noise, a creak of the floor, the rustle of the wind outside made me jump. Eventually, I turned off the lamp, hoping darkness might bring relief. Sleep was elusive. My mind conjured images of that mirror, remembering how the glass had looked clouded the night before, and how just for an instant I thought I saw another face. A chill crawled up my spine as I imagined that unknown presence hovering just beyond my line of sight. My heart rate surged every time I thought I heard a subtle shift in the room, like fabric brushing against wood or a quiet shuffle across the floor. Midway through the night, I felt compelled to check the mirror again. I didn't even fully understand why, perhaps a morbid curiosity or a need to confirm that it was still just a normal piece of furniture. Forcing myself to get up, I walked toward it. My breath felt hot and ragged in my throat, and I could feel the thumping of my pulse in my wrists. The closer I got, the more a sense of dread swelled within me. My skin prickled with goosebumps and my legs felt weak standing before the mirror. I saw my reflection cast in faint moonlight. My cheeks looked hollow eyes, sunken from lack of rest. The carved frame seemed to loom around me, almost pulsing in the dark. I leaned in cautiously, half expecting to see that phantom face again. But the glass was clear this time, showing only my own haunted features. Just when I was about to step back, I heard that faint sigh again. Only this time it felt like it was right behind me. My throat went tight and I snapped around, certain I would see someone in the shadows. There was nobody. I walked back to the bed with shaky legs, every muscle in my body tensed as if ready to bolt. Sleep never fully came after. That I lay there, eyes squeezed shut, forcing myself to keep breathing. The darkness felt alive with watchful eyes, and I was certain something lurked just outside my vision. My heart pounded so violently that my chest hurt. By morning, I resolved to investigate the mirror's origins. There had to be some explanation, perhaps a family myth or a rumor about the house that I'd never heard before. I looked through the dusty shelves, flipping through old notes and letters. It was mostly mundane records about harvests, livestock repairs, nothing that hinted at anything supernatural. Yet, as I rummaged through the drawers, I found a small scrap of paper containing a brief mention of an unsettling presence in the upstairs mirror. The handwriting was old and faded, and it offered no details. I stared at the words, my heart lurching with recognition. It seemed I wasn't the only one who had felt something unnatural about this object all day. The sense of being watched dogged me. I kept seeing shapes just out of my field of vision. A flicker of movement near the staircase, a suggestion of a figure peering through a window. Whenever I turned, no one was there. My paranoia grew with each passage hour, culminating in a near constant tension in my shoulders. Even the air smelled wrong, damp and sour like stagnant water. Night fell once more, and I dreaded returning to that room. My mouth felt as dry as if I had swallowed chalk, and my palms were slick with sweat. Nonetheless, I forced myself to lie down, hoping the ordeal would somehow subside. The hours stretched on, and I alternated between drowsy half-sleep and jolts of sheer panic. At some point, I became aware of a raspy sound like labored breathing. Just a few feet away, my eyes flew open, and I stared at the blackness. Scarcely daring to move, my arms felt paralyzed, my lungs refusing to draw air naturally. The noise persisted, filling the silence with a slow, agonizing rhythm. I mustered the courage to flick on the lamp. The sound stopped instantly, as if someone had plugged a leak in a pressurized chamber. Adrenaline pounded in my veins, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I glanced toward the mirror. It was angled in such a way that from the bed I could see part of the room reflected, including the door. This time I saw a subtle blur in the reflection, like a smear of darkness that did not match any object in the room. My heart hammered so loudly that my ears rang and my skin broke out in goosebumps. Again, I realized the mirror was showing some presence I couldn't identify. It wasn't a clear shape, but a faint distortion similar to heat waves. Rising off asphalt in summer, only it was darker, colder. I kept staring, my eyes watering from the intensity of my own fear. Then the shape seemed to move. It slid across the glass as though pacing back and forth. The breath caught in my throat. I felt utterly helpless. In that moment, pinned by my own terror, my mind raced with questions. Was I hallucinating? Was something truly in this house? Or was the mirror itself cursed, desperate and terrified? I leapt from the bed and grabbed a blanket without looking directly at the mirror. I hurled the blanket over it, covering that polished surface. My heart was pounding so forcefully it hurt, and I took several gulping breaths just to keep from fainting. The sense of dread in the room was overwhelming, but at least I could no longer see that shifting darkness in the reflection. I spent the remainder of the night huddled in a corner of the bed covers pulled up around me. My mind cycled through every possible explanation: sleep deprivation, stress, a failing mental state. But a deeper part of me was convinced that something truly horrifying had latched onto that mirror, or had always been there. Lurking behind the veneer of its aged wood and cloudy glass. Morning could not come soon enough. The moment dawn light infiltrated the thin curtains, I packed my things in a flurry, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped my belongings. The entire house felt alive with tension, as though it was watching me scramble. My heart wouldn't settle, pounding furiously while I stuffed clothes into my bag. I wanted nothing more than to leave that place, to put as much distance between me and that mirror as humanly possible. I left the blanket draped over the mirror. I couldn't bring myself to look at it one last time. The thought of seeing that presence, or worse, seeing an actual face, made my chest tighten as I closed the bedroom door behind me. I felt a subtle pressure in the air, almost like a hand pressed against my back, ushering me out. My fear spiked again, but I forced myself to stay composed, reminding myself that if I panicked too much, I might never escape once. Outside, I could breathe a little more freely, though I noticed the sky was a dull gray. Oppressive clouds looming overhead. I got into my car, started the engine, and didn't look back. My pulse thundered as I drove away, half expecting to glance in the rearview mirror and spot something sitting in the back seat. That entire drive felt surreal. My mind still struggling to reconcile the events of the past days with any kind of rational explanation. Even now, as I reflect on the experience, my pulse quickens. I can't quite convince myself it was all in my head when I think about that mirror and the face I almost saw. I feel a cold sweat break out on my skin sometimes in the dead of night. I jolt awake, convinced I hear that faint sigh drifting across the room, or see a haze forming on a reflective surface. In those moments, I remind myself that I left that haunted place behind, that I escaped whatever was lurking in that old mirror. But there's a part of me that can't help wondering if it followed me, slipping out through the corner of my eye, finding its way into my reflections wherever I go. The unease it left in my mind has become a constant companion, a lingering sense of dread that flares up whenever a dark corner or a polished window catches my gaze. Sometimes late at night, I catch myself holding my breath, listening for that quiet sigh, waiting for the next sign that I'm not alone. And every time I pass by a mirror, I catch myself pausing, fearing that if I look too closely, I might find something staring back that isn't me. A biting wind lashed the side of our car as if nature itself tried to warn us away from the road. That night, the headlights carved weak tunnels through the thick darkness, revealing little but swirls of dust and endless stretches of scraggly weeds. There was no moon to comfort us, only a mass of storm clouds closing in, swallowing the sky and leaving me with an unshakable sense that we were driving into something we should never witness. My hands felt clammy on the steering wheel. My heart pounded so violently that each beat seemed to echo within the silent interior. Even my friend, who usually possessed an unflappable excitement for roadside adventures, had grown unusually quiet. It was the kind of night when the world seemed hollow, and yet everything was charged with the promise of menace. I recall that we had set out earlier that day with bright intentions. We wanted a collection of off-the-beaten-path photographs, something to impress other enthusiasts who swore by tourist traps we'd planned meticulously, layering up memory cards and external batteries, convinced that our spontaneous route along old unmarked back roads would yield stunning shots of abandoned barns and rolling fields. By the time the sun sank behind the hills, leaving the landscape dull gray, I already felt a sense of creeping unease. We were deep in the middle of nowhere, with the next town pinned on a map that looked more theoretical than actual. My friend had said we'd find a small motel if we kept going north, so I reluctantly agreed to continue. But as we turned onto a pitted dirt road around 10 at night, a hollow feeling in the pit of my stomach told me we were making a mistake. The only light came from our high beams, feeble and flickering, illuminating twisted fences and occasional clumps of trees that leaned across the road like conspirators. The notion that we might see a house or another car seemed increasingly far-fetched. The place was eerily deserted. Then I saw him, a lone figure walking on the shoulder, no jacket, no visible bag, arms hanging at his sides. At first I nearly convinced myself I was hallucinating. No one would be out there in the freezing wind with darkness engulfing all directions. But there he was. I slowed down reflexively, uncertain if he needed help, and that was when he lifted one hand in a stiff motion, signaling for us to stop. His face, illuminated by our headlights, was painfully neutral. His eyes held no warmth or desperation, only a stillness that set my nerves ablaze. I could not explain why, but something in that gaze made me feel as if I were an intruder. My friend murmured that we should offer him a ride, but I found myself shaking my head. Every instinct told me to keep going. I gave the slightest nod of acknowledgement to the stranger, but pressed on the accelerator. I saw his expression remained unchanging through the side mirror, and the reflection of his eyes never wavered. Even as the car picked up speed, he stood there motionless. Staring after us for the next 30 minutes, the road seemed endless and suffocating. My friend asked repeatedly whether we had made the right choice, but I barely managed to answer. Instead, I felt my skin prickle with waves of cold sweat. The hair on the back of my neck stayed stiff, as if expecting an invisible hand to clamp down at any moment. When we finally reached a dimly lit gas station, relief washed over me in trembling currents. The sight of fluorescent lights, the distant hum of a soda machine, and the ordinary clutter of parked vehicles felt like a lifeline to sanity. I stepped out, legs shaky, noticing the battered sign listing outlandish gas prices. I filled the tank. In silence in the background, my friend was telling me we should at least mention the man to the station attendant. I only nodded absent-mindedly, too unsettled to form coherent words. Inside, the station attendant seemed disinterested, responding with non-committal shrugs when my friend recounted that we'd seen a man on the roadside. He casually mentioned that drifters sometimes pass through, though not typically this late, yet there was something in the attendant's voice, an edge of forced calm that only magnified my apprehension. Perhaps he had encountered something similar before and was making every effort not to spook us further. When my friend asked if there was a more direct route ahead, the attendant simply suggested staying on the main gravel road for another hour. If we kept going, we would eventually reach our intended motel. My pulse throbbed in my ears as we stepped back outside, uncertain but unwilling to linger in a gas station that felt haunted by unspoken stories. We pulled out onto the road again, hoping that 30 more miles of driving would pass uneventfully. My eyes strained against the darkness. The tension in my chest was almost unbearable. I kept checking the rearview mirror as if expecting to see that figure trailing behind us impossibly keeping pace. The wind picked up, rattling the car windows. I felt the wheel shudder under my hands, as if the entire world wanted to unhinge and plunge us into the depths of some nightmare. My friend remained quiet, occasionally pointing out a battered billboard or a turnoff sign, but neither of us truly believed we'd see anything normal again. Then around midnight, we reached the same stretch of road where we had first seen the man. My heart hammered so violently I could feel my pulse throbbing at my temples. Sure enough, there he stood, this time in the middle of the lane directly in our path. I slammed my foot on the brake, the car fishtailing slightly on the gravel. The man's posture was rigid, hands by his sides, that same eerie stillness in his eyes. I became hyper-aware of every tiny detail. my breath rattling in short bursts, sweat trickling down my back, the dryness coating my mouth. My friend whispered that we should roll down a window and ask him what he needed, but I refused, my voice trembling as I insisted we turn around. I made a sharp U-turn, tires kicking up a cloud of dust that spiraled around the man in the swirling haze. I thought I saw him smirk. Though the taillights only highlighted his silhouette, fear expanded in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I took an alternative route, longer, more potholes, less signage, anything to get away from that figure. A sense of panic pulsed through me with every mile I put between us and him. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was following us not by normal means, but by something beyond my understanding. I felt eyes on me whenever we passed a grove of trees or a partially collapsed barn. Every shape along the roadside looked like a human outline, and every gust of wind sounded like a labored breath. My friend tried to calm me, pointing out that the man couldn't possibly move that fast. Even if he had a hidden vehicle, there was no road that led him to appear twice in those random spots without us seeing it. I nodded silently, but dread sank deeper into my bones. My hands were slick on the steering wheel, and my arms ached from gripping it too tightly. The darkness seemed alive, pressing against the windows, and the interior of the car felt claustrophobic under the weight of the unknown. When we finally re-emerged onto a more open stretch of road, I risked a glance into the rearview mirror. The reflection revealed nothing but darkness, and yet I felt certain that if I stared long enough, I would see him there. Stepping out of the blackness, we drove for hours, never finding the motel we had been promised. Instead, we passed boarded-up houses with broken windows and sagging roofs, their decaying structures looming out of the darkness like silent sentinels. There were no lights in any windows, no signs of life, only the relentless hush of the wind. Every so often I swore I heard a low thud under the car like a muffled footstep on the trunk, but each time I pulled over to check, there was nothing. The engine purred, the road stretched ahead, and the emptiness around us felt like it would swallow us at any moment. A creeping paranoia began to gnaw at my mind. I questioned whether I had really seen the man twice, or if the night was playing tricks on my exhausted senses. My friend tried to reassure me, suggesting that maybe we had simply passed two different hitchhikers who wore similarly dark clothes, but I knew it was the same man with the same blank expression and unnaturally intense stare. I couldn't articulate how I knew, but it seemed as though his image had branded itself onto my subconscious so that I would recognize him no matter how quickly we drove by. Each time I recalled his vacant face, my heart began pounding new, and a wave of goosebumps spread over my arms. We eventually decided to pull over at a clearing next to a small cluster of trees. Purely because my body trembled with exhaustion, sleep seemed impossible, but resting for a moment felt necessary. I turned off the engine, and the silence that fell was like a vacuum. I could hear my pulse in my ears and the faint sound of my friend's uneasy breathing. The night's cold wrapped around us like an unwelcome embrace. I shut my eyes for a moment, only to sense movement in the corner of my vision. I snapped them open, scanning the tree line. My breath caught in my throat when I noticed a faint shape between the trunks, tall and motionless. I couldn't make out a face, but I felt certain it was him watching. We quickly got back on the road, no longer interested in rest, and tried in vain to lose ourselves in the labyrinth of backcountry lanes. Soon the road's condition worsened, forcing me to drive slowly around massive potholes and jagged rocks. Each jolt of the car sent a fresh spike of adrenaline coursing through me. I imagined the man stepping onto the road around every bend or materializing in the back seat. When I glanced away, my friend stopped making conversation altogether, perhaps feeling my terror bleeding into his own psyche. The atmosphere grew stifling. Each passing hour felt more surreal, as if we had entered some half-forgotten realm where time and distance no longer followed any logical rules. The final straw came when my headlights illuminated a figure on the horizon standing perfectly still in the middle of the lane. Yet again, it was impossible, but I knew it was him. Before my mind could form the thought, my body reacted on pure instinct. I swerved violently, nearly driving into a ditch. My friend shouted something incomprehensible, I gritted my teeth, spun the wheel, and somehow regained control of the car. By the time we straightened out, the road ahead was empty. No sign of the man. My heart hammered as if trying to break out of my chest. A slick film of sweat covered my forehead and my lungs ached with each panicked breath. I pressed the accelerator, ignoring the violent bumps as I sped away from that spot hours later, though it might have been mere minutes. As my sense of time was utterly warped, we saw a timid glow in the distance. It turned out to be a pair of old floodlights, illuminating a rickety metal sign. It marked the edge of a small town we'd never heard of, but at that moment it felt like a divine beacon. We pulled into the single motel near the sign, and I practically stumbled out of the car, legs numb and heart still drumming. My friend muttered that he didn't care what the room looked like. We just needed a roof over our heads, a locked door, and a chance to breathe. The lobby was empty, with a note that said the key was under the mat. If we arrived late, we found it stumbled to a musty-smelling room and bolted the door behind us that night. I couldn't sleep. Every time my eyes drifted closed, I felt an invisible presence. Just beyond the window, my heart wouldn't slow its gallop. Each rustle of wind made me tense. Half convinced the door handle was about to turn at some point, I sank into a restless doze filled with swirling images of headlights, empty roads, and that piercing stare when morning finally arrived. The grim pale light gave me no comfort. I felt as though I had escaped a labyrinth of nightmares, but I could not shake the certainty that something had followed me out. We left that town as soon as we could, opting for a more populated route back to civilization. Yet even in daylight, every roadside figure triggered a jolt of panic, and my chest constricted until I was certain it wasn't him. I've replayed those events countless times since. I've wondered whether I hallucinated the entire thing or if we inadvertently crossed paths with something not entirely human. Sometimes in the dead of night, I recall the way his eyes looked under the headlights, cold, unblinking, as if dissecting my soul with a single glance. To this day, I still feel unsettled whenever I drive alone at night. The memory of that silent man at the edge of the road persists, a ghostly reminder of the boundaries we crossed in our quest for hidden places. I often ask myself what would have happened if I'd stopped the car or if I hadn't seen him in time, but perhaps the most terrifying question is how he managed to appear again and again, defying the logic of time and distance. I've tried to rationalize it, suggesting he might have had some vehicle stashed away or that he was simply a drifter with uncanny luck. Yet deep down, I sense an answer far more disturbing even now. I sometimes dream that I'm driving down a deserted road at midnight, the air thick with dread, the darkness absolute in the dream. I see the man again standing in the middle of the lane, impossibly close to my headlights as I press the brake pedal. He turns his head and stares straight into my eyes, wordlessly demanding something I cannot give. I always wake with a racing heart drenched in sweat, uncertain whether I've just escaped a dream or momentarily glimpsed another reality, and I suspect that if I ever venture back to those forsaken roads, I might find him waiting. Eternal, silent, and inescapable, the thought still sends a cold shiver through my entire body, a reminder that not all roads lead to places we're meant to go. Sometimes the darkest paths are better left unexplored. From the moment I turned off the main highway onto that lonely dirt road, I sensed something was wrong. It was an oppressive kind of silence that seemed to settle around me as if the breeze and the birds conspired to hush themselves. In my presence, my headlights traced the contours of leaning trees, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, urging me to turn back, but I was determined to find this hidden stretch of river that I had been told was perfect for fishing. Remote, calm, and rarely visited, I had planned this weekend to clear my head, to be far from the noise of the city. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trespassing somewhere I didn't quite belong. My gut told me that I was heading toward an experience I would rather not have. Even before I arrived at the campsite, by the time I finally parked, dusk was already thick around me. The orange glow on the horizon had receded into a faint purple haze, leaving the landscape coated in a veil of shadows. Standing by the trunk of my car, I realized just how isolated I was. There were no other vehicles, no signposts, no lights from distant cabins or houses, only an endless expanse of trees and brush, punctuated by the faint gurgle of flowing water, Somewhere beyond, I felt a momentary spike of unease, but I forced myself to ignore it. I told myself I was just being overly cautious, that this was precisely the solitude I had longed for. I trudged down a narrow trail leading to the riverbank, gear clinking with each step, the dusty ground crunching underfoot. Eventually, I found the spot I had been told about, a gentle bend in the river where the current slowed enough to create a shallow pool. The water glistened under the last remnants of twilight, looking deceptively calm, perfect for casting a fishing line. I thought I set up my tent close to the river's curve, driving the stakes into the hard ground with deliberate, forceful blows, as though asserting my presence might ward off any misgivings. My breath was steady, but my heart thumped a little louder than usual. I tried to quell my own nerves by focusing on the mundane tasks of securing the tent, unrolling my sleeping bag, and prepping a small area for a campfire. When night finally fell, it descended completely. The moon was a thin crescent, giving me only the barest sliver of light. My fire struggled against the inky darkness, spitting and crackling, but never truly illuminating the full expanse around me. Every few minutes I would hear a rustling in the nearby brush or the plop of a fish somewhere downstream, and I'd feel the hairs on my neck bristle. I reminded myself that all forests come alive at night. Small animals, scurry insects, buzz branches sway. These were normal sounds, yet each subtle noise was enough to send a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my body. The sensation of being watched was already creeping in, but I tried to suppress it. I sat on a folding chair near the fire, my fishing rod set aside for the early morning hours. The temperature dropped faster than I expected, and a cool wind carried the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves as I warmed my hands near the flickering flames. I caught a glimpse of movement across the river, a dark shape taller than any bush shifting among the trees on the opposite bank. At first, I strained to see if it might be some animal, maybe a deer or a lost hiker, but there was something unnatural in the way it moved, slow and deliberate, as if it was examining me. My pulse quickened and my mind raced through a jumble of possibilities. Whatever it was, it made no sound. Just footsteps, heavy and resonant, snapping twigs underfoot. I felt a cold spike of fear carve a path through my gut. I wanted to call out to ask who it was and whether they needed help, but the rational part of me resisted the presence of another person here. This late without any kind of flashlight or camping gear seemed off. My adrenaline spiked even more. Eventually, I mustered enough courage to give a short shout, something like, "Is anyone there?" The only response was silence, a suffocating, almost tangible silence. No birds, no breeze rustling the leaves. Nothing. Despite the warmth of the fire, my skin broke out in goosebumps. Anxiety slithered up my spine, and I kept telling myself that maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks in the darkness. A few minutes later, the shape shifted again, as if it had heard something or decided to move. I saw the figure duck behind a cluster of shrubs. My eyes darted around, trying to track its trajectory. Then I heard another series of branches snapping from somewhere behind me on my side of the river. My chest tightened and I shot up from my chair, heart hammering so violently I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. A wave of dizziness overtook me and I had to take a few steps to steady myself. The idea that someone or something might be encircling me, approaching from the rear, felt deeply wrong. That primal instinctive alarm I had ignored earlier was now screaming at me to leave my mind churned with possibilities. Perhaps it was a trespasser, a stranger living off the grid, or an over-inquisitive hunter. But there was an odd stillness between each noise, as though the forest itself was complicit in hiding this unseen presence. Even my own breathing sounded too loud. Each exhalation trembled in my throat and my hands felt clammy. My chest felt tight and the nighttime chill seeped into my bones. No matter how close I stood to the fire, time stretched on, and the footsteps eventually receded, but I could sense I was no longer alone. I was certain something was waiting just beyond the circle of light thrown by my campfire. My muscles tensed with every stray crack of a branch or shift in the undergrowth. At one point, I tried to focus on the small tasks again, rearranging some of my gear, sipping water from my canteen, checking the dryness of my spare clothes, just to distract myself. yet my ears never stopped straining for the slightest sign of movement. My skin prickling at the possibility of a hidden observer. When I finally retreated into my tent, I felt anything but safe. I zipped the entrance closed, but that flimsy barrier offered little solace. My flashlight flickered across the fabric walls, revealing ominous shapes formed by tree shadows each time the wind gusted. It produced a faint scraping along the tent, making me jolt. My heart rate refused to settle, and I lay there with my eyes wide open, ears attuned to every whisper of the night in the darkness. My imagination began to spiral, conjuring images of silent figures crouched just outside, waiting for me to drift off. I tried to calm my mind by counting my breaths, reminding myself that I was simply spooking myself in an unfamiliar place. But logic felt feeble against the suffocating fear that clenched my entire body. Eventually, I sank into a restless sleep, more from sheer exhaustion than from any real sense of security. I awoke in the gray pre-dawn light, feeling groggy and disoriented. My back ached from the uneven ground, and my throat was parched for a moment. I convinced myself that the unsettling events of the previous night had been exaggerated by fatigue. As I stepped outside, the river drifted lazily by and a light fog hovered over the surface. Birds chirped cautiously in the distance and the forest seemed almost peaceful. I wanted to believe that the sense of dread had been just my nerves. I gathered my fishing rod, positioned myself near the shallow pool, and cast my line. The anticipation of a catch was a small comfort. I tried to immerse myself in that routine, letting the rhythm of reeling in and casting out lull me into a temporary calm. Yet every now and then I'd notice something off: footprints in the damp soil oil along the bank that certainly weren't mine, or bent branches overhead that seemed too high for me to have caused. Every unexpected detail tugged at my renewed anxiety. Around noon, I decided to move around a bit, scouting a different part of the river's bend. As I hiked through the patchy undergrowth, I found signs that someone had passed through: recently broken twigs, fresh imprints in the mud, even a tuft of fabric stuck on a branch. The color of the fabric was a dark, muddy shade, something that could easily blend into the shadows immediately. I felt that spike of unease return. There was no rational reason for anyone else to be out there without a visible campsite or vehicle nearby. By late afternoon, a bank of ominous clouds had rolled in, turning the sky a sickly gray. Thunder growled in the distance. The forest grew dim, shadows stretching across the ground like long fingers. My plan was to stay another night and continue fishing the next morning, but that creeping sense of being stalked had grown too powerful to dismiss. My every instinct told me to leave before nightfall trapped me again. The problem was that curiosity and stubbornness fought to keep me from running off. I almost wanted to prove to myself that I could endure a single night alone by the river without succumbing to irrational fear. After all, I had seen no direct threat, just unsettling signs and fleeting shadows. That second night, I tried to set up a larger fire, gathering extra wood in hopes it would burn longer and brighter. A gusty wind made the flames dance unpredictably, casting wild shapes across the trees. The shadows twisted and elongated in ways that looked almost animate. My pulse quickened each time a flicker of light suggested a silhouette lurking at the edge of the woods. Occasionally I heard something: a footstep, a broken branch, or maybe just the wind, but it always seemed too measured, too intentional to be random. Forest noise, it was like the presence I'd felt the night before was still there, watching me, assessing me. The night dragged on my stomach, churned with each minute that passed. My breathing felt labored, as if the air were heavier than usual, pressing down on my chest. At one point, I stood brandishing the largest stick I could find. Feeling foolish but too scared to be embarrassed, I even tried to speak aloud. Loud in a halting, quivering tone, insisting that whoever was out there show themselves or leave me alone. My voice sounded small and desperate, swallowed up by the surrounding darkness in the moments. After my outburst, the forest seemed to hold its breath. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure it could be heard for miles. Then faintly I caught a glimpse of movement through the trees to my left. It was a shape hunched but tall, swaying slightly. My eyes strained, but the darkness made it impossible to see features. My scalp prickled and my body broke into a cold sweat. I took a trembling step toward the shape my makeshift club gripped tightly, and I nearly gagged from the metallic taste of fear pooling in my mouth. The figure seemed to drift back into the gloom, leaving me gasping for air. The rest of that night became a haze of anxiety. I felt sure that at any moment something would lunge out of the darkness, or the tent walls would collapse under some assault. Yet it never came. Instead, I was tormented by a deep, persistent paranoia. Every shift of the wind sounded like footfalls. Every crackle of the fire made me twitch. My thoughts spiraled into madness, and I questioned whether I was hallucinating or if something unearthly truly prowled the riverbank. My entire body trembled and my throat stayed desert dry. No matter how much water I sipped when dawn finally broke, it didn't bring relief. My nerves were shot, my eyes blurry from lack. Of real sleep, the fire had long since died out, leaving only a ring of ashes smudged into the dirt. Birds started their morning calls again, but I found no comfort in their routine. I realized I needed to leave no matter what my equipment was scattered around the campsite, and I hurried to pack it with shaky hands. I glanced over at the river, now a dull green under the early morning light, and I sensed a lingering presence just beyond the mist. It felt like the trees themselves were straining to watch me as I gathered my belongings during the frantic dismantling of my camp. I noticed something etched into the bark of a nearby tree, an odd symbol like interlocking spirals carved so deeply it exposed the pale wood beneath. I hadn't seen it before, and I had no clue who might have done it. An involuntary shudder coursed through me. It was one more sign that someone or something had been closer than I ever realized. During the night, I felt exposed and foolish for staying as long as I had. I practically sprinted back to my car, constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that any second I would see that dark figure skulking through the trees behind me. My shoulders were knotted with tension, my shirt damp from cold sweat. My mind raced with jumbled thoughts, and my chest felt tight with unresolved dread. After what seemed like an eternity, I reached my vehicle, threw my gear in, and slammed the door. My hands trembled as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and for a split second I thought I saw a movement in the side mirror. Just a flicker of black darting among the trees. My lungs seized. I couldn't bring myself to look more carefully. I floored the accelerator, tearing down that dusty road, not caring about potholes or the branches scratching the sides of my car as I merged back onto the main highway. The weight in my chest eased just enough for me to breathe more freely, yet I still felt contaminated by the place I had just left, as though I brought back a piece of its darkness with me. I kept expecting to see some shape in my rear-view mirror, or notice footprints by my car door when I stopped for gas. The experience clung to me like a heavy fog, refusing to dissipate. Even hours later, back in the familiarity of city streets, my mind couldn't let go of the notion that something had watched me out there and had followed me. At least to the edge of the forest, I couldn't rationalize what I had seen or thought I had seen. My imagination might have filled in the gaps of a completely normal set of circumstances. Or perhaps something truly strange resides in that isolated bend of the river, something that defies common explanation. Even now, whenever I close my eyes, I still hear the crunch of leaves, still see a tall, shifting shadow in the corner of my vision, and still feel that latent fear coursing through my bloodstream. No matter how many times I tell myself it was just paranoia, a part of me remains unconvinced. I'm left with the unsettling knowledge that there are places where nature is indifferent, where isolation warps the mind, and where something unnamed might be waiting to be encountered. And if you ever find yourself following a deserted trail to a secluded river bend, remember sometimes you are not alone, even when you desperately want to be. I remember the stifling weight in the air before I even set foot inside that decrepit wooden shed. The night was moonless, and the entire farm seemed to be holding its breath as though afraid of what might happen next. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the dusty ground, and a sense of wrongness clung to the atmosphere like a stubborn stain. I felt it in the tingling on the back of my neck and in the sudden dryness of my throat, an unshakable impression that I was trespassing on something best left undisturbed. I had come to my uncle's farm to assist with harvesting. It was supposed to be straightforward, a couple of days of hard work in the fields, then restful evenings spent in the old ranch house, perhaps a few beers after sundown. I never imagined I'd be drawn to that condemned shed, the one my uncle always avoided, rarely spoke of after years of disuse. It stood at the edge of the property like a withered sentinel. The planks bowed and splintered from decades of neglect, and yet there was a peculiar magnetism about it. Perhaps it was the rotting timber or the stories the farmhands whispered whenever they passed by. Or maybe it was just my own foolish curiosity. I couldn't stop replaying that first impression in my head. The door practically welded, shut by rust. The scent of moist earth lingering inside as though fresh soil had been scattered just hours before. Yet there was something else beneath the smell of dirt, a coppery undertone that tightened my stomach. Once the sun went down, I felt an undeniable urge to return. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that my imagination was acting up, or perhaps part of me was chasing the thrill of uncovering secrets best left buried on. That first night I slipped away after dinner, ensuring nobody noticed my absence. My heart hammered in my chest before I even reached the shed's entrance. I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow, as if my body was unconsciously bracing for confrontation. The door protested with a long, shrill screech. When I forced it open immediately, the smell of wet soil engulfed my senses again. More pungent in the darkness, the beam of my flashlight cut through clouds of dust, and for an instant it illuminated old tools strewn haphazard along the floor. Rusted sickles, chipped shovels, battered rakes, everything lay in a chaotic sprawl. Yet among those decaying items I glimpsed suspiciously shiny metal pieces, the edges appearing recently sharpened as though someone had been there not too long ago. Taking cautious steps forward, I felt my pulse throb in my ears. My palms grew clammy around the flashlight's handle the only sounds. At first were my own footsteps and the soft rasp of my clothes brushing against the doorframe. Then I heard movement. It was faint, but it reverberated in the cramped space like a muffled rustling. It reminded me of a large sack being dragged across the floor, or possibly heavy cloth brushing against a solid surface. My breath caught in my throat. Pointing the flashlight toward the far corner, I saw only darkness. Where the light struggled to reach, then scanning downward, I noticed fresh marks etched into the packed dirt floor. They resembled long, uneven scratches, some shallow, others deeper, as though something sharp had dug into the ground. A wave of cold fear rippled through me. My stomach clenched and a shiver rolled up my spine. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a vagrant seeking shelter or a wild animal rummaging for a warm place. My uncle had warned me more than once that raccoons or stray dogs sometimes wandered into old structures, but something about those scratches didn't seem animalistic. The spacing between them felt too deliberate, as if whatever made them had an almost human sense of intention. I didn't dare linger to find out. I retreated, careful not to make any sudden noise, each floorboard squeaking in disapproval beneath my boots. Just as I neared the door, I heard a loud thud on the external wall of the shed. The vibration traveled through the wood and into my bones. My heart jolted and a violent surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. Convinced I wasn't alone, I hurried outside without looking back. Once I was out in the open, the night air seemed suffocating rather than refreshing. I stood there paralyzed for a moment. I felt eyes on me, though from where I couldn't tell, the darkness surrounding the shed felt thicker, as if it were wrapping itself around my body. Then from inside, I heard it again, that same dull thud sounding almost like an echo of my own heartbeat. It took all my willpower not to run screaming into the house. Instead, I forced myself to move, slowly stepping away with as much composure as I could manage. Every step felt heavier than the last, my legs trembling from the residual burst of fear. The next morning, I recounted my experience to my uncle in hushed, nervous phrases. He stared at me skeptically, but agreed to come take a look when we went together. Though the daylight offered little comfort, the shed now looked pitifully dilapidated. The sun revealed the extent of the rot in its walls, the sagging roof, and the vines that had started to reclaim parts of the outer structure inside the tools that had appeared so menacing under my flashlight. now seemed harmless, corroded relics of times gone by the suspiciously sharp edges I had noticed the night before didn't appear nearly as threatening. Everything looked ordinary in the mundane glare of noon. We found only the faint outlines of footprints and irregular scuff marks, which my uncle concluded might be from raccoons or some other scavenger. He seemed to believe I was merely spooked by the shadows. Still, I could tell he wasn't entirely at ease. I observed how he avoided stepping into the far corner, his eyes flickering there. Once or twice, with a trace of unease, he didn't find anything conclusive, so he simply shrugged and remarked that the place was best left locked throughout the day. I tried to shake off the dread that clung to me. Harvesting corn under the relentless sun should have worn me out enough to sleep dreamlessly, but by the time darkness descended again, my mind was riddled with possibilities. I kept replaying the strange noises, the fresh scratches, and that pungent odor in my head. That night I felt drawn back as though I were a moth circling a distant flame. Despite my own logical arguments, I found myself standing near the shed's entrance once more, flashlight in hand. This time I tried to be more methodical. I approached with caution, noticing how the wind seemed to die the moment I stepped into the shed's shadow. There was a stifling stillness around me. Even the crickets sounded muted, as though they recognized this boundary and dared not invade it. My heart pounded so forcefully that my chest felt tight. I flashed my light around the interior. The layout was exactly as I remembered, but something about the air felt even heavier tonight. The smell of damp earth was accompanied by an undertone that reminded me of decaying leaves or stagnant water, only sharper, almost metallic. I knelt beside one of the fresher-looking scratches on the floor and ran my fingers across the grooves. Small particles of soil clung to my skin, and the indentations felt too clean, too precise. Then a peculiar sensation overcame me, like static electricity prickling along my arms. My flashlight began to flicker, plunging the corners of the shed into an even deeper blackness. Whenever the beam wavered in those intermittent flashes of dark, it felt like the corners expanded, swallowing more space than the walls actually allowed. Fighting the urge to panic, I wrapped the flashlight against my palm, praying it wouldn't give out entirely. For a few moments it stabilized, revealing something that turned my blood cold along the far beam. Faint scratch marks much higher off the ground ran parallel to those on the floor. These were vertical, as if something had stood on its hind legs or reached upward, clawing at the wood with intense desperation or fury. The realization that whatever made the floor scratches might also have made these marks. While upright triggered a violent wave of nausea in me. Suddenly I felt profoundly vulnerable. My throat tightened and my breath grew ragged anxiously. I swung the flashlight around to check if I was alone. That corner where I'd heard movement the night before remained dark, the air there seeming thicker, more oppressive. Each breath I took felt shallower, my lungs constricting as though rejecting the heavy odor. The boards beneath my feet groaned with every shift of my weight, adding an eerie soundtrack to my growing dread. Compelled by an impulse I couldn't fully explain, I forced myself to inch closer to that malignant corner with every step. A subtle pressure formed at my temples like the onset of a headache. My ears began to ring and my heartbeat thundered, echoing in that ringing until I couldn't distinguish external noise from the pounding in my skull. When I finally angled the flashlight to the darkest spot, my eyes struggled to focus. I saw sacks of something stacked behind an old wooden crate. At first I thought they were simply grain bags that had been left there ages ago. Then I noticed that at least one looked recently used, the burlap. Not nearly as torn or discolored as I would expect it was, as if someone had been rummaging through supplies in secret. But for what purpose I couldn't guess, hovering there. Gripping the flashlight so tightly my knuckles ached, I began to feel a presence close behind me. It was nothing I could see or hear yet. My instincts flared. The temperature felt as though it had plummeted by several degrees, and goosebumps erupted along my arms. The primal urge to turn around to confront whatever might be looming over me, wed with the paralyzing terror that insisted I keep my gaze forward. My muscles twitched with tension. Slowly I turned, shining the light in a wide arc across the shed. All I found was stillness, but the sensation of being watched did not subside. In that deafening silence, I became aware of an odd scraping noise. It was faint yet persistent, like claws or nails being dragged along the interior of the shed's outer walls. The direction seemed to change, first one side then another. It circled me, raising every hair on my neck. My mouth went dry, my tongue turning thick and useless. A queasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. My rational mind insisted there had to be a logical explanation, possibly rats or wind-catching stray branches or an echo of the barn's old wooden frame. Contracting, but something about the pattern of those scratchy sounds was too purposeful, too relentless. A memory of overhearing the farmhands suddenly flashed through my mind. They had been talking about hearing inexplicable noises from the shed at night. Their hushed tones and fearful expressions came back to me. One of them mentioned that whenever he approached, everything went silent, as though the place itself was holding its breath. Another claimed to have caught sight of a silhouette moving behind the walls, but when he investigated, he discovered only cobwebs and dusty crates. I had dismissed it as gossip. Now I realized that something inhumanly aware might have taken residence. Within these walls, a wave of panic surged through me, and I knew I had to leave my chest constricted with each breath, the flashlight wobbling in my trembling grip as I backed away. The boards underfoot seemed to protest louder, each creak magnifying my alarm. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt constricted and beads of cold sweat pulled along my hairline. My flashlight flickered again, plunging me into short, staccato bursts of dark. In those momentary blackouts, it felt like the air pressed in closer, as if something intangible was trying to smother me. My pulse soared so high I could practically feel my heartbeat in my eyeballs. When I finally reached the threshold, I half expected something to grab me from behind. The sensation was so strong that I flinched. Involuntarily, I scrambled out into the open air, gulping it in desperately, as though I had just broken the surface after being submerged underwater. My lungs burned, and I stumbled a few paces away before turning to watch the shed from a safer distance under the moonlight. Now peeking through a thin layer of cloud, the structure looked as if it were pulsating the rotten board, shifting in and out of shadow. Then, unmistakably, I heard another thud from within, resonating like a heartbeat inside the old timbers. It was almost a response to my escape, a reminder that it was still there. Aware I didn't sleep that night, my mind replayed every second of what I'd just experienced. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the scratches, felt the suffocating cold at my back, heard the relentless scraping along the walls. It took all my willpower not to sprint to my uncle's room and wake him with my confessions instead. I lay in the darkness, heart hammering, staring at the ceiling until pale dawn light crept through the window. The following day, I gathered every ounce of courage and confided in my uncle, once more describing the new things I had seen. He looked at me intently, a grave expression, crossing his weathered features in a voice that remained calm yet carried a hint of concern. He suggested, Ed, I was pushing myself too hard and maybe seeing patterns and shadows. Still, I detected something unspoken behind his eyes, as if he knew the place carried secrets but preferred to keep them buried. He advised I stay away from the shed, promising to board it up properly. Soon I took his suggestion to heart. I spent the rest of my stay there, avoiding the shed's vicinity, focusing on the daylight tasks, collecting eggs, helping with the fields, organizing tools TOS in the main barn. Anything to keep my mind occupied, yet at night I swore I could hear soft scraping drifting across the fields, faint and almost indistinguishable from the rustle of corn leaves. Sometimes I imagined a shape standing by the shed door, tall and contorted in the moonlight, but I never allowed myself to look too closely. Perhaps it was my imagination, or maybe it was real. Either way, I dreaded confirming it when the harvest ended and my time at the farm concluded. I packed my bags with trembling hands. My uncle was grateful for my help, but he couldn't hide the relief in his eyes as I drove away. Even now, whenever I think back on that shed, I recall the suffocating tension in the air, the metallic smell layered over damp earth, and the deep scratches that defied logical explanation. I still feel that spectral gaze following me, a lingering sense that something observed my every move. I escaped without tangible injuries or final answers, but the farm no longer holds the peaceful memories it once did. Instead, it stands as a reminder of how fragile our understanding of reality can be, even in the daylight when all seems safe. There are places better left locked and forgotten, and at night, those places breathe with an unseen presence as though they are waiting for the next curious soul to wander inside. I'll never set foot in that shed again. I tell myself that I should be thankful I left with my sanity intact, but I'm not entirely sure I did. Sometimes in the silence of my own home, I hear that faint scraping in the walls. My heartbeat spikes and my skin prickles with the same electric dread I felt that night. Then I remind myself that it's just the house settling or the pipes groaning. But each time deep down, there's a small part of me that knows better. Some doors once opened are never truly CL closed.